Welcome back,
What's
everyone.
up,
It is the... Whoa, who's hosting here? we didn't coordinate this.
You can host.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the night shift, where we are proving once and for all that a weekly Deadlock show can, in fact, pass the number 30. ZP here with Jake, and Jake, this is shaping up to be one of the most interesting days of Deadlock we've had between EU and NA.
Yeah, I mean, the field has been about as competitive globally as we've ever seen, really, in competitive Deadlock. And I think it couldn't be coming at a better time, right? Things stabilizing just a little bit after that huge patch we got, a few weeks ago. And now another big balance patch for the teams to sink their teeth into. Just a lot of opportunity for some of these up-and-coming squads to make their mark. And, I mean, NA in particular is crazy. Like, there's 4 teams that really all could be serious contenders. There's been a lot of weeks we've invited teams where it's like, yeah, maybe they'll be competitive, right? We never thought they would win. In NA, it's like, dang, we really want to invite 4 different teams all at once. And so, yeah, super exciting moment, especially NA. But even in EU, having Abrahams on the outside looking in is a crazy spot to be.
Well, to introduce people to our format, if by chance is the first time you are tuning in, here's how it works. We have a challenging match in each region, and the team that wins the challenger match gets to go on to the money match to play against the champion of last week. And I know we're going to be talking about EU a lot in just a moment, but to kind of give you an idea of the stakes for NA coming up here for Melee Creeps and FPS Lounge, Bird with Clock is 100% getting invited back next week. So not only is that a ridiculous test for Melee Creeps who want to get back in and get their title back, but if either Melee Creeps or FPS Lounge lose, they won't be in next week. So, Jake, it's probably one of the biggest pressure situations in a challenger match we've ever had.
Yeah, and to add on to that, right, you've got FPS Lounge who's coming in newly signed to an org, right? Like one of the few teams in Deadlock right now that actually has that kind of support behind them. Ton of pressure to show up here in a best of 1. So yeah, I mean, there's not going to be any room for mistakes in that one. For all the teams in NA, it's going to be kind of a crazy week. EU at the same time, though, Leviathan has started to make a little bit of a run of things, right? Defending a few times in a row now and starting to look like a really strong contender. Abrahams hasn't been able to crack the code for a few weeks now, which is kind of a crazy spot for them to be, considering how recently they were just running the table. I mean, they had what, like a 15 streak, something insane, not quite as much as Melee Creeps, but enough where it's really shocking to see them not even making it to the money match necessarily.
Also, thank God for Leviathan having a little bit of a streak, because we've introduced a bonus pay system. When we crafted it, it was when Abraham's Melee Creeps looked undefeatable for 15 plus weeks each. But this time around, the NA bonus pay pool is 0 because Floormen were able to take down Melee Creeps last week. EU bonus pay pool, though, up to $200 here, Jake, as Leviathan was able to go 2-0 last week, something people were not expecting coming in. But also, interestingly enough, though, it was not the cleanest of 2-0s. A lot of people think Lowkey W. I mean, people in chat were calling them high-key throw because they looked really, really good until Leviathan was able to turn the tables in 2 consecutive games.
Yeah, I will say, it's one thing to have a lead in Deadlock, though, and I think a lot of players, a lot of folks watching will think, oh, you have this 10, 20K solo lead, you should just win. You should just, control from there. But I think we've seen, even from like the legacy of Abraham's dominance, that's not always the case, right? Like, these really top teams can make comebacks happen, and they are not easy to close out games on. So I think that's ultimately, for me, more of a testament to Leviathan staying power, that they can stick in a tough game, find those routes back into it, and it's not going to be easy to close out on them just because you maybe have like that early game advantage.
Well, we got to get into the rosters here, Jake. Let's kick things off with Lowkey W, the team that actually defeated Abrahams in the challenging match last week. A team that has been on the rise. And I mean, realistically speaking, when you look at this team, they are definitely stacked with talent. One of the most notable names, of course, Listic, going back to the Buff and Jorah's era, along with Obakim. But other players have really made their name known in recent times, whether it be Empty Dreams, who was playing more playmaking heroes like Pocket. Pocket's kind of in between. It's not like a true pick hero, but more finesse skill heroes. And now is more their M1. Relative to other things. And now also Maza G, who looked really good. First time we were really noticing him make a splash, Jig.
Yeah, it's great to see, some new players teaming up with some veterans to build a squad that could really give a test. And I mean, once again, I think Abraham's, it's it's a tough spot to be in for a team that has won so many times in a row, that came to expect winning, to almost see it as inevitable. To take a couple of tough losses back to back can really send you reeling, right? And so for a team like Lowkey W, where they're a little bit more of a newcomer to this kind of success and trying to make their name at the top, I don't think they have the same weight of expectation on them here in the BO1. So definitely eyes on Lowkey W. They were great last week, but they need to earn another chance into that money match if they want to take on Leviathan.
And of course, the opposition, Abraham's, a team that really does need no introduction if you've been following Night Shift for any amount of time. But if you've just been following the last 3 weeks, you may go, hey, what's the deal with this Abraham squad? Well, you're talking about the most seasoned team in EU at this point, the longest lasting after Buff and Joyers ended up falling to pieces. And a team that in many respects is basically a super team, whether it be some of the best support play in EU, courtesy of Saint, the playmaking that you get out of both Demov and Hoot, where, their skill, Jake, I really feel like comes through anytime we have a big hero drop and you go, oh yeah, of course Hoot can already play the brand new hero at a high level. It makes perfect sense. But, both Demov and Hoot just seemingly making the impossible possible in terms of just knowing exactly the limit for how to get out alive. And then in frontline, I mean, Together, we had a period that was about maybe 6 months long where Together did nothing but play Shiv and was also really good at it.
Yeah, definitely interested to see, what some of these players make of some of those recent tweaks, balance patch wise, and maybe they allow players like on the Abraham's team to really show their success, their ability to adapt. It's also just going to be, I think, a little bit more chaotic. I think there's a little bit more of a room for creativity and to try to push some vision, some strat that you just believe in on the match. The patch notes are not as big as the one we recently got, but you think like pound for pound compared to pretty much any other competitive multiplayer game that you would look at right now, it's a big patch. Like even this smaller, secondary follow patch is still pretty significant. And I think quite a few heroes could be maybe rising or falling on the priority chart.
Yeah, I mean, not the least of which, of course, is Mirage, where Mirage became like, oh, I don't want to pick that guy into, what do you mean? We're talking about Wyoming in every single pub game you are in. Mirage, definitely, I think, the biggest story of the changes that came in, but also, Celeste higher up, Silver higher up. I mean, the word on the street, at least in NA, is that Silver is going to be first pick, first ban all night long. Mo got turned down a little bit, and truthfully, I'm not even sure that was needed. I think Mo was probably getting a little bit overvalued to begin with when you looked at the win rate for when people took Mo early in the draft, but all in all, I mean, it's an interesting bunch of changes, Jake, and to your point, for other games, Gigaton patch. For Deadlock, it's just Tuesday, or I think it was more like a Thursday, but, the old saying.
Yeah, definitely interesting. I'm curious to see Shiv, with the extra stamina, that the stamina recovery being a little bit worse, but having a little bit more stamina, bloodletting, changing the impact on healing modifiers is pretty interesting. Like you already probably wanted to buy a lot of anti-heal versus Shiv, and now if that mitigates the bloodletting passive, I think that might be pretty significant nerf. I'm sort of TBD, but in these competitive games, I feel like we see a ton of anti-heal being bought, whether it's Toxic for Shiv or Healbane. I mean, these are like virtually every single game you're going to see at least 2 of those items, especially against a Shiv. So it could be a little bit scary. Maybe the Killing Blow could bring some of that back, though. Seems like maybe you have a little bit more power and flexibility in terms of how you use Killing Blow.
Also, in terms of heroes, that'll probably be a little bit higher priority. I mean, Abrams was still getting picked a little bit last week, even after the nerfs, but he got some melee damage back, where realistically, at the end of it, Abrams actually been improved a little bit on the Spirit end, lost some of his shotgun damage, but got the melee damage back into place, where I feel like the general idea here was, okay, we don't love Abrams just walking at people, shotgunning them down. We do like Abrams punching them into oblivion, so that's where the changes ended up landing at.
That 10% per boon increase, I'm like, does that actually give you a 10% melee damage increase per boon? Like you get like 300% when you're super leveled, or is that more of like he already had boon scaling and it's just 10% better now? So like I'm just eye test. I'm like looking at this. I think Abrams, even after the big nerfs, still was good, still was getting picked, still was getting played. And so, yeah, like this is maybe Abrams is going to be another really popular hero. I mean, we've seen how much the competitive players really like his ability to, snatch targets, to be an aggressive frontliner. He just sort of adds a pretty unique level of tankiness on the roster. I think arguably is one of the tankiest heroes in the game, being sort of by default now.
Yeah, and also, I mean, since this is right underneath, I mean, Apollo getting some pretty decent buffs. I mean, Apollo was getting played a good amount in NA scrims this week, but you can't really underrate both a bullet damage increase, because you look at it and go, oh, it's 1.5. Well, everything that you're building on Apollo is going to scale off of that, so it's more meaningful than it may look. Also, the extra stun, I mean, 0.4 seconds of a stun. Again, actually a pretty sizable buff. So
do people max riposte though? Like I don't play Apollo, so I'm not sure about the skill build. I do think this is going to make him a better laner, where I thought he was already a pretty good laner, and you buff raw bullet damage, right? That's pretty significant on the lane typically, since you're benefiting from it right at the start of the game. So I think you're right. I mean, I think this Apollo was already getting played. Billy, more of a quality of life change really on the Rising Ram. I think a bunch of heroes with sort of a similar kind of a charge forward ability get this break off angle thing, which makes sense. I think it's like a cool quality of life change. Before you could look straight up, but you're just going to go forward unless you actually jump off the ground. So these are cool, but in the end I don't think Billy needed much help. Like I think he was already top tier in this patch. I think he's still going to be top tier after these changes, and maybe even more so if we see maybe a little bit less of the Mo.
Well, we've done a little bit of stalling with the patch notes here, but I think we're about ready to go in the draft. But first, Jake, we got to look at a Mo 1v1 as is tradition. See exactly how the Moles laid down the fisticuffs, where, look, you're looking for every advantage. Abrahams definitely wants to win. Saint won the Mo 1v1 last week. See if he can repeat it here again against Rake.
Oh, Saint just dominating through this one. Huge advantage on the Mo. I feel like this is going to be pretty tough for Rick to come back in on. He has to find the parry, so Saint just wisely waiting it off. Rake under so much pressure, working in these heavies, and Saint styles on him, man. Very, very dominant Mo 1v1 there. So for Abraham's, a little bit of control in this best of one, and I mean, you'll take every advantage you can get as Abraham's right now to be rock solid coming into this draft, because you can't. I mean, it's a best of one, right? There's no wiggle room for mistakes, and
All right, we're back. We've been unsilenced waved, as it were. But who knows for how long?
I bought Dispel Magic. We're good.
Yeah, the Discord's having one of those days. But you know what, Jake? We're going to try and work some magic here and get into the draft, see what Abrahams want to pick, whether it be first or second pick, and see what the meta is. Because, of course, on the heels of a brand new balance patch and all the changes that happened, the draft priority is definitely going to be different today.
Yeah, we'll just see, you know, how the draft goes. Hopefully we have the stability, you know, to execute all this stuff. You know, obviously some bigger Discord issues and such going on right now, but it seems like, I mean, from their status updates that things are being resolved. So hopefully we can just roll right into this and it can be soon forgotten. Abrahams with first pick and first ban. What are they going to go for here?
What was I thinking?
Well, they banned Pocket, and I mean, not a big of a surprise given the fact that Pocket's been going up in pick ban priority. I think people have just realized how big the change was to Affliction, the fact that it cuts off all healing, and yeah, I mean, team fight wise, Pocket has just been well correlated with win rates. But in exchange, Mirage gets first ban. But Jake, this means Silver is available. I thought Silver was for sure going to get hit in one of the first two bans.
Yeah, Mirage certainly has skyrocketed rather back up the rankings. I've been seeing him in like every pub game. He feels super powerful. You know, the global teleport on top of all these like damage reduction changes is huge. But Abrahams actually prios the Kelvin true first pick. So maybe a resurgence back to the top, right? It's been a while since we've seen Kelvin at that level of pick prio. But banning away the Pocket, maybe you just think, hey, we can win every fight inside of a dome. You know, you can't, like, even Doorman's not getting played so much, although I would love to see Lowkey W maybe get a Doorman much later in the draft as a way to potentially respond here, but Silver's already going to feel pretty good, you know, fighting inside the dome.
Well, yeah, also this completely locked in the Silver pick because not only is she worth the first pick on her own, but you definitely don't want to give up Silver Kelvin where the dome plus Silver means you're just done. Geist, though, gets brought in on top of it. Not too big of a surprise given where things were last week and Geist's rising rules, but Jake, as I look at it here for Abrahams, one of the two next picks almost certainly is going to be a Ven. I feel like when you're rounding out your draft and you need an M1, Celeste is going to be one of those two picks. Now, arguably, maybe you could skip the Ven, like so, depending on how you're playing the Celeste, but I think Celeste Ven would still work out well here.
I also wouldn't mind a Mina as the for the carry role here because I think I like the matchup into Silver, which is the evasiveness that Mina can, you know, kind of kite away. But no, they're gonna go Ven. I still think there's possibility for Mina later, but probably not, since I think in the EU she's generally been played in like the hard carry slot, where NA I think has been a little bit more spreading the love in that regard and for the carry role. So you're right, you know, just really prioritizing the ability. Venator maybe in theory should be pretty strong inside of the dome, right? Like in terms of just you know, you try to jump on the Venator and having a Kelvin behind him to protect him is going to make that a much more difficult proposition. The Apollo pick for Lowkey W, though, is going to give them the chase down to maybe give Kelvin a little bit of trouble as far as like trying to stay alive in the backline.
Curious to see what they take away. And okay, I was going to point to frontliners and wonder, is it going to be Billy or Abrams? But it is going to be Billy.
Yeah, now mid-stage bans. Billy out of the field for Lowkey W. Maybe they feel like they already have the frontliner in terms of Silver, and so they want to take away the Billy. I'm almost surprised to see that Billy ban, though, because I would have thought Lowkey W would have wanted to pick the Billy, like right here in this spot. Maybe they go for something like an Abrams, though, with some of those buffs, maybe bringing him back up to par.
And there you go. Yeah, and I was going to wonder, it's like, okay, do you want to go that heavy? You already got the guy Silver. But in this case, Abrahams now is finding themselves in a spot where you don't really have that much in the way of frontline left. I guess wherever you rate Shiv right now, I think Shiv is still probably pretty good, barring the bloodletting changes being a little bit more severe than we may have anticipated. Yamato, of course, also an option, so that's where they're going to go frontline-wise. Shiv's still an outside possibility, but if you're Abrahams, I don't think you need to pick it right now. You know, you have, at this point, Paradox is what I would say. You need some form of pick, or at the very least, pick is usually favored, and Paradox is still at the highest level of pick. And yeah, they're going to go for the Paradox.
Yeah, you just want that initiation. I mean, Taz is one of the top players, I think, on this character. I also kind of like it with the rest of the draft they have. They really are needing some hard catch, right? With Venator and Yamato, like, they really have, I mean, they have the control they have is like Kelvin doming you and slowing you, but you need something more solid, especially for characters like Apollo and Silver and even Abrams. Like, besides Geist, the entire draft so far from Lowkey W has great escape tools. So for Abrahams, I'd even like their 6th pick to add even more lockdown, even more catch to secure some of these.
Do they haze? No, they Bebop. I was gonna say is that for going for pick like haze alt, it may be a little bit more gimmicky in pubs right now because people are worse about stopping it, but like the idea of proximity pick haze still could be a thing. But no, Bebop is still getting picked. Even in NA scrims, we're seeing a lot of Bebop getting back into the mix. Abraham's though gonna finish up here with a GT, and not too surprising at the very end.
Yeah, this is a comfort pick, right, for Hoot. I mean, he's so sick on the GT. It's hard to really doubt him. It's a little bit of a scary GT game in my mind because maybe, if you get Bebop hooked on this character, you're in a rough spot, right? You kind of get that. You don't really get that get out of jail free card, movement escape. It's probably not going to happen. If you get hooked in deep, you are going to be in a world of hurt. However, characters like Mina that lack some of the tankiness, guys who wants to play on low HP, the ranged, very high spirit burst, I think is quite nice on some of these characters, or against rather some of these characters. So I see the vision for Abrahams. They have a ton of huge spirit nuking between Yamato and Great Talon and Celeste. Like, it's a little bit scary for Lowkey W, but I also think Lowkey W have a really devastating run you over comp. And so ultimately for Abrahams, I think the Kelvin pick is going to be crucial. Like, Kelvin's game, his ability to turn around some of these fights when Lowkey W's frontliners initiate, and for Yamato and Venator and Celeste, are they strong enough to threaten those things without the dome, or are they going to be too reliant on their Kelvin? So I think both teams showing the experience. They look like solid drafts to me, and I really think this one is going to come down to the execution. I think both have set themselves up for success. Taz Paradox versus who do you think plays the Bebop for Lowkey W? Is it? I'm trying to think who.
Let me look here. I'm gonna look at the roster again and see if that triggers where what it would be here. I mean, probably overseas is oftentimes on frontline. It could be Psy. Overseas had a period of playing Bebop if you go far enough in the back, but I would guess with their current comp, it's probably gonna be Psy.
Wait, isn't that
wait, what am I saying here?
Leviathan?
Yeah, that's Leviathan. Lowkey W.
Is it Drake plays their initiators?
Drake was on Lash last
or maybe
time
Mazag, right? Who's their newest addition to the team?
No, it'd be Mazda G. Yeah.
Mazda G.
Yeah, Mazda G was playing pick. He was on Paradox before. He was also on GT one game. So yeah, Mazda G is going to be on the Bebop. In fact, I think he played Bebop last week, now that I think back on it. Or he played it in recent memory, in any case. He was Paradox last week.
Sonya Sniper on the carry matchup here, I think, is going to be a big one to watch too. The Venator versus Geist. I mean, this has been the style of carry very much of this patch, is the carries who can park themselves in a relevant spot in the team fight and almost dare the enemy to come try me, come try to gank me. I'm sieging your tower, I'm pressuring your objective, I'm taking mid boss, and I'm just so tanky that when you go on me, my team is going to have ample time for response and counterplay. And I think Venator and Geist are really, I don't even know if there's a preferred pick among the two. I mean, I guess for Lowkey W, it is the Geist, since they chose it first. But I think both have a lot of merit in that style, and the teams, I think, especially in EU, the drafts are not nearly as greedy as NA. Where in NA, I think we see a lot more these secondary carries, playing a little bit more for that style. And I mean, for both these teams, yeah, there's a lot of heroes that can scale, but in the end, there's really only one M1 carry on either side. Maybe the Mina for Lowkey W, though, as I say that, is sort of the NA look, where they've had the Mina as a little bit more of a secondary, or not even a backup carry, right? Just playing a faster tempo spirit style and not quite getting the same soul count as we've seen from players like OCs on the Mina, getting the full free farm.
Well, actually, it's funny you mention OCs, because on the topic of Leviathan, I actually think, regardless of who wins here in the challenging match, I think both of the teams will likely make it a priority to not let OCs play Mina. There's a lot of talk on the EU side of things of just, okay, maybe we just don't let this guy play this hero, because a lot of people think that OCs on Mina, not that OCs is terrible on other characters, but OCs is so disproportionately good on the Mina that it is worthwhile to deny it by any means possible. Also, going back to a point you made about team comp here, it's not even low key on the W. You can remove the low key and their team name is just W with the frontline disparity. Their entire thing is they can actually just walk at Abrahams, and Abrahams is the team here that has to play this a little bit more finesse style until they get a lead. I think if Abrahams is able to get a 20k lead, then you actually can just kind of run at people with Kelvin, Celeste. Celeste is weird, where if you get a lead on Celeste, you can actually be ridiculously greedy in how you dive into people, even barring the fact that, okay, you give Abrams like a little bit of space, but you know, you can get out of danger and you can also push a limit pretty damn hard on Celeste.
I could see like Celeste, like the AoE spirit damage that Celeste provides, right? Feeling good against this like kind of heavy brawly tank setup that might be kind of grouped up. However, I also think this is kind of a scary Celeste game in that it was picked so early. You get, I think Silver's Bola in the human form is one of the best tools against Celeste. Like preventing her from jumping is massive. She just can't really get her movement started. And then you also have Bebop Hook and Abrams. And so I actually think this is going to be kind of a scary Celeste game. Like I think Celeste is going to get all the aggro thrown to her. She's going to be the one who has to kind of get in and throw some damage down. And I feel like the lockdown and the nuking ability to just kill her off is going to be really punishing, actually. So I'm kind of skeptical of the Celeste in this particular game for Abrahams. Like we've seen in EU, some of these Celeste players get super, super active early, and maybe there's something to that, like, you know, like even pre getting all the skills online, but there's going to be a spot in the mid game where you just don't have the tankiness to survive a Bebop Hook into like some follow-up stuns. And, you know, I think that's gives for me Lowkey W a kind of a big advantage in terms of their ability to take these like fast, high tempo fights without waiting for ultimates.
Also, because right now we are just stuck here waiting for Discord to fix itself. Abrahams is unable to have voice communications right now, so we're giving them a little bit of time. One thing I realized that I don't think we went and looked at here. I think we skipped directly from bracket into bonus pay. Yeah, while we're taking a little bit of time here, we can go back and thank our patrons, Jake, which is actually very important. Then it was my bad from the chaos of the Discord show to not talk about this here, but all the love in the world to the patrons for making this possible. Support is very much appreciated. And yeah, I mean, the wall just grows every day. I think we've talked about Jake here. We're going to have 2 slides soon.
Yeah, it's massive. I mean, this community show, right? And hopefully we have some cool new stuff to announce that we, you know, can't drop just yet. But it's the Patreons who've done so much to keep us going this far, right? And all of you supporting not only on Twitch but also on YouTube, and just overall, like the community around Deadlock has been so strong, and the game has, I think, like developed into esports so quickly, right? Like there's been, feels like just the game has that in its DNA, and the community has like we could be running this Deadlock night shift competition. We could be trying to make the esport happen, and you know, like we could have done everything right, and we could still be in a much weaker place if the community just hadn't been so huge and supportive regarding this, and like donating to the prize pool every week, you know, keeping the lights on here at DLNS. It makes a huge difference. YouTube chat, I see you. You're good people. Maybe we don't give you guys enough love, but whether it's our YouTube members or our Twitch subs, it all comes together. We basically plow all the money we get back into the business, the ability to keep running more shows, and hopefully, you know, exciting stuff to come, TBD.
Also, Graveyard Shift planned for tonight with pure content, although that was before the delays, so we'll see if that's still going to be available for pure content, because he was on a little bit of a tight schedule. Also, to give you an idea of where we're at Discord-wise, we have found Abrahams a home on our public Discord server in a channel we have now made private, is now giving them voice functionality. That is the state of Discord right now on this day, March 25th, 2026.
I don't remember the last time Discord has had like a crazy outage like this. It's kind of wild. You think like the level to which everyone in the game community is on Discord now. Like it's like the voice of choice in like pretty much every esport is my understanding. Like that's pretty much what everyone uses now. So it's kind of wild to see this, like the level of expectation that the community has to keep the service up and running. It's kind of cool though that it exists in the first place. Kind of reminds you, you know, some of the great things we have available to us in gaming these days.
Also, we hear you. We will be getting Preds up shortly for those who wantonly want to just throw your channel points in support of either you. And wait, I just heard join.
I think you're back.
Okay, it was me leaving, but I left for only a split second. No one can tell the difference.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, you know, who you got in this one, ZP? Like, I actually think this one is genuinely, I think this one's a coin flip. Like, if there's somebody on like 40%, I'm going to bet my channel points on them just because I like those odds. Like, I think this one is going to come down to that execution, and it seems like players are ready. We're doing our game start screen, so you got to believe we're going into game soon.
To answer your question, I think Abrahams. I would be shocked if Abraham's lost 3 weeks in a row, or at the very least lost back-to-back challenger matches, even though I have all the respect in the world for how well Lowkey W has played the last few weeks. Surely Abraham's does not have the slump continue that severely. So, you know what? I'm not going to say all in, but I'm dropping half my channel points in Abraham's. That's how it has to be, Jake.
Insider trading here on the night shift. ZP just exposing himself like a member of the U.S. Congress. See if that's going to be enough to give them the confidence over the line. Yamato in the mid. Oh, just it's dropped to the heavy melee on the Bebop. Did I just see that? Was that a heavy? If so, that's kind of a wild one from Together. You don't really see that much at this level.
No one expects the heavy melee at that point. It's like, what do you mean I had to be prepared to parry? Just like, what are you doing?
I feel like 6 months ago, that was like every lane people were going over those, and then people like really, slowed down on that in a huge way, recognizing the risk you take is just way too big. It's too easy to parry. But hey, man, you're not ready for it. In theory, you should be able to react. But if you just don't think that it's ever going to happen, you might just not be in the headspace for it.
Also, in terms of lane combos, I actually really like the lane that Abrahams has on the right-hand side, the Ven Kelvin lane. Like, I've inadvertently played that a decent amount recently, and that lane is strong. Like, the actual mechanics of it, I think, just naturally work out where you get a little bit of extra sustain. Kelvin's still able to set people up, or rather set Ven up for like favorable gut shots. It works shockingly well. Let's get a little bit of poke here in mid. Apollo in off the flawless advance.
All right, the spirit nuking in this lane is kind of massive. Like, now that I see it, like Apollo is like every skill is a nuke. Bebop has some pretty powerful damage, and Yamato is a character that really wants to play around those slashes, right? And get some of the lifesteal up. Here we go, Bebop getting a big steal. What a parry onto who? The counter parry, though, comes in Together. Wait, it's a burger box for the ages right now. Together maybe getting the worst of it. And the health advantage really started to pay off for Apollo and Bebop. And it's a double kill in the mid lane. Obakim. Absolutely stunning. Wait, hold on. Who's still here? I thought he was down. I thought he was already dead. I think he will be now to the bomb from Maza G, but what a start for Bebop, getting some of those bomb stacks up super early into this one.
Just unlock your future sight there, Jake. You're seeing a few seconds of the future. Off on the other end of the map, another parry coming in. Debuff, though, the one who parries but gets parried in turn. The burger boxing just continues over the entire map. What has happened to EU in just 1 week? As Obakim way overstayed his welcome to pretty annoyed Yamato, courtesy of Together.
It's actually big for Together. Getting that counter kill. When you counter kill like that, you'd actually tend to be ahead even after dying, because you kill somebody who's at a higher net worth, and he even gets a small camp to add on to it. So that kind of saves the mid lane in a way, right? If Obakim were able to like restore his resources there and kind of come back into it, would be super scary. But for Together, the importance of the early dominance on Yamato, always something we talk about here on the night shift, and especially important that he's able to get that counter kill and keep the lane in contention.
I was talking with Lightbringer a little bit about Yamato and her current form, and the one commentary that Lightbringer had on Yamato was the idea that the hero is really like more stuck in the you need to get ahead more so than she's been in the past. Like, no one likes mediocre Yamato. Like, you're not going to have impact on the game. You actually do have to get over farmed more so than the norm for other characters like in similar roles. So if you're Abrahams, Together getting rich has to be part of your game plan. But it's also kind of interesting, though, Jake, because Together normally isn't the get-rich guy. Like, he's playing Yamato more pure frontliner.
Yeah, some of those early kills could end up paying pretty big dividends. We see a bit of a trade coming off in the side lane. Paulo's here, though, interrupting the 2v2 and adding a bit of roam power, but has to just repulsed out of there. Recognizes that there's just a little bit too much pressure, and Yama's even here for the counter rotate. So Together keeping up this pace. Big power slash connects onto Silver. That could set up for a kill here if you have a little bit more follow-up onto Cosmetical, and D-Mob is going to grab that one. See if Geist and Apollo can respond back. Now, D-Mob does go down, but it is continuing to be a bloodbath. Another power slash available. Parry the tower. Break's going to be dead. And with an ultimate to spare as well, he could continue this one. It looks like he will. He's going to full commit here. A little bit of a misgrab, though, on the tower. And the massive counter damage is huge from Apollo, enough to even get through the Shadow Transform and get him out of trouble. So this one is just an absolute bloodbath compared to some of these NA games. Nice and slow in the early games.
Look, if you didn't tell me the region, and this was 2 or 3 months ago, and you said guess EU or NA, I would say that this was been an NA game. Like, absolutely 100% verified NA. EU
I swear
normally wasn't playing like this.
I swear the NA games these days are so slow in the early game. Like, people are very, very conservative, and now EU has become the region of just unfiltered brawling in this early tempo in the game. A life buff on Mina is going to be a pretty big pickup for Empty Dreams. He's going to be very happy to take some of these trades, right? Like, oh, but the bird catching him just off the Sanguine, and here's Yamato as well. And again, together, it's just tempoing into every fight. Doesn't even have ultimate, still roaming into this one. And those kind of kills you find on Yam allow you to stay ahead of the game. 5,000 souls here for Together.
Also, the world's shortest lived vitality buff at that point, just gone. But offensive mill we go. Taking a look at Obikim as Maza G able to find Hoot towards the end. More aggression in from the Apollo. And Together still going in. Absolutely no fear, but may need some fear against this Apollo. Goes for the parry, doesn't get it. Rapasto gonna connect. Together sliced up underneath in mid.
Yeah, the laser from Maza G just too threatening. Nice dome from Kelvin. Another death back to back onto Empty Dreams. That's a big find here for Sanya on the Vener, assisted by the Kelvin, and they might be looking for more. Abrams just trying to run out of this one. He's trying to hold on to that ultimate, wants to save it for a future fight. We'll get out of it this time. But that heavy melee upgraded, the melee charge rather, on Venator is going to make that heavy hit insanely hard when he's able to get a wall stun.
Owl out from Hoot. Off, over, and its target is going directly back into the fountain. So there's
Surely
not too much a point here. It just, well, actually, that came shockingly close to killing. Like, that was far closer than I would have expected at that point.
If he didn't get back to the
over and in,
he would have.
Power shot over the top. Looking for Obikim, who right now hasn't really taken much away damage, and the chase down underneath is happening. Shadow Transformation forced out by Together. Still the target of focus. Shadow Transformation, though, makes it pretty durable, gives Together the exit he needs.
Yeah, Hoot finding a bit of nice damage there. Does kind of slow down the attackers from chasing any deeper. Completely even soul status right now, ZP, despite the craziness of the early game. Both teams really evenly matched here. Venator finding a little bit of room to farm, and the threat of the hooks from Maza G is very real as he grabs the slowing hex. It's going to get him up to the spirit spike. Already has 2 levels on the bomb, so this Bebop's a pretty significant damage threat here in the early game. Definitely looking for him to get active and find some of these kills. We used to always think of Bebop as really this crucial high-tempo early game hero. And I think that's still true to some extent, right? Like, especially when you go for the Spirit Spike first, you kind of need to be finding these kills, and it looks like he's going to go looking in. But it's actually already a brawl in the mid. Fighting all across the map. Celeste under massive pressure has to just full run out of this one. Takes 3 players in the mid just to stabilize here for Abraham.
Another owl coming up from Hoot. We'll see where the owl's going right now. Heading off to the right-hand side. Mina is at half. Maza G at half goes in and takes down Empty Dreams. Owl successful. As Together making the roam up and over. Maza G gonna be the target here. Bebop all sorts of low, and it's gonna be another one here for Together.
Yeah, this very early game build for Yamato. A really interesting one, right? Like, he's got the backstabber, or what's it called in here? It's not backstabber anymore, right?
No, it's
Stalker.
Stalker, yes. It changes name like every 3 months, so, you know, understandable. Frozen Shelter.
Yeah, Dome. It gets the Yamato away though, so I think a bit of anti-synergy for Saint. Nice moves from him, just full running out of this one, but just has to try to escape now. Cheeky movement with the wall jumps though. I mean, Apollo is just running him down, but I don't think he just has the damage for this. And yeah, with that ice path, Kelvin, wait, hold on. The Mina's here to assist on the burst, and actually, despite my expectations, Apollo does find that kill.
You know, for a second, I thought another owl went out. I thought I heard the sound. I'm just, you know, it's just a game of GT where, take notes. If you're playing GT in your pubs, let the owl loose just about every cooldown. Hoot's gonna be coming back up, and I guarantee you a bird's gonna be in the air in the next 20 seconds, but won't be in time to save this Guardian, that's for sure.
D-Mob finds Cosmetical there.
Owl's out.
I think he's just gonna try to use it to assist this push on the mid lane. Might even just hit the tower with it. He's gonna nuke onto Maza G, put a little bit of pressure down there. He's not gonna mind this too much, but it will secure that mid lane Guardian take. So a bit of map control advantage now for Abrahams.
When you look at soul allocation, it's kind of interesting. Obikim has had a very, very good game so far, and you know, it's kind of where you want your Apollo to be. Apollo can be way more aggressive with a little bit of a lead just by the nature of how his kit works out, but by contrast, also been pretty good for Together. Off onto the buffs, Task getting caught 2 seconds before buff spawn. All this for a movement buff, swiftly picked up by Silver. Both teams jockeying in and around the urn. Demov able to find Overkin. Both down one here so far. And up or the top, Mazaji will see where he goes for. Hyper Beam likely about to be used. Used in or the top onto the urn. Forcing Saint away, but not before Saint's able to pick up the urn.
Yeah, and if Saint just gets out of here, they're going to be pretty happy with this trade. I think that's going to be the call here. Wait, as I say that though, hold on. I think the urn snatched back in the chaos there by Abrams. Bird could come and knock it out of his hands. Likely will. Maybe they're going to look for actual finished kills though, as Taz finds the silver. Bird could come in. It's going to clear, I think, a couple of those creeps as well as stunning Mazaji, but this may be a free dunk for Abrams, which I think even with some of these deaths, it justifies it for Lowkey W. Those 3,000 souls are going to be nice, and it's only Hoot to try and hit a melee here. Ooh, he's going to go for it. Oh, and it does get knocked out of his hands. Hoot in a really rough spot, but hold on. Flying up into the air, dodging that Abrams pin, and now inside the Kelvin Dome, even the parry, it's not going to be nearly enough. Listic overwhelmed here. Talilosan proc now, held up, gonna put a curse in on Taz, but the urn dunk does come through. Another parry onto Apollo. This fight going entirely in Abrams' favor right now. It's cosmetically here on the silver, does find Hoot, but they're just begging for scraps now. I think 3 or 4 deaths in that fight already for Lowkey W. Abrams also claiming the urn, and now they're looking for more. Thinking about taking this tower and maybe even going for a dive on this Geist, though Vrake with the ultimate maybe is going to be dissuaded from that.
You know, just seeing the mechanics of that last fight, I really do see the vision of the first pick Kelvin, because not only is Kelvin best friends with the silver, both in disabling people and getting people in the dome. See a quick little hook here on the Paradox, though if you're Paradox, not could be ultra afraid, but you're a little bit more afraid of Listic coming in later into the fight. Hyper Beam, kind of ambitious towards the end, and it said Listic now looking to get away as Abrahams reconvenes. But the finish point I was saying before is that I think Kelvin not only works as an impediment to silver, but is also a best friend to silver. So if you're not getting the silver yourself, going to Kelvin first actually makes sense, because it makes the enemy silver less good. And if they don't pick the silver, you get to pick silver and have it be awesome.
All right, we're right back into this. Bird immediately contacts there with the Bebop. I don't know if that's going to stop them from stealing away the Sinner Sacrifice. Nice little find there for the Bebop as we get a tip from Mr. Wizard TV. Thanks for the $5. Straight to the prize pool, guys. If you do ! Donate, we crowdfund the prize pool, so that all goes straight to the players. We don't mess with those donations at all. Straight into the prize pool, giving these players a reward for the incredible entertainment they put on for us week after week. This one is shaping up to be, I think, going quite deep into the late game right now, ZP. I mean, 2 teams just like back and forth brawling, no soul lead at 12 minutes. It's kind of crazy, right, that it's this close.
It's kind of wild with how back and forth the fights were, that we've just ended up at this sort of stalemate position. Now, things to keep an eye on here. The biggest one is Empty Dreams is starting to get a bit ahead on the Mina, and we've seen enough from OCs to realize just how painful that can be when a Mina gets ahead on farm. The other thing of note, I mean, it's just a kill streak at the moment. It's, 12K is average farm. When you talk about players for Abrahams that have gotten them through tough times, Demov basically top of the list. So putting Demov on a character that in theory has some of the highest skill expression in the game in Celeste, I do wonder if we're at the beginnings of a Demov just did everything sort of game.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, I think, for his style as a player to be so skilled on the movement and to, have a lot of that individual agency. Gonna put some harassment in on the mid lane. It's gonna create a little bit of space, and even just pushing this wave out could be good, but there's a lot of Abrahams players here that could be looking now for some chase down kills. Bird is gonna connect, but Abrams with that reactive barrier is tanky, and Listic's just out of there. So 4-player rotation plus the Bird from GT not finding a kill is actually pretty painful in that moment.
A lot going to be dependent on next urn up in 1 minute. See if Abrahams is able to find a pick between then. I mean, swap is up. And Taz right now, off to the right hand side. There's a chance for a pick here on the Empty Dreams, but Empty Dreams already on the way out. Meanwhile, Hoot in some real danger, caught by Mazaji. One way to stop the constant onslaught of the birds.
Yeah, this is a scary game for GT. Like, you are just going to be food for any of these ganks that do end up connecting. Mina now in the sights. She does have a debuff remover, but the swap pulls her out of the TP. It's going to be a little bit scary. You're up to the high ground, but that's right into the waiting arms of Demov. You're really desperate to find this kill in the Empty Dreams, but I think the Sanguine may have just gotten him out of trouble, and now baiting that rotation is enough space to allow you to pressure this Walker. The Kelvin Dome comes out from Saint. It's going to slow down this attempt. Tyler Lawson ready to punish. force the profit before that Walker stun comes down, get a couple curses in. But Lowkey W maybe getting routed here. ZP, they will be able to get the Walker, but now you're just in desperation mode on Obafim, looking for this counter kill onto Taz.
Obafim dies maybe a longer spot number 2. Gets parried. Saint sees it coming, punishes the light melee. Still reasonable amount of HP. Owl coming in from the outskirts. Hits 2. Together, though, is actually feasting this fight. Second kill here so far, but now Obafim needs one more shot. Finds Taz on the back end side. No one really wanted to go in after the Apollo, and Obafim bides his time, finds the Paradox at the very end. Bit of gun buff heading Listic's way. 84k to 86k, Jake, before it's all said and done. But if you're Abraham's, rather if you're Lowkey W, you're happy to get the slot.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Walker souls were more valuable than I expected, right? Despite some of the kills going against in that fight, they get enough done, they stall enough time, and they're farming efficiently enough where it actually comes out positive for them in the soul count. On top of that, like you mentioned, having that Walker, rather that slot from the first Walker is always a nice one. Not sure who's going to be really build limited by it just yet. I guess no one's really going to be like too upset about it, but it's in those next like few thousand souls where a lot of these, you know, characters that want to get maybe all 3 of their 4.8k investment spikes really like having that extra slot.
Off to mid lane we go, and all sorts of pressure here on the break. Still a swap up, but no opportunity to use it. The burst damage far too high. But while you're getting that pick, you give up Urn. On the left-hand side, Abraham's just decided, you know what, we're going to play for picks instead. And while Midwalker is down at half...
No, you still have it. Saint's Ice Path just stuffed Hoot's bird, completely stifled in its tracks. I mean, you do find that kill, but honestly, that's one of those kills, ZP, I'm not convinced is worth it. Like, Lowkey W are split farming across the rest of the map. You find a kill and break, which should be really high value, but this is not some, like, mega overfarm guy. So as they say that, a catch on the Bebop, adding insult to injury here in the mid lane. Taz proving the value of the Paradox. A lot of damage in this build, just the slowing hex really for that utility and catch. Ooh. And it could turn in now to a mid-Walker take if you end up going in deeper for this one. Break does still have the swap, though you got to be a little bit careful. Trying to take down this Geist could end up being a bit scary. The silence wave comes through. Together,
full push on the mid-Walker.
A leash? Yeah, he has to just die for the Walker at this point, but it's an expensive death, losing one of your key frontliners in this Yamato. And wait, Shirley? Shirley? No.
No Shirley found, as it turns out.
How the hell did he get out? Okay.
Okay, not entirely. Cosmetical finally does chase it down. Just takes longer than expected. Another skirmish taking place near the buff. Sanya right now under the gun. You're Ven, though. You're not really that mobile. You're really going through every movement trick in the book. And here's the downside, though, Jake. The forcing mid this early is that you set up the other team to go for mid boss. Now, at 17 or nearly 18 minutes, this is a very early attempt to go for mid-boss. Like, this is risky, especially because Together and Sane are about to be back up. Your damage is the highest, and so far it's turned into a big skirmish.
That's a big hook. Pulls Sanya down the stairs into the depths of the fight. Mazaji, massive pickoff, taking off one of the strongest fighting members of Abraham's. Still, it costs him a bit of time. Lowkey W, low HP on a lot of players in Abraham's. Still poking from the outside in. Mina, your highest net worth player here on the side of Lowkey W, super low HP. And GT looking, has Owl available, wants to be able to find some of these burst finish kills. Together takes down Cosmetical. The Bird could get a good connection there. It's good enough onto the Apollo. Should be able to finish him off as well in this second floor. A nice parry. Slows down, but seems to be inevitable with the Kelvin Dome. It's just too hard to fight through. Abraham's getting back up. This is a massive resource gain from Saint. And Lowkey W, as the dust settles, they got to fall back off of this one. Pretty scary now. Are you going to go for these final rejuve contests? Now the shoe is on the other foot.
Mazaji might be coming with a hyper beam. We'll see. Gonna have to reorient. I think at this point you realize you may be giving up some of the rejuves, but either way, both teams are in. The parry attempt is in. It is full-on assault onto the rejuve. All rejuves gonna be had by Abrahams. They lose 2 instantly. And now we'll see how the rest of the fight takes over. It does look like Lowkey W is trying to get on out. Pressure now in on Empty Dreams. Gets swapped back down. One Sanguine charge already used. So Mina, as evasive as she is, in all sorts of danger. Power Slash gonna connect. And will the finish be there? You just need a little bit more, and nope, Empty Dream's not getting out of that one.
What a well-played fight there from Abraham's. Lowkey W, a little too hasty, trying to force that mid-boss. Abraham's poking from outside. Hoot got a lot of value, big damage in that fight from the high ground. Hoot, though, does lose the last rejuve charge. Silver maybe looking to continue to chase this one down, but Hoot, the movement is too good. That superior stamina gets him out of trouble. So the soul advantage has flipped towards Abraham's, but I think for Lowkey W, in the end, the fact that they're able to take all those rejuves off in the the moments after the mid boss fight is going to mitigate their losses pretty significantly.
Also, though, because the rejuves are off the board that early, I mean, we have such a long period of time in the game with mid boss not being a threat, and neither team actually having the rejuves on top of it. Where normally a lot of your time in between mid bosses is eaten up by the fact that one team has rejuve. No rejuves, and still 5 minutes until mid-boss is a thing, so it gives you a very unique slice of Deadlock gameplay where the consequences for a neutral fight are not what they otherwise would be for 20 minutes in.
Catch on a Listic, though, could open things up for more damage. Lowkey W, still some players caught in this fight here on the left side. Taz looks to be in a little bit of trouble. The laser over the top from Maza G, but it seems like with Cosmetical falling back on the silver, Abrahams are going to be happy to just take that earn control and fall back. You get the kill on the Listic as a nice little bonus prize. Lanes are pretty rough right now, though, for Abraham. See if that leads to a second Walker potentially going down. Geist baits some of those mortars to an awkward position, and it's going to exit out of this side angle. But Hoot's thinking about going for a chase down.
Not just thinking, Hoot looking for it actively. Hoot's actually been pumping damage this game, and oh my word, the power shot's coming on in. Last one doesn't hit, but Geist still eating the half HP tax. Does have the soul exchange available, but okay. A little bit of pressure from Mina. Meanwhile, Together is able to get onto Cosmetical as Abraham's really trying to push the advantage here. Now Sanya getting saved here by the Dome. Gutshot was already used here early on. Decent amount of damage, Dome or not, but now Sanya turning the tides. Maza G super low, looking for any way up in your bebop, your hitbox. Nah, you're not getting out of that one, but Sanya gets hit by Listic, who enters the fight a little bit late.
I took every ult, though, for Lowkey W. Only 4 players alive, and with Abraham's now here in force, are you really going to stick around in this one? Listic says yes. He says he's still got the belief in this fight. Drake, that movement buff, putting in overtime work here. Taz on slivers of HP, the nice pin on Diam. Kind of denies the chase. A parry from Listic, styling on the frontline brawl, but the better parry responsibly. Big hit, though, from that power slash. Gets cleaned up by the Mato, and the healing coming through into this Yam in the front line is pretty huge. Now, with Empty Dreams back here at full force, maybe this trade of resources actually favors Lowkey W. Everyone else is tanking all this damage, tanking some death, but Empty Dreams just here to clean house on the Mina. Takes a big power shot to the face from GT, and that's going to be enough to stop him from going further. But yeah, it's the early Boundless on Mina. Very aggressive, high damage build. Not what we typically see on this hero. Most people go for the E-shift. They go for a more passive choice, but Empty Dreams maybe recognizing the team needs that carry, and they need it now.
I think it makes sense given the team comp they're in. I mean, who else is going to be dealing that level of damage? Maybe, you'd look to the Geist, but in this instance, Drake is not the most farmed individual for Lowkey W, so it's not the type of game right now where a Geist is going to be taking over the way that she could if she had higher level farm. But the interesting thing here, Jake, is that I think the reason why you can get some of the fights like we just saw there is just because of the nature of what happened at mid-boss earlier. I mean, when there's no earn for another 2.5 minutes when it took place, and there's still no mid-boss for a long period of time, you're not as afraid to get into some of those fights because the worst case scenario if you lose is not as bad as it is when you're up against a key objective.
Yeah, definitely. Still feels like anybody's game, man. Like with the way these fights are going, a couple Boundlesses have been picked up for Lowkey W. Very curious to see Empty Dream's next item buy. I think that's going to be pretty significant considering his farm level. And Geist, long way to go, right? Before you really feel like she's at the level she wants to be. I mean, no kills on the Geist, just not having exactly the game she's hoping for. Typically, we talk about Geist as this hero, 40k souls, right? Who's just taking over the game. But your ability to frontline without that kind of a net worth is far reduced, especially considering the level of damage coming in from the Abraham's comp. Sonya on a much more comfortable level here on the Venator.
I actually think when you look at it, even though the aggregate lead is less than 10k, I think Abraham is playing at an enormous advantage right now. When you look at the overall farm that Dimov and Sanya have, and the fact that Drake is relatively poor by comparison, I think Lowkey W is so incredibly reliant on either Cosmetical or Empty Dreams going wild in some of these team fights. And the fact is, Cosmetical is going to be running the Kelvin obstacle course for the most part. So
yeah,
all you have to do as Abrahams to win these fights is apply good pressure to Empty Dreams, and that's probably all it's going to take. It's
yeah. I think you need to find a pick on this Kelvin, right? Like that. Remember, thinking about the past, right? What we've seen against some of these Kelvin comps is the super investment in silence waves, like 4 of them, and you just chain silence the Kelvin and kill him in the fight. although, you know, maybe that's not as prevalent as it once was, Soundwave is making a huge resurgence as an item. And so especially in this game, I think you really need a lot of silence waves on Lowkey W for a lot of these kills could come in. Bird coming in, looks like just a wave clears. Maybe a contest in the mid. Yamato going in deep, does cap a silence wave, but has Dispel Magic, playing with confidence right here. A second wave, maybe more from the Nox Nostra. The damage comes in, he's forced to Shadow Transform, but already quite low. Still fighting around the Kelvin. You wonder if you really want to commit into this. The healing is good, but it's not good enough to keep together up. Lowkey W may have found their mark in this fight. The heals are good, but this dome about to drop. Lowkey W still healthy, still 6 players alive. The laser over the top from Maza G forces you down under into cover, but it's not enough. Obakim still finds that kill, and Abrahams find themselves in a full retreat here, ZP. Zanya grabs a huge one back, though, with the final shot of the Iradomini.
That's a backbreaker, Jake. Everything in that fight had actually gone really well for Lowkey W. They got the engage they want, but Sanya Sniper lives up to the name, lands a crossbow shot on the Mina, just enough damage to take down Empty Dreams, and that is brutal given Empty Dreams' level of importance for Lowkey W doing things right now. So even with 2 kills, the end result is way more bittersweet than Lowkey W would have liked.
Yeah, mid-boss spawns, you're holding the urn. I mean, honestly, given this Abrahams, I wouldn't be shocked if they kind of go for something on mid-boss. GT is going to even clear out this left side wave. That's going to provide yet more map pressure. All 3 waves crashing on Lowkey W, their strongest hero off the map right now. But Abraham's not pulling the trigger, maybe recognizing without the Celeste, it's a bit of a risky go. Maybe both teams just willing to let the dust settle and run it back another time.
I think for Abrahams, you got off a little bit light there. Just, again, thanking God that Sanya Sniper lands that one shot, because he was diving into the shaft there too, Jake, at the very end. So if he misses that shot, Empty Dreams lives. It probably leads to mid-boss for Lowkey W. Yeah. I mean, that one hit of Iradomini actually could have been the game, as wild as that is to say.
I think you're absolutely right on that one. I mean, the priority there is super significant. GT also getting some pretty significant scaling here. A lot of damage has been purchased. Tends to be the build for GT. A little bit more gun investment than we sometimes see, but a dunk being considered here, even past the wave. Zip's not the best for this. Are you really going to send it break? Thinking about it, and Taz comes in, strips the urn out of his hands, gets a bit of a damage down onto this Geist. We could be into a big team fight. Looks like
here we go. The charge though from Listic, it's massive. Forces out the Shadow Transformation immediately. Tough opening here for Abrahams is together, ends up falling. Far too much damage in. Another charge in from Listic, this time looking for Demoff. Seismic Slam into the air. Can you catch Celeste? Grab Celeste! Demoff unable to get away as Listic leads the charge, finally goes down, but Jake, the damage might have been done.
Yeah, he went deep for that one. Sanya is low. Cosmetical into this wolf form, right on top of Sanya Sniper. The biggest damage dealer for Abrahams is out of the fight. Hoot's going to be running low on those power shots. Lowkey W very low on a lot of players. Maybe they learned some of their lessons, wanted to just back on and reset the rake. Just a little bit out of range. The heals from Kelvin keeping Taz alive, but it's not enough. Empty Dreams still able to find that finish, and now a much better closeout fight for Lowkey W. They might be low on a couple players, but mid-boss absolutely a reasonable thing to consider here, especially because Hoot limited by the cooldowns on this GT. I mean, how much can he really do to threaten these players on mid-boss?
Not much at this point. I mean, you're drained on resources, and you know, while mid-boss isn't going down as quick as Lowkey W would like here, I don't think Abrahams really has much they can do. And yeah, I mean, even the odds of like, okay, throw your body in the drain of rejuve, probably don't want to do that in this situation. Like, the better play is to eat the 3 rejuves and go from there.
The parry attempt.
Wait, they go for it. They go for the parry attempt. Do they get one? It's parries. Oh my God, the parries over parries or parries. What in the world? There's no way Abrahams did that situation. What? Off the parries. 4 for Lowkey W go down. We stand corrected. Jake, I can't believe what we just saw.
Are you actually kidding me, ZP? That was a terrible scenario. They get triple rejuve into a massive team wipe. Hoot gets a triple kill. Sate dropping the mogged in chat. It's hard to disagree. What the hell was that? That is one of the most insane turnarounds on the mid boss we have ever seen. Abrams refusing to be kept out here of the money match, and now Listic in no man's land. I think he's dead to rights here. The whole team is going to be swarming him. This is the last kill to be found on the map. He has no business in this one, and it turns into a complete team wipe. Every single player on Lowkey W in the respawn. A free map to be taken here for Abrahams. 2 walkers to be claimed. A massive jungle behind that. I mean, the game could be over, ZP, right?
We need a
Lowkey W
replay. Jake, we need like, if we had a free cam replay, I don't know if we have one. Like, my job was actually dropped.
I will say, Saint went in for like an early parry on Kelvin, and I was looking, I'm like, oh, he's just feeding. Like, there's nothing, like, that's not gonna work. And then Together came in with the Swift Strike and grappled all the way into the rejuve, and I believe got some parries that led to the actual snatch. So it was like they almost like feinted the parry with Saint just kind of like running it down, and then Together came in for the real parry, the one that they actually intended to secure the rejuve. Hoot was there just dumping damage from range. Counter kill though on Dasani would be a nice way to start a bit of a comeback, but that shotgun slowing the death down. You're chasing for just a rejuve charge here. This is a little bit scary. Some more shots missed, and Venator is going to be happy to respawn here with players coming in to bail him out of this one. Demov commits the Shining Wonder. Cosmetical just has to try and get out. A pause from Obakim. Pretty inopportune time for some of these Lowkey W players as they try to plan their retreat.
Demov dropping the WTF after, but okay, we need to look at here. Can we get a chance for a replay? I looked at the stream, which is on delay, to see what had gone on there. But yeah, Saint got the miracle parries, and while everyone was stunned, like actually everyone was stunned, you basically had Saint spamming parry, and Hoot was just dumping damage into all of Lowkey W. Like, Hoot's damage stats from that one fight alone had to be obscene, but we're back into the fight. Up and over, Bird into Yamato, into Dead together on the finish that Hoot sets up, and now the chase down is Lowkey W. I mean, mentally, I'm not even sure if they're there right now, Jake, after how they got to this situation.
Yeah, Abraham is absolutely smelling blood in the water. It's a life buff Apollo, pretty tanky, but this would be a lovely kill to find. One of the best heroes at harassing you while you're trying to take those shrines, and now he's going to be off the field. Shrines on the menu. Lowkey W, 3 players alive. You have the Bebop, but I don't even think you could finish your plate if you do get a hook into Fountain. Together, going straight for those shrines, recognizing this is their ticket now back into the money match, and an Abraham's team that looked to be in a pretty rough spot at the start of that rejuve now finds themselves potentially back in their rightful space, competing for the top slot in EU.
Lowkey W, things were looking so good for them, but one errant mid-boss where Abrahams pulls the impossible has put this game in a very, very different spot. First stage patron about to be dropped. Abraham Zone decides that's enough for now. Nursing a significant lead on the way back out. Still about a minute left on rejuve. I think here you stay nearby, Jake, and you wait to see if Lowkey W makes a mistake, because then you can just end the game, and that's exactly what they're looking for here. The re-engage while they still have rejuve. Can they get a pick?
They want to find these catches. They do get with a swap, but I don't know what the hell happened there, but he gets hooked in, actually. Listic is super low, though. The re-engage looks good right now from Abraham's task, pulling a lot of attention to himself on this Paradox. Gotta watch out for the threat of the Patron. For now, though, Abraham's just focused on the kills, but it's not going spectacularly for them. They've only found the one break on low HP, but he just lives on the guys. If he can find a swap here, they could really turn things around. Big laser over the top from Maza G. The artillery piece in the back line, doing enough. Only one rejuve remains. Taz and Hoot both incredibly low. Still a fight to be had here. Another deep hook from Maza G. This time onto the Paradox. The Kelvin Dome, though, saves Taz, and with Yamato committing in, doubling down under the Patron. It's going to be enough. Lowkey W, 4 players have to make this hold. Abraham's going all in with the player advantage, but with the health bars dropping, Lowkey W now struggling to stay in the pit. The Shining Wonder isn't maybe going to be enough. Maybe you don't even need any more, though. Break is down, and yes, eventually, Lowkey W just running out of gas now. Abraham's hard-fought battle, but eventually they get it over the line. Unbelievable rejuve fight. I mean, of all time, absurd rejuve steal. Lowkey W, they are going to be on tilt for days after that.
So Together got there. By the way, like I'm thinking back in my mind, Together got there towards the very end, but most of that was engineered between Saint and Hoot. It was Saint parrying and Hoot dealing the most absurd damage ever thereafter. The two-man team that bought enough time for Together to get there, and I mean, 4 people just straight up died to the damage post parry. I'm still processing, Jake, how Abrahams won this, but won it. They did. That's not even proper English. That's how shocked I am.
I was convinced they wouldn't even attempt the contest CP. I was like looking at the game state. I'm like, you're down 2. Everybody's up for Lowkey W. They're healthy. They have their skills. Like, you don't contest this. I mean, just, Abraham's on a different level, man. We got to check out some of these replays, check out some of the highlights, as this game was just absolutely back and forth, right? For the first 20, almost 30 minutes of the game, right? It was still incredibly even. This one's got to hurt so bad for Lowkey W, and for Abraham's, a new lease on life for our many-time champs.
It is kind of interesting, though, is that if you're Abraham's, are you happy with the way you won this game? Given the fact that they were the perennial champions for so many weeks, they made some really bad mistakes to get to the point that they needed a miracle mid-boss play. And yes, they got the miracle mid-boss play. But I feel like if you're Abraham's, you're upset that you were in that situation to begin with, because they were at a really good game state. They had a lead. They had a better scaling comp. And they were just in really bad spots that Listic was able to punish for some of these bigger fights.
I agree. I mean, I think for Abraham's, it's like, it's not the way you would want to win. You want to have like a nice tactical outplay, win your lane, snowball the game, full control. But it feels like EU is way too competitive for wins like that to be realistic, right? With how closely matched the teams are, people have really caught up to the dominance that Abraham's once showed. And maybe, you know, this reality now is you're going to have to be able to clutch out these incredibly difficult mid-boss fights. You're going to have to be able to find those perfect parries in a moment of desperation. That to just have like a dominant snowball win isn't realistic anymore at this level of play.
Man, I'm just thinking there, like, as I drop the MVP recommendation, but how many other two-man heroes could have done what was just done? Like, something like Doorman maybe could have engineered a steal. I mean, you know, obviously Door in the cart. But that was interesting because it was basically successful parry into Hoot dropping a thermonuclear bomb onto the mid-boss pit, which killed 4 people pretty much outright. Like, the amount of damage Hoot did there, Jake, was unreal.
I mean, you all stack up, right, trying to get these parries, and you just end up in a spot where every single power shot is just hitting like 3 players, and you're just blown off the field. I mean, it's one of those spots where Lowkey W, it's almost the hubris. You think we're so strong, we're so ahead. They probably thought the same way. Maybe they won't even contest, and if they do, we'll just kill them for really playing the fight as intelligently as you're supposed to be. You're not really considering the threats that Abraham's do have to bring to bear. And, you know, props to Abraham's, an insane read to even attempt it, incredibly well executed to make it work. And honestly, for Lowkey W, there are probably some mistakes made in there. It's fair to say, to allow a triple rejuve steal and a team wipe from a +2 player position.
Yeah, I mean, how that went down was absurd. I mean, that's one of those things where I want to get into the replay ID and look at that from multiple different angles of how that went down, because that, I mean, that's still blowing my mind. I'm thinking back to it. That may have been the most unlikely rejuve steal we've ever seen.
Yeah, truly. I mean, the team play to go for it and to follow up and believe on the call. It's like, reminds you of why Abrahams have been at this spot for so long, right? Like, they've shown us so many dominant games where they snowball and they crush a win, and you're like, yeah, like, of course they're always going to win this game. But they've also been that team that in the past, at least, has been down souls and is able to make comebacks. Like, there have been teams that have pushed them and they've been able to win some of the harder games too. And maybe as in recent days, it's been Leviathan able to come out on top in those matches. And like you said, maybe you would have rather had a little bit more of a dominant showing in this challenger match. But in the end, you're back in the money match. All this forgiven. It's time to reclaim the throne now for Abrahams. We can take a look at some of the stats. Hoot dropping a 60 bomb very nearly on that damage on GT. That is disgusting.
Yeah, and I think like at least 20,000 of that maybe came from that one rejuve fight. I mean, that...
Dude, Saint has 60k healing. That's almost more impressive. What the hell? Saint, yeah, actually insane Kelvin stats. I don't think, I mean, 60k is absurd, even on Kelvin. That is out of control. He's doing he's doing equal damage to the top damage in the entire server on healing. On Kelvin, like raw stats, Kelvin is like carrying this game.
Also, I think when people wonder how did Abrahams have such a long streak to begin with, I think what it comes down to is that for as much as we sing the praises of a player like Dimov, right, just being able to be, you know, one of the most impactful players around, they can do this from multiple different positions. And in this case, it was a Saint and Hoot show in this game, you know, overall too, not just the rejuve fight, but also the rejuve fight.
Man, that one is going to be wild. I'm really curious to see how Abrahams go into the next one. I'm pretty sure they're going to be trying to pick Kelvin some more, though, because, wow, like the stat line, the way those team fights felt with how powerful the dome was at turning around engagements, I understand why they first picked the Kelvin. I was, I was a little uncertain about it when it came out, but it looks very justified given these stats from Saint.
Also, people asking for mid replay. So apparently the play was so impactful, it broke the replay machine in the middle. Like, of all times that would happen, it was such a monumental play that we can't get a replay just yet. But we'll maybe figure out another way before the show is said and done. But Jake, we got to crown our MVP, and honestly, you can give it to either Hoot or Saints, but this time around, we're giving it to Hoot, who dropped multiple nukes, including the big one in Rejuve, set up by Saint.
I mean, I voted for Hoot too. I honestly, now after seeing these stats, I'm like, man, maybe I should have voted for the Kelvin, but I agree. Always a team effort, and it certainly was needed today with Lowkey W putting up a very solid performance. Took everything from Abrahams, right? This is not the dominant win that we've come to expect from them over these last few months. This one was a real brawl, but Hoot's ability to kind of be everywhere on the map with these owls, some of these clutch plays going like way outside of what the character is typically expected to do in terms of being able to snatch some of these urns away and find some of those crucial brawls in the moment. Were key to the success. I don't think Abrahams would have found this game at all. Maybe they wouldn't even have the chance to without the performance that Hoot was putting on today.
Yeah. Also, I think what's interesting is a lot of the logic behind do you contest mid boss or not. Overall, also that ice path just owning Hoot just does not get old. But you stop and think about the logic. Normally people go, okay, you have only 2 people going for mid boss, it's a death sentence. The reward is usually not worth the risk. In this instance, taking the risk had the reward of just basically outright winning the game thereafter. But I do wonder, when you're looking at the replays here for Lowkey W. Oh, wait, here we go.
Parry from together, parry again from together. Together parries like 6 times until everyone is stunned. And then the nuke just hits, dude. Hoot, instant on fire 4 streak. I think he's got all of those kills right there.
I need another replay. Like, I want to go.
Can we just run that again? Can we just literally run that again? Because what the hell just happened?
We need to see the opening, the end, because Saint had to get in there first.
Look at this. Look at the parry.
So
look at the parry from Kelvin. He goes for the early parry, makes space so Together can make it there desperately, and they aren't expecting the follow-up parries to come in. Hoot also comes in to help secure as well in the end.
Okay. One more time, and this time look at the HP bars, before the drop
Just watch
and
the
after
Hoot
the
damage.
Drop. Yeah, I need to see the Hoot damage. I want to look at the Lowkey W health bars going into this, because I'm pretty sure most of them were full.
Yeah, he must have done he must be doing 20k damage in a second,
Okay.
Oh, let's see the flyover. Look, there's 2 players alive, ZP. There's 2 Abrahams players alive. If you're Lowkey W, you're already talking about the money match. You're like, we got this region clean, no problem. You don't have to spawns now. Straight zipping down mid.
Okay, we're actually in the replay. This is a doing it live moment. All right, slow down a little bit. Give us half speed. Look at the HP.
HP bars. I'm watching them. Oh my god. So he point blank birds them too, so it gets the executes. And then on top of that, I didn't even realize it. Hoot probably got 50 spirit power from that fight, right? Think about that. He got an instant 30 spirit power permanent from that triple kill. Dude, what an obscene. That's one of the best moments we ever had on the night shift, I think, in terms of unbelievable comeback, and to do it from Abraham's, incredible.
Yeah, the fact that we've been doing this now for over a year and a half, Jake, in terms of weekly shows, this is our 61st weekly show, not counting other things we've done like watch parties or Trolly or anything like that. I mean, that fight that it's left us with this reaction just really shows just where it's at. But Jake, we do have to go to a break. Any final thoughts before we get ready for the money match?
This is incredible. Abraham's dopamine at an all-time high, but they're going to have to settle down. For Leviathan, it's a different animal, different beast. Now that they've won a few weeks in a row, they've settled at the top here of Europe. And for Abraham's, they don't want to be on the outside looking in anymore. They're going to need to have, I think it's fair to say, a stronger game than this game. I don't know that this would be enough to win against Leviathan and how consistent they've been. So really excited to get into our money match, and we'll see you guys right after this quick break.
You know, in our opening tweet, Jake, we said that today would be explosive here on Night Shift. We just didn't know how explosive it would be. We didn't know that Discord would be exploding. We didn't know that birds would be exploding for people at mid-boss, but what a start to the day. ZP here with Jake to bring you the EU money match coming up as Abrahams looks to retake the throne after being knocked off of it 3 weeks ago.
Still, I mean, that's the one hand, the narrative that Abrahams are trying to make the comeback and get back in the top spot. The other way to think about this is Leviathan looking to just continue the defensive streak. And based on their recent performance, you got to consider them a heavy favorite. After week 1, I was even saying, hey, well, you know, you won once, but are you really going to be able to win again? Like, I'm surprised that they have flipped the dominance this quickly, but they've been winning. They won 2-0 last week, right? Like, this is a team that maybe is the squad to beat. As we take a look back at the history, that Abrahams logo features prominently, but 3 in a row now for Leviathan, and Abrahams didn't even get a chance to contend last week.
And I think the key for Leviathan is that going into it, people are wondering, oh, okay, you know, Abrahams just underestimated them. They got Mo and Krilled, but bear in mind, they got Mo and Krilled before Mo got buffed. It was just a wonderful pick into Celeste that, you know, turned down Celeste and stopped her from taking over the game at a time where people thought Celeste was unstoppable. And people wondered, well, okay, you got 1 week Leviathan, but no, they're up to 3, and they've kind of proven that they are for real, because 1 week you can sort of chalk up to, okay, they were just really hot that week. 3 weeks in a row, at that point, Jake, you're pretty much proven.
I'm curious the way you're thinking as well, ZP, now that we've seen 1 game on this newest patch about some of the hero priorities. Like you mentioned, maybe wanting to take away the Mina from OCs, but then does that mean you let through things like Barrage or Silver? And for Abraham's side, there's like the Kelvin. I mean, after watching Saint this game, I'm like, I do not want to let him have Kelvin. Like the domes were huge in a lot of these team fights. The clutch parry on mid boss, I think, is more about the player than the hero. But in the end, the Kelvin looks formidable, and you sort of wonder why he even fell out of that top level pick priority in the first place.
Well, particularly for Saint, where, I mean, Saint had a period of time where he got to play nothing but Kelvin for many months at a time. It was the Shiv Kelvin, uncontested from Abrahams, back when teams just weren't valuing it as much. And in that case, I think you have the happy marriage of really good player skill on the hero and the fact that Kelvin is really good again. I think, though, the Kelvin priority goes back to the idea that Kelvin right now is both the #1 enabler of Silver and also the #1 counter pick against Silver. So if you're not going the first pick Silver, picking Kelvin works out really well for you, because it also is kind of a natural hit on the Silver and limits the amount of damage you can do.
Yeah, I mean, if you give up Silver Kelvin together, you just kind of deserve to lose at this level of play. Like that duo cannot be allowed to exist. Even when they were weaker, I feel like that duo was insane and was maybe one of the strongest in the game. And now with both of those heroes being top tier, that one's like an unforced error if you allow the other team to grab it. Still, between these 2 teams, I'm very curious to see the Mirage also see some play. I wonder if it doesn't get more likely to get through that initial ban phase because of some of these teams having those different preferences. But of course, before we get into the draft, we got to introduce our teams.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the first roster here, and yep, it's gonna be Leviathan. One of these days, we'll go to them and be like, guys, you can't just be 3 Mo and Krills on the production screen. But
if it were any other hero, ZP, we would have a problem. But it's Mo Krill. So
yeah,
what the people want, the people get.
You know, it's actually 9 heroes that you have on here if you count each Mo and Krill as 2.
True.
One thing that's accurate, though, OCs on the Mina. I think the wide consensus in Europe is that OCs is vastly better at Mina than maybe any other hero in his pool. And I mean, it's interesting. While teams aren't thrilled about the idea of having to use a first ban on Mina, I think against Leviathan, it is absolutely the play. And yeah, you're going to let in some good stuff. They'll probably get a Silver. Rayek will probably come in on the Celeste, because Rayek, that's been his special as of now, where it used to be Holiday, but people just don't feel like Holiday has the power level at the highest levels of play at the moment. But all in all, we'll see. Other things to note here for Leviathan. You know, Freemock on a championship team again. Used to be back in his Aegis Aurora days, has found his way back to the top, oftentimes on frontliners now, whether it be Silver or Shiv, and it's really been a core part of making this Leviathan squad work.
And for the Ivy, you know, it's interesting. Ivy was completely, I believe, uncontested in the last draft, right? Like no one even considered her, and kind of surprised by that. Like I know they took off some of the spirit scaling on the stone form, like the nuke isn't as powerful as it once was, but I still think like that was just one of the builds that made Ivy look good. I'm a little surprised. I wonder if it won't be considered a little bit more in this game, especially if maybe characters like Kelvin are banned out. You go a little bit deeper into the support pool. But that's Leviathan for you. There are defending champs. They've shown a lot of versatility, and they're going up against Abrahams, who've earned their chance against all odds in that last game to now play once again for the title that they have held for so many months here on the Night Shift.
Also, to answer your question about Ivy, I think the interesting part is that NA must have changed in the last few days, prioritizes Ivy as a first round pick, or at the very least first half of the draft pick most of the time. So NA and EU are worlds apart in their valuation of Ivy at the moment. But yeah, I mean, you talk about Abrahams, we've kind of gone over a lot of this roster here, but talk about some players we haven't talked about as much tonight. For Abrahams, Tass, about as reliable as a player you get in the pick role, whether it be playing Paradox like we saw previously or on the Bebop. I mean, Abrahams can just rely on, Tass get picks good. And Sanya, you think about the history of Abrahams, he came in to replace Jamside, who took a step back, and Sanya has been remarkably consistent in the M1 role. And you think about one of the flashpoints in the middle of last game where that game could have taken a completely different slant if Sanya doesn't land the fadeaway Iradomini jumping into the shaft that takes down Empty Dreams and basically prevents a mid-boss.
Yeah, a game like that, right? It comes down, you look back on all these little moments of coulda, woulda, shoulda, right? Trying to find that difference. I also think on the flip side, Together on the Yamato played a very, very active early game style, and I think was a huge part of the success for Abrahams getting towards that mid game in a pretty even state. Like his rotations on the Yamato, I mean, often we see this character, I think, played a little bit more greedy, a little bit more on the farm side, and you run a big risk on those rotations. If you don't find a kill, if the rotation doesn't really produce anything positive for your team, you start to fall behind, and Yamato is that character that really hates that game state more than pretty much anyone else in the frontliner category. So Together, I think putting it together really nicely as we take a look now at the bonus pay bounty, basically $200 bounty up for grabs. If Abrahams can upset Leviathan, reclaim that championship, they're going to not only win the base prize, but also a potential $200 prize on top.
And if they just get one map, they get $100. Not the biggest prize, but definitely a nice little consolation, even if you have to leave in defeat. So, for Leviathan, the streak has been going on, but that just makes the rewards all the more better for those looking to challenge. But I'm super curious on this draft now, Jake. What I need to see from Abrahams, I think above all else, force Leviathan to show a different look. I want them to get rid of the Mina here. Maybe you lose, but you don't lose to the same thing 3 weeks in a row.
Yeah, I also wouldn't mind them trying to pick it for themselves. It's hard though, because yes, OC's insane on the Mina, but with how good Mirage is right now, it's like, are you really going to give him that as an alternative? And with Leviathan having second pick, maybe you need to contest the Shiv Kelvin. They go once again, they just think, hey, we ban Pocket and we pick Kelvin, we're going to be in a great spot. I think Leviathan should first ban the Kelvin here. Maybe that's a little crazy, but I kind of would like to see it without the Pocket to cancel that healing. Abrahams is showing, I think, a pretty clear understanding of the game. This Kelvin Dome healing is broken. The only thing that counters is Pocket, but Leviathan say, all right, we're going to let you have it. We're just going to outplay it, because I'm pretty sure Abrahams, no reason they wouldn't just double down on the Kelvin again. This is the same draft we saw last game.
Yeah, and I mean, that's exactly why they're banning Pocket. I think you're exactly on the money, is that the one thing that with the Affliction rework is that it doesn't play nicely with Frozen Shelter. I mean, Kelvin hates the existence of frogs. So Kelvin is going to get picked. For Leviathan, I think one of the first two picks here has to be Mina, or Abrahams will steal it. I do feel like they're confident in stealing it away. So one of two goes on the Mina. Right? Yeah, I think they have to go Mina Silver. I actually don't think they have any other options here. So Silver comes in because you can't give up Silver Kelvin. Mina needs to come in because Abrahams is going to steal Mina if you don't.
Yeah, I think you're right, especially with Mirage banned. I would like to see it for Leviathan. They might also consider some of these top tier frontliners, and they think Celeste maybe even more important, but I think you might be right, ZP. I wonder if they live to regret this. There's also options though, like the Venator, that I think Abrahams are going to be pretty excited to get their hands on early in the draft, that they kind of maybe need to contest right now, lest they lose the opportunity later.
They could go Mina Ven also, but instead, they go Geist, so they're either giving up the Ven or they're giving up the Mina. Maybe they just go Ven. It would be a repeat of last draft if they go Ven. I think stealing the Mina makes more sense because Leviathan is not going to give them the opportunity in the mid-stage bandit. I would be highly shocked. So the last opportunity to deny the Mina is to pick it here.
I'm the sword of Saint
I'm
Benedict.
a little surprised to see the Geist Venator. It is like the top 2 heroes in that category of like the frontline carry, but of all teams, Leviathan I think has been one of the most willing to play Mina as the hard carry and to just like let her take over the game. Everybody else is going to be like high tempo fighting, and Mina just has lots of opportunities to come in and take the fight, but they actually think the Billy is going to be more important to that potential frontline style. I'm kind of surprised to see this. Maybe they think Billy is one of the frontliners who has potential to challenge Kelvin inside the dome, but I mean, we saw from Saints rebuttal last game, it's maybe a little bit scary to throw too many hands at this Kelvin.
I think when you look at the overall meta, that makes sense. I think for Leviathan, that seems very odd because surely you would think Abrahams comes in here and bans Mina. You're not giving up that much to do a mid-stage ban on it. You know it's Leviathan's most favorite comfort hero. You don't have to pick a Mina with the comp that Abrahams has here. And yeah, they take down the Mina. So for Leviathan, this Billy pick may come back to haunt them, not because Billy is bad, but because we'll see what OCs ends up having
what
to
is
play
the
here.
carry now, right? Is it like the Warden? I mean, you really are up against it right now. Geist, Venator, and Mirage out of the pool. And they go for the Graves.
What?
Oh, wait. I like this. You know me, I'm a Graves.
No, God, here we go.
This hero is actually one of the best heroes in the game, I think, at the like indefinite sustain battle. And Venator and Geist are more about their sustain than they are about the raw damage. Like, the damage is good on Venator and Geist, but ultimately they're more about just being able to tank through everything. If you get a Graves with like the max passive, you get like an inhibitor on you, Geist and Venator aren't really going to be dealing meaningful gun damage, even though you're in the dome. If you're just like Ricochet eating you alive with Graves, maybe a tomb inside the dome. I think this is actually a pretty sick pick for Leviathan. Abrahams, though, they grab the Sinclair, which is kind of the classic counter. Stealing that Grave with a max Sinclair ult is pretty insane. Like, you have a lot of tempo to have that reduced cooldown on the Graves ult. Basically, it's up all the time.
So something that was relayed to me by someone in EU, one of the players. Now, this is a player opinion. This is not necessarily my opinion, but relay, they said OCs needs heroes with iframes in order to have a good game. No iframes equals bad game. There's no iframe heroes, Jake, that OCs is going to be able to play in this instance, and OCs is either
That's a player coping. That is a player coping about Mina and Mirage being good. I'm just going to translate that for you, ZP.
No, but what if they're right? Well, what if they're right? Because there is something to be said is that when you're playing these heroes that have like free escape buttons for that long, and then you have to play something that's a little bit more honest on getting out of bad situations, like, oh wait, I actually die here. Like, when I'm looking at this draft, Jake, I actually think this is entirely Abraham's build. Like, yes, look, Graves arguably got better with some of the recent changes, and maybe there's something there that we're underrating, or rather, I'm underrating. You're not underrating it. You are the full Graves build.
I believe this hero is good. Yeah. I've been believing this hero is good for kind of a little bit now. I think in the right draft, you can just take all the enemy damage away, and that alone is so insane. And I actually think, I mean, maybe I'm wrong about this, but it looks to me like one of the things I don't think we've seen at really competitive play is to give Graves the position 1 farm priority. Because generally we saw like Fishcake and NA playing Graves more as like still side laning a ton, but ultimately playing more of a brawly style and really coming to a lot of fights. I think the Graves I want to see this game is really going for like turning up more at the deeper stages of the game with the soul advantage.
It's also probably going to be OCs on the Graves because the normal, well, maybe. Rake plays both Celeste and Vindicta, so it could go.
I mean, what
way.
else is the carry, right? For OCs, it's, I mean, I don't know. Vindicta carry, I don't really see it. I feel like it almost has to be OCs. Like, there's not really, they don't really have another carry in this draft. Like, it's sort of some awkward semi carries like Billy and Silver, but you just really aren't going to see the farm prio there. So for Leviathan, they're going to risk their championship status here on a Graves pick. And I want to believe, ZP.
If it's OCs on the Graves, talk about a way of beating the allegations of being an iframe merchant, because Graves is many things, but an iframe merchant or someone that has easy escape options is not one of them. So I kind of want to see the OCs Graves.
Looks like it's going to be maybe Hoot on the Venator. We've seen him play this before. I think he looks really, really solid on it. It's sort of not his conventional pick where he plays these like super heavy movement heroes, but just shows his versatility as a player, that he's way more than just like one category of hero. He can play these top end carries, and it is going to be an OC's Graves. Looks like they're doing some wild lane swapping shenanigans on the left side. I like this though, because Graves does want the matchup against the Venator and the Kelvin. This makes a lot of sense to me.
It's so interesting how the Graves-Ven matchup works, because on one hand, if Ven gets a drop, like, you can easily delete Graves, but if Graves, like, gets a drop on you, all of a sudden, like, you actually feel the burn from the essence theft, where you're just, oh, my abilities don't do damage to you. This sucks. Even, like, Domini early game, if a Graves has been on you a little bit, you're just not going to do real damage. But speaking of damage, Rayek is getting the business here in middle. A lot of heavy damage on the Celeste, nearly puts Rayek into the ground before the heal comes in.
And they just lane swapped again, by the way. So Abrahams are really trying to have this Sinclair matchup against Graves. Makes a lot of sense. I think this is probably one of the harder matchups in the game for Graves because of that stolen tombstone. And also, I mean, just the mobility. He's so hard to ever, you know, catch and really get on top of on Sinclair. So I think this is really intelligent from Abrahams. They are actually respecting this Graves pretty significantly, as there may be another lane swap. Uh-oh.
They're waiting to ambush the lane swap. Okay, Abrahams this is next level, what we're seeing right now. So they know the lane swap is coming in, and they're here to punish. Now, is it actually going to be a punishment? We'll see.
It's a Billy under tower. I think they overcooked that one a little bit, It's a Billy Rem coming to your lane. Like, are you really ganking these guys? I guess Rem takes some good punishment, though, from the Vexing Bolt, but Billy is, I think, more than happy to take this kind of a trade just with the Rem healing in the lane.
Well, we'll see if we get another swap as, you know, Ven. Now you actually have the mini game as a viewer or even a caster right now of, is it a box run or is it about to be a swap? You don't know until they get a little bit further from the plane. But we're going to get a collapse here potentially from Leviathan onto the left-hand side. As we see Freemock making his way over. 3 on left, and oh man, the map movement is all over the place right now, Jake.
Celeste happy to, you know, shirk some ganks mid, but I think both teams like are just too good to really give much in these early game rounds. Like, both people, I think, are very aware of the punishes. I will say this game state with all this chaos, I think it's very good for Irizumi because people are just happy to defend their towers, get the solo souls. And Rem, what is he buying? He hasn't bought an item yet? There's no way he's hard rushing Cult Sack. That is illegal if he does that. He has Monster queued up, right?
Yeah, the hard rush Cult Sack makes sense. I think one of the only players that actually has done that in Night Shift would be Pashi. Like, Pashi used the hard rush.
Yeah, but he's on. Okay, no, he's just buying a bunch of items. He just waited. He just buying the monster to clear waves. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, and yes, to the point you were gonna make, yes, Pasha was playing M1 as opposed to being on Rem, where the Rem Sack Rush would have been a little bit wild, but Pillow over and in. You see Hoop on a little bit of a retreat. The candle blasting, and the damage actually pretty significant. Yamato may be caught together down.
Just swarmed. And I mean, all those overlapping CCs between the Bola and the Pillow, it kind of adds up. And Yamato, without the stamina to get out of that, no ultimate online just yet. It's a nice little pick for Leviathan, who've earned themselves a 2,000 soul lead. Nothing major just yet, but after all these crazy roams, it's been a chaotic early game. And Abraham's, I don't think they've been able to find that early edge they were hoping for.
By the way, I'm going to call it. I think you're going to get a lane swap to Sinclair going to left-hand side once Speed Zip comes online, because you can do lane swaps really quickly if you're willing to burn the Speed Zip.
I mean, I think he's going to be trying to lane against Graves literally the entire game. I think that's how you want to play this matchup. Just keep stealing the tomb, spam tombing, because Graves actually is one of the worst heroes in the game at clearing the enemy zombies when it's stolen from Sinclair, because you can't headshot with the gun. The auto aim doesn't really help you against those zombies. So it's, you know, a pretty difficult matchup for a lot of reasons. That being said, pre the ult being online, I don't know how scary it is. And for Hoot, question is, can you execute it? Especially if Graves is playing a more of a farming style. I don't think the counter is going to be as hard felt because OC's probably just going to be chilling in the jungle pretty deep into this one.
Also, early rebuttal buy on Together, which makes sense. The Billy on the other side. I actually think
Billy Silver, I think it's nice.
Yeah. I think even in pub games, like, people underbuy rebuttal, especially against Viscous, where you should just buy it, period. But, you know, if you're up against heroes that are going to be sneaking in more melees, it's a good buy. But Chain Gang comes on out.
Together. He's just aggro trading and even got parried. Wait, Billy is absolutely styling on Yamato right now. Who's the one with the rebuttal now? And it's just a full run, but I don't think you can get out of this one. Great catch from Billy. Has his own rebuttal, so Together. getting a taste of his own medicine and maybe even a left side tower push here available for Leviathan as they look to expand this lead in the early game.
Silver up over the top, slam fire into just a quick retreat out of Tess.
Oh, could be a catch here.
Up over, lands the bola. Just needs a little bit more damage. Health, absolutely good. Boot kick into Tass. That'll do it, and out comes the Lycan Curse, going directly here onto Hoot. But then decides, nope, gonna go for the Guardian because I trust Overseas to finish it off.
Yeah, great sequence of trades there for Leviathan. Maybe they won't get the Guardian down. Maybe they will, though. Those buff minions from Ram are going to put a lot of pressure on. And it's just, I mean, Leviathan are just aggro across the map, and they're winning. It seems like just about every trade. Hoot still doesn't even have the ultimate online. So OC is going to be pretty comfortable getting towards that early farm game. And all the action that we've really seen in this game has favored Leviathan. Like every kind of a trade, every kind of attempt, it's been comfortable and clean. Ultimate's online, though, for Abrahams. Maybe that'll be enough to allow them to turn the tide as Hoot does pick up the first Guardian.
Also, you know, I was thinking Hoot maybe would go for another swap, but hasn't been the case. Hoot for now, not looking for the matchup versus OCs here just yet. Content on the right-hand side.
Billy with the Stalker, showing he wants to get pretty aggressive onto this one. And with Rem behind him, it's kind of nice on Billy. You have the luxury of really not buying nearly as much of the defensive utility that often you will be grabbing. Stolen Chain Gang pulls players in, but still with a lot of tools. That tag along from Rem. And Billy's just going to ignore the fight and just go straight for the tower. This is a wild level of aggression. The parry is beautiful from Hoot, though. And that should potentially seal the deal onto this Billy, who's now just trying to run for the hills. Another Vexing Bolt connects. And eventually it's enough. They do take down Overseas. Kind of an expensive one. Costs him a tower, and Irizumi does also escape. So I don't think it's really the end of the world for Leviathan, but that parry from Hoot definitely needed.
Also, whatever you were expecting in terms of farm with Abrahams being behind, a lot of that has been evened up after what was a little bit of a tough start. I mean, even on the aggregate 33k, the 34k. Also, in terms of farm, you know, OCs, who normally is the most well-farmed character, a slower start here on the Grave so far, but looks like a collapse on the Saint, perhaps. Well, they're looking on the left-hand side. Saint, for now, able to shake some of the pressure. But that is a roam from Leviathan on the left-hand side. See if it turns into a little bit more.
Sai has been a real mainstay, I think, for this team. He's been a huge part of their success in the wins they've been able to get. Now, denying some of these souls away. So he was able to do in the Vindicta. I don't think we've really seen him in much action on this Vin, but now with the snipe online, definitely expect that to change. So Leviathan look to put some pressure here on the mid lane. Trades onto the Mato are always nice, but misses a couple of the skills there. Mato pretty happy to get out of that one. Ghoul's helping just a little bit, but OC's in the end just overwhelmed. Kelvin, Paradox together, just too much movement control. The swap is good, and Graves out of position without stamina, man. You are in a rough spot.
On the chase down now is Freemock. Parry attempt from Saint, not gonna hit. Freemock's hit, though, absolutely connecting. So, Leviathan, here on the left-hand side, of course, they already got the Guardian, and you have the chase down here from Rayek on the Celeste, looking for Tess. Time Wall gonna come down, and Rayek decides, nope, I don't want to fight that because reinforcements are coming. Stolen Shining Wonder. How's it feel to be hit by your own ball? As Rayek right now, I mean, you're Celeste, you're at decent HP. You have options to get out of this, but, you know. Here we go.
Yeah, I'm in deep.
Deeper.
Can you really fight the Silver? I mean, Silver with the Lycan Curse going to be more than happy to take these trades. The heals come in from Irizumi into this one, and Sai, although he had to run for the hills on that one, the road for together gets punished. Leviathan a little bit more ready for this early active Yamato. Taz also gets punished. Kelvin, though, nice parry onto Silver. Might be enough to get him out. Shining Wonder is bouncing, making some awkward escape movements from Abrahams, but just the 2 deaths is all they're going to have to tolerate into this one. As I say that, though, Sai finds Sonya, I believe, with some snipes, so more profit here for Leviathan in the trades. Kelvin coming back into this one, but Leviathan never left. They're still sitting around looking for this kill.
More than anything else here, too, I think Leviathan, they just wanted to keep presence in on the left lane to set up for the Urn, but okay. Swap ends up missing into a Sinclair that's a snoozy werewolf, as it were. A little bit of a nap immediately following the audience participation, and also a very quick Urn run here so far. Rayek, blink and you miss Rayek getting to the other side of the map, but Abraham's a team that often will go for trades in this situation, Jake. You know, go for Guardians, in turn decide we're going for the full earn defense. That may turn into Walker pressure against Leviathan.
Yeah, they're going to need to put some pressure on because I think across the map here, they're going to be more than happy on Leviathan to trade out some of this pressure. Celeste steps up into the fight, but maybe bites off more than she can chew. Yamato more than willing to counter dive back onto the tower, and Rayeg underestimating the level of aggression that Abrahams are willing to put on even in the Walker. And although Graves, putting some defensive tools down, that Walker takes a lot of damage. Together, even thinking about going back in for one last power slash, just going to fall back for now, though.
Tombstone going to be dropped by OCs. Trying to add a little bit more cover to this fight, but there's not to be seeing any of the Walker. Sanya able to land the parry and the last little bit of damage, where, by the way, we didn't even talk about it, but D-Mob on Ven, that's a new look for Abrahams. I don't think we've seen that one before.
Yeah, definitely curious to see how he's going to be able to do on that carry roll, but a nice quick dunk here. Leviathan, patience wins the day. They do lose the Walker for it, but the big rotation comes in. They get the kill on Sanya. They get the earn dunk as well. Still, I think that's pretty much solo earn souls for Sanya Sniper. It's a pretty nice one to be able to find as OC's now thinking about continuing this chase down. It's gone for a very high damage build here early on in the game. Even has the maxed passive, so he's actually taking all the damage away very early into this one. And finding these kills in the fight is really huge for a Graves that has gone for more of a farming build than a fighting build.
Every time I see Graves chase someone down like that, I just think back to the old OW Apex meme of beautiful tracking. Someone's going to say that unironically in a broadcast someday, and it's going to be terrible. It's like, oh man, this Graves just hit so many shots, Jake.
Oh, Celeste? Is she going to stick around for that mid-walker? I think wisely backs out here. Would have cost her life, and with the walker that low, it's like one moment of the wave crashing is going to be enough to finish it.
All in all, taking a look at the game state as it is right now, about as even as you get. Even when looking at soul allocation here, Jake, no massive outliers. Sanya maybe a little bit on the Geist, which, bear in mind, is a pretty big difference. The difference between a Geist at 14k and say 11k at this point in the game is scarily larger than you might otherwise think. But
yeah, definitely. I mean, I think the big question in this game is how does the Graves carry stack up? Because we are even souls at 13 minutes. It means we're likely going to be going pretty deep in the game. In terms of the item allocation, people are going to get to their build. So what is the build from OCs? I'm sure a lot of people are watching with bated breath. He's gone for the split shot, the rapid reload, or the active reload. He's gone for basically an all-in farming build, is my look on this. So he wants to go extremely late with this one, and a nice little snipe, extra damage onto D-Mob. Stats being built up here. But a catch onto OCs would have been happy just to farm this one up. A stolen tombstone is going to put him on the retreat. But OC's actually not backing down, sticking around to this one, has some support coming into the fight. With the Rapid Hex, it's going to be a little bit scary to continue this one. Gravesville gets a nice wall, maybe deep behind this one. Kelvin ends up getting immobilized, getting locked down. The sleep is good as well from Irizumi, trying to add on to more targets. Seconds away from the Kelvin dome, but doesn't have it online. Now the tower dive comes in from OCs. He just starts to feel maybe he just can't die. He's taking away all of their damage into this one.
OCs has been stable, I think is the easiest way to say it, but oh, here we go. D-Mob on the chase down on Ven, takes Celeste out of the sky. All the movement in the world, it doesn't quite matter when you got a crossbow and you got the ability to just directly click.
Yeah, some big buys. Colt Sack being bought by Venator this game. He's going to also get to a pretty respectable net worth total. Going to need to have a lot of debuffs to bring him down. With a movement on mid swap. Goes wide though. That's for Taz. It's like, man, you get so much pressure on him to hit these. But I think Leviathan are just very aware of the threat, especially around the mid lane with no Guardians up. Like this is, if you're going to come to this part of the map, you need to have your head on the swivel when it comes to playing against Taz.
Also, Jake, we haven't really talked about late game versus early game here, but when I look at the comps, I actually think Abrahams is totally fine with this going late between the Ven and the Geist. Leviathan, I think, is under more pressure to get things moving early. Like, I don't think you want to go to 30 minutes and have it be even if you're Leviathan in this game. I think that probably ends poorly for you.
Oh, what a grapple. Oh my god, downtown. And they're even going to maybe try and turn around for the kill. The Shining Wonder does connect. Ultimate bouncing onto Together, who's actually low on the amount of, despite the Shadow Transform. Celeste needs to get around one more corner, needs to escape. The heal is perfect from Irizumi. Together now caught maybe a little bit deep onto this one. Silver starting to chase down, so is Graves. Abrahams blew a lot into that one. And maybe even just an earn dunk to be done here by the Billy. It's only Hoot in the neighborhood to try and stifle this one. And the dunk is good. Hoot had to just TP out. I mean, he would have certainly been in real trouble there. I believe Rem has the silence hex, so he can't just risk it with the assistant.
Yeah, one of the few items in the game where you actually can stop Sinclair's escape ability. I mean, it kind of makes sense when you think about it. The fact that the character is set up like a Sage Magician also is arguably the best escape in the game. But as we look at it, earn to Leviathan, I think sorely needed, given the comp they're running and the game state they want to have later into the game. But in terms of income, I'm happy to see this for Sanya because I feel like we've seen a bunch of Geist games recently between regions where the Geist just doesn't get farmed. This is a Geist that's actually accumulating wealth here, Jake, and I think you actually need to on this character. Like, the difference between a Geist that's at par versus a Geist that is at 20-30% ahead of the game is tremendous. But into mid we go. Slam Fire out. Frozen Shelter gonna be popped pretty early into this fight, and together desperately trying to stay alive. The Frozen Shelter not enough, and now Saint under the gun. Lycan Curse directly in his face, tearing him to shreds.
And Leviathan just coming into unfriendly territory, taking down 2 quick kills. Maybe Saint just thought, hey, you're in so deep, surely the dome's gonna be enough. 5 players here for Leviathan, and they could be looking for more. Abraham's trying to punish a little bit, but you're still very healthy on the side of Leviathan. This is far from a free clap back here for Abraham's, especially without the Kelvin Dome to back you up. And yeah, they're going to say no dome. We're going to gamble mid-boss, although we've seen this story before. Abraham's, can you do it again here, fighting around the mid-boss?
Check Saint. Does he have Warp Stone? Rejuve's coming down. Is anyone going to be able to get there in time for the parry? Here we go. In comes Abraham's. Rabbit Hex is out. Hoot with the first steal. Second steal into Abraham's. All 3 charges to Abraham's. The Rejuve. Well played once more. But the Rejuve immediately taken away. Leviathan in on the punish. All Rejuves have been dispelled. And now Leviathan still the ability to fight back together. Low. Hoot low. And the cleanup is chaotic on both ends.
Graves still healthy, still chasing them down. The Toxic leading out for Saint, and now here comes the 1v1 potentially. Oh, he's not going to chase the Venator, playing this one a little bit more slowly. Pops the Tomb to help push out mid. And the waves are going to be bad enough where, in the end, Leviathan just have to clear things out, I think, and reset the map. But the fact that you get all 3 rejuves there for Abraham's and you still lose, I think, still more real kills than Leviathan did, is kind of scary, right? It shows that, even with an ideal snatch situation, you don't really have the fighting power to take on Leviathan head to head.
One thing as I look at that, though, the mid-boss call for Leviathan, I think it worked out in the sense that they're not behind at the end of it. But man, I mean, calling mid-boss with so many still up for Abraham's, particularly when you're dealing with things like Yamato, like Sinclair, it's a gutsy call just because of how things like Shadow Transformation and Rabbit Hex can completely turn a mid-boss fight.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's kind of wild, but it ends up maybe paying off into this one. Thinking about chasing a Celeste, but yeah, with the Warp Stone, with the Superior Stamina, at this point, Ray can do so much, just clearing waves in a position that very few other heroes can, and he needs to keep this wave pushed out pretty constantly, especially because they have a low HP Walker to defend here. You look at the objective status of the game, it's a little better for Abraham's, but the kill would maybe change that. They pull Yamato out of the TP for just a second. Is it going to be enough? He TPs through with her. It's getting a little bit awkward on the chase down. I think did he do the flying strike to get back on the other side of the TP?
I think he flying struck as the TP went and went to the other side of the map. I'm pretty sure that happened.
That's
and
insane.
now, Lycan Curse is nearly down. D-Mob. Can D-Mob find a way? The parry is huge in out of Freebuck. Deals with D-Mob in the Veil. No Lycan Curse at the end required.
I think D-Mob maybe was also surprised by Together's ability to slip out of that one with a crazy flying strike back across the map. Now earn control to be grabbed, although Rem in trouble, maybe needs to jump to somebody just to live into this one. It's a good escape for him, and Billy should pull him out of trouble, but maybe Billy thinks better of it, can turn around, maybe turn this one into a big punish. Remember, Venator is down into this fight. Leviathan coming back into it. Here's the Dome out to slow things down for Abraham's. Shadow Transform as well. Some snipes coming in, but in the end, Abraham's, they pop a lot of ults. They live. It's something to get their earn control, but there's going to be a lot of pressure from Leviathan right now. OC's on 24K, 25 on the Graves. Wasn't even in that fight, and still it was enough to back off the Abrahams.
Also the chase down from the Celeste together in all sorts of trouble here. Shining Wonder comes out, and nothing wondrous about that side with the snipe from the backhand side. Frees up Rayake to grab the urn, preventing the comeback urn from Abraham's. Sanya, though, on the Geist. Able to find free Mock. By a little bit chaotic, another snipe. Just a little bit more on the Sanya. Caught by OCs at the very end as Leviathan continues to add on to their advantage. Saint also really, really low towards the end of this fight as the Walker defense continues.
OCs is not low, man. OCs is still healthy on the Graves. I think they are going to fall back, I guess, recognizing that fighting under the Walker is still just a little bit too scary into this one. Urn dunk might, I mean, you might get this dunk. It is a favored urn, but Leviathan at least are going to be able to claim a Walker as punishment for it. Hoot, though, is sticking around. Maybe I spoke too soon. There's still a lot of players here sticking around, trying to make this defense. Can you fight off this Graves? OC steps up now onto the Graves, into the back line, starting to steal some of this damage away. Has the Ricochet online, but is getting burned down. Is not maybe actually able to back up what he's showing here in terms of this level of aggression. To kill onto this very high net worth hero is exactly what you need. He's evading really well, needs to make it to the zip. Crucial that he lives into this one. And they have just gotten out of there. Wow, that one is insane. If he doesn't live there, that would be a massive respawn time, and maybe the rest of the Leviathan are going to be able to get the cleanup. You came in deep for the carry kill, you don't find it, and it's going to cost you Taz and Together's lives.
I think OC's just beat a lot of those iframe merchant allegations. Getting out on Graves of all heroes with that level HP. Just a little bit more impressive than the standard Mina escape, is what I'll say. But Jake, reviewing the game state, Abraham's still in a world of hurt. Down a little over 15,000 here. I think, accurately 17,000. NA can actually, do the most basic of math, as it turns out. But you take a look at the farm situation. I mean, Sanya's in okay spot, but the Graves is continuing to be a problem. You mentioned the farm on the OCs, and Graves is one of those heroes where if she has that level of edge, she can just kind of stand and fight and walk at you. And you don't have as many options as you would think.
Yeah, I mean, I think OC's went Rico, but once he gets things like inhib, that's going to really change things. Guys build a lot of tankiness in this build, which totally understandable in this game, but the reality of building that tankiness is you don't have as much damage when Graves especially starts reducing it. A catch, though, onto Celeste leads to a quick kill onto Rayake in the mid. And even some Walker pressure simultaneously from Hoot on the left side of the map. So for Leviathan, caught maybe flat-footed here. A deep dive comes in onto the Vindicta. That's an ideal target to start on side. Running for the hills. One more power slash could be good. It's not quite enough for the kill. He lives on slivers of HP together, trying to get that one last bullet. He's going to go all in for it. He does find side, but it's going to cost him his life. He's in so deep for this one. Silver here for the chase down. And OC comes also fighting this one. I think OC is going to be God in this fight, man. The full farm Graves is not losing HP right now, ZP. Saint is down.
Graves gets to walk forward. No threats in the world. 7 kill streak. The farm continues up. And I think you hit the nail on the head is that Graves isn't even damaged at the end of it. Mid boss up in 30 seconds. Now, I do wonder if you're Leviathan, do you even consider going mid boss here? Because Abrahams is going to have the ability to contest, and it's felt like Abraham's day in terms of contesting mid boss with anything other than an overwhelming advantage.
Huge that the right base guardians do drop in that fight. Gives Hoot like a lot more trouble to now clean up, and it's going to give a powerful zip on the right side of the map for Leviathan. I think they're going to probably look to continue to just take these fights. Because around the Graves right now, I mean, the one thing about this Graves build, though, is you have terrible mid-boss damage. Compared to most carries at this damage level, you really don't have meaningful DPS in the mid-boss, but it looks like they're just going to be baiting it, looking in on the fight now. A big tether up into the sky, a stolen Graves tomb. Is it going to be enough to take this fight on the high ground? Graves still healthy, has this Ricochet inhib, is going to be taking all the damage away right now. Even Geist just doing nothing in the face of this Graves. She's absolutely running it down into all of them. All the damage sucked away. Still healthy, and she looks to just fall back off the play, maybe hunting down this Kelvin who got caught in an unenviable scenario now, surrounded. Sai as well, assisting potentially on this chase down. Maybe over the top. Good jukes from Saint.
The problem is, Abrahams, you're down 2. Looking at the map, they're not really in position to actually contest this mid boss. So you have Hoot, who would be the person you'd look to here on urn duty. Like, this is just full get comeback urn, defend. They get the extra bonus souls for killing mid boss. And I mean, even just getting the urn dunk here, it's not guaranteed at all, Jake. If anything, it's more of an urn deny where Abrahams is stuck babysitting the urn. for the next 4 minutes.
Let's go get him.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think we've seen anyone able to fight Graves in quite a while now. Like the late game carry potential seems very real, and even Kelvin now caught outside the base. This is a worst case scenario. This is the hero you want to be able to turn fights around. He's super low, has the dome just to live, but still just can't even find the opportunity to get it off. A tether, he's good enough to catch onto this Geist, and the burst is there. Sai assists that one with a powerful snipe from that Vindicta, stacking up yet more damage. He's also, I think, been kind of a relatively quiet game for him, but has been a key player in a lot of these burst kills.
Guardians going down. And the win conditions for Abraham's, Jake, are very rapidly declining. Where not only are they facing down a 30,000 deficit, but still got another 3 minutes of rejuve to deal with. And I mean, I'm just thinking about good things for them right now. And even if you swap OCs and jump OCs with 3 or 4 people, I'm not convinced OCs loses as a 37k Graves at this point.
I mean, the rejuve is really insane when you play this build, because your only risk, right, is being bursted before you can sap people's damage. And with the rejuve, you just have that backup extra life. Maybe he's going to sell some stuff to buy the silencer here? No, just grabs a close quarters, wants to just maybe tempo this game, play for the fight right now. And you're just hostage the urn in the base, but that's going to mean basically everything outside of the throne is going to be up for grabs. Still, Leviathan showing respect, not going for the end game here. Maybe a catch, though, would be ideal. Oh, the miss on the Shining Wonder, though. But Graves is continuing to chase this one down. You're diving on top of a Geist, but she doesn't have the ulti. You're just disrespecting your free monk as well. Overwhelms Sonya. Without the swap, he's just not a threat at this stage of the game. And now Leviathan stepping up, trying to siege these shrines down. Rest of Abraham's playing out of their own base. There's nowhere else safe for them on the map.
Oh, Dimov in looking for a pick on the Celeste, but the damage is just not there. You're a bit starved on the Ven, and instead you go down and turn. The quick response out of Leviathan. Abraham's falling apart. Not much more left for them here as Leviathan turns the screws to what is likely to be a map 1 victory.
The Graves does it, ZP. The doubters silenced, because honestly, I don't think Abraham's going to be spawning on this one. 2 players with 50 seconds, Dimov on 40. Maybe you get Dimov up in this fight, but you're up against triple rejuve, massive net worth advantage. This should be game 1, done and dusted. Leviathan sticking around here as the patron transforms. And there are even players diving the fountain here, threatening players who even dare come up, and you're not even able to get that defender's resist. You need to get out here. You need to get on the map. The dome in your own spawn just demonstrates the level of this game. And no one can stop OCs. Gets the cleanup on the throne.
Good job. Good
Leviathan, an innovative draft that pays off big time as they deliver a dominant beatdown to Abraham's here. You might be back in the money match, but you are far outside of the money right now.
No Mina, no problem, says OCs. Also, I think completely deflating any of the allegations before they could get any steam of, oh, this guy's an iframe merchant. No, watch me play Graves, still get super farmed, and take over the game by the very end. And I mean, frankly, Jake, after seeing that level of performance, I don't even know if you consider Mina a high priority ban, because OCs clearly can play other things now at a high level. It's not a one-trick ponies type of situation, as some may have thought.
I'm not even capping ZP. That is like almost exactly the items I've been building on Graves. I'm not. It's nice to be vindicated. Nice to be vindicated by one of the top players here at EU, as OCs makes a character that has been unplayed, untouched. Certainly, I think it's fair to say has been the weakest hero of the Old Gods New Blood update, right? Like the one that really hasn't seen play. And OCs is making us wonder, why is that really the case? This is a huge game from him on the Graves. Hard carried, out carried the Venator and the Geist. They just fell flat. I don't think there was really a moment in this game where they could take the 1v1 against the Graves, other than maybe the first few minutes. Oh my God, look at that bounce. Look at the cleave. Graves is like, have fun with the rejuve, bro. I'm just gonna kill you all.
Yeah, that's the key difference between this rejuve fight and the one we saw in the last game, is that the last game didn't have a Graves just cleaving everyone with split shot ricochet. I don't even know if she had ricochet at that point. She had split shot for sure, but either way.
He like rushed the max passive, which is really interesting. It's like a super greedy build, right? All in on the farming. But then when you're in these like stacked up fights, you're basically cleaving everyone. Look at that team. I think that's just like the crazy bug with the flying strike, because it just lets you, I think there's basically nothing in the game that stops flying strike from just continuing to pull across the map.
Honestly, shades of Dendi Fountain Hook
Yeah,
with
right.
that tech there.
That's true. It's the punch fountain hook. It's the defensive fountain hook.
Yeah. Man, I gotta say, Leviathan continues to impress here, Jake. This is a week that, look, we still got plenty of series left to go. It still may be. But for Abraham's coming in going, all right, it's our time, give us back our throne. They're not really looking like the favored team at the moment, Jake.
No, you got to give all credit to Leviathan. Just top dogs right now. And I mean, it looks like they're accustomed to winning at this point, and you can see why. I will say, from Abraham, still some amazing plays around the objectives. Some of those mid-boss contests were way too close for comfort. Like, Leviathan could have easily blown the game open much sooner. But OC's 8-1-16, 57,000 damage. Absolute dominant show there.
Well, I'd say Graves is back, but technically this is the first time Graves has actually been here as a serious force. We're not going to count some of the other games that's been played, whereas, a little bit more me, especially like the first time Abraham's played it. They're just like, haha, we win no matter what. We'll throw in the Graves. No. In this case, Jake, the Graves was a force of nature and a big contributor to why Leviathan actually won this. Man, oh man. I gotta say, it's just a lot can change in 1 week of play.
Absolutely. 50. I mean, Graves is truly hard carrying this game, right? Like, over and above by a ridiculous margin in the damage. And that's always been the way Leviathan, I think, has been approaching the game, is they really have trust in OCs to be essentially the sole damage source. The rest of the team is just playing like a very high tempo fighting style. Like, even overseas, he's 9-2-20 with only 25k damage. Like, this is a relatively low damage game for these frontliners. But I think it's mostly because OCs is soaking it all up. Also in this draft, you've got Irizumi on the Rem. So you've got like the Rem minions, you got the Graves, zombies. This is actually such a brutal game to try to macro in for Abraham's. Maybe an underrated part of the success here for Leviathan.
Also, in terms of who's playing what, like I get why Dimov ended up on the Ven in this game, just because of the team comp they're on. But I don't know if that was the most natural hero for Dimov, where you're actually getting like the most out of Dimov there. Because every time I think about like Dimov taking over a game, Dimov is on heroes that have the ability to push limits really hard. Venator really isn't a dive deep, get out safely sort of hero. He doesn't have the movement to pull that. Like, Venator is more so, I've calculated this is a safe engagement to get into. I will deal my damage, I will deal it efficiently, and then leave. Like, I don't know. To me, that doesn't really play to the strengths of Dimov, where Dimov, otherwise does ridiculous things on heroes like Calico, or, heroes like, more recently, Apollo. I don't know. It's not the most natural fit to me.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like you want to see him on something that has more mobility to really make those plays, which is just such a huge factor for so many characters in Deadlock. But also Venator and Geist have been top tier picks, right? So like, you can't really fault Abrahams for going for these like top tier meta picks. I just think Leviathan had a read and they had a way to counter the meta, which always after a new patch, I feel like that puts you in the driver's seat. It's so much better to, if you have the answer, then you end up in such a dominant position. If you get the better pick, in theory, that you were able to grab, like, what was Graves' 5th or 6th pick? Like, it was very low prio in the draft and they still get it. Now I think this kind of throws things into whack, because now you have to really maybe consider, with the way game one went, how you deal with the Graves in the draft, which may not have been something that Abrahams have thought about once so far this patch.
My guess is they don't want to deal with it at all for the rest of the day. There's going to be a rage reaction next draft. That's my prediction. But guys, we got to go to a break. When we come back, Leviathan looking to put down Abrahams again, 2-0. Leviathan continuing to look strong here in the money match, taking down Abrahams in map 1. ZP back here with Jake, and Jake, anyone that was still doubting Leviathan, man, they better stop, especially after the map we just saw.
It's crazy to think this team wasn't on top for long, because showing things like the adaptability to pick heroes that no one else is picking, to execute in ways that no one else is executing, is something that we expect to see from teams that have been on the top for a long time, right? That they're willing to innovate and push the limits. But to be a team that just recently now, broke into the top slot, they are holding on tight. Abrahams looks like they don't have much of a chance here in game 2. It's going to take, I think, a very sharp draft to get them back into contention here, ZP.
Also, with all the complaints about Graves aiming or lack thereof, I got flashbacks to 2016. Like, yeah, we have the community tournament vibe here. And if you watched OW community tournaments back in the day, you'd see Winston get played. You just see the old copy pasta, I have no aim, I have no brain. Yep, you guessed it, I'm a Winston name. I'm just like, the Graves rage is so high, I'm starting to expect to see the copy pasta come back,
See, if you're a true Graves enjoyer, I realize, I think I play all the heroes that people get like super tilted at. Like Viscous and Graves are like the toxic, like everybody hates you in the lobby heroes. But you know what? If the enemy is tilted, you're doing something right. That's my view. That's just my personal view.
Also, if you're getting tilted at Viscous, buy rebuttal. Like, just buy rebuttal.
True.
Like, what are you doing with your life?
And then I'll intentionally miss the puddle punch on you to make you to bait your rebuttal parry with the sound. That's the new level. That's the next level. There's levels to it, ZP.
But at the very least, like, you get another rebuttal in like 2 seconds.
True,
like you're not paying like a huge tax.
ZP,
but
stop
okay.
telling people the counters to Viscous. I don't want you countering the Viscous. Just let the punches happen. It's okay. It'll be fine. You'll get back to the spawn one way or the other.
Well, Kelvin gets banned from Abraham's, signaling they don't want to play against the Kelvin, but they're not going to be playing it themselves. Angling here for what has to be first pick Silver. I mean, Silver has been nothing but first pick all day long, and I think if you're going to play the Silver, angling to get the Kelvin out for the other team is going to make your Silver that much more effective. So
it seems like an obvious pick to me. CP. Like, no, it feels like just an odd first ban. Like, I don't know. I like that they get the Silver, but is it that scary? Like, because in keeping with their previous theory, they could still just grab the Pocket later to deal with the Kelvin the way they were banning before. I wonder if Pocket, with that heal off affliction, is going to be priority, even with Kelvin not in the game.
I'll have to see. I'm also curious what's going to be proud. So Leviathan, they decided to go for Celeste, but the second pick is probably what's most interesting to me here, is that you could go for the Ven. You could even higher prioritize the Graves if you feel like Abraham's going to mid-stage ban it, which I think they will based on the thrashing that they got in the last game. So what do you see as good? Instead, you go Geist. People just see Geist as that good. It's not too surprising. In response, I think Abraham's here, Jake, bare minimum is Ven +1.
Yeah, I will say, I think the Graves was really perfect in that game against this like heal sustain, Venator plus Geist, these heroes that like really don't have great escape tools, and Graves could just stick on them. I do think against certain carries, like against like a Mina or something, you're gonna have a much harder time on the Graves to stay on top of those targets and actually chase them down. So I like that they go to the Geist this game. I don't think you want to force the Graves into a ton of different matchups. I don't think it's actually like a top tier carry. I think it just fit really well in that last game, and they had the flexibility to go for it. So for the Geist, old, tried, true, and tested in terms of the carry role, not something that you would be upset at all about having on the roster.
Well, let me pose a question to you, though, because I think the mid-stage ban is going to be used against OCs no matter what. Do you...
Oh my God.
They go for Graves. So, yeah,
Okay,
they realized Graves is going to get banned. Like, they knew... My question was going to be, do you just ban the Graves and accept the Mina? Well, you don't even get the option of doing that. So, Leviathan is coming out of this with first pick. looking at this, what is the most likely
I
to
like
come as
the
first
GT
pick?
ban.
Do you ban Paradox? Because I feel like Leviathan. Well, no, I don't think you need to. You know why, Jake? Because I think it's going to be Rayek on Celeste, who otherwise would be playing pick heroes to begin with. Like, they have Celeste in what would otherwise be the pick hero slot, so I don't think that's what your ban has to be.
No idea how busy I am.
They go for Apollo. Okay.
Get rid of the Apollo. Yeah, maybe just thinking that some of these like super high mobility spirit heroes, I wouldn't mind a pocket for Leviathan here. Like, I think the healing, like taking off the healing from Silver and Billy is actually pretty huge. And these are frontliners that don't have much of an option to like play around that thread, but they just go for like, I think this is kind of their vision last game, is the macro pressure from Rem Graves together. I think it's better than the sum of its parts, right? If you have just one of these heroes, yes, it can be annoying that like your waves are split push, but like, hey, one carry on the side lane, not that big of a deal. But if you have like two waves free pushing without heroes invested, that's pretty massive for Leviathan.
I was going to say Pocket Paradox here, but they go Vin. I actually, with the Graves being on the table, I don't hate the idea of a Pocket here
I think
either.
Pocket's really good.
Yeah, like I think of all heroes here, I actually think you go Pocket in this next pick, not even the Paradox. And I mean, you still have the option to go Paradox later, but they go Paradox. That's risky to me because I think with the Leviathan's hero pool, there was no chance of them picking Paradox with the last two picks, but theoretically Leviathan could still pick Pocket. So I'm looking at this draft and I think that might be a bit of an error.
Yeah, I agree. I think that they missed the opportunity to have the pocket to deal with some of these players. And oh man, I feel like now you really need it, right? Now you really need to deny pick the pocket for Leviathan. I almost think it's still insanely good for Abrahams if you end up giving it up. And arguably, we don't have the Hoot hero picked yet, so I think it would be pretty comfortable for Abrahams to go for it. See if Leviathan agree, or if they just want to like build a bunch of DBs. And they're gonna go Mo Krill, which I actually think, I guess it makes it a little scarier to go for the pocket, right? It's a very powerful catching tool that could punish things like Paradox Vin or even like a Spirit Nuker like pocket. I still think you should go pocket. I think it's the right pick, honestly, for Abrahams, and I think it could make some big plays with that max ult, and they will grab it. I agree with you. I think Leviathan made a mistake letting it get this deep in the draft. I think this is actually a really powerful sixth pick, and you shouldn't have allowed it through. That being said, you do have the lockdown from Bo, and you do still have a lot of playmaking, and in the end, hitting you can afflict one or two players, but if it's not a big like team fight full affliction, it's not going to feel that devastating.
Also, Abrahams has ungodly combos in this game. I mean, I'm thinking about ways some of these team fights can go down. Chain Gang into Venator cleaving multiple targets into Lycan Curse. I mean, the potential for Leviathan to just get run over on some of these engages is actually unreal. Like, yeah, you have combo to deal with some of it, but I mean, also the affliction on top of it, like
Chain Gang is terrifying, right? Like, like you get Chain Gang, you're gonna get like all staked into Alkfire, into like a million AoEs, you're dead, you know? So I agree with you. I think there's a ton of powerful tools. If you look at the mobility in the comp too, I think they have some good tools to escape Graves. Venator is like the one, Venator, I guess Paradox too, are the heroes that don't really have tools to help get out of that limited Graves range. But for Silver and Billy, they have some pretty good tools. That being said, there's heroes that also use those tools to go in often, so maybe they won't actually feel as confident going for it against the Graves. Curious for Leviathan though, with the Geist on the pick, do they want to play the same style of Graves in that hard carry role, or do they want to show us something a little different, maybe like a spirit build, maybe going for a little bit more of that rat pressure, you know, emphasizing the tombstone? You know, I'm kind of curious to see. I expect to see, I guess, the same thing we saw in game one, but with the Geist on the field, it's going to be, I think, a little bit less comfortable to have that like very greedy buildup.
I think it's going to be the exact same build, and the main reason is just think about who's playing it. Like, I don't see OCs wildly changing their Graves build. I think they are laser focused to play Graves in one specific way. But I don't know. As I look at this draft here, while Leviathan continues to surprise, and there are win conditions for sure in the comp that they have, I kind of feel like too much got given up to Abrahams here. Mostly, I think the Billy is the part that is terrifying. Like, you look at the draft here, if you could swap Billy and Geist between the two teams, I actually think Abrahams is way less scary. Chain Gang has so many natural combinations in this draft, and there's a lot of ways to set it up, a lot of ways to get people in rough spots. I mean, dude, even the Vin on top of it, like, you could potentially have Chain Gang into Tether Crows on top of everything else that's getting thrown in here. I mean, the Abrahams team fight is unreal. And yeah, you have a few things to deal with it, like Shining Wonder if you're a little bit too close, or nap time, but I don't know. I look at this and I feel like Abrahams has 1,000,001 ways to win this game.
Yeah, I see your. I think the team fight combos. I see your point. They're super scary. I do think though, like Mo could be able to make a lot of solo kill plays in this game. Like there's a lot of squishy targets that should go down pretty easy. Even for Billy, like you're gonna go running forward, chain ganging people, like playing with a ton of confidence. You could just be comboed and like hard bursted by Shiv and Geist and Celeste. You know, like under a combo in a difficult spot. I also think Shiv. The knives damage is going to be pretty scary this game for characters like Vin and Pocket. You do not have the tankiness to tolerate those knives. Like a few knives in you, you might just like bleed out from full or get hunted down by Shiv. And, you know, I think that actually does mean, or rather does make this one a little bit still more scary. I think for Leviathan, though, they need to, as you said, evade those big team fights. Like if you end up, I think if Abrahams gets a chance to force mid boss with like Billy ult and Pocket ult and stuff, it is going to be really hard to see your way through all those AoE spells. We need some insane counterspell timings from Leviathan, whether that prevents you from being pulled in or blocks something like the Affliction. It is scary. Like this is a textbook Abraham's, a lot of individual playmaking, but also a ton of team fight potential. And as we get into this one, stakes are set. Leviathan up 1-0 over Abraham's. Last game was an absolute beatdown. Graves absolutely took over the lobby from OCs. One of the first times we've seen that in Night Shift. Can he do it again? They're going to double back-to-back pick a hero that we have barely seen pick twice in all of Night Shift so far since the hero came out.
I mean, one way or another, we're about to see a show. Personally, I think this is all the makings of something going to 3, which, by the way, very welcome news to Melee Creeps, where the side story for NA is that Saya had some unescapable family event or a real-life event in general that normally wouldn't have been a problem if Melee Creeps were defending, but because they're up first, they told me ahead of time that they had Rangers set up as a sub. So if you're a fan of Melee Creeps and you want to see Saya, you have to be an Abrahams fan in this game, because otherwise Saya may not be playing for the vaunted Melee Creeps versus FPS Lounge match that's taking place right after this.
Yeah, you gotta cheer for the long series. Buy him some time to get back into it, because that'll be a scary one, right? That's a BO1 to start off NA, man. We have so many good games today. Question is, will this be one of them? We think Abrahams have some powerful tools, but last few times these teams have faced off, it's been all Leviathan. It has felt that there's a little bit of a power differential. Like even last game, arguably is closer because Abrahams get some like nice executions, snatching a lot of those rejuves away, which we know them for. But in the end, the macro game is what decides the winner more often than not. You can make some nice parry plays, but if you're losing on the lanes, if you know the waves are pushed against you with this Graves and Rem, it might not be so easy even with those big plays to get the dub.
All right. Map number 2, Abrahams on the brink once more. Can Leviathan put them away here and now? That is what's at stake. Looking at the lanes here, you got Billy Vindicta for Abrahams on the left-hand side, Silver Paradox in middle, and then Pocket on the right. And I expect this to be a hyper-roaming task game. Although you think about some of the EU games here today, it has been more burgery at times than the worst of NA.
Yeah, NA I feel like is like completely box run pilled, and EU is down to clown in the early game, like down to take these like level 1 rotations. This lane is interesting though. I think Graves really does want the matchup against Venator in the early game. I think that one's going to be pretty comfortable, but Pocket happy to send the cape through, and the early wave clear is definitely going to be a little bit lacking.
Jake, we already got Shiv coming over here to the left. It is a minute 30. And okay.
Shiv ganking with the extra charge knives, actually kind of scary. Like if you have to hit a few knives and just get out of there, that's some very annoying harass in the lane for Billy to have to deal with. And it looks like he did hit that second knife, so maybe a little bit annoying there for the lane that already is going to be under huge pressure. This is a Rem lane. Like these super minions crashing on tower, these are hard to clear.
Also, you take a look at the farm. Fremont didn't even lose any farm there because laning with Rayake over in mid. So that was well timed by Fremont to just get a little bit of, you know, unsymmetrical pressure. And, you know, the results actually seem pretty good so far as Together a bit pained in lane at the moment.
Yeah, these super early Shiv ganks, I actually think there's something to be said for that. Whoa, some big damage coming in. Shiv in trouble. Ben happy to just clear off some of these creeps to maybe mitigate the pressure coming in, but I expect to see this lane continue to be a problem overseas.
Oh, the hyperline!
Oh,
that was a hyperline,
enough
Jake.
To kill him, but it's mad. I mean, he's got to go back to base, right? If he was going back to base maybe anyway, but once again, another powerful wave is going to crash on this tower. Vin, I don't think Vin really wants as a hero to be solo defending and getting some of the solo souls. Like, it's the snipe online, which maybe could pay off, but it doesn't give you like this powerful team fight tool that some of the ult rushing heroes really like to have.
Oh, the last hit of Slam Fire in from Hoot finishes off Rayek, where you look to people that you want to have a big game. No, and another hyper line.
What is
up
he
and
doing here?
over
What a sick
Sanya.
read.
Yeah, Sanya comes on in. I thought that was Demov for a second. That usually is the Demov special, but Mo assassinated behind enemy lines as Sanya, looking all sorts aggressive, tries to get the parry. Not going to happen. Instead, just get into life, just stolen out of him between the skulls and the Graves left click. Pocket coming in just in the nick of time to alleviate the Graves pressure.
Yeah, Pocket also diving behind tower. Crazy, man. I think that there's like some sick reads, right? They just expect that partition's coming in. Here comes the counter gank, though, from Rayek. Venator came so deep for this one, kept in a dangerous position by the Graves. Mo also back and healthy, trying to get the chase down, but Sonya being able to grab the zip there should have gotten him out of trouble. So great footwork from the carry of Abrahams to stay alive, denying the value from the roam. This is Abrahams fighting for their tournament lives right now, doing pretty well at that.
Potentially about to have 3 men for Leviathan over in mid lane. So this ends up panning out. Hoot going to be forced on the defensive as Celeste in on the drive-by. Break, force a lit back. Of course, we're taking a look at Billy on the left-hand side. Together, just keeping the wave pushed up. Just staring at middle, and it was much ado about nothing. Hoot and Tess were able to deal with some of the pressure that came on in, and God, you talk about early leads here. Hoot about to get Lycan Curse up as Sanya gets the last hit on the OCs. OC is going to have to fight for the farm this time around here, Jake. 2.7k on the Graves. It has not been a great early start, and oh my word, side nearly goes down.
The Demov Pocket has been a mainstay in professional Deadlock for quite some time. I think this is one of his best heroes. We really have barely seen him on it, though. Sai and OCs are absolutely feeling that pressure. An early affliction is going to be online very soon. Sonya already has the Aerodomini. I mean, this is a scary lane to stick into, but Irizumi, great pillow catch onto Together. So both sides, I think, winning with their hard carry lanes. I guess it depends who's the hard carry in this game. Is it the Graves? Is it the Geist? Maybe it's got to be the Geist this game, as Graves under more pressure. Venator looking for that dive with the Aerodomini, and he is going to get that finish.
Sanya's been having a hell of a game so far. I mean, both the Hyperline chase down into the Aerodomini. This has been quite good. Also, one of the scariest things to see is a Ven starting to hit higher breakpoints, but gets parried. Deep dive here by Freemock into the slice and dice. Into the parry on the tower, still looking for the Ven in and around Sanya, desperately trying to get survived. And okay, Demov there on the fall through, drops some frogs thereafter. Not enough to save Sanya, but Mo may be paying a price here towards the end. The frogs doing their dirty work, and Demov not yet sated here. Jake looking for the kill. How deep does he dive? Gonna respect it for now.
Yeah, it's a little scary. That kill into Sonya is probably worth it because just, you know, how good of a game Sonya is having, you really need to shut him down. They also find Hoot on the mid lane, maybe getting a little bit aggressive, trying to pressure a tower. But fight just continues to progress here. Tag along now onto the Graves, and Together has to just full run out of this one, but he's staying slowed down. OC finds a crucial comeback kill to get back into the game. He's going to get in that tombstone should he want to deploy it. A lot of early fighting investment on this Graves. And the players rotating into support. I mean, the value of Irizumi can't be understated at this phase of the game, right? And turning around some of these fights. And he's at 6k net worth. I mean, he's top net worth on Rem, getting a lot out of the map right now.
Rem's able to get scary levels of wealth at times. And, you know, you don't see it as uncontested at this level of play, but, you know, just the part where, you know, depending on the games, you get free sinners by going to enemy territory. Either way, off in the middle, speed boost on the Celeste. Down, there we go. Hoot looking for the punish. Swap comes out. Bit of mess here into the middle. The chase down on Tess, who actually gets really low on the in-between. Tess, I think, may be able to get escape. Is he ticking down from knives right now? Freemock was looking for it. But a parry on back in the middle. In, off the parry. Celeste down. Hoot able to stay alive and get the finish.
I feel like Rayek almost got baited by getting that parry, right? Sticking around, couldn't quite get the finish. Combo comes in, a parry as well. Sonya styled on here, overseas. What a play from Cyan overseas. And after an insane start from this lane from Abrahams, the counter kills have been very good for Leviathan. Still, Abrahams winning that fight in the mid lane will be enough to maybe grab this mid Guardian together. Could cost him his life. Super low HP, and yeah, will exact that price.
Abrahams, even though it was looking good for them at the beginning, now actually down a little bit overall. Though, in terms of pures you want to have farm, Sanya's still been having a pretty nice game so far, last fight notwithstanding. Also, speaking of Sanya, in on the right-hand side, gets the gut shot into the melee. Iro Domini pulled out, looking for Geist. Has to take slow, misses 2 shots here so far. Doesn't miss the third, though, directly onto the head. A little bit of overkill towards the end. Mo, though, still in hot pursuit side, trying to make Sanya pay. Melee off to the other side. Demov in support. Freemox has come on in, though, and okay. Affliction is dropped. Sanya ticking down on the outskirts, can't come back into the fight, may actually be dead, but no, I think gets away. Demov, though, gives his life for the distraction.
Oh, the snipes thinking about it. Saint doesn't see the window to get that kill. Shiv maybe just a little bit too tanky on this one. Way too close for comfort. The rotations from Shiv. Fremont has been super comfortable on this character for quite some time now. He's having a solid game to boot, so really across the board, it's not just that you're relying on OCs. There's a lot of players having decent games here for Leviathan. And OCs, I think, finally is going to be in his comfort zone. Has this right side of the map to just kind of farm up, restore his levels, going for that split shot next item. Does get the Sinner stolen away from him, though. It's a nice little prize to grab for together.
All this action here, Jake, and it's about to get more intense. 45 seconds away till first earn drop and buffs, and down underneath mid, Hoot takes a bite out of Rayek. Nice little hit of souls before the action gets even more intense in just a moment.
Looks like Graves dodged another gank there. The swap from Taz wasn't enough for the kill, but 2 kills in mid for Leviathan. Okay. Definitely a nice stabilization effort, or rather for Abrahams against Leviathan. I think he's going to be rushing Divine Barriers EPI. He's going with Silence Wave first, which makes sense, but I think it's going to be a very quick DB this game to deal with the pocket. That is sort of your saving grace, as powerful as pocket is.
Up until, wait, okay, Demov takes a jump pad, ends up getting hit for the stun. Bo able to clear out distance. I believe was able to capture the buff. Abrahams gets the buff on the left-hand side, and I mean, Abraham's stronger position over on the left, but oh my word, Sanya caught by the combo towards the end. Earn control, though, is going to go the way of Abrahams.
I feel like Sanya's been sticking around on this tower defense too long, right? He's died, what, 3 times defending this tower? Like, it lives a while, but just a T1 Guardian is really not worth all that much. And those deaths have, you know, taken what was a really exponential game and brought him back down to earth, right? He's kind of just running with the pack here.
That's a really good point. No, it's an excellent point too, Jake, because, I mean, you think about Ven, it's such a difference when he gets ahead of the game in terms of Iro Domini becoming like a 2-shot ability versus just contributing damage. But man, the damage onto Walker, Leviathan really committing onto this push on the right-hand side, which
nice
is also having the benefit of helping defend. But Sanya up and over.
He's playing the verticality well. Here comes Billy with the chain gang, maybe gonna pull people deep under the Walker to try and get some counter punishes here. Fremont already down into this one, no one to tag along with, and it turns into a clean triple kill. So great punish from together there. They do find the Walker, but 3 kills is a high price to pay for that one.
It's not just the 3 kills, it's also the fact that they're giving up earn turn in. Yes, you're able to punish Hoot on the other side, so you get another kill. But Abrahams, well, game state wise, I actually think you're okay being down a little bit at this point, but OC's on Graves, on the hunt. A little bit chased down onto Tass, who otherwise is just gonna smoothly get away.
Yeah, definitely good execution from Taz to get out of that one. I mean, if you get that second kill, it would have felt much better, I think, for Leviathan. Now I think it's up to Abrams to try and find a Walker of their own. Demov does have that Affliction online. I'm curious if that's getting close to max, if he's even really prioritizing that level, given that Pocket, I think, is a very ability point hungry hero, right? You really want those levels on Cape and Suitcase and even Barrage, right? Like, there's a lot of important mid-game investments in your cooldowns just to be able to be, I think, a little bit more up-tempo. I mean, is insanely deep, by the way, on the map.
Yeah, not so hot take. I think ability point wise, all the abilities like across the game are a lot more meaningful. But okay, Fremont might have been off a lot here.
No, he might be okay. He's doing crazy things. He's doing stylish moves here. Sai combo, but it's onto the Billy, and Billy's still healthy here. He's continuing this fight. Remember, Sai with the life buff, super tanky. This one may actually be favoring Fremont and Sai, man. Insane brawliness on this
Sanya
right
might be
side.
dead.
Sonya went in deep for this one. Can he manage to get out of that? The killing blow does miss, but Fremont, the bleed is enough. Still, Billy, desperation mode for this punish, but a beautiful parry. What a read from Sai. Saw that melee coming a mile away. Fremont, the bloodletting may just barely be enough on the shiv. He's got almost no HP, but he's out of there. What a profitable engagement from Leviathan. Insane movement, and it's going to turn into even more. Saint committed for those kills, got clapped back. In the end, it's a 3-0 right back in Leviathan's favor.
Also, the pain just continues for Sanya. I mean, you were calling out earlier, and you take a look. I feel like it's been about 5 or 6 minutes since Sanya had a good fight, and anyone who's played, especially an M1 hero, knows how frustrating it is to be in this situation. Tess, dealing with this less pressure, just time wall, teleport, says, nope, don't want any part of that. Also, in terms of farm, Hoop was starting to get ahead in middle, and things have calmed down a little bit for Hoot. At the same point, Rem, though, getting hit with the swap, but off the swap, able to tag along directly in the Fremont, gets the safe positioning, tag along back in the overseas. Now Leviathan looking to punish after the swap attempt. Affliction dropped in the middle of the fight. Not quite sure how many Demov hit, but Leviathan, it's enough to spook him, Jake.
Yeah, Fremont maybe in trouble here, trying to just move out of this one, but I think Leviathan recognized the Affliction just a little bit too much to fight into. Overseas and Sai also low HP. They do not want to feed away these streaks. And Ozzy is up very deep on the left side walker. He's getting ganked right now. Graves still healthy though. Could maybe try to resist this one, playing around with that tombstone, but with this many players all around you, the burst comes in. Wait, the zombies are hitting. Taz low, does die to Ozzy's in the end. The toxic bullet's enough. And despite the 3-on-1, he still claims a prize and a kill and clears the creeps. Like, that's a very strong play from the Graves.
Graves, one of the few heroes in the game that can be completely dead and still get a kill towards the end. You know, the zombies picking up the cause. I will say, though, relative to the last game, Ozzy's has a lot of things that just kind of auto-kill a Graves here, whether it be a Silver coming in or being lower HP and having Saint on the finish.
Yeah, big burst hitting this guy. She does not have the swap and has gone for very greedy build. Needs to get around the corner with his chain gang, but he can't quite do it. No swap available. Together's going to run that one down right into the immobilization, but the Dispel Magic does get him out of there. Takes away a lot of those status effects that Graves loves to apply. Definitely a good trade, but it's a full court press here. Leviathan hitting on all sides of the map, not dissuaded by a couple deaths in the mid lane. Sai tanks a trap, but with the burrow, he's going to be tanky enough to just get out of this one.
Left walker will survive for now as earn control goes to Abrahams. Not a bad spot to be in. Also, with Sai dead for 20 seconds, I think you just run for the quick earn dunk here. I think you have a window of opportunity, one in where Leviathan, maybe they could contest, but I don't think it's a great idea. They don't even have nap time here, Jake. Like, with no nap time, I actually think you're together. You just run the turn in and you dare Leviathan to do something about it.
Yeah, they're thinking about it, though. They're popping the Graves to him. But even walking up to just get close to this Billy is pretty scary. But here comes Fremont trying to get under. Does break the earn out of his hands, and Fremont slipping away scot-free. This could turn into a big team fight. Affliction comes down. Looks like it was on the Geist, maybe the Graves, but this fight's actually looking good for Leviathan. Together, slivers of HP. Overseas, though, hold on. He's down to Sanya. And that was without even the Iridomini. Graves also knocked out of this one. Beautiful connections. Abraham's keeping their low HP players alive. Leviathan dropping like flies now. It's up to Freok Rig to really bring this one back. Venator would be a nice kill to find. Really one of the highest priority kills. This gun buff is paying huge dividends, though. Massive damage being pumped into the Shiv. And the bloodletting gonna finish him off. Great read from Sanya. 5 kills so far in the team by Rig. Trying to find something back, but might just be giving his life as well.
Fremont felt the power of the Lord there. I mean, very few heroes in the game can annihilate a Shiv's health bar, but a Blessed Stake and a few shots of Iridomini will set you right. I think the real hero to me, though, Jake, the way that fight started out, it was bad positioning from Leviathan where they were a little bit behind on getting there. And I think Demov did get a 2-man Affliction, which kind of set the stage for 2 of the early picks. It put OC's in a bad spot, assuming he did get hit, which
I think it was OC's and overseas. So it's like, that's probably ideal, right? You find the 2 carries. So like, it's so hard for them to fight Afflicted. They kind of send it anyway. Maybe just feeling like the earn is too big a prize to give up, but it ends up with a very expensive fight, about as bad as it gets, really, for Leviathan. I mean, they got pretty much 6-man wiped plus earn dunk against.
It gives Abrahams a pretty distinct advantage, and also I think the dark side of the Graves comp, for as good as it looked last game, is that all the power of Graves, where it's like, hell yeah, I feel like the best stat checking hero of all time. You do not feel good about your inability to outplay if you're actually coming from behind. Like, it is not a hero that wants to be behind, because your ability to deal with anything is bad. Yes.
Yeah, if you're trying to run away and escape, it's not going to feel that good. You do have the macro pressure, which is nice, but I think Abrahams have not shown weakness in that regard this game, right? They've been very aware of the threat of like a macro push. Oh no, we're doing him so dirty on his cam right now. Free Mog.
Hey, you know, everyone has movement moments.
Bit of a move. Wait, so deep on the map looking for OC's Hoot. It's kind of crazy for this one. And on the opposite side, with no Walker here to protect, they're going to chase down the Billy, but with the Dispel Magic with Vindicta behind, he's out of there. Both teams really looking for plays deep on the other side of the map. Trying to defend the Walker is Pocket. Does clear a lot of those creeps, but maybe the mid Walker just destined to die. The push way too aggressive here from Leviathan. And Abrahams, despite the soul lead, you don't feel it. The macros against them. They're going to trade Walker for Walker, but arguably that's an advantage considering Leviathan are behind in the souls. This is their second Walker to the first from Abrahams, and a big combo now, but a really risky target. If he's able to get that ultimate online, this one could absolutely turn against you. Affliction comes in from Demov. Leviathan in a rough spot in this fight. Fremont starting to tick out. Liking Curse online as he looks to chase down Rem +1, but the TP away. Probably going to be a powerful tool here, and Rem might even be able to get to the tunnels.
No,
oh, he didn't.
Tunnels denied. Hoot gets in there at the last moment. Back in the wolf form we go, but not a great situation for Rem. Shots of slam fire just crushing the HP as Demov gets the finish, where, by the way, Demov's afflictions have been ridiculous the last few fights. I mean, you're seeing why I think even going back to last game. Is Demov bad at Venator? No. Is it a waste for all the putting Demov on something like a Pocket? I think yes.
They're going to try and fight this one back. Iridomini now popped Sonya looking for kills. A lot of low players, though. There's still something to be said about this fight for Leviathan. Big Grave Zombies running it down on mid. The ultimate is out for Hoot, and Celeste senses an opportunity to pounce here on the Silver. They need more damage to continue cleaning this one up. Tether comes in as well. A lot of focus fire on the Celeste. She needs a bit of support into this one, but OC's has no interest in this fight. He has to back off. Too low to continue.
Tether on Celeste will never not be one of the funniest interactions in the game. All this movement and just corralled into a tiny little area. Honestly, Jake, I think this is pretty close to game over for Leviathan, even though it's only a 10K lead so far. So long as Abrahams don't give up any dumb picks, I don't think Leviathan is running a comp that has much in the way of comeback potential. Like, you're dealing with a proximity pick hero in Mo. You're dealing with a hero like Graves that does not function well from behind. This is basically where Abrahams wants to be, and so long as they don't make a massive mistake, I actually don't think Leviathan has a lot of like win conditions to get back into this game.
Yeah, I think the maxed out affliction is huge, right? Taking away the ability to heal is pretty huge here. Oh, but hold on, maybe a catch with the combo. They can't quite catch Sonya, just inches away. Positioning so crucial right there. Would have been a really nice pick to find. Also would have been maybe risking a team fight because Billy was right behind. Maybe in the end, Leviathan might actually be lucky they didn't get that pick.
That's the other thing too. I mean, we talked a lot about draft, but the natural synergy of the team fighting for the Abrahams comp is just ridiculous. It is probably one of the most powerful team fighting compositions we've seen. A lot of ways for them to initiate fights, a lot of ways to chain one skill into another. It's not, for Leviathan, they have to run the gauntlet. Nap time, though, gonna be the way they start out this fight. Hoot takes down Rayhake on the left-hand side while this little skirmish is going on the right.
Definitely going to be scary now. Down one, earn threatened. Abraham's looking to expand the lead, looking to force a game 3 here. And they're doing this one clinically, right? They're just not yielding anything. Leviathan keeps making these looks. They keep trying to find some way back into it. And I admire that. It's what you got to do from behind, right? Try to find your moment to get aggressive and make a play. They're continuing to fight this one. Combo onto somebody, and Sonya's just going to grab the Earn Dunk, but no one's dying just yet. It's actually Sai who drops despite deploying the combo. Demov still has that affliction. OC's has found Saint. But if this affliction connects, this one looks very terrifying. Life buff on Graves, trying to just play away out of this one. Silence wave on her. The damage burst is ridiculous. This Graves just cannot live into the team fight. The execution is good. Sonya takes her head off. Geist now up next in the targeting block. Still, everyone's low for Abrahams. Not exactly free, but 3 versus 5. Leviathan need these cleanups more than they've needed anything else in their lives. Hoot together, slivers of HP. The second liking curse of the fight for Hoot, but I think this one actually, maybe in the end, is still turning towards Shiv.
You look at Fremont towards the end. I mean, for Leviathan, not the worst result out of that fight relative to what it could have been. Still, though, down 20k. And you take a look at how some of the things transpired in that fight, where the difference on Graves, where you're even to a little bit behind in the game versus when you were ahead like the last game, just could not be more profound. OC's was a battle tank in the last game towards the end because of the lead. Whereas in this case, Sanya just walks up, gut shot, melee, Iradomini, and just basically deleted from the server.
So this Vindicta is like kind of scaling. Like he's got a lot of snipe kills at this point in the game. Like he's more relevant than you would think, and has gone for a very defensive build. Like with the debuff remover, he's especially hard to kill, or the dispel magic, excuse me, and the rescue beam to kind of pull people out who are comboed. It's like a really nice natural response to combo, pulling the Mo out of position as well. Irizumi with the divine barrier can deal with like one of the targets who gets afflicted, but in the end, right, like what you're really worried about is when it's like a multiple key players, that the divine barrier goes to the right person. Uh-oh, and a zip knock. Is it? Are you really going to chase Shiv, though? I think this is more of harassment than anything.
Sanya just looked at the zipline and says, yeah, I'll knock him off, but don't need the follow. And you agree. I mean, also, Ven chasing Shiv is a sad joke. Unless the Shiv's low HP and about to die to an Iradomini, one character has vastly more movement options than the other. Like, you're just not catching a Shiv as a Ven under normal circumstances.
It's been a slow game the last few minutes, EP. Like, very conservative from Abrahams. I feel like they are really sweating this one, and fair game to them, right? Like, this is tournament life on the line. You do not want to gamble this one away and you know, tilt everyone off the face of the earth by throwing away, like you said, a game that could be close to game over, right? Like one big fight, maybe around a mid boss. That's the kind of engagement that you should really want as Abrahams, right? To play around Affliction, to play around Billy, some of these team fight combos we discussed. But playing things slow also means there's opportunities for Mo to find that crucial pick-off kill, take away one of those key members of the team, and maybe the fight isn't going to be so easy for Abrahams.
I mean, you've illustrated where the game is at. For Leviathan, you are hoping for the big proximity Mo pick to get a 6v5. You do not win a 6v6 as Leviathan. It is about impossible at this point, given the comp that you're up against, given the farm difference. You are not winning anything close to even. So if Abrahams, for example, on this urn, just gets together with the full 6 for the urn turn-in, if you're Leviathan, you really just cannot fight. Like, if you fight, what's going to happen is you are going to lose, and they're going to go mid.
6-man urn dunk.
Yeah. Abrahams, by the way, recognizes this. Like, they're all grouping up for the urn, and Leviathan, I mean, if they go to fight here, Jake, this could be game.
There's an absolute Thanos wave pushing down mid. Abraham's electing to completely ignore it. It's a risk, but it's one that could pay off. But they need to get this dunk in sooner rather than later. That mid wave is going to become a problem. Players stepping up now together. Calls the bluff. He's going to go for this dunk, or at least thinking about it, but Fremont maybe threatening. You can see just a little trepidation. Both teams navigating this one. The time advantage is there for Leviathan, and Ray says, hey, I'm going to maybe step up. I'm going to maybe start this fight sooner rather than later. Urn gets dropped. Here he goes, trying to step up forward. Dazzling Trick protecting him for a moment. That Shining Wonder putting a lot of damage on. They do swap, but Celeste pretty powerful at getting away. Great chain gang pulls Mo in from snatching that urn away. Now the opportunity to turn. Together's already out of the fight. Leviathan, they're up 1 into this one. Abrahams, everything's falling apart. The Affliction has been deployed, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Leviathan, it's a 5-on-5 now, though. Net worth advantage. Iradomini comes out. Mo, though, evading these shots, kind of would be happy to tank them for his allies.
Shots are going off the other direction, but so far it's not the best Iradomini. It's not a high-value Affliction. Nap time. Sleep coming in later into the fight. Is there going to be a catch here? The urn gets turned in the Graves.
Graves is cooking. Alert, Graves is cooking, ZP. Abrahams, they're low HP. The Graves sapping the damage. You're on the fallback. This is where Graves is strong. She hasn't been on this front foot in quite some time this game, but finally the opportunity. A deep swap under the walker. Massive catch, though, from Taz. The stomp clamps down on Sai. And maybe Leviathan have just done a little bit too much. The team fight turning against them. Graves fully trying to run away out of this one. Gonna pop the tomb to maybe cover the retreat, or no, he's gonna look to actually turn this one around, re-engaging. D-Mob has to teleport out of there, but this is a player advantage and a net worth lead, and yet Leviathan still think maybe they can force this one.
I mean, it's a little bit sloppy for Abrahams. You're able to catch Saint a little bit out of position. A lot of the ults were thrown away early on. I mean, you only have Lycan Curse still up and available. So I think if you're Leviathan, you kind of like the idea of burger boxing here a little bit more while you have things that are down. But you have to be looking at D-Mob here. D-Mob's about to get Affliction and could rip this wide open. D-Mob over the top, comes on in off the flying cloak. Frogs ready to go, looking for the right opportunity.
He doesn't see it, doesn't get the Affliction off. Maybe he's gonna go in this time for it. Needs to play something big on the 3. Oh, that could be more than enough. ZP, they're starting to tick out. No heals available. Leviathan all on just slivers of HP. Who charging forward, looking to rip and tear. Cleaning up Leviathan. It started to look so good for them. Maybe this was the comeback fight. They managed to escape really well. I wonder, is Fremont going to tick out from this one? He's on almost no HP. But the lack of duration investment from Pockets means Fremont lives.
So you got Rem on CD for 40 seconds. Same with overseas. You go mid here, especially because you think about ways to contest mid boss. For Leviathan, your best tool is nap time, and Rem himself is off taking a nap.
Yeah, it's a risk, but it feels like one that any other version of Abraham's wouldn't hesitate to take, and neither will this one. Still 2 players down. Leviathan. We've seen one insane reach snatch so far today, ZP. Is it almost too much to ask for another? Leviathan have to think about this one seriously, though. This could be the game. Already down 30k souls. Are you going to gamble for the retake contest? Seems like Shiv is going to go for it. Mo is there, too. They do grab one rejuve back. Is Graves going to be able to dominate in this pit? The Shining Wonder getting massive damage as well. There could be a fight to be had. Still one rejuve remaining for Leviathan. Maybe this is their time. OCs is down, but that's just the rejuve. Leviathan low on the rest of the team. Shiv, no second life into this one, doing what damage he can, but eventually Hoot will clean him up.
This is not the place you want to fight Silver. This is Silver's best area in the entire game. The hallway of death. Hoot is feasting up and over. Somehow also Sanya got away from certain death at low HP enough to get over here to the Veil. Pops the Iradomini. Leviathan, I mean, is a valiant contest here so far. They've traded out more than expected. Getting down D-Mob, huge for the long death timer, and they're getting a little bit more towards the end. The Lycan Curse is faded, and more getting caught towards the end as Graves
Real one.
3 HP after the Affliction.
ZP.
Yep.
No Kappa 1, and OC's maybe out of this one together. Needs to get the cleanup, needs to finish this fight. But I don't know that they can take this Geist anymore. They've got the support behind them. Hoot does not have that ultimate up, just a few more seconds. Oh, an awkward warp stone into the wall. Maybe Hoot looking to re-engage with the ulti together. Pulling a bit of the aggro, pulling a bit of the attention away. As the dust settles, though, that's a good fight for Leviathan. It's not the absolute comeback domination they were hoping for, but it keeps them in the game.
I think that's the exact point, is that it keeps them in the game. The problem is that the raw macro ends of this game and the actual draft disadvantage they're at now that we've gone late, none of that has got any better. Now, if you're able to get the urn turn in, it mitigates a little bit of it. And I think they will be able to get the comeback urn here. Like, you look at the positioning, I don't think Abrahams is going to be able to get there.
Gank mid. It's just a free urn. They're also maybe looking to grab an extra kill on top of it. Taz running away. Seems that Taz maybe has separated. Leviathan are brawling this, though, ZP, and this urn is going to get them quite back close to even. A little bit of jungle farm, and I think this Graves hero in the ultra late is terrifying. She didn't get there first, right? She wasn't leading and dominating the game the way we saw in game 1, but I do think this hero becomes more and more powerful in these ultra high net worth late games. I think you're one of the better ricochet debuff heroes in the game, which for me is one of the more threatening carry styles.
Do you know what the objective is for OCs, though? Staying away from the rest of the team.
Do not get afflicted.
Well, yeah, I think that's the key thing, though. If you get afflicted, make D-Mov commit for the solo affliction. If you're D-Mov, you're looking for OCs +1. That is your ideal opening for affliction. You do need to get OCs in it, and I mean, the dream would be OC Shiv.
Oh, big swap deep. Taz. That's exactly the connection he was looking for. The metal skin doing so much work. Sai maybe able to get out of this one. Gets a divine barrier and a bit of assist from the Rem. This guy is not taking damage. What the hell is this, ZP? You're also now into the bog with Graves. Sai eventually does go down. You need to find counter kills for Leviathan to make this all worth it. Demon would be exactly the prize you're hoping for, and you find him. Giving up the Mo is absolutely a worthy trade for that. Rem doing overtime in that fight, keeping it contested. Can you continue to chase for more, though? It looks difficult.
I mean, with Dimov out of the picture and no Iridamini, you can, well, I'd say you can, but the problem is you got to deal with Hoot. Hoot able to find one in the middle, has Lycan Curse ready to go. And yeah, now maybe you want to get out of this fight. Nap time can be used a little bit more as an escape. Back or to middle, Graves versus Silver. Can you pop the Lycan Curse right now? Hoot, a little bit danger, but nope, the Wolf comes out. Now look at the rip and tear over into the Graves. Lower HP, a little bit of movement here from OCs, but it's not going to be enough. Finally, Hoot able to finish up, looking for one more. 30 HP in a Dream, taken out by Rayek at the end.
This one's going absolutely the distance now, ZP. Sonya, still healthy, would love to find some cleanup kills. On to Fremont, an ideal target. He's kind of caught, surrounded on all sides. The stun is going to be good. Enough for the finish by Taz. But when you look at the net worth, that's, I think, a winning fight for Leviathan. I think they recover a little bit of that net worth disadvantage. Great catch from Saint, though. And that's going to be enough to set up for the kill on Razumi. Almost certainly, yeah, caught dead to rights, though. Just not a hero that can really stand any kind of a fight in a 1v1, much less a 1v2.
Also, there's going to be a price extracted here, and that price is going to be mid-walker by all accounts. Taking a look at where Abrahams is, and you know, the fact that Leviathan just doesn't have anyone up to
and at this point, the walkers are just cosmetic, right? They just like don't offer any meaningful defense other than the resist, I guess, that the heroes have on them, which is pretty nice. But I don't know that you're going to be able to get any more of this economy-wise. Like a big wave crashing on the left, well done by Rayek. It provides a bit of work for Sonya and Dimov to do. A little bit of time to farm up the jungle. Overseas, getting back into the game from a farming perspective is also, I think, pretty crucial, right? It's pretty hard right now for Graves to really single-handedly do this, but Geist has felt the pressure to go into a cheat death. Maybe this makes sense in terms of like Affliction also kind of hard countering Geist's ability. I'm not sure about this, but I believe your ulti is healing, right? So does Affliction mean your ulti does not heal you back up when you swap somebody? I think it might be the case. I'm not exactly sure though how this all functions.
Yeah. Truthfully, even though I've been playing more Geist recently, I haven't had a Geist into a pocket in that specific scenario. I mean, it could go either way, would be my assumption, but something to test. You know, I'll test it in between the map break or series break, and then let people know. We won't be casting into NA, but either way, but we'll find out. Or
Dude,
people will just say in chat.
I just like everything. My brain is telling me that surely this is an Abraham's game. They have every advantage. Like this is their time to go game 3. But I just like Leviathan is sticking into this one longer and longer, and with every fight that they either win or just draw, I kind of believe more and more that they'll find the way back into this. Maybe that's a misplaced hope. Siphon bullets picked up from Graves wants to kind of tank bust through some of these frontliners.
I do think you should get your room tested for Hopium, because I think Abrahams is going to have to throw pretty badly for this to end up against him. Okay, nap time.
Sleep.
Forced out early into Chain Gang, but okay, this could go against Leviathan. Chain Gang dropped. Senya sitting here in the back. Iridamini good to go, waiting for the fight to develop a little bit more. Leviathan actually losing a decent amount of HP before any Affliction has been dropped. Dimov in over the top. Now Affliction ready to go. Now Chain Gang's been used already, so getting that ult out actually not the worst for Leviathan. Abrahams wasn't really in the position to immediately dive in because of running the urn at the same time. But also if they go to dunk here in a second here, I don't know if Leviathan loves the contest.
I mean, with mid-boss up, I don't know that you can really go for the urn right now. Looks like they're recognizing that they want to just put some pressure down in the mid. Leviathan baiting, showing a bit of intention to take the mid-boss. Will they really commit for it? There's a combo out from Psy. Is it going to be good enough? Affliction comes in. It's not onto the Graves. It's Graves' opportunity to get deep into the backline, soaking up a ton of the damage now. The inhib onto everybody. He's cooking them all in deep into the backline. One down. A second soon to fall together. Dimov running for the hills. He's down 2.
No way.
Overseas gets the cleanup and all for Psy's life. What a start from the Mo. The team follow up right behind him. And with mid-boss available, with urn to be dunked, with waves crashing on the Abraham's base, Leviathan could be right back in this one, ZP. Who? Can he do it again, man? Abrahams have an incredible test in this mid-boss. Oh my God, you're kidding me. You're kidding me. Do not.
Wait. You know, good thing Vindicta's dead right now, and there's no Iridamini. There's no line up the shot. Which, by the way, stop doing that in pub games. Like, that became like the meme tech, where I feel like if you do a day of pub, you're gonna run into at least 2 Vindictas.
If you do that, I'm insta unpausing on you on your DCs. There's absolutely you get absolutely 0 pause respect if you abuse pauses. You get a DC, good luck. I hope they get back in the next 30 seconds. I am spam unpausing you.
Like, we're gonna lose the ability to move camera during pause because of people doing that. Like, just hey. Okay, so Abraham,
I can think better. They're not going to chase. They're going for this. They're sending it. How's going to test it? You don't have like a single stun. It's just Sonya with the shotgun.
You don't have swap up either. Even if you had multi-swap, which I don't know if Taz went into. That's not available. Hoot is in. Perry is there. Wait, Hoot has gotten 1 so far.
No way.
Silver's doing it.
No way.
Hoot gets 2. Down in numbers. Hoot somehow gets 2 rejuvenator charges. Taz and Hoot both going to absorb those charges immediately. But even if you die here, getting those rejuves out is massive. And now, can Hoot deal the great escape after
Hoot is too good at this game.
thievery?
What the hell am I watching? I think he might get out, dude. That is illegal from Hoot. He steals 2 rejuves and gets out? This guy is one of the greatest to do it in Deadlock right now. Are you kidding me?
How do you know? Like, if you're a Leviathan fan, you're like, yeah, they did it. They're going to get it. And then Hoot just cancels Christmas.
It's insane from Hoot. And hold on, wait, as they look for Irizumi, but the 1 rejuve may be enough, right? Like, everyone still has the 1 rejuve for Leviathan. You can give up 1 pick and still be into the fight. And so I still think this might be enough of an advantage, but it's far from the decisive blow that Leviathan would have wanted to inflict here in this series point game 2. Together, he's close, but I just don't think they're close enough. Yeah, contesting this dunk is too much too soon. Together, though, hold on. Shiv's on top of him. Yeah, Billy just has to run out of this one. Threat of the chase is very real. And Celeste has 10,000 souls. Leech up. This Graves is turning into a tank, man. She's starting to sense that level of threatening aggression that we've seen in game 1.
I mean, it's a powerful Lich Hand. They just have 4,000 HP at this point in the game.
He's going for the cooldown, too, to go for, like, the Mega Tombstone macro threat. Big stack of creeps here, slamming in on this wave. Who can't chase, would lose the Walker if he did. Likes to just clear the creeps instead. Some more players coming in on the chase down, but I think Leviathan, giving this map state, they're going to be kind of happy to look for a fight. So I would love to find some kind of a combo to start this one off. Shining Wonder bouncing around.
Well, this is the fight. With the no affliction, you want it? Okay, the combo in on the rake. Mo, though, getting the treatment in turn. The Paradox dropped the swap. All sorts of chaos here. Billy down and dirty in the midst of the fight. Last Rejuvenator is gone. And now we'll see together, and not really taking much in the way of damage. Sandy was able to land some serious shots from Domini into the back line. And Leviathan, even with the affliction off the table, it does not end up as a good fight.
Yeah, Abraham's cleaning up right now. Overseas and Sai on almost no HP. Fremont goes, hold on, he does find Hoot. Shiv is still healthy, but Graves bursted into the wall. Sonya evicts the Lich. Slowing Hex as well onto Fremont. Divine Barrier comes in. They're trying to peel him out of this one. Tons of support being poured in from Irizumi, but it's still so much to ask for. Fremont, the entire gang now running him down. Shiv, one of the better movement heroes in the game, but can he actually find the exit with Taz on top? Another wall bounce. Shotgun starts going the other way, taking them on kind of a wild goose chase here. If he can make it to the TP, he could be out of this one. What is this movement from Fremont?
I see Billy.
Let's go, yo.
Good lord. I mean, this is peak Shiv movement. He got back his +1 stamina, and he is just moving through the sewers like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle right now. And the swap doesn't hit. Good lord, Fremont playing the Benny Hill theme finally gets caught, but that was not at all an easy chase down. Also, the penalty to that chase down, you're chasing Fremont, no one grabbed the urn. This could have been an easy urn dunk for Abrahams, and instead, it's going to be an urn hold for Leviathan.
Dude, both their shrines are down to half. Like, the creeps did work in that team fight. Like, the value of having these base guards down is these extended fights deep out on the map are very costly for Abrahams. Like, even though that fight looks about as good as you could hope, but it needs to be better, right? It needs to be even more than that. Here comes the combo, catching Taz. Some players not here. D-Mob's not into this fight. Even down some players, Leviathan recognizing they have the advantage in this spot, in this moment. But chasing, maybe just a bridge too far. Mo, not going to be able to find that kill. They're going to be satisfied with just sending Taz packing, but it keeps them in our control, which is going to be potentially difficult to contest considering what we said about the macro threat from Rem and Graves, right? Like, that's been really the one of the few keys to the strengths for Leviathan. And when it pays off, it could pay off big time. If you get shrines with those minions, like, the game is going to get really rocky for Abrahams if they even get one shrine down.
I think that's a great point, is that macro-wise, Abrahams, they're kind of out of mulligans on mess-ups. I still think Abrahams has by far the better team fight as, okay, Geist, potentially caught here, dangerous for Overseas, gets hit with the swap towards the end, has to use the Geist swap in turn. So Soul Exchange used. Hoot, though, knows it is go time onto the Geist, although Life Drain still pretty scary, especially if Lycan Curse not ready to go. Freemok looking for the dive now on to Silver. Demov in real danger, has to use E-Shift. He's gonna live here. This is turning into all sorts of chaos. Affliction is already used early into the fight. Leviathan, this may be the opportunity to make something happen. The combo on the Demov goes down.
Leviathan, waves crashing against Abrahams in the mid here. They're happy to take this fight, extend this one, looking to turn around and just burn, clear this backline off. Fremont still considering a chase down, but just thinking of being a little bit more cautious. This is a wise move from Leviathan. They have a bad wave on the left side of the map now too, one that they likely need to respond to keep their own base guardians alive. TP over from the Geist as she looks to maybe continue getting active on the mid lane. This one could continue into a burger box. Still more players committing into this fight. Leviathan +1 though, maybe this is their opportunity.
I think you're Abrahams, you would love to get some form of pick here before mid-boss comes up. Mid-boss is going to be up when Demov is still down. Chain Graves out here with the gun. Taylor's getting hit from all sides though. A brutal spot for the other to be in right now. This is going to create enough of an opportunity for anyone else on your team. The Earth Mini was already popped. And now we look at Graves. Still looking pretty tanky, hiding behind the line. Billy was able to get away, but now you have a low HP Billy and Leviathan. With Demov down, do they go for mid-boss here? I don't know if it's quite right.
They're going to lose their shrine. There's an enormous wave from Abrahams crashing in their base. They will lose a shrine if they don't respond. Geist is going to grab it. And with Psy and Fremont both low, definitely playing. Oh my God. That is like 3,000 soul wave for Geist. She just bought out the crippling, and she's now at like 4.5k souls. Big combo into the mid. Hoot, though, one of the hardest targets. Lycan Curse going to heal him back up. Now Psy tethered and potentially in trouble, but Hoot not finding his hands onto any good targets just yet. Leviathan, do they want to stick around in this one? Demov, he does have that Affliction. Are you going to continue forcing this? Overseas says yes. He continues to step up, put some pressure on. Affliction onto 4. It's huge. It's already down. Leviathan in a rough spot, but there's mid-boss to lose if you give up this fight. You almost have to continue this contest. Refresh up. He's looking for another Affliction. This one, I don't think it gets anything. Leviathan maybe more to play for in this fight. They're down 2. It's just up to OCs, Overseas, and Rayek holding this one down in the 3v5, but Demov has no HP. He can't really contest into this one. Graves' passive is now taking a lot of the damage away from the aerodrome. Huge parry from Graves keeps her in the fight. And that's going to be enough to drop down Sonya. Graves standing tall against the world. The leech, the inhib, the siphon bullets. No one can challenge her.
Demov also gets caught towards the very end. What was looking like a surefire thing, the 4-man Affliction. Things have gone terribly wrong for Abrahams on the end. However, it's not all roses here. Celeste getting run down by the Rising Ram with a little bit of the help from Saint at the end.
OC's is back. He's ready to immobilize. Is good. Finds a connection. OC's just versus the world. 2 of the strongest 1v1 heroes in the game. Hoot, you might have the Lycan Curse. Are you sure you can really take this fight? You're not dealing damage. You're not able to proc the Lycan Curse even. Can they find Hoot? This would be one of the most important kills of the game, but Hoot, the movement is too good, man. He's out of this one. And what a brawl. ZP, we're at 45 minutes. Most Deadlock games don't make it past 20 or 30. And we are going the distance. I don't even know if you can take a mid-boss here.
Maybe not, but also the fact that Leviathan is keeping this close with so much team fight advantage on Abrahams is unbelievable. I mean, look, maybe part of it is that Graves just is that character as you get later into the game, but a 4-man Affliction and Abrahams could not put that away into a mid-boss situation. That is damning at this point, Jake.
Yeah, that's like the dream team fight. He has a second Affliction, didn't get anyone, I'm pretty sure, on that second cast, so that one's really gonna bite him. Sonya also getting parried by OCs. I mean, even with how late this game is, it comes down to the absolute wire. Overseas, there's still 2 players down on the other side. He's gonna step up. Does get disarmed though.
6,000 HP on the Geist, by the way.
He's a monster tank. Holy crap. Here comes Boot diving forward on the Silver, but trying to chase down into the Graves is a little bit scary. Psy incredibly tanky on the Mo, threatening into the front line. Is he going to look for a combo? Yes. The answer is he's deep in onto the Hoot. But the rescue beam from Vindicta pulls him out of trouble. Leviathan, are you going to continue to fight this? Abraham's looking healthy. Hoot finds OCs. The Graves is down. That's one of your crucial damage dealers. Overseas also looking low. Leviathan maybe biting off more than they can chew, and Abraham's taking their chance at a clean fight.
This time around, Demov made sure to get the Affliction on the OCs. Got rid of the Graves early into the fight. Together, looking way tankier with no Graves in and around. Freemok on the edge of death, just barely able to get away. Now turning back the other end. And okay, Freemok not fully getting away that time. Went around the corner, still caught. And with 2 dead, Abrahams may finally be about to go to the mid-boss. Hoot still wants a little bit more. Geist in the sights. Walking forward now on the silver. No Lycan Curse, just gun. 3 seconds away for another Slam Fire. Overseas desperately trying to get away. 3, 2, boot kick, Slam Fire, cheat death procced. Just need a little bit more onto the Geist, into the punch. Parry dead. Here comes Abrahams with 4 players dead. Surely, Jake, they're able to get mid-boss and start to put this one away.
Yeah, finally, right? It gives them that big team fight they were hoping for. Sai cleaning up some of the creeps here. They were thinking maybe about going for some base pressure there, but yeah, mid-boss has to be the call here. So crucial at this phase of the game. And for Leviathan, we see the difference with and without the Graves, right? When they go deep into these low numbers fights, the Graves is absolutely crushing. Feels like she cannot be stopped. But if she gets afflicted and just deleted out of the game early enough, we see a radically different team fight. So Demov has absolutely found his target. This one's going to be scary for OCs. Really is going to need the Divine Barriers in this fight. I mean, he might even need to buy his own Divine Barrier. Like, we're that deep in the game.
Abrahams now with 3 rejuves. Or by the way, nearly 50 minutes in the game, there's still a walker up. We didn't really talk about that, but you desperately need the slot when you're as rich as Abrahams has been. The slot actually going to be huge for their overall power level.
I think wisely, Leviathan not committing to the contest. They're going to throw down a tomb just to, you know, put up some distraction and maybe send a wave crashing back the other way. The one advantage Leviathan have is the base guards. If they could just get 1 shrine, I think it would really change the game in their favor. But it feels far away right now. I mean, your ability to even take a fight is pretty suspect with the double affliction from Demov, with the triple rejuve. It's like, what even can you do here other than yield a pretty massive net worth advantage? Everyone's thinking about, like, what do I want to buy? Like, no one's build even covers this point in the game. 11,000 souls on that urn, by the way. Insane value.
We're going the values never before seen. I think the key for Abrahams, what a difference in that last team fight, Jake, where we called out earlier in the game, affliction on to Graves versus no affliction on the Graves. OCs was able to focus fire to take it down early, and the difference in overall tempo of the team fight could not have been more stark. If you're Demov, you are reserving your frogs for OCs. At least the first batch, maybe you refresh your onto the rest of the team after. But a solo affliction on the Graves, I think, is actually worth it when both teams are committed to a full team fight.
Yeah, I mean, you have 2 Divine Barriers, right? So there are options. You can't just, like, free send it. Looks like I think a curse was attempted there from overseas, but Demov maybe dodging that one, getting out. Trying to siege the base is pretty risky, though. It's a massive affliction, but will it cost them a couple of rejuves? Leviathan, Sai, slivers of HP on this mode, needs to live. Demov, cheat death proc. Sai is going to go down in the exchange. It costs 1 rejuve already. Will it cost more? But that's OC's out of the fight, too. And no, oh, that could be the beginning of the end. Abrahams, 80 seconds to work with the player advantage. Still 2 more rejuves on the deck. Freemok down 2. And at this level of farm, I mean, the base drops quick. A swap forced out of overseas. Rescue beam from Vindicta also pulls him out of trouble.
How to Tame Your Wolf, Geist edition, where Silver goes in, gets swapped, immediately says nope, runs out. Demov was at death's door for a while, loses the rejuve, but you know, the downside there is that Demov's back to full HP, affliction locked and ready to go. 3 dead for Leviathan, final shrine gone. Patron about to get dropped, and with 1 rejuve remaining, I think if you're Abrahams here, Jake, you stay the course.
I don't even think Leviathan are going to be up for this. Yeah, 30 seconds on Freemok, 20 on OCs, and affliction goes in. But Abrahams want to just end things here and now, bring that DPS onto the base. Demov has already used that rejuve, is super low, but just barely gets the cape teleport out. Now fighting onto the throne, who still powerful, but doesn't have that Lycan Curse up quite just yet. But Leviathan just dropping under the sheer weight of Abrahams as they turn to focus the Patron. The spawn's coming in for Leviathan, but it's just too little, too late, and Abrahams sealed the deal. Map 2 forces a game 3. Unbelievable endurance from these teams, and we have a lot to play for left in Europe.
A 50-minute game where, you know, if you weren't a conspiracy theorist, you could just say, yeah, this is for Saya, where there was the wonder of, like, will NA start before Saya gets home? After a game like this and to go in the 3, I think the answer is going to be yes. Because
if you were trying to stall the show, that is, you cannot do better. Well done, Abraham.
Oh, man. So, in the end, this went the distance, but I have to say, the Leviathan team comp was more competitive than expected. For this going turbo late game where Abrahams was working with every advantage in the world, Leviathan was still finding ways of making things relatively, competitive and getting pickoffs and getting into situations that were genuinely losable for Abrahams, even with the comp. So, I mean, it just mixed together for one of the best games I think we've casted.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous day so far in Europe, and we expect to have even more fireworks potentially in North America with, the former Hydration, now FPS Lounge to make their debut, and still 1-1. Abrahams looking to retake their throne here at the top of EU. Ridiculous game from Hoot. I mean, like, truly absurd game from Hoot. Like, think about that one rejuve. He snatched 2 of the crystals and got out in like an unfightable scenario for Abrahams. Like, that pretty much keeps them into the game to get to this point, to make the comeback in the late game. D-Mob with huge afflictions. But like you said, Leviathan, incredible fighting potential, even when the draft looked really rough for them as they got towards that late game double affliction, kind of a setup. And yet somehow, some way, they fight their way back into it.
Also, I just got a DM from Saya saying I'm good to play now. So Operation Stall successful. But this play right here, where Hoot was able to steal 2 rejuves, that very well may have saved the game for Abrahams, because I think without the rejuve steal coming on in here, the odds are pretty high that Leviathan actually ends up with a 20k lead. And a 20k lead when you're running a Graves comp, we saw what happened in map 1 when you give up that level of difference. So,
dude, Fremont's Great Escape is actually a legend this game. like this ring around the rosy he's pulling on them is insane. It like keeps them alive. Like, so many individual players had to make these hero plays to keep the game in contest, to go this deep. I mean, this was honestly, this might have been one of our longest games ever on the night shift.
I mean, today has been a cinema day, especially think about how map 1, or rather how the challenger match went down with the greatest rejuve contest we've seen maybe ever. This has been a day, and it's Tuesday, as it were.
Yeah, man, just another Wednesday night in the night shift. This affliction was tragic. Dude, if he hits this affliction on like Graves, like, honestly, they probably just win right there. But finally, in the end, the triple clean rejuve this deep into the game, it's just too much, right? But even this final fight, if Graves lives here, like if she didn't get afflicted, or if she got a DB and was able to reset, this patron fight could have been a lot scarier.
Whew. Give us some stats here, and oh my word.
9, dude, he almost hit 100K. I've never seen 100K. Non-competitive. 99K damage. What in the hell?
I mean, the damage numbers in general were pretty juiced across the board. I mean, D-Mob at 94,000. I mean, expect Pocket with multiple big afflictions to be up there. 80K on the Venator. Dear God. I think the main thing is that you don't see a comp match at this level usually go to 50 minutes, period. This was an incredibly long game, but for all the right reasons.
Yeah, wow. Props to Abrahams, right? I mean, they've had 2 close competitive games. I mean, today, right? And after how game 1 went, I wouldn't have blamed him really for struggling in a game this deep, this endurance focused. The fact that they still get the win is massive. That being said, Leviathan, 60 kills to 36. They stuck in this game way longer than they had any right to. And I wonder if Abrahams aren't going to be feeling a little bit stressed about how hard it was to close that one out, despite how powerful their team fight was in the late game. For Leviathan, maybe the draft adaptations will be enough, whereas we go to game 3, man, like it's anybody's game to win. It rounds to 100K, guys. It rounds to 100K. Still counts.
Well, when did production get a blinking graphic that they could do here? Like, that's my question as I'm looking at this. Like, what in the world? Okay, that actually...
It's beautiful.
Oh, okay. You know what? As I feel under the spotlight, Jake, 1-1, Abrahams versus Leviathan. This one is going the distance. But we got to take a break, get some snacks, get some food, come back for map 3. The money match concludes right after this. EU not quite done yet here on Night Shift 31. ZP here with Jake, and Jake, one of the longest games we've ever had, back and forth to the very end. Abrahams, though, able to stay alive and force a map 3 as they want to retake their throne here today. But Leviathan proving that it is going to be hard fought no matter what.
Yeah, this one is pushing me to my absolute casting limit, man. Like 50-minute Deadlock at this level of play is a beast, man. It is a beast of a game to follow it, to cast. But honestly, what a treat. It's great to see Abrahams really brawling for this one. I can't help but feel that Leviathan, I'd still call them the favorite in game 3. Like, I feel like that one was so close because Leviathan had incredible execution to stay alive that late in the game, and only through sheer force of will did Abrahams get it over in the end. But ultimately, I think a lot rides on this draft. I think both teams are probably sweating this one very hard. If you come out of this with an edge, that could be more than enough to take the series. And Leviathan, they've only been champion for a few weeks. They do not want to give it up just yet.
No, and what I'm curious draft-wise, it's been Abrahams has been picking first pick, first ban. I wonder if Leviathan is going to take the first pick, first ban away because, of course, it's the first time that's going to be their choice for the final map. And we'll see. I mean, draft strategy-wise, it's kind of interesting is that I don't think Abrahams wants to play Graves. Like, maybe I'm wrong, but they don't strike me as a team where they have someone that actually wants to play the hero. So the idea of picking the hero to deny it, I actually don't think is in their wheelhouse. But I also think because of the general power level of heroes on the top end, I don't know if you want to extend a first ban on the Graves. So you're kind of in this weird situation where you don't want to first ban Graves, but Leviathan feels comfortable last picking Graves before the mid-stage bans. So Abrahams, in effect, has no way to deny the Graves pick. That's been causing them trouble, but it's also absolutely wild because going into the day, we thought the storyline would be, don't let OCs play Mina, and that has not been the case at all today.
Yeah, they pulled this Graves out of nowhere. I doubt Abraham saw this one coming or expected it. It feels like something that has thrown them for a loop. I do think the pocket was a great response in game 2, and I think that's something that Leviathan has to be very mindful of in the draft. Like, another factor is the silver, right? For Hoot. I mean, he's been getting the silver and he looks insane on this character. Like we were talking during the break, it plays so well in his strength as a movement player. And some of the rejuve steals he pulled off in this last game were just downright unbelievable, right? You just not something you ever see coming against you. And I mean, Abrahams do look like maybe the best team in the world at like contesting those rejuves in difficult spots.
Also, as we're filling for time here, waiting for the next draft to go underway, because believe it or not, the players demanded a little bit of a break after a 50-minute match. How dare they?
Back to your PC. Start playing.
Is that whip I just heard? But yeah, the interesting thing today, the character that is in full ban jail, that's right, it's Mirage, where, of course, Mirage got the biggest round of buffs over the last mini patch, or, a mini patch by Deadlock standards. And as a result, Yet to see Mirage all day long for those looking to snipe the fresh, hot Mirage builds. But, maybe we'll get one in the final game or as NA rolls around. But, the interesting thing to me here, Jake, also, the higher priority on the Kelvin. Now, part of this is just because Abrahams loves playing Kelvin, but I think even going to NA, I mean, Kelvin is kind of up there, not only because he himself got buffed, but because of his synergy with Silver and ability to stymie Silver at the same time and her importance in the meta at the moment.
Yeah, I definitely think Silver and Celeste are going to be some really hotly contested picks. I think the dynamic between the Kelvin and the Pocket is another one you really got to keep your eyes on in terms of like really powerful healing and team fight zoning versus the ability to turn that healing off like a light switch. So Abrahams, once again, are going to get the opportunity to have first pick. So Leviathan prefers the second. They think I think I agree, though, in the sense that they can make the draft adjustments here. I feel like they made some mistakes in the last draft, like letting the Pocket through was rough. Abrahams, they're going to ban the Kelvin again. And so far, I mean, I would be shocked if they do anything except take the Silver first. Leviathan, will they let a Mirage through to block the Silver? That also feels scary considering he's a bit of an unknown. Like, if Mirage is that broken, do you just auto win if you get him?
Apologies, I'm spoken for today.
Well, that may be the case because I was expecting maybe the Silver ban, get the Mirage in there, force Hoot onto something else, but instead, Abrahams, you won with this draft last time around. You're probably going to first pick the Silver. Let's hear the Awu, Jake. Not from you specifically, but
No, this has to be the Awu pick. I mean, there's you'd be crazy not to, the way Hoot has been playing today. Like, give him the Silver. Like, just, don't think too hard about it. It's straightforwardly super strong. For Leviathan, where do they prio things? I mean, the Geist was a little bit of an unsung hero last game, was like doing a lot of frontlining for Graves. Maybe they'll still prio her pretty high. Graves is another factor.
Okay.
I mean, we're 2 of 2 picking
Here's what
Graves
they
in the
change.
series. Okay.
I think you go Billy. I think that last game, if you have Billy instead of the Geist, you feel way better. I don't think the Abrahams comp does nearly as much with the Geist. Billy was the heart and soul of a lot of the theoretical combos that they had. I think you go Billy here. And nope, they say, screw it, we go Geist. So
I like your read, ZP. I would agree with you, actually. I think the Billy could have been a better pick here because, like you said, those combo threats. Another way to look at it, though, is you give up the Billy, but maybe you deal with some of the more threatening combos. I think especially Pocket, right? I think the other way to think about it is without the Affliction, those burst kills onto Geist and Graves wouldn't have been possible last game.
All right, so the Billy's going to come on through. For Leviathan, you have to imagine their final pick is going to be Graves because they don't want to be banned out. But, so far it has been a complete run back, Jake, of the last draft that we saw. We'll see if Abrahams, do they go for Graves of this? Oh, they do!
Oh, my
Okay!
God. They're cooking. They're cooking in the lab. Graves is on top, baby. Graves is meta. I feel like we have to say that now. This is 3 of 3, the best teams in Europe. At least in EU, Graves is a meta hero. I love to see it. Now Leviathan, what's their response? They snagged the Mina for themselves, which, in fairness, they haven't pulled out all series, but we know this is an absolute weapon in the hands of OCs, and I think this is a very good matchup for Mina. I think Graves is actually pretty bad against Mina since, like she just kind of evades you, plays out of your range, and it's just super difficult to actually stay on top.
No, okay, the ban Ven. That also makes sense. I mean, they could have picked the Ven themselves, but yeah, I mean, that's the price of going Graves here is that you've given up the ability to go Ven, but I think in this case they feel like they can play the Graves and they just want to deny it, which by the way surprised me. I thought for sure they would still like go Ven. It's not the case. Apollo gets taken out in the mid-stage bans from Abrahams, and okay, I guess the question is, are they going to run Graves as basically their M1? Do they get something else to compensate?
Yeah, and I wonder if there's ever consideration of something like the Pocket now for Leviathan. They go with the Rem. Maybe they just don't want to give up the Rem plus Graves like macro Giga Pressure combo. I think the sleep can also be nice. Graves usually doesn't build counter spells and mobility tools to help get away from that. So could kind of set you up for some good initiations, good starts to the fight.
Smart to turn to Paradox.
Okay, so Paradox comes in, and Abrams, by the way, has picked Paradox at this position in the draft every single map today. like clockwork, you're going to get Taz on the Paradox. I do think, though, Pocket would be reasonable here because there's a chance Leviathan could steal it.
My bow is yours.
But instead they go GT. GT was banned in the mid-stage bans last time around, and I mean, look, you think of what Hoot did earlier today. Although the interesting thing is, it can't be Hoot on the GT in this case. It's going to be Hoot on the Silver. It's
interesting.
I on GT.
Yeah, maybe, or maybe it's someone else in the Silver because Hoot and Great Talent is like, that is a wombo combo, like those. It feels like, I don't know, have we seen Demob play the GT at least in months?
Well,
Okay,
it'd be further back, but you stop and think about the conversation we had off stream. Part of why Hoot on Silver works so well is that Hoot is arguably the best movement in the game, and putting the best movement in the game on someone that, takes advantage of positioning like Silver is really strong. I don't think you want anyone else but Hoot on the Silver. I mean, in theory, you could put a D-Mov on the Silver. I mean, at times I think we've even seen Together on it, though Together is certainly going to be playing Billy.
I think it's like an Ivy last pick here. Page, okay. It's interesting to see the support go that deep in the draft. Page has not been played today, right? Which a little surprising. I guess Calvin is looking really good these days, but honestly, Page was prioritized over Rem for quite some time recently. And so curious to see how Abraham's handled the draft they have here. They've got a decent front line. I think they're a little bit light on setup control for Page, but maybe the Paradox is going to be enough for that. For Leviathan, I feel like this could be a big Mina game. Like usually when you lack hard stuns and control, Mina can get a lot done, although maybe Silver's Bola and Burst is just enough.
Hear me out on combos here, Jake. Chain Gang, Captivating Reed, Graves with late game split shot Ricochet. Group them up all together, and Graves is having a really good time.
Even like Chain Gang pulling people into that wall of the grasping hands could be kind of a sick lockdown, right? Like or swapping somebody over it. It's kind of a unique way for some of these like forced movement tools to set you up for a hard lockdown. Still, I think those are ambitious setups for catching characters like Shiv and Mina. And we saw last game what Fremont can do with the Shiv movement. The guy is on another level right now in terms of his ability to like bait you and escape you. So great talent, absolutely on notice this game. There's going to be a lot of pressure from these high mobility characters. Also, Sinclair, playing the Graves matchup into Sinclair is like deceptively difficult sometimes when he just keeps stealing the tomb away from you, and he's like pressuring you even harder than you can with the macro tombstones.
Also, speaking of early game, Leviathan's laning phase scares the crap out of me. I mean, that is a deadly laning phase. I mean, Sinclair alone kind of can make a lane untenable. Rem's early laning is horrific to play against. Like, Rem's not very good. Shiv, I mean, Shiv is kind of interesting where I think people sometimes misplay against knives, where it's like you take a knife, get out of line of sight. Like, don't take two knives. But Shiv can still be snowballing lane. Like, I don't know. I look overall at Leviathan, and they have a lot of ways to, I think, get pretty far ahead by the 15-minute mark. Like, Abraham's comes online a little bit later, especially when we consider, like, Graves in particular in these last few games. It's not Graves taking over the game early. It's Graves coming online as you get deeper into the game. So I think Leviathan, tempo-wise, actually goes into this with a pretty reasonable edge.
Yeah, I think a lot rides in the lanes. I mean, it's so interesting because in NA, I've come to expect that like no one's going to have a big advantage coming off the lanes. Like people are just playing super stable, consistent Deadlock. But EU has become the region where there's a lot more willingness to gank, rotate, find kills early. Still, despite all that chaos, it feels like in all the games today, the teams have still come out even. They've just sort of traded much more aggressively, and yet the end result is sort of the same. That being said, there's so much pressure now in a game 3. Players are starting to get tired. Players are starting to get taxed. More room for mistakes, more room for over-aggression and overextension, and for things to spiral out of control. So this one is going to really test players in a way that maybe they haven't really been tested so much in Deadlock before.
Man, oh man. Well, Jake, it all comes down to this: a final map 3 between Abrahams and Leviathan. And all in all, talk about the difference of a few weeks here in EU, where at one point it felt like clockwork, where Abrahams was just winning on autopilot, doing things like Melee 7. We're not seeing a Melee 7 here today, Jake, believe it or not.
D-Mob on the ult 7 build was actually the craziest like pride cometh before the fall moment of all time. But can he do it again? I mean, all would be forgiven, right? I think if Abrahams can reclaim the top, and to do it by snatching the Graves away, it's a little bit wild and wacky, and I think they may have overcooked just a bit. But this is Abrahams we're talking about. There's always the chance, as they've shown, even when, the player advantage is against them, the rejuves are dropping, you'd almost always want to bet in Abrahams in those circumstances. In winning one map, they do lock up half that bonus pool, but honestly, Abrahams, they're not playing for that little bonus cash. They're playing for the whole thing. They're playing for that entire prize pool. And to win and to be on top in EU, I think that might even be more important for a team this storied than, a week-to-week prize pool.
Yeah, you kind of hit the point I was going to say, is that also it's kind of a matter of pride. When you are the de facto #1 team in EU, arguably #1 team in the world, and you have that aura about it, and then you lose 3 weeks in a row, particularly with last week where they lost the challenger match. I mean, that's an ego check and then some, where for Abrahams, it was probably a tense week. As anyone who's been on a high-level team can attest, tensions get a little bit high when you go from winning everything to, guys, we're not winning anymore. Like, you start really looking closely at, can this player do better? Are roster changes in store? Thankfully, Abraham's kept the same roster together, and we'll see where this one goes. But
the trend line is everything.
So yeah.
Right. Like if it's one thing to be like Leviathan, who's been struggling, and then eventually you get that win. It means the world to you. For Abrahams, like, for them to not get the win feels terrible. You know what I mean? It's not like they're struggling now. It's like they built that expectation of not just winning, but winning 2-0, making it look easy, kind of being able to do crazy stuff, and still just being so much better. But in the shadows, Leviathan was grinding, and now they've maybe risen to the top. That being said, Abrahams, I'm glad that they're back in the money match. It felt wrong having them go out in the challenger match last week. Like, it just felt like too big of a fall from grace. And Abrahams, they've kind of righted the ship, at least so it would seem. But like you said, ZP, the pride is real, and for them now, like, even if you lose here, will it really be enough for the Abrahams players to say, oh, we played them really close, guys, we played a great series, which they did, and which they have done for sure. But when you win that many times in a row, it feels like nothing less than a championship is going to be considered acceptable or good enough.
I think the one thing that worries me a little bit about Abrahams, though, going into this match is the part of playing Graves. Do I think Graves necessarily complicated the play? No. Do I think that Abrahams also came into this day planning on playing Graves? Also, no. I think this was a straight up, they picked the Graves to deny it from OCs, and they're kind of winging it a little bit. And generally speaking, in esports history, when you pick something because the other side is doing well with it, but you didn't have a lot of practice on it going in, it doesn't have a great track record. Like, that usually is a losing play. So I think there's a real danger here that Abrahams gets out-tempoed, and whoever is on Graves, most likely Sanya, never actually gets into a good enough groove to get good farm to getting ahead of the game. And even if you do get some of that farm, I don't know if the execution is 100% going to be there relative to if this was something that Abrahams was playing and practicing with. So I don't expect the Graves to be as impactful for Abrahams, and that could be a real issue in this game, especially if Leviathan is able to kind of manage their early to mid-game tempo in a way that gets them an edge. So I'm a little bit worried for Abrahams here, to be honest.
Yeah, the players right now, they're getting ready. We got a couple players, getting a well-deserved bathroom break after that incredible slugfest of a game 2. But I think you're right to call that out. I think as much as Graves is like simpler to play, it's the team execution around it, the sort of style that you want to play that could be harder. Also, sort of some questions of, the Graves plus Rem combo looked pretty insane in terms of its ability to macro and threaten some of those sidewalkers to like crash on some Guardians even relatively early in the game. But for Abrahams, you're denied at least the second half of that. So it'll just be the Graves. The global pressure is not as obvious with this comp overall, I think, like compared to how Leviathan, Celeste and Shiv are able to kind of like jump in on those ganks and like disrupt somebody who's trying to kill the Graves. Maybe the GT can replicate that role to some extent for Abrahams, punishing some of these deep dives in, but Paige is for sure going to have her work cut out for her. We saw how the focus fire from Abrahams on Graves last game was very scary to deal with in the late game. Like, yes, she was a huge threat, but then in a couple fights, she just gets insta-popped by like tons of ults all going in on her at the same time. And so for Paige, like hitting those saves is going to be crucial.
Also, I think big question marks here is we are finally getting into the game where, understandable. We had to give the players a little bit of a break. It was a long game. But also, I think the Sinclair play for Leviathan is going to be really of note, particularly the early lanes where are we going to see swaps? The number one thing you want to see if you're the team playing Sinclair is you want the mirror against Graves, or, well, it's not really true mirror, but you want the matchup against Graves, particularly for when you get ults online. So
yeah,
prepare for some lane swap shenanigans.
Who do you think is going to be on the Sinclair for Leviathan? Is this like a pick hero Sinclair? I guess. Is this like a Psy Sinclair?
I think so. Psy was playing Sinclair in the past, so
he's been one of my most impressive players in EU in this recent resurgence for Leviathan. And I like that he's on the Sinclair. I feel like you can make a lot of like crazy, creative plays on this character. And put him in the mid lane, give him an opportunity. He's going up, and you were right. It's going to be Dimov on the GT. He's going to go up against him in the mid lane. So a lot, I think, relies on this mid lane laning pressure. If you're able to find some kills, if you're able to get that opportunity to rotate, it can be huge, especially considering you're also putting your hard carry and OCs into the mid lane. So a lot is gambled on your ability to actually win there and create opportunities to farm.
I think Dimov is actually the most important player for Abrahams in the early to mid game, where by the composition, they're definitely at a tempo disadvantage unless every bird is brilliant from Dimov. Like, there is a world where Great Talent kind of bends the rules of the game, just like some of the weird color artifacting there. Just merely talking about his power does this, Jake. But once ult comes online, I mean, there's nothing more disruptive to the flow of gameplay in your lane like a bird, but also might have some lane swapping going on here as Paradox and Silver doing a bit of a swap into another
I like the Silver. Maybe Silver wants to lane against Mina because Mina's health pool, right? She's pretty vulnerable to just some of the burst that Silver can throw down in the lane. And that's a little bit of a scary lane, right? You get bullied by Hoot and then Demo's following up with some power shots. Find yourself in a tough spot. Check out this portrait, man. Freaking Goku over there.
Yeah, I mean, on fire. And then
Goku in his goth era.
Okay, by the way, we have not pumped it as much here today because I'm running Sans host, but if you want to donate to the prize pool for what has been an enormous day of Deadlock so far that we're not even halfway through, ! Donate. We'll catch up on some of the donation messages before going the break, and yeah, just rewarding the players for what has been a brilliant day of Deadlock here so far. And, you know, it wouldn't be EU Deadlock without a little bit of boss luck in game 3 here, Jake.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting to not have Paradox in the mid lane. I mean, I think we really commonly do see this character in mid. He goes for an early regen, just focused on sustaining the lane and trading. Definitely a lot of pressure on Sonya Sniper. I mean, I feel like the Graves is, well, to be saying that's not what he's known for. I've never played it, to my knowledge, in Night Shift. So like you said, right, that choice to go for a denial pick, see if that actually pays off or gets punished.
The thing in Deadlock is that every character has so many tricks and like character-specific tech that no matter how good you are, I feel like swapping to something short notice if it's on your wheelhouse, you're probably not going to play it optimally. Like, it's not impossible. I think it's a bit unlikely.
Yeah, I also think, in theory, this should be kind of a hard lane for Graves because she's pretty terrible at clearing minions in general, at least in the very early game. And, you know, Rem sends the super minions at you from the very beginning. So if this is a spot where even if Geist just gets the free reign to solo farm while Rem is jungling and you can't punish it early, then already that's kind of a nice opener, really, for Leviathan in terms of the way they want this game to go. And Rem, usually at 2 minutes, is pretty happy to leave the lane and go box jungle pretty hard.
Of course, speaking of traditional lane setups, Paige, Billy, ever since they're both added into the game, these two have been together, I think more so than any other Billy lane, now that I think of that. Because there was a long period of time where if these two heroes were drafted on the same team, you would just generally see Paige, Billy as a lane. Because Paige generally works best as a laner with heroes that want to dive. And it doesn't get too much more divier than Billy in the laning phase.
They're kind of struggling so far in the lane, though, ZP. I mean, they bought double healing, right? Which isn't usually what you want to buy this early. I mean, you're sort of forced into it when you're low and you just stay in the lane, but it's items that, you know, you could be damaged. And if Fremont is able to buy like that extra investment into the spirit damage, it's going to be all the merrier. And typically you're not able to keep up with heals in this game with outgoing damage. It's always better to be on the front foot. So see how this lane ends up going for them. Maybe that double heal right is just going to be enough sustain to keep them farming, which I'm sure is going to be Together's goal, considering how important the team fights are.
Healing right, you know, the order in which you pick it, the first item healing right, generally not a sign of strength. But Rem, right now, through the tunnels. Right now, off in his own little world.
Yeah, he's doing his own thing here for sure. And Geist is soloing like the side lane, and Graves before Tomb. I don't know what you can really do about that. Bit of a contest on the box run. Silver still healthy, wants to find the chance to gank Mina. Nice Sanguine though, evades the Bola. saw that one coming a mile away, and OC is just backing out, just denies the trade from Silver.
I see Mina.
For as action-packed, well, hang on, just I say that, a little bit more action here in the middle, but I was gonna say as action-packed as the previous games were, this one off to a slower start. Bit of a dive here onto the tower, Billy looking for the punch, but there's just not the health to go into
daggers.
The poke
This could be
from,
killed.
yeah, that's too many daggers. Yeah, that is a dead Billy. The poke just too much to deal with in this lane. Even with the backup of Paige, there is a limit.
All right, their spear damage is disgusting in this lane. Like Shiv with full knives plus Celeste. Like these heroes are insane movement heroes at hard diving you. And usually Paige Billy wants to kind of poke and prod, put some pressure on with the shields, you know, put you on the back foot. I don't think that's realistic at all into Shiv Billy. Speaking of getting bullied out, I mean, on the rune pickup, already contesting is Irizumi. The sleep coming in, so difficult, man. A massive pressure onto Hoot. Understandably, he would try to get this, but a full heavy connection from Sai is good enough. Has the ultimate, is going to steal away the swap. Pulls Paradox back down to earth. Rabbit Hex not quite connecting, though. And the power shot from Hoot assists the cleanup on to Sai.
Leviathan off to mild lead here so far, kind of as expected. I mean, we were talking a little bit about the lanes going into the game, and Leviathan is definitely running with the stronger comp in the early mid. But I'm curious to see D-Mob's contribution. First owl was already out, and you know, as is the case with any good GT nowadays, you have to expect that every single time you look at the top middle that Bird is up, Bird is going to one of the side lanes most of the time.
Over the top here with the Mina.
It's big.
They're
Two easy
instantly
kills.
dead, man. Like, you almost didn't even need it there. That,
Yeah.
Talk about a gang squad. Like, no control, but the damage alone. Shiv, Celeste, Mina, that is ridiculous. Like, you just don't have the souls to be able to have spirit resist in this kind of a game. And ZP, this one's getting scary. We're talking a 6k soul lead at 6 minutes. That is terrifying. Big swap from overseas keeps him in the fight. Rem is down to Hoot, and you have the swap as well. Bird coming in should be able to clean up the guy. She's super low, and you do get the execute as well. So D-Mob getting some of that scaling souls, and Hoot finds a tower. It's going to restore a lot of this advantage, but a stolen tomb is going to maybe be costly. Sai happy here to take the trades, and Hoot just going to give everything to clean up this tower.
Asian Easy at the $100 donation into the prize pool as Hoot bites it from Irizumi. Things starting to heat up after a period of relative calm that we were dealing with. Leviathan, more than content to take 3 over here onto another Guardian, gonna extend the lead even more so, but more importantly, give a little bit of extra map control. The big glue here that we've seen so far, though, Jake, has been D-Mov with the Owls. About to get another power shot into OCs. Quick burst damage into the middle, 5 seconds away from another bird, and I don't think there's gonna be too much of a delay here. Rotation from Leviathan into middle. We'll see if it's enough to prevent mid from going down. Up into the air we go here for D-Mob. Back, and might get a taste of his own medicine. It's a clone bird into nap time. Not like this. The bird has changed teams. Boom goes the dynamite as D-Mob goes down to a cloned bird.
That's tragic. It's actually such a good steal if you can get close to GT, because GT just doesn't have the tankiness to tolerate a bird. Saint also trying to just back off out of this one. It's a big rotation for Leviathan. They bring a ton of players to get this one done. Hoot with the transform. It's a life buff Shiv, but it's not going to be enough, and the counter bird from D-Mob is back into this. Hoot profiting really well in this early game, has already found quite a few rotation kills. Can he get more? Would love to find a finish onto Rem, but the life drain from Geist maybe just a little bit too much. If you're able to punish Hoot, that would be huge. Wait, stepping back up into this. Hoot, full confidence here.
It's just 8 minutes into the game. Sinners have spawned. See if anyone actually goes for Sinner Steal here. For now, people mostly behaving on their sides of the map. Oh, as I say that, Celeste off for a little bit of a nibble on the enemy Sinners. Hoot, though, well, we got a different wolf this time and have the Sinclair. Not going to be super effective later in the game, but no, this early,
it's really nice. It's such a powerful like survival tool. This phase of the game. I mean, you're not going to have the items to sustain it, but hold on. Maybe he stuck around a little bit too long. Hoot already has some big damage coming in. Caught by the Rabbit Hex is Taz, but the bird coming in. Oh, great evasion from Sai. Slips the net, and Leviathan bringing more into this one. Still, Hoot is going to find his man.
Yeah, I mean, forced the Spectral Assisted swap, but really good reactions into the bird. Celeste, though, may have overstayed her welcome. The swap, though, misses just a little bit off, ends up clipping the pillar.
The survival ended up being meaningful from side, though. They get the kill on Hoot, I think, because he lives those few seconds longer.
Yeah. 40 seconds till next round of buffs and first earn. Leviathan on a bit of a lead. Again, kind of expected from the composition they're running, but for Abrahams, the fact that they were able to bring it back closer, not get completely blown out, which is what it was looking like very briefly. Reasonable job from them.
Mid prio is so important right now, right? With urns and urn and buff spawning in just a few seconds. Abraham's going to commit a lot here. They want to be able to snatch down this tower. Tombstone pressing zombies forward. Taz senses maybe they've gone a little bit too far. There's a deep Celeste into the backline. Rayek in trouble. Are the saves going to be good enough? The Rabbit Hex, don't see the connection there yet. Taz is already down, and Irizumi bouncing around, supporting this one with the tag along. 2 kills to nothing here for Leviathan, and they hold on to the mid Guardian to boot.
Yeah, also another case of the swap just barely missing. Uncharacteristic from Taz to miss 2 swaps in a row. But the net
It's
effect
a long
there,
day for Abrahams. Like they are grinding right now.
It's pretty late in EU now too. I mean, granted, Deadlock players and frankly casters in production all have terrible sleep schedules, but even still, late day in EU. Still, enough for Abrahams here to get mid Guardian and looking for a little bit more here. Fremont gave it up
could the
more
moves?
to ends up living, ends up falling, I think, to bloodletting though at the very end. Still, Leviathan looking to bring the chase down the other way. Tass in real danger once again, and Osees gets the last little bit of damage to finish it off. While this is going on, the urn is being transported, and this should be a free dunk in favor of Leviathan.
Celeste tangling with the Graves at close range. This one starting to look good for Graves, but both are low. A nuke from Celeste would turn the tide. Big dunk, though, from Irizumi. And Graves is stuck around. Now Mina's here, ready to get the chase down. Good movement from Sonya Sniper. Maybe just a little bit too far to catch. Osees has to fall back. But the urn dunk, no counter, no real response in objectives or kills for Abrahams. So a few thousand souls into the bank for Leviathan as their lead expands. Now 10,000 souls here at just 11 minutes.
Another bird. I think it is wild just how low the cooldown is on bird, where you really notice a comp play where it's just, observer cam, bird. On repeat.
I mean, you're just always active. You're always looking for something. Yeah. Speaking of something, Shiv kind of getting triangulated right now. But man, Fremont's movement has been elite this series, right? Like he's pulled so much attention to himself and gotten away. Stolen Billy ult. Maybe the chain gang is going to pull Billy back down into trouble. He's got that rising ram to maybe pull him away, but Mina has more than enough damage. Osees locking that one in, continuing to expand the streak, and it's just Demoff to try to make this hold on the GT. This one's a little bit scary. He doesn't have that much HP. Mina's going to look more for the dive deeper. Players are busy elsewhere on the map. Demoff's not going to really get much support on this play, and Mina seems to know it. Rabbit Hex, not going to be enough, and the stomp does hit Mina, so Osees going to have to just fall back off of this one.
Nox Nostra interrupted by the stomp, but the walker goes down in the end. Imov, another bird is out. Who's going to be the victim this time around? I think it's looking for the Mina. It's Imov will take anything yet. Up,
He's
over,
just jungling. He's jungling in front of the bird, man. No respect.
Also, Redis and Speed, the donation being dropped in. Thank you very much. And we'll go back and look at some of the messages previously. Not in the position to read it here just yet, but don't worry. We'll get you before the break.
Yeah, shout out to the donations, man. Like the community support in these tournaments is huge. We talk about it a lot, but it's because we wouldn't be here without it, right? Like the fact that, you know, folks coming together, making this show possible and building up the prize pool. It's much appreciated for
Also,
Deadlock Esports.
Jake, there's kind of a problem brewing for Abrahams. Mina's starting to get ahead of the game. And we've seen what happens when Osees gets ahead of the game on Mina. It's generally not good for the opposition. I mean, Sanya's at 13k on the Graves, so it's not massively far behind, but I still think Sanya's playing with the penalty of probably just not being ultra comfortable on the Graves. I mean,
yeah,
maybe I'm wrong. It just doesn't seem like a Sanya hero.
This game feels really textbook for Leviathan, right? It feels like Abrahams are tired and they're struggling, and Leviathan are more than happy to capitalize and play a game that is extraordinarily comfortable for them. Like every hero pick, absolutely something they're comfortable with, that they've practiced. Abrahams maybe got put in a rough spot draft-wise, you know, in terms of having to go for this Graves. maybe they can get deeper into the late game and show some of that fighting potential. But we talked about this like game one. It's so good to be ahead on Graves and to be like running people down, trying to play from behind and trying not to get bursted in the team fight, especially given the amount of raw spirit damage Leviathan can bring to bear, is very difficult. Taz and Together looking to maybe get active on the side lane, but Sai might see them. I guess the Magician is spotted, but yeah, it looks like he does. He must have seen something.
Things slowing down a little bit here where, you know, by the way, the lead has kind of started to balloon for Leviathan. Not super surprising given the comp. Like on the draft, we called out that this could be the case, but I think the scary thing for Abrahams is that while yes, you have Tass and you have, you know, paradoxical swap, some of your options for getting back the game are not necessarily the greatest. As swap gonna get caught here by Sai, throws it out raw, does not connect.
A parry on a GT? What the hell? Already some good fighting damage, but both teams really taking some pretty heavy damage. Here comes Mina over the top, the Nox Nostra silencing two. Taz and Together, they need that rallying charge just to stay alive. Spirit shielding though, keeping OCs healthy. Taz super low. The 2 kills set up by Mina. Already one has been found. Hoot as well out of this fight, just bleeding out. Fremont and Irizumi, irrepressible in the front line, and this is one tanky ship, already has that bullet resilience.
Also, Jake, the other thing too.
No way. It's mid, TP.
A 15-minute mid-boss attempt.
They're up a lot. This is crazy, ZP. This is Abrahams we're talking about. They've done much more impressive mid snatches than this. Surely they have to go for it, but Leviathan not backing down, still playing with full confidence. Yeah, this is a team fight. You are not getting free last hits here.
Also, they're about to get Bird, and they have Chain Gang.
God.
Oh, this could be a disaster for Leviathan. Abrahams in on the contest. Chain Gang is out. Bird gonna be sent in from above.
Rabbit-X.
Where's the Bird? Rabbit-X.
Rabbit-X of the
all
gods.
3 rejuves to Leviathan. The Bird is too late, Jake. Demov couldn't land. Wait, Bird also got 3 kills. Like,
all rejuves out.
Yeah.
There's still something to be fought for, but Leviathan are healthier. Hoot is low. Taz is low. Demov is blowing everything. He's got to go back to base, man. He's got nothing more to give in this fight. It's massive that you're able to clean up these rejuves, but in the end, you blow a lot of ults. No one actually goes down for Leviathan. They just expend their own rejuves. And the macro pressure is pretty rough. Taz going for this. I mean, he's going to go all in and maybe suicide for this Walker with the help of the Graves Tomb. That's probably worth it, but it's not the best kind of sacrifice you're looking to make in these games.
So Demov had to reposition to line up the Bird, and it led to a situation where the Bird came in too late to interrupt for rejuve contest, but still got there in time to do enough damage that everyone lost their rejuves, basically. So,
and an aggro dunk, they're going to get this. Oh, he does get the dunk in time. Bird's going to come in and try and contest it. Celeste is a monster, though, man. She is not backing down. Irizumi, the support from the Rem is huge. Celeste absolutely not losing HP, continuing to fight this one. Lycan Curse halfway done, needs to find some kills, but Hoot's dropping low. He has to fall back off this. And without one of your most important frontliners, Together is going to drop. Leviathan, blood in the water for them. They're up 20k souls. They say that's all we need. They don't need the rejuves to get this one. OC's 22k on this Mina. Huge factor right now in the game, on fire. And it feels like every engagement, this game just slips further and further out of Abraham's hands.
all right, we got the replay here of exactly how this went down, where, again, the Bird's going to be a little bit late here.
Look at the
Chain
Rabbit
Gang
Hex.
comes out. Yuna's rallying
Everybody's
charge
bunnies.
came on it.
There's 4 bunnies,
my
man.
God. That is a wild back and forth. Also, the Graves did enormous damage in there off the zombies. Like, that was back and forth. The Graves damage there actually, like, way higher than expected on second glance.
Absolutely. In the end, though, Abraham's still on the outside looking in. And it feels like they're just kind of bleeding out right now. Another Walker going to go down just from the macro split pressure. A Nox Nostra, even be pitted, reminds me of Release Mina. Bit of a pressure, though, from Hoot, who's kind of happy to take these HP trades. Procs the ultimate. Slowing Hex comes out from Taz on the Paradox there. Would love to be able to catch OCs, who's already down to half HP. Hoot coming in with the Chain Gang as well. Can you be able to break it? You can't quite. Good catch on the Celeste, who now gets knocked down onto the floor. This could be just the catch Abrahams are looking for. That being said, Celeste still somehow healthy, dancing away onto the high ground. OCs is out. Irizumi's going to pop to sleep to slow down Hoot, but good start to the fight, and I don't know that Leviathan want to continue to force this.
Headed to green.
I do love how Celeste gets pulled down, but Celeste is ahead of the game to a degree that's like, well, by HP bar is not going to move. Also, I think that's the real problem that Abrahams is running up against here is that, you know, so we talked about where Graves is the ultimate stat check hero, but your ability to outplay is more limited relative to other heroes. So the fact that Abrahams is so far behind right now is just a pain because Sanya is not going to have the impact on fights that he would if it was at least even with the Graves being ahead of their own team.
Definitely something you got to watch out for this game. The ability for Graves to stick on these incredibly mobile targets. It's like, yeah, the Geist you could catch, but pretty much everyone else has some pretty powerful tools. Maybe an attempt in mid. Big stolen chain gang, though, from Sai is going to pull a lot of players in, groups them up, but the follow-up's not really there. Graves going to pop a couple tools defensively. Split push pressure on the left side favoring Leviathan. Right side, though, pushing in pretty hard for Abrahams. Resources definitely being deployed around this mid lane where the last walker stands here for Abrahams, playing with their tournament life on the line.
Movement buff being saved, and I believe it was overseas. I was able to get it.
Okay, that's crazy. No way you go for that. Billy's going to attempt that one, but he's just going to get out of dodge real quick. Taz might end up giving his life, and Leviathan were more than ready to pounce onto this one. Even with only 5 players here, it's going to be enough. They're even going to give that extra movement buff to further speed up this dunk from Sai. It's a hard dunk, though. Disfavorable on the enemy side of the map. Do you really want to go for this one right here and right now? Leviathan saying the answer might be yes, suggesting that with their map rotations right here.
I've never seen Tass have a rougher game in recent memory, by the way.
Yeah.
The amount of times Tass has been picked off into the amount of missed swaps, you know, it's unreal. When Hoot is here, remember,
buff. It's enough.
I mean, you know, if you're Silver, you're just looking for a boot kick here, but the cavalry has arrived. Owl, wait, what did the owl even hit?
I think he missed.
I don't think the bird hit anything.
Sai thinking twice about going for this. Oh, the page ult is going to snatch the urn out of his hand. Soren is timed out here, but Hoot, one of the crucial players on this Abraham squad, forced into the Lycan curse, and it's not even going to be enough. Here comes the real chain gang coming out from Billy. It's stolen as well. Sai looks to pull players deep into enemy territory. Now the big rabbit hex counterspelled by Page, but not enough to keep Billy out of the fray. But Leviathan are just so powerful over the top here, bringing that damage. And Sai goes back, recognizes his team's in control. He's going to grab this urn and throw the dunk in.
And for Abrahams, I mean, they've run out of gas. Like, Saint has no HP, Tass has no HP. It should be an easy dunk, and is. So no comeback urn possibility here for Abrahams. Even further behind, Tass gonna fall again. Get out of the fight. There's absolutely no chance we're gonna test the urn. And, you know, at this point, there is no more urn, so leave. There's nothing to be gained here for Abrahams at this point.
Yeah, they keep trying to find these kills, and I don't blame them because everyone on Leviathan is low, and Abrahams are a team. They know their win condition is finding a cheeky kill in one of those kind of extended exchanges that maybe allows them to flip an unlikely team fight. But now, full map control, earned down. There's not really any key objectives to play for. Big rabbit hex on a Hoot, amplifying some of that damage, but this close to Walker, just for harassment more than anything. There's a lot of jungle on the map right now, ZP.
Abrahams playing a game right now where they're gonna have to thread the needle, avoid major team fights for a while, ideally get Sanya to a higher level of farm, and more than anything else, even though it's been a tough game for Tass, you're still kind of reliant on Tass to give you an opening here for a pickoff that you could change into multiple staggered picks. Because I don't think Abrahams wins any straight up team fight the way it is right now between the two teams. So you need to generate an opportunity somewhere on the map, but it is easier said than done. Another bird.
These birds feel more desperate than anything. Yeah, he's just going to clear waves with it. That's all he can really do. Like, Abraham's corralled it just into the mid lane. They're not farming that much. Leviathan's just pulling the macro lead. Taz, though, maybe he wants to change that story. But Overseas is more than willing to fight. He's actually just running it down on them. And everyone, once again, trying to retreat, trying to pull back. Celeste chasing them with the Shining Wonder. It's bouncing between all these players. Billy trying to pull Celeste maybe deeper than she had signed up for. But without the bird, it's a bit of a scary fight. Leviathan taking any advantage of just running with it. An E-shift on the Mina, but she's so deep in the back line. Some nice dashes to maybe get out of this. Insane movement from OCs. He's gone.
Also, it was a very early E-shift buy. We saw it doesn't feel as much now, but he had that E-shift at 22,000. It was a full-on, I just don't want to die. There's also one of the missed paradoxical swaps earlier where TAS basically had to try and thread the needle and was a little bit off. Still, the longer this goes without a pick, the more it is in favor of Abraham's at the very least. Just proportional difference in farm gets less and less as time goes on.
Yeah, they're getting a bit of comeback souls. But it definitely feels clear that there's a real danger for Abraham's. Every one of these fights, it really feels like it could go explosively against them. Some big shots, though, connecting on Overseas is going to maybe slow his roll just a bit. Fremont also in trouble. A big soul exchange, though, onto the Billy. Gets Overseas back and healthy. The key team fighter on together in massive trouble, getting run down. Cost Fremont his life, though. 1-for-1 could be decent. Hoot also, like in Transform now, into the back line. The rest of Leviathan trying to turn and burn onto this incredible frontliner, but he's full stacks, massive damage coming in. I just don't know that it's going to be enough. Celeste, now that the ultimate's out, she's going to be happy to turn and run this one down, but with all these Graves abilities bogging up the mid lane, it's not going to be easy to go for a chase.
Guy's one of the few heroes to not instantly melt when a silver is on her just because of how powerful Life Drain is at the moment. If you're wondering how the fight goes, like, how'd Overseas live? It's like, well, Guy's Life Drain actually pretty good at the moment. However, Abrahams have created an opportunity here, Jake. They're going to get advantage earn. And now, can they get away with it? Sinclair on the chase down, able to force the drop. Looking here for Paradox. Paradox, though, dancing in and around the wall. Still okay here so far. Tess, though, getting a little bit of support. Earn, once more picked up by Tess, and again dislodged into the Spectral Assistant escape. Leviathan pulling out every trick in the book to keep this Earn in contest as more rotate over and in.
Yeah, there's more players coming to chase this one down. See if they can catch some of these players sticking around. Good counterspell from Saint. Pulls a bit of attention onto himself, but contesting the Urn feels difficult together. Kind of all on his own right now on the Billy. Life stealing a little bit back up, but he's starting to tick out. OCs runs him out. And Abraham's routed back to the base, full running this one. D-Mob also on a hasty retreat in mid. Waves are very strong, though, for Abraham's and the rest of the map, so this is not necessarily going to be a free dunk. Mina has used the E-shift, starting to take some big hits. That Bola really hurting her. Needs some support from Irizumi to play out of this one. Running out of stamina as well. The rest of the team is here, trying to back her up, trying to bail her out. They know how important OCs is to this team damage.
Bird out and on the way. You gotta think it's going for the Urn. The dislodge it once more, and that's exactly where it goes. Hits 3 for the trouble. Actually, big damage here from D-Mob. The fight continuing to take place in the middle. Swap, gonna miss off the clone. Rallying charge, thrown into the fray. Saint, though, dies immediately thereafter. A bloody fight that Leviathan, not entirely spotless. Rayek caught, but they may get Hoot in turn. Hoot taking refuge down into the sewers. I think was able to get away, still actually being chased here, and goes down. Not the easiest chase down, but one Leviathan manages all the same.
Yeah, they have to work hard for these fights. Abraham's playing incredibly well. You wouldn't guess the soul deficit that we see on the top of the screen, but in the end, Leviathan do get a 2-for-1 there. Should be a winning trade, especially as they continue to hold this prio. Shiv lives on slivers of HP, has that double resilience build. So potent on Shiv right now, and they're gonna flip mid right now. They say, hey, without Hoot, you are nothing. No rallying charge as well from the page. It's really all on together and D-Mob to get this done. Maybe Sonya, we see what Graves can do in the pit, could be a difference maker. But the Rabbit Hex from Sai, always a huge threat to deal with. And an aggressive sleep coming out from Irizumi. The Rabbit Hex is early. You're not even going to be there to contest. Triple rejuve instantly grabbed from Leviathan. Berg gets nothing. Abraham's back to base and quick because Leviathan on the chase down.
Earn for mid-boss is cold comfort for Abrahams here. It's not the trade you want to take. Graves Tombstone dropped here for a little bit of chaos. So we see Sanya looking for the way out. You don't want to lose the Graves here. You do! The rake from OCs prevents any hope from escape on the end. Leviathan taking every step necessary to defend their title. Swap in from Paradox towards the very end. Leviathan, 1 Rejuvenator left. Not the biggest bounty of rejuves at this point, and Hoot actually thinking there's a little bit of blood and water here up in middle.
Yeah, do you really want to transform right now? It's kind of in a passive spot, but Hoot just a little, oh, he's actually gonna get forced to transform here. He has to send it, has to get aggressive, has to force some kind of a trade, but can he actually take this one? It's wolf on wolf action. Sai with his own wolf form, pulling a lot of aggro on himself, insanely tanky despite being a Sinclair who hasn't really built for this role. Shiv is in right behind him, and Sai ended up making a lot of space into this one, enough to claim that mid walker.
Lead still at 30k. Leviathan working with 1 Rejuvenator. Not quite as big of a rejuvenator advantage as you like, but still enough that you can hang out here, go for a little bit of sieging. More of a scouting bird. Dropped here from Demov, but should be able to land with a little bit of damage onto the Shiv, who doesn't really care and is still going to continue to do a bit of gambling.
There's a lot of jungle on the map right now. And for Abraham's, right, to staying back is almost not an option because the eco lead is just going to continue to pull against you. Everyone full split right now on Leviathan. Abrams, it feels like you got to make a play. If you let people just full split 6 on the map, farming all 3 waves and a ton of jungle, you are going to go really parabolic in the worst possible direction on that soul graph.
It has been a relatively passive game for Sanya so far here. I mean, granted, part was that you're out getting farmed, but 0-1-4. Not a Graves that's been in a ton of fights. Shangang, though, going to be used by Together. Sanya moving in, not really full committing as Nox Nostra comes in from the top. A fight that Abrahams decides wisely to go for a disengage on. Hoot getting chased, but they decide, no, not going to full commit onto the silver here just yet, as buffs and a new urn spawn. And Jake, you think about how long the last urn took to get resolved, we may be looking at more of the same.
Yeah, definitely to pick up a crucial moment, though, especially for Abrahams. They would love to be able to grab it for themselves. Being contested, a bit of a front line here. A sleep onto 2 might be enough for Irizumi as he comes with the tag along now. Assisting Fremont, who's pumping that damage. Disarming Hank's not going to make a difference to the Shiv, who's just raining in skill after skill. A beautiful parry as well onto Together. Billy starting to drop low. The heals so far good enough, but Shiv now locked down in a really rough spot, surrounded by these Graves zombies. And somehow, despite that advantage coming in, Leviathan maybe in real trouble here. OC's just got healed up to stay alive and continue this game.
Graves power right now. Off, oh my goodness, the captivating read into the grasping hands. It is the you do not get to move combination. Swap over. Damage still being pumped out here by the Graves. Needs a little bit more onto the guy's gonna get it. And the lockdown from Abrahams in this fight, actually a bit unreal, Jake. Leviathan down 3, Abrahams down 2, but that was a great fight from Abrahams, and I still can't get over what happened to Fremont. That was a 2 rallying charges into grasping hands, into captivating read, but hold on, the chase down, the Graves threat is dead.
Oh, the Scourge, so much value into this fight. Irizumi, super farmed right here on the Ram, able to contribute a ton into this one. Sai also considering going deeper, but Taz maybe just a little bit too hard of a target for that one.
Is that a sign of things to come here, though, Jake?
Yeah, it's a little scary.
And also getting the urn from Abrahams. I mean, it's getting them closer in farm. Graves is now at the point where she is a much bigger threat, especially now that you're getting things around the thing, around the lines of, double grasping hands. You get double rallying charge. The CC that Abrahams is able to put out with some of the endgame items is sort of changing the course of these late game fights.
Yeah, it feels like you might need some unstoppables, right? Just because like that many layered CCs, it's kind of a problem. I mean, Divine Barrier up for Irizumi is disgustingly rich, by the way. 35k on the Ram. He is big.
Also, I think that may have been a Sinclair rallying charge. Look here, I don't think Saint actually has Refresher. I might be wrong. It was just, it looked like
they need to do the like put whatchamacallit, have like a different
Purple
audio
horses?
cue, but I guess you can see the.
Yeah, no, there's no refresher on page. So that was actually just Sinclair horses. It looked like they came from the same direction, but
Yeah, I know. Some of the ults are purple, right? But the horses might not be. I think they.
the horses are. I think cloned horses are just green.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a troll. Paige
Also
just
cloned Kelvin Dome.
throwing out some threats here, trying to keep people sustained. Curse is very real here. But Irizumi, I think, definitely going to have the advantage in terms of his ability to sustain some of these players in the team fight. He's got a lot of powerful defensive tools. And once again, it's like, Abrahams, you're in a part of the map. There's not really any camps here. You need to somehow come out and get some kind of a meaningful team fight. By the way, those super creeps from Rem just tanked the bird. They're actually going to continue to push down the right side lane.
Boss has arrived.
The force onto mid boss. This
is crazy. This is definitively crazy, ZP. Until the Graves build that they're up against, I don't know about this one.
It's bait.
Looks like it's a roar bait. Together's instantly going to sniff it out, but the sleep is good enough onto the swap. AoE swap pulls 2 down. Out of position now. Graves trying to bog things down, slow the fight. Taz really underfarmed this game. It gets pulled in deep. The Billy pulling them into the absolute swamp here. Sai can TP out of this one, but maybe the damage is done. Abrams low HP on a couple players. Leviathan still trying to push forward. The Rabbit Hex is coming in thick and fast. Leviathan finding the first kill in onto Hoot, no less.
Losing Hoot is rough. Dimov also eating some knives. 2 knives from afar. That actually may be lethal if Dimov can't get some heals. It's going to be pretty close. Like, he's ticking. He's ticking. Is Dimov dead? Oh my word. Dimov just barely got into the fountain. And now mid-boss at risk. Rallying charge.
I think that was just thrown out from Sai to heal people up because he was going to lose the ulti.
Yeah.
Tomb popped early. Oh my god, the X of Doom on the floor here. 1 rejuve grab for Leviathan. The parry's coming in. 2nd grab as well in the 3rd. Leviathan still keeping players alive. Overseas not even consuming the 1st rejuve. And this looks like the nightmare scenario. Abrams could be going out here and now. Leviathan, triple rejuve, everybody alive. Just Dimov together. But they're just trying to back off. They're just trying to stay alive. Dimov, that might even be too much to ask for as Mina hunts down the GT who, wait, I think he's hiding in like a cubby? Where is Dimov right now?
We need Dimov cam. Where? Oh god, he's actually in the veil.
This is
400
terrible.
HP.
He can't get back. Like, I don't know how he gets back to base. Genuinely.
Well, you know, he can still send an owl and hope no one like traces where the owl came from.
That's fine, guys. It's the GT turret that's sending the owls.
Okay, wait. Dimov is found the path.
Oh,
he's gonna get to Zay.
They see him. They see him. I assume from the way Mina's batting. Goes up in the air. Silences onto together, and the damage comes. He got zip knocked on the way back into the base. No, Dimov. Leviathan still triple rejuves to play with. Hoot super low HP, trying to pull a lot of attention onto himself. Together does chain gang people in deep, but I think they're more than happy to come in, more than happy to battle up against this Billy. Leviathan continuing to snowball, adding to this ridiculous kill lead. With the shrines dropping, with players still long off the respawn, this one feels too difficult even for Abrahams. Leviathan cruising toward their next victory, maintaining the streak here at the top of EU Night Shift.
Abrahams, the once champions, again struggling to find their footing. Leviathan holding serve. First stage patron about to be dropped, and they're real close to finishing things off, collecting their share of the prize pool, and adding to the bonus pot, as it were. Well, actually, Abraham, we didn't talk about it. Abraham's actually, because they got a map, they get
oh my god, Together DC. Bro, Together DC, you gotta end, guys. Oh my god, the sleep comes in. The re-engage is good. Curse onto Rayik, but it's just a rejuve claimed. Silence is gonna be good enough. Saint is down, throws out the rallying charge, but it's too little, too late. It's all Leviathan in the feed. Even Hoot cannot stand. The stat check is too real. Sanya on the grave, struggling to just throw down everything he can, but they're just out of gas, CP.
And that is going to be a wrap. Leviathan defend the throne once more. It was an incredibly long series. It was back and forth, but Graves meeting her match back-to-back games as Leviathan take another. OC's at 51,000 at the very end. Doesn't quite matter what OC's is on here today, Jake. Made his impact in more ways than one.
Huge game for OCs on the Mina. Honestly, ridiculous series from OCs, like front to back. The 2 Graves games, immaculate, you know, huge carry performances, and then just a tale's old of time. When you give this guy the Mina, you know he's gonna have a big game. Abrahams, I think this game 3, running out of gas really is the right metaphor, right? Like that's kind of them. Felt like how long and difficult their day was. I don't really blame them for it. Leviathan just absolutely suffocating pressure in this game 3, just developed that lead little by little, but it never felt like they lost control of the game. Maybe one good team fight for Abrahams in the late game, but in the end, Leviathan prevent the bleeding from turning into anything worse and seal the deal here over the patron.
Man, what a series back and forth, and just how much changes in a week. I don't think anyone saw the idea that Graves was going to come in and be such a force in regards to the impact on the draft. Now, do I think it worked out super well for Abrahams in this game? Probably not. Although I don't know how much of that, like you could argue, was Sanya the most comfortable on the hero? Maybe, maybe not. I also just think though, Leviathan, as we called it the draft, they picked something that was really high tempo. They got ahead early, and when you maintain a reasonable lead, it's a lot harder for Graves to have as big of an impact, although this mid fight with the zombies is just absolutely unreal.
ZP, Graves live nerfed. Patch just dropped.
Wait, you're kidding me.
This is the new patch. No cap. Straight line.
What? Wait. Nerfed in time for NA. I'm pulling it up right now.
Let's see. All right, well, after we finish these replays, we'll check out some of the notes before we close out this half of the show. I'm sure we'll have more to say as well as we get into North America, but it is just, we're getting everything all at once here on the night shift. We got a patch, we got insane games, we got like a 60-minute game, probably our longest series ever. I'm not sure about that, but I feel like it has to be damn close.
Yeah, I mean, whew. Also the mid patch, or the mid-show patch, kind of unreal. But hey, at least it's time between the EU and NA break. Also, this part here, their lucky hoot went down early, because anytime you fight in this corridor and mid-boss, that has to be the best place for Silver to fight in the entire game.
Yeah, like the power of this comp, definitely fighting in the small rooms was super real, but I just think Mina and Shiv, like overall Leviathan had such a movement gap in this game, right? They have insane mobility heroes, and it felt like the close range characters from Abraham's just couldn't quite catch the targets, right? There's too many ways to escape. There's too many ways to fall back. You end up like the only guy you really can catch and lock down is a Lady Geist with a freaking Rem behind her, sustaining her. So very, very potent draft from Leviathan. A great adaptation to lock this in game 3, and a huge team effort across the board for Leviathan. It's not just one player standing out above the rest. Like, this takes the entire team to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, I think of moments here. I mean, aside from, OCs where I've talked about a lot, Freemock on the Shiv is something beautiful to behold. I mean, over the course of the series, the amount of times that Freemock just did ridiculous movement things where even by Shiv standards of just how in the world did he get out. Also, Rayek on the Celeste was just continually, a real pain to deal with over the course of the game.
Yeah, definitely great games. I also want to call out Psy on the Sinclair, 4-2-22. Really crazy stat line. Sort of showed the difficulty sometimes for Graves in that matchup. A lot of very impactful ult steals as well. I mean, the Rabbit Hex secures a couple crucial rejuves to even put them in this position to win the game. Irizumi on the Rem, insane performance today, like really, really clean support, always where he needed to be, always making these clutch saves, great item buys as well. So for Leviathan, really building something up with real stability here as they hold on to yet another title defense here in the night shift.
I mean, it's super interesting too, because now 4 wins in a row. It's not, we were looking at this as, EU is now going to be a holy trinity again. You're going to have a lot of back and forth. Maybe we're just looking at the beginning of a brand new mega streak, and it's not Abraham's as the one that's doing it, because Leviathan, they're really answering a lot of questions that people had of, hey, can this team be versatile? Do they have deep hero pools? Do they have multiple options? What happens if OCs doesn't get the Mina? They had answers for all of that here today, Jake. They're not a team that is a one-trick pony. They've actually added a lot of depth over time, and Abraham's, while they came close today, they didn't have the answer yet.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely was an improved Abraham's based on what we've seen from them recently. I think, honestly, if they didn't have such a brutally long day, I think this could have been a much more competitive game 3. And so I'm excited to see them back in competition. But, man, even that match against Lowkey W, right, went down to the absolute limit. Abrahams are still going to claim half the bounty, so a little something, dinner on us, Abrahams, dinner on us for all you guys, a little something, a little taste of something. But Leviathan, in the end, they hold the defense, continuing to build up that bounty. And I mean, they might take home the bounty, right? Because this is 4 straight weeks they've won. If they can do one more, they're going to claim that bounty for themselves. They have every incentive to not give up any maps to maximize that payout.
All right, so we got some donations to read out before we go to break. We said we'd catch up on it from Asian EZ. We have tipped $100 saying, quote, me when a bad bitch, parentheses, ZP, tells me to donate to the prize pool from Asian EZ. From Cushion Boots 420, $5. Thanks to everyone who puts this on. And I love my blue boy Abams. Not Abrams, Abams. From Anonymous, $10. Shout out ZP. I think I got him killed in Matchmaker this week. Spam him chat, asking if he was a caster for DLNS. I said I'd donate $10 American dollars. Oh, God, I remember that. It's true. Also, to be fair, while it did get me killed, we were losing that game horrifically. It had no impact on the game. I just try to avoid typing mid-game, but all the love in the world and a man of his word. Mr. Wizard TV, $5, been loving Night Shift. When they going to add techies to the game? Damn.
Never, please, God, no, please stop.
Goopy Noopy, $25. Massive week of games in both regions. Thanks to everyone behind the scenes at DLNS for putting on a great show once again. Cheers and GL, have fun. Sunsball, 10, $25. Congrats to Floormen. Wait, that was last week. Never mind. I've gone too far back. Those are all the donations this week. I was like, what do you mean congrats to Floormen? They haven't played yet. Jake, final thoughts before we throw the break and we get NA going. And also an interview from Elizabeth. Oh, wait, we got MVP first.
Yeah, of course. We got to take a look at our MVP. We got to celebrate for Leviathan. I mean, another big week for them. Shouldn't be any surprise here from OCs. I mean, top of the line carry performances, you know, through the entire series. Game 3, I think, really put a cherry on top. This guy was so deep in the back line, like the entire game. He's pulling so much aggro to himself, slips away on just shreds of HP time and time again. Game 1. Debut of the top like farm carry Graves here in Night Shift, and he single-handedly warped the meta, you know, like mind controlling Abrahams to pick the Graves, and the hero looks very good. I'm curious to see if the patch changes that or if NA just has a different take on the meta, but definitely a well-deserved MVP performance out of OCs.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting too because again, we kind of went in with the storyline of a lot of people going, oh, OCs has to play the heroes with the free escapes, and granted, you know, being able to throw down a wall, you do have some escape ability on Graves, but it's not a hero known for her high mobility. She has to buy superior stand pretty early and, you know, get out on her movement without really iframes, and not a problem for OCs. No Mina, no problem. Massive performance on the Graves, and still the same Mina you know and love for OCs with a really good performance in map 3.
Yeah, what a nasty little rake there to finish off Sonya before popping the rejuve, and well-deserved win for Leviathan. ZP, they went, what was it? It's like 10 straight losses against Abrahams, grinding, winning, I think 2 maps over the course of that. Like, few teams could have stuck it out and stayed together and kept building through that kind of a beatdown. But finally now it's their day in the sun, winning another one straight here on the Night Shift. And like you said, maybe the beginning of a real dynasty for them. They're earning these wins. This is not coming from, you know, 1 or 2 players having big games across the board. You know, everyone hitting new levels here for Leviathan. So a lot of love to this team sticking around, a long time appearance in the Night Shift and finally getting their flowers.
Oh, there's, because I scrolled down too much, we also had a donation from Redison Speed, $10 that just said, slay. Jake, though, we're not off the hook just yet. We got to talk about the patch notes, and then we throw to the interview. And then we get in the NA. So,
let's take a look. All right. Little buffs to Bebop. I'm down for that. A little regen on Bebop should help the early game.
Bit of a buff to Calico. I mean, does Calico need it?
She got some like nerfs here and there. I think NA was still liking her, so maybe she'll be played a little bit more in NA.
Doorman buffs. I don't like this at all. Like even bigger radius on Call Bell and a little bit more slow, more distance on Doorway.
Huge. Doorway distance. The base. Okay, wait. Doorway is going to be crazy. I know they nerfed all the ability range stuff, so maybe this just... But he's going to be able to kidnap you across the map now, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that's actually massive nerf to Graves. Given that people have been going Echo Shard grasping hands constantly, you're getting 2 less ghouls per rotation.
This is the build that Sonya did. This is not the build that OCs did, though. OCs was playing the conventional carry Graves, where he's like playing for the passive. So I think this matters, but I think it sort of depends on your take. The way Sonya's build absolutely is harder. Like I think the Echo Shard stuff is gone probably. Then again, 10-second less cooldown, maybe buying that CTR, you're gonna kind of get a lot of spam out of it.
Also, it's still a really long route. Like the ghouls made it over the top, but wait, what is the holiday change? The holiday, it's got to be buffs. Right?
You get air control as an ally. That's sick. So you get like the holiday crazy air control. That is legitimately a massive buff. I mean, the tier 3 crack shot. Yeah, I don't think this matters, but I think the bounce pad, dude, imagine like bounce padding your entire team like into the team fight. You bring like 6 guys all like jump and land on you all at once. This legitimately is massive. I actually think that could single-handedly make Holiday pretty sick, especially because that's probably the best in competitive play, where like everyone can plan to take the bounce pad together. Like that is legitimately a crazy tool. That air control is unbelievably powerful.
Wait, also tier 3 crack shot just got buffed by 50%.
I still skeptical about this carry holiday build
Okay.
after the gun nerfs, but I know of all people, ZP, you will will this into existence.
Okay, here's the thing about Gun Holiday. By the math, it actually should still be a thing. The problem is that Holiday's projectile bullet is so small. It's like one of the smallest bullets in the game.
Like a true hit scan.
And her gun has like weird feedback on it. So the accuracy on Holiday isn't where it should be. But like by the math, that actually should make Gun Holiday super viable if you have the skill. Do people have the skill on short notice? Maybe not, but let's keep going now. We got Infernus. Reasonable buffs here to Infernus.
Little buffs on Afterburn. I feel like Infernus is gonna be like better and better. I mean, like I feel like at some point he's gonna get over the top. He had been a very strong meta hero for a long time and has been out on the outside looking in for quite a bit now. I feel like this could be enough for Infernus. Like these are pretty meaningful buffs because it's like it adds up. The DPS lasts a very long time with all the duration stuff you buy.
Will DMB play Infernus? We'll have to see. Kelvin, a little bit of nerf. That's not gonna stop Psy from playing Kelvin. Like that's a slap on the wrist.
Yeah,
Overall.
slightly reduces your heals, but the ulti is still insane, which is I think what people are really playing it for.
Okay, the Geist nerf, these are actually really big Geist nerfs. The fall off nerf is that sucks. Like that, that actually hurts a lot. And the spirit scaling on life drain, this actually
so
I
it's
think
still
hurts
worse.
Geist.
It's still worse even with the buff on tier 3, right? It's basically the same. It's slightly worse with the after tier 3 than it is now. But before tier 3, it's pretty bad. I will say if you're gonna rush tier 3 life drain, maybe this doesn't matter that much because it's basically the same once you have the tier 3.
Yeah, true. Tier 3 goes back.
I think the gun fall off those type of changes tend to be more meaningful than you would think.
Yes. All right, McGinnis, better heals, better wall. Oh, Mirage, he had to get hit.
He had to get a beat down. Health steal per second, double nerfed. Tier 3 spirit scaling, further nerfed. Okay, so they just blew fire scrapers out of the water. I will say this rework it was just too good. I mean, he got perma first banned in EU, so he might actually get played in NA now. Maybe they'll let him through the ban phase. Slightly longer Dust Devil CD, but it's fixed by the tier 2. But then again, I don't think people were really leveling Dust Devil too much. Maybe you would. Maybe you do the Dust Devil build now with the increased lift duration. I don't know. It's like the Echo Shard, quadruple Dust Devil. Maybe that's a little. And also,
I mean, Leffa was already playing that before, so Leffa might be like, yeah, absolutely. Oh, no. Oh, wow.
All right. I will say no one's leveling this skill. Like, people are just taking it with no points in it. So, tier 3, I don't know that you're actually. Like, I don't think you're really interrupting Rem when he's channeling this. Like, it's pretty rare.
Untrue. Untrue. As someone that does a decent amount of event, you can gut shot him into the wall, like, more than you would expect.
I don't know. I think this is a fine buff, though. Like, maybe he didn't need it, considering he got played a lot in EU, but still, I think for the last few weeks, Rem's been pretty bad. And
I just like interrupting. I enjoy... Wait.
I think this is a slight buffed. It's like so small, the change. In fairness, why did her bullet damage scaling have 4 decimal points? That seems a little excessive.
I don't know. That is fair. Just off that alone. Also for the Ven, this is a buff, so Vens don't do stupid things. So let's play a lot of Ven recently. Okay, so technically before this nerf, before level 2 gut shot, you could gut shot someone and get a melee if the timing was absolutely perfect. But if the timing was a little bit off, they could parry, and you would get parried and you would die.
Now you're definitely
by reducing it point. Yes, now you definitely get parried. But now this prevents you from trying to go for like the absolute perfect melee, which you're not going to get most of the time. So you're probably going to get parried regardless. So it removes the temptation. I feel like nerf, but actually stealth buff for people in average pub games.
All right, Victor. Victor's been out of the meta for so long. And they took off the lifesteal effectiveness stat. That was the shortest lived lifesteal effectiveness stat of all time. No longer purchase non-ult debuffs. T3 now adds 50% debuff resistance. Does that mean when you press it, you get 50% debuff resistance and cuts existing debuff? I feel like that's, well, I guess it's better against ultis, right?
No,
so it's probably really good against like affliction because you can press the debuff resist and you like take off the affliction or at least half of it.
Yeah.
So that could be a buff, but not purging is a big deal. Like a lot of things that you want to hard purge, like it's, I think about like an Infernus just shooting you is like no long. I mean, even if you're getting debuff resistance, he's still going to keep lighting you on fire if he's just sitting there shooting you.
All right, is that our final change? Because we got to get to NA. It's been a long day. It's perhaps about to get even longer. But that is the final patch note change. This has been Night Shift in EU, but don't you worry. We still got half a show left to go. But before we get into NA, how about settle into this preview of Elizabeth's interview with the one and only Saya.
Hi, Deadlock Night Shift. It's Elizabeth, but please call me Liz. And who do I have this time? Drumroll, please. For Melee Creeps, it is Saya. I don't think I need to tell most of you who Saya is, but Deadlock is growing, which is amazing, and we have many new people joining the ritual. For those of you who don't know, to borrow a phrase from Sasha Colby, he is probably your favorite player's favorite player. So please grab your tea, because this is my conversation with Saya. Hey, Deadlock Night Shift. This is Elizabeth. This is Gemma and Tamsin. Say hello. Thank you. I just got word from ZP after getting out of rehearsal that Floormen beat Melee Creeps. This interview with Saya was recorded before that, so just keep that in mind. Just view that. I know, I'm watching my duvet cover, okay? Eyes off. But yeah, just keep that in mind when you're watching this interview, that I was not able to ask about, hey, you got beat by Floormen, because that didn't happen yet. That was not real. But here we are, right, Gemma? Exactly. I'd love to hear your read on BWC as kind of this, now no longer running with Clock, not Bird with Clock, this team that I think is causing trouble when they do face people because of their play style.
So, I mean, the best thing I like about BWC is they do kind of just run at you. So either they'll win in like 20 minutes or they'll lose at like 30 minutes, So that's just kind of the thing about them is they will go for these crazy plays where if these crazy plays work out, because you weren't expecting this crazy play, now your walker is being taken at 9 minutes or something like that. And that's just kind of like the thing about BWC is just like they really do throw out the Hail Marys out there just constantly, and you're like, there's no reason for a Hail Mary right now. What's going on here? And then but it's a Hail Mary while it's even, so it's like okay, well it works, and now they're like 10k up on you, and that's solely that they accumulate now. Now they're using that advantage that they got from that to just randomly throw another Hail Mary, and now if that works out, they're back at 20, or they're at 20. But if it doesn't, now the game's even again. So that's kind of just the big thing about BWC is they will put you on this point where they like to play up in your face and everything, and if you don't expect that or something like that, you will just you will lose a lot because of it's just not an expected way to play.
So you're saying an unexpected way to play. Goober described it as an incorrect way of playing, and he described the way you guys play as the correct way, and you and Floormen as the way you guys play as the correct way of playing. Do you think the way BWC play is incorrect, or is it just a different style?
Listen, at the end of the day, it's just whoever has the win, right?
To an extent, yeah, I would say.
It doesn't matter the way they play or anything like that. If they win 2 games against us, they won. That's just how it is. So you can't really say there's a correct or incorrect play, especially whenever this game there's so much other aspects of this game compared to like a top-down MOBA.
Another thing I want to ask you about in kind of the DNS world is this hydronation return that we've had. And I'll ask you specifically about a quote from Rokane that he said in an interview with EDL. He said, "Melee Creeps run is extremely impressive. That team has some of the best talent in the game, but only time will tell how long will that last." If and when we meet Melee Creeps meets the kind of new reinvigorated hydronation in the future, how do you expect that to go?
Yeah, they're gonna slam.
They are getting slammed.
Oh yeah.
Why?
Probably because hydronation just hasn't played in like a long time. They haven't been in the tournament scene for a very long time, and they've just been building up scrims. So I think it's gonna take them a bit.
So you think the scrim, while they will have scrim experience because they don't have DNS experience, I think they have Freak Fest experience as of very recently. But because they don't have like the DNS experience that you guys have playing every single week, being on top, that it's just, they will, if they want to pose a threat, they will have to take time, not to put words in your mouth, but they will have to take time to reach you.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between scrim pressure and tournament pressure by a long shot.
The devil's advocate argument against that is, well, you guys just scrim each other, right? Like the Deadlock scene is very, very, especially in North America, is very, very, very small. And Goober has spoken, in my interview with Goober, he's spoken about how difficult it is to kind of like when you're playing against the same people over again, it can get quite difficult. If I'm remembering my interview with him correctly, does not offer them great practice against you, or does it, in your opinion, really come down to that like tournament environment?
We do have actually a scrim against them today.
Okay.
But I'm saying, like, I mean, the tournament environment does just matter. Right, a scrim, there's like, there's people watching you, but it's not like a tournament where there's like, I mean, it's like 10x people watching you now. And you just know that every single pick in the draft matters a lot more. If you lose a scrim, it's whatever.
I feel silly even asking this about you, to you, because everyone I've spoken to on my channel thus far, when I'm interviewing them, has mentioned you as like one of the best players, if not the best player in the scene, or just has talked about how incredible you are as a player. And again, I feel silly asking you this, but where do you see yourself in kind of the ladder, if you will, of players? And do you think you're the best at what you do? I feel like I ask everyone that, but like I do feel like it's also a silly question at the end of the day. Like, do you see yourself as the best at what you do?
I'd definitely say the best support player. I think the IGL has a lot more improvement that I could do itself, but definitely the support player is very, very where I think it helps our team succeed the most.
Where do you think you could improve in being an IGL specifically?
Just some things that are like in my mind. I don't just like communicate it, but it's like for example, like you just gotta you gotta give the full steps. You can't be like, step 1, let's ult this, and then and then after be like, hey, whenever I like dynamo ulted them, why weren't you ready to combo up with them, right? Instead, you gotta be like, all right, I want to dynamo ult here, like this is where I want to use my ult at, instead of just, hey, I want to dynamo ult.
Would you point to you as being the other like comparable support players to you in Deadlock's professional scene?
Probably Zerbzy would be a really good support player right now, for the NA side. Division. But I don't think Division's played comp for a bit. I think he's been out for like a month. But I would say he's also another good support player. And then Gibbs. I'd probably say those 4 are like the only ones that actually like stand out to me as support players.
Being so dominant in Deadlock Night Shift, everyone kind of like expects you to be in the best of 3. Everyone looks to like, will it be BWC? Will it be Floormen? Who will it be? I'm curious, in like, is there pressure on you specifically to innovate and change and create something new? In the context of this, John said that like Melee, and I know Floormen just like want to copy, or trying to copy you to keep it a buck. But I'm curious for you, like from your perspective, do you feel like you have to keep on innovating and have to keep on changing and have to keep on, becoming something new for the scene because of how competitive and how you are literally the only person to take down? Do you feel that pressure? I'll
just have like random ideas, that I'm like, okay, sounds good in my head. Let's just go practice this. It's not like I'm just like, okay, what can I do here, right? It's just kind of like that thing where it's like a shower thought or something where you're not doing anything. You're showering, right? So might as well use your brain for something else. And then you're like, whoa, all right, let me try this or something. It's just, not only is that like something crazy, but it's like it also gives me like a reason to keep on getting on Deadlock, right? That's probably like the biggest thing for it, is just I'm not looking to always innovate, but I mean it just naturally happens as just something to do to really make sure that, because I mean burnout is a real thing, right? My biggest prevention way is just thinking about the game a lot more than playing it.
What would you say your ratio is for thinking to playing?
Probably like like 40% playing, 60% thinking. Because I only stream for 16 hours, but Saturday, Sunday, I don't even touch the game.
So like you take weekends off.
Yeah, I definitely take weekends off.
Is that something you've developed over time to avoid burnout, or was that something you were close to being burnt out, so you had to do something about it?
Yeah, definitely to avoid burnout. I mean, I remember when we were scrimming like 5 days in a week. It was just constant. Don't have time for this. Can't go hang out with this person. Just you lose a lot of your social aspect, and it goes more into like the online social aspect. So that's just kind of like how we kind of prevent it is we just make sure we have weekends off, do whatever. We can hang out as a team, or if we want to do something together, or we have, I think it's Tuesday and Thursdays that we also have off.
It's interesting the way you're describing everything to me, because you said naturally, and it was funny because like you were echoing a thought in my mind listening to you. It seems like you're just a very instinctual player. Like you kind of, from what I'm hearing, everything you're saying about the way you think about the game, the way you play the game, the way you internalize the game, it's not effortless. Effortless is the wrong word, but it's not, I would say, is easy the right word? Just kind of, it seems easy for you, if I'm being honest.
I definitely wouldn't say easy, but I can agree with, like it is just like an instinct thing. Because, I mean, I do have that adaptability to me, where if I make a mistake, right, I have been playing this game for so long, so if I make a mistake or something like that, I'll make sure to like remember it and everything, and then it just won't happen again.
Yeah.
It might happen like 8 months or something later, but it ain't gonna happen anytime soon.
Folks, welcome back to Deadlock Night Shift number 31. I'm back. That's crazy. Don't know what I'm doing here. I just appeared in the chair. I'm glad to be joined by Jason Kaplan, who stayed up until very late in order to carry me kicking and screaming through this show. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
It's fine. You usually would carry me kicking and screaming through leg day at the gym. So I think, I owe you one or two here. Man, I'm excited to see what's going to happen. Like EU, I think this had the potential to be the best night shift we've had out of 31 shows. And it's already proven at EU side that it definitely has been. But finally, the return of Hydra Nation, now known as FPS Lounge, going up against Melee Creeps in a best of one. Could it get any better than that? Honestly,
yes, it could. It could, because obviously the 18 win streak of Melee Creeps got broken last week by Floormen. So not only do we have the return of FPS Lounge, we'll call them from henceforth, but also a changing of the guard. 18 night shifts in a row. Melee Creeps were dominant. It is one of the most dominant streaks. It is the most dominant streak we've seen in Deadlock, especially in NA. And you can see it here. That is a lot of cats in suits, folks. So that's quite exciting. Floormen will be awaiting in our money match, so to speak. And that means that, I can't believe it, Melee Creeps have been relegated to challenges. And yes, they will be going up against FPS Lounge, who the last time we saw this team, or at least most of this team, this core, was night shift number 8 back in October of 2025. That's the last night shift that they actually played in. Yeah, they played in 1, 2, 3, 4, won them all. Didn't win any up until number 8. They beat the Baroness Hotel and then they split. So it is insane to see them back. We're going to dive into that a little bit more. Of course, you've seen the format. You've got an idea of how this show works by now. We've also got a cool bounty system, which I'll be straight up with you guys. I don't fully understand. Jason's going to flesh it out for you in just a moment. But let's talk about the bonus pay. Because again, every time a team defends a title, look at me read this and pretend like I'm not reading this. We're going to add $100. And obviously, if you win a map in that money match, you do get half the bounty. We just saw that actually in EU, where Abrahams were able to take it all the way to 3. And again, 5 consecutive weeks in a row, the champion is going to take the entire pot. It's a sick way to kind of sweeten it, add a little bit of drama to it. I'm a big fan for it. We've already sort of started to see it play out, I guess, in Europe.
So you didn't even need me to explain it. You just kind of like built me up to just chop me down here, but you hit the nail on the head.
Might be. I just read the graphic on my line.
That's what it's there for, right? But it's very important to note that you have to kind of win 2 weeks in a row for any money to be added into this bonus pay. For instance, Floormen beat Melee Creeps. They got the bounty that was there. But right now there is no bounty until they potentially win again today. And then next week, there'll be a $100 added into that bonus pay for teams to potentially take from them. But it's really cool to see over in EU because I mean, yes, Abraham's lost the series, but they still took 50% of that bounty. And there's a world it could be at, $400. They could win 200 just from one map alone. That potentially, if they take the series, they take home the prize pool plus the 400 in total. A lot of money to be won, but a nice way to give some incentive for some teams that even if you can't close out and win the challenge or the champion match, you still get a little bit of money coming your way.
Now let's jump in. Let's not waste too much time and start talking about our rosters here in this matchup, because all three of our rosters, frankly, in terms of North America, are absolutely legendary. This is Melee Creeps. You know them, you loved them. They've been on top in NA for a long ass time. Great interview, by the way, earlier between Liz and Saya. Some great takeaways. Bro is about as tough as they come, but I enjoyed it thoroughly. The dynamic duo of Saya and John, of course, are joined as always by Scout, Fishcake, Ido, and Do.
So you mentioned before, Uber, 18 weeks is what they held on to. And I think after 18 weeks, you can kind of become complacent, right? You kind of just like, all right, we're going to go win another night shift. It's easy for us. But how does this team bounce back from a loss is what I want to see. Are they going to come back even hungrier this week to reclaim that throne? Because it is a best of one. It is a different mindset you have to play in, knowing that one mistake could cost you that chance to get into the championship match, and you don't have that best of three to rely on. And their opponents, they're coming off of a high of winning the Freak Fest just 2 weekends ago, beating out teams like Melee Creeps, like Bird with Clock, and some others in there. So for Melee Creeps, it's really like a redemption story for them to show what are they really about? What's their true grit? Can they come into this one revamped, ready to go, and take down another one of the top dogs in NA and reclaim that throne?
You know what's insane is that Melee Creeps actually didn't get to play against FPS Lounge. They lost to Bird with Clock.
Yep.
Which is even crazier, right? Like that would be like the first series that they've lost this year, which is insane. So that Freak Fest tournament, I think, had some crazy results. FPS Lounge comes in, and we're already starting to see some stuttering, some stumbling from this Melee Creeps roster. Whereas like on the FPS Lounge side, they were able to take down Bird with Clock. Floormen, they beat them in that game. That's, to me, what is kind of the more compelling result. That is a winning result against our current Deadlock Night Shift champion.
It leads you to ask the question of, have Melee Creeps been getting complacent, or have other teams in North America been getting better? And I want to relate it to the latter of those two, honestly, because Melee Creeps, I mean, even if they don't, scrim a ton that week, they're still the top dog in North America, or at least were up until last week. But man, we've been talking for months, Uber, about how North American teams and the region in general has been the region to watch, because there's like 4 different teams that can all compete for that number 1 spot. And we don't know who's going to win week in and week out. But as we look at FPS Lounge's roster, I think we've seen some crazy things out of this team. Honestly, like Snakes didn't really have a huge competitive background when it came to Deadlock, but he gets pulled into this team and has great performances. Erebus as well has been doing a fantastic job these last couple of weeks that we saw in Freak Fest. But I mean, you have Hydration left, Floormen, Rokane, this kind of like core sticking together. And I think the most interesting thing about this matchup to me is that Hydration Sai matchup, because they do both have really close overlapping hero pools and can be star players on their team.
I love this team. Obviously, Erebus is going to be the pick player, and we'll often see Snakes, draft a lot of those frontline heroes. But outside of that, it's everything that you kind of knew and loved about Hydration after over 150 days of just they disappeared from the game. And what's crazy to me is that this team actually formed as like just an unserious squad in order to get content, like scrim content out on Twitch or YouTube, right? All of a sudden, they realized that things are starting to come together a little bit. And bear in mind, Quick and Peer Content are coaching this team. So you've got literal, like, people that go back to day dot in North American Deadlock have come together, and they've all of a sudden decided to actually take this team relatively seriously. I remember, like, Rokane was obviously such a huge driver with Hydration. Obviously, they won like 15 times. Thank you very much, by the way, for the $75 tip. Chrisana also with $50 tip just now. Your contributions to the prize pool are helping it make NA Deadlock great again, and EU as well, of course, because we are sharing that. So thank you very much. This team is really exciting. They've already gotten results. They've kind of come out of nowhere. And I think back to the Leviathan story, Jason, about, hey, like, they just like ground against that Abraham's team and finally started to come out on top in Europe. Like, I really do think that these NA teams are getting better. The fact that FPS Lounge can come out of relative obscurity and look so good is really exciting. No names returning, and some up-and-comers that we haven't seen much before have a chance to shine.
And the thing is, this team has been kind of dodging our invites for the last, I don't know, like 2 months, right? I think what we originally heard was they said they want to wait until all the heroes are out and then come back into Night Shift and show what they've got. But they even delayed it past that. So for them to come into this event now saying, okay, we're going to accept the invite, we're going to play, I think they're feeling fairly confident in this one. But at the end of the day, it's still just a best of one, man. Anything can happen from one mistake. And Melee Creeps are definitely the true tried and tested team in North America.
It's just nuts to me that this has to be a best of one. I really, I mean, would like to rewrite the format for this one. Listen, Melee Creeps just don't lose to Floormen, and then you potentially can play these guys in a best of 3. That's the way it is. We're going to be jumping into our Mo and Cruel face-off in just a moment, of course, for choice of first ban. But I'm obviously we're super excited about this one, folks. We're very animated. It feels like one of the most exciting times, to come back into North American Deadlock if you've been out of the loop a little bit, or even if you have been stuck in, this is where it is at. Also want to very quickly shout out our patrons while we're here. You guys are helping keep the lights on, so thank you very much, and keep an eye out for the graveyard shift coming up. But it's going to be Saya versus Snakes going head to head. I love that they take their one of their Mo and Cruel players and put him in this game. But Saya, bro, this guy is no slouch.
No slouch at all, but he's already ahead in the life, man. And honestly, going into this one, I think it's kind of interesting that we just had a patch happen which massively punishes a certain player on FPS Lounge's side. And I'll get to that in a second, because it's actually come down to be a lot closer than I expected. Sion 1 HP and Snakes comes in big here with the win. So they're going to have the choice here of first ban or second. But man, Lefa and Mirage, if you guys didn't watch Freak Fest, we saw some ridiculous stuff out of him. He did an Echo Shard, Mystic Vulnerability, Dust Devil combo that would pop players almost instantly. And I know with the recent changes to Mirage, he's been able to do that. But with the nerf to the Scarabs a bit, I wonder if we'll still see that first ban Mirage. I mean, I still think he's going to be extremely strong, but that's definitely one of the heroes you have to look at to target maybe towards the left here in this series.
Obviously, they've reduced. So Scarabs, if you didn't catch it in the EU portion of the show, what's important is that the health steal of the Scarabs is down 10%. It's not huge though. And obviously the spirit scaling on the Scarab tier 3 has also been reduced slightly, but again, you can obviously still use that Dust Devil build and be an absolute nuisance. Venador going to be banned straight off the top here. We're talking about one of our premier M1 carries. Seeing that ban sort of turn up quite a lot here, and Mirage is still being targeted for these bans. Still very, very powerful. Basically permaban.
I'm thinking Geist has to be heavily contested now between these. Like John, Lefa probably both looking specifically towards that hero. And the weird thing is,
John especially.
They have such different priorities when it comes to heroes. As we're talking to ZP on the break, NA loves Ivy, especially Xeno in particular. When we get to Floormen later on, I'm curious to see if he's still going to be picking Ivy with the changes to her stone form. But to kick things off, to see Celeste first picked here, it does give you a lot of options. I know Billy's been used a lot in North America as an initiator, and they're actually even going for an Apollo. I don't remember if we saw Melee Creeps play Apollo last week. I have to check that.
That's crazy. I mean, Apollo is definitely attracting a lot of bans. I think the Celeste pick is definitely a do hero. Michael Jordan, thanks for the $5 tip. And yeah, we're seeing Fishcake obviously try and play a fair bit of Billy here. Ivy snapped up here. From Melee Creeps. That's kind of spicy. Obviously, we saw Melee Creeps suffer against the Ivy last week, going up against Floormen in that best of 3. I'm pretty sure Xeno just played it every single game in that series, and with the beginners look really powerful. But Ivy got tuned down a little bit, or at least one of the builds that you were talking about, Jason, like the Echo Shard and Stoneform build is no longer really a thing.
Bro, you would drop like 1,400 damage and they'd be stunned for like 4 or 5 seconds. You were basically dead if you ever got a good Vortex web off as well. But I am looking towards McGinnis. I know she's had some hit towards her ultimate. I know that was after the last night shift we had happen, though I can think back to a clip of Saya just melting Floormen with that over towards the mid pit. But Mina's still being seen as a high priority Shiv as well. Yeah. Thing is, we haven't seen FPS Lounge play in quite a long time, so I really can't tell you who's going to be necessarily on what. But we've seen over in EU, OCs on Mina can single-handedly carry games. So it definitely could be in the wheelhouse of Lefa, but I don't want to commit to that just yet.
Yeah, starting to see that like Mina carry build come up as opposed to just like that really like the priority 2 in lane in terms of the side lane farm, one that's just roaming around the map and trying to find timely Nostra silences. Kelvin still has to attract a ban. Obviously, they did get they obviously had the spirit scaling on their grenade toned down, but the range increased, and we just saw it in EU, like it's like 60k healing, I think, in one of those games. So like still strong. Yeah, it's still messed up. Also, the healing in shelter has been increased in that recent patch. So,
and it's interesting too because Saya was normally the only Kelvin player in NA until I guess FPS Lounge is now back. So with hydration on the cards, you have to be careful of this one. I think we have to see a guy coming through.
Okay, a Geist is still open. Okay, I was kind of worried like who the M1 is because FPS Lounge is targeting these M1s so heavily, and I didn't think like, bro, you do not need to tell John twice to pick up the Geist. But what are the M1s that are available? Like Warden getting banned is kind of kind of wild to me. It didn't really feel like a primary M1 carry that you're trying to build. Here's that Billy. That's fair.
I secretly want to see, even though it's probably not going to happen, I want to see Infernus for Lefa. That's what we saw in the old Fight Night days of him pulling off like 1v2
it's gotta be Wraith
situations. I mean, I think Wraith can kind of work, but it's going to be a little bit squishy and towards the back lines when you have an Apollo who can dive you, a Silver who can dive you, and then you have a guy acting similar as like a front line. But I guess putting Hydration on Viscous, another one of the heroes that you kind of forget about that he can play in his wheelhouse. But they also technically don't really need an M1 as well. Like they don't technically have to run one because they're going to have enough damage with Shiv, Celeste, and Mina. It's just going to be all Spirit heavy is the problem. And we do see the Graves picked up, man. I asked Saya before today. Let me look up my message to him really quickly. I was like, are we going to see Graves today? And he said, probably. She's good. And we saw it played by OCs, just not necessarily like the new build that we've been seeing with Graves.
No,
and Dynamo,
but
what the hell's happening?
Okay, this is no. So I have. This is interesting. I've actually been watching Hydration play this in scrims against melee creeps and kind of messed him up. It's actually really oppressive in lane. Obviously, like it's been a long time since gun has been a thing.
Is that John Dynamo? He's played it before.
Might be. Okay, Bebop is going to be the answer here from.
Oh man.
Okay, so look, we talked about it. It's the Ricochet inhibitor build, like for Graves. It's still incredibly powerful. We've obviously seen some slight nerf in her 3, or obviously that the line that she sort of puts out, but yeah, the 2. Pardon me. Okay, so zooming out a little bit, pretty durable look here on FPS Lounge. Obviously, the Spirit stacking on Shiv is quite potent. We know Celeste, and Mina combined really can move around the map. We don't have true traditional pick outside of either of these teams. Like we've not seen Paradox really been leaned towards. The change to Holiday recently in terms of maybe making gun more viable. Neither of those heroes are being picked up here. So a little bit more deathball-y, these kind of setups. The Apollo in the mix here for me is probably one of the most interesting parts of this though.
Yeah, I think the way Apollo's acting here is going to be similar to what we had with Calico and a Silver, where they just kind of dive someone who's squishy towards the backhand side. If you hit Mina with Ebola, at least you get the Dispel Magic out of her, but you still have the ability to chase with Apollo and decently chase with Silver. So I think their whole goal is to just kill Mina, if possible, and take her out of the entire fight. But they also have so much global presence with Ivy and Graves. Like Graves is going to be a menace pushing down lanes with her ultimate with that Borrowed Decree. Ivy can just fly back in constantly, even though I think they nerfed her ultimate by 20 seconds. So it comes, it stays on cooldown longer now.
It did feel very quick. Change.
A minute and 5 seconds was ridiculous. You could just always push a lane and fly back out. But you're looking at the Wombo combo. Thing is, I don't know if we're going to see necessarily a Kinetic Pulse build or a Black Hole build out of the Dynamo just yet.
I've seen the Kinetic Pulse build in lane be really oppressive. You just you're like, I don't know, like first 8 minutes, you like chunking people at 300, health with that Kinetic Pulse setup. I do think like the lane is super annoying. It was Hydration that was playing it in the scrim. Just like this really nasty, Dynamo and I think it was like a Geist lane, Dynamo Geist lane. Yeah, it was messed up, bro. It's really, really quite challenging. Into like a Mina lane where basically Ido's just getting farmed and sort of being forced to like find safer farm elsewhere. So yeah, I want to see if we end up getting that combo at all. The Hydration, presumably, the Hydration Viscous here is super spicy. Obviously, I've been out for a couple of weeks, so I'm not sure really how prolific or the Viscous has been in this region, but I'm curious to see how it plays out.
It's okay. We don't really see, I want to say proper Viscous, because when you see Guru play Viscous and then you see like Hydration play Viscous, they're completely different things. Scout play Viscous, completely different things. Guru plays a pick-oriented Viscous that puts out a ton of damage. The other Viscous we see in North America is, okay, here's a cube, and I'll heal you from that, and I'll try to support you. Like Guru doesn't play support Viscous. So I don't know necessarily how Hydration is going to be playing this one, though. I would assume it's going to be more supporty. I haven't seen him play that like pop-off kind of role that Guber's been able to do in the past. But you know what? If the Capybara is here to play, you got to watch out, melee creeps. I don't know who wins the fight between a cat and Capybara, but my money's on the Capybara.
It has been a hot minute since we've seen these FPS Lounge players duke it out here in Deadlock Night Shift. It is time for the return, at least to this platform. Can't wait to see how it all pans out. The draft is very interesting. We're still seeing this, strong trend towards the Graves. We know that they can really scale quite ferociously into that later game. It's going to be Apollo Ivy lane for melee creeps on that left-hand side. Curious to see how this plays out. Already a fair bit of aggression here from that Celeste, so expect to see a pretty frothy affair here.
Sheesh. You see that prize pool? I didn't even know it was that high, man. It's almost 1,800 bucks. Remember, if you want to donate, it all goes directly into the prize pool, not into our pockets. It goes towards the players.
Dude, is that like a K from the start of the show? Nah, bro, that's crazy. Thanks so much, everybody. Incredible work on the prize pool so far.
I'm looking at it here. $888 from I'm Tangy saying GLHF everyone! Exclamation point.
Wow. Okay. If that wasn't heard on stream.
A joint sheesh from all three of us on that one?
Yeah.
So 3,
1, 2, 3.
1.
Sheesh. Yeah.
Damn.
I assume you're live to the stream from this channel, ZP. That is pretty insane stuff.
Yes.
Very good. All right. Rokane here getting batted up a little bit here. It is going to be this Dice Dynamo lane. This is extremely degenerate, and you notice just how much FPS Lounge are getting forced out of the lane. I also like the Erebus, Gun Bebop, most likely Gun Bebop pick against the Gun Bebop guy in John. Curious to see how that sort of plays out, or whether that pick is looks contested. It's a shame it's only a best of one, because I would have wanted to see John try and run it back in the next game. But say la vie.
You counting John out already here, maybe? Or
No,
you
I'm
going on Bebop?
bro. No, I mean, I'm not. I mean, he's on Dice, bro. Like, and also, like I said, this lane is really oppressive.
And also, Lef was on Shiv. I can't remember the last time we saw him play something that wasn't like a more M1 of
Like an M1 hyper carry. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Shiv can definitely be those serrated blades. My God, they hurt. If you're watching EU, 3-4 stacks of it, and your target's just going to be dead. But taking a look at some of the lanes, you did point out before watching the scrims that it is going to be indeed a Dynamo and a Geist paired together in that middle lane. So that's going to be interesting to see how that one's going to play out as well. And then we have Lowkey, which, he's definitely one of the movement gods in North America. I'll give it to him, though. We don't really talk about him too often. And I think Celeste is going to be perfectly up his wheelhouse.
Here having to play a little bit safer on this left side lane. The Billy and Celeste. Celeste obviously hyper aggressive, really mobile. And you're going to have your wits about you if you're the Apollo in this situation. Yeah, Healing Right picked up, so you know that the lane has been feeling a little bit uncomfortable for the Apollo, but it's really about how we're scaling towards that mid and later game. And it doesn't feel like Snakes, so who wants to get nice and far ahead as a frontliner, is being sort of free to roam a little bit now and start to pressure this Guardian.
Smartest thing about that play too was he took away the Healing Right from Do too, so it makes him a little bit squishier in this lane with the flawless advances coming on through, and some good dodges out of Snakes, to being quite slippery as his name does entail. So they've already put a lot of pressure onto this lane. I feel like Saya on Ivy is going to be, you really can't put that much damage out early on, unfortunately, as an Ivy on. You need the spirit built up to really do some good damage with the Entangling Thorns. And of course, is he going to go towards that Kutsu connection to actually power up John even more? That's going to be an interesting note to keep an eye on.
I like that quick rotating towards mid by Ido. Probably trying to just add a little bit of pressure. Looks like a boulder that didn't quite connect. And again, if you can get started on catching this Mina out early, you're going to be in good shape. Rokane obviously may well look to try and be one of the most significant carries on this team as we head to the later part of the game. Scout's not faring so well in the middle of the map here. Looks like, this might come to a head. Erebus able to pick him up first. Break there, of course, as Erebus will simply play back under towards that Guardian now, but that is exactly what you're looking for if you're FPS Lounge. First blood.
Interesting to note too, if Hydration does go the Puddle Punch route, once he gets that maxed, it acts as a heavy melee, which means he can destroy the Borrow Decrees coming down from Fishcake.
You can, you can from long range destroy the Tombstone.
Exactly. So that's nice. One way to deal with it, though. Obviously, if you're putting it down, you're going to be in a very special position with it. As a full-on dives coming in for the Celeste, and Lowkey just trying to escape, gets around the corner in time. As a backup will be there in the hands of Snakes. But this Guardian's going to be under some pressure.
I think Zaya was also going trying to undercut this wave from the back here. They're far from done. Just how quickly can Lowkey get back in fighting form here? That extra regen isn't really going to cut it, I think. So close to looking for that pick off. Now, of course, the Billy still in lane. Snakes healthy enough, probably being forced to stay a little bit closer, though, to this Guardian as opposed to roaming earlier. Daggers come down. Riposte to respond here, and here comes a slam. Back Do has to get.
Actually, let me ask you, because I got into like almost a fist fight with these guys about this. How do you say the R-I-P-O-S-T-E sound? Or
riposte. I call it riposte, yeah. But I've heard people say riposte as well. I think it actually is dialect dependent. Like American or English or whatever. Right? No, I don't think it's that.
R-I, like, yeah, I don't. We don't get in discussion. That's fine. We need to stay friends.
Rye is an R-Y. Yeah, that's fine.
But we do see a Hyper Beam coming in. That was thrown out of Erebus. Now it's actually locked into the staircase with the cube, and Ido just wants this kill.
Okay, bomb does get stuck to Idorium, but he seems completely unfazed by that. Okay, Now they're on the chase here with Dynamo in tow, going after Rokane, caught out. John going to be traded out at the very least here. Definitely an exchange, though. Feels like it's favored melee creep pretty heavily. Ido is everywhere at once.
Yeah, good 3 kill streak coming through off of those as well, and a good use of the quantum entanglement to get him away from the bomb. That's gonna be the ultimate miss out of Celeste. Looming and not gonna connect as the Atani Losang comes on through, creates some distance, and should be allowing Do to get away for now. Though he is in enemy territory, behind enemy lines here, looking for an escape.
It looks like he's gonna be able to get away now. No interest from Snakes to try and push on that. Taking stock of things here, obviously we're only a couple of minutes away from those Sinners being up. Melee creep taking some decent damage across their Guardians here. We're going to jump over towards this right-hand side now. Again, Ido is in the mix as he always seems to be. Hydration looking a little bit low. Like and Curse, and immediately it's going to be a cube to stop this. I don't think Leffa wants any of that smoke. Tombstone up in his lane as well. So melee creeps are applying a lot of macro pressure on this right side of the map, and it's really up to Hydration here to try and keep these waves at bay, but the pressure is mounting.
I mean, with a Borrow Decree there, these waves are going to shove against you. And the scariest thing is that Ido, you could tell he's feeling it, man. With the way he's playing his silver at the moment, being so confident, so cocky, going this deep in a 1-on-2, I would not want to be going against Ido. Currently at 5.1 thousand souls, and it has a ton of pressure still coming this way. No ganks come either team actually to assist this one. And that Guardian might be going down first.
Yeah, I mean, it is looking pretty sick on the silver. Always those movement-based heroes. That's a Guardian taken down here. Melee creeps swelling with confidence. Now eyes over towards this middle part of the map here. Rokane obviously with the expansion picked up, already QSR in the inventory. So again, still very much relevant at this phase of the game. The chase is on. Eyes on John here. The singularity though is going to catch them interrupt. John gets there. Siphon Life is enough with the gun damage, and Rokane is caught.
So he went Headhunter, so I wonder if he's going Recharging Rush as well to get more slam down when possible with the Kinetic Pulse. But a good use of the Quantum Entanglement. Again, you don't have to hit these like 3 4-man ultimates to be effective on a Dynamo. You get just one target locked in, especially if it's a high priority target, and you get the kill. That's going to net you a lot of advantage that these high teams can take advantage of.
That burst was nice. Love Bites got procced instantly. And to be fair, Nox Nostra came available as soon as Rokane got into the lane. Again, I know the temptation of using that Flawless Advance to poke under a Guardian, but it was just a cheeky zipline boost for Rokane to get back into the fight and instantly take a kill. And the timing is good as well with Sinners coming up.
Is he giving that one on over to Lowkey?
Yes.
It looks like. Interesting. Actually, no, neither of them are taking it. Oh, I don't know. Maybe they're going to go back for it. But we do see another kill happening towards the mid lane. Actually, as Ido rotated for this one after taking out the Guardian, leaving Fishcake alone in the right-hand lane. So they now have 2 Guardians down. And one thing melee creeps love to do here, Uber, when we get to those first buffs, or any buffs as it is, they love to take double buffs and also get her on top of that. We saw Floormen finally start to be able to punish them when it comes to that macro level play. One of the reasons they were able to beat melee creeps this last week. I wonder if FPS Lounge is going to be able to do the same.
Okay, there's definitely a big presence for melee creeps over towards mid. Look at that Guardian of theirs, though. He's quite low. A very oppressive lane was finally able to generate some eliminations here. Looking a little bit dangerous at the moment for Do. Now, Sire on the chase here. That's a Guardian going down. Finally, FPS Lounge getting to stretch their legs a little bit on this part of the map. Straight through mid. Looks like they're trying to chase Fishcake down as well. They've likely found them. Sire, at least, though, doing some work. On the left side, we are right now. That Guardian gets picked off. Not sure how Fishcake and Ido turns that fight around in mid, though. And it looks like Ido's looking for more over there. Leffa falls, though. Still here on the left. The melee creeps just got so much value across 2 lanes.
They've gotten 3 Guardians, and they end up getting 3 kills as well right there, which is netting them that 47k to 42k current soul lead for them. Buffs are coming up in 30 seconds of time. You can see them starting to clear some jungle, clear up the Sinners, get a lot of these high priority things out of the way so they can go for the contest on double buffs. And the lane's got to be shoved out here momentarily too, but Scout being so aggressive in middle here with Ido by his side. It looks like he is... Actually, I can't tell when the items are on cooldown. I hope we get some spectator improvements coming forward at some point. So he went for the Recharging Rush, so he will indeed be going for the slams.
Okay. Interesting Hyper Beam choice of location there for Erebus, but, well, there's plenty of help to end up chasing down Scout. That's the Dynamo spilled here in the middle part of the map, and perhaps we'll start to see this lane control deepen into rotate towards the left side. It doesn't look like Rokane's getting activated for this, though, but the urn has just come up. Quite interesting timing here. Battle Vest hits the inventory for Snakes, and there's surely a fight brewing here. With that urn now spawning up. Even Do is getting in position. This is about to get a little bit hectic now. Urn recovered. Daggers from Celeste come down. You can see trying to chase the Sanguine Retreat here is the Apollo. Nice little Flawless Advance catch from the Nox Nostra is going to silence them out. Where is Silver headed? They are trying to chase this Celeste on down and across the rooftops. Quite the speedball chase here. Lowkey cannot outpace Sire.
And it does left to contest the urn on the pickup. But honestly, if you're melee creeps, your ultimate for Dynamo is going to be up in just a few seconds. And I think he's going to be teleporting on over to the right-hand side of the map here as well. Because they can easily go for the contest on this turn-in. Or if they want, they can overload this left-hand side and look for a walker. Maybe somehow we do see Do win the 1v1 against Rokane.
Dominated.
As they kill somewhere else on the map.
Yeah, I mean, you can see these spirit items already starting to, take their toll. Decay picked up alongside that cold front. So, quite the nuisance is that shift. Rokane being picked off. And, okay, we're just going to turn the earning. This is pretty big for FPS Lounge, starting to make up some of that deficit here after, of course, a flurry of Guardians being picked off. There might still be a fight to be had here, yet Snakes is being targeted now, slamming his on item, but Brokey is absolutely out of there. So hard to hold him in position. Chain gang, but Lycan Curse comes up, and again, the Cube's going to be used out in response still. Ido is out for blood. Trying to back away, though, now, as he realizes perhaps more of his bitten off than he can chew, but Scout's about to rotate into this lane with that Singularity ready. Fishcake is down. Scout absolutely needs to get active here in a moment, but of course, John is going to be going at it. Going to be hitting hard and has that soul exchange at the ready. Tough to deal with. And Scout got blown to smithereens. It looks like there was an attempt at a Singularity. It went off. And he's limping away from the fight, or at least trying to hide in the corner for the time being. Supply drop means they can chase Hydration down. Lowkey fell. And when it comes to these skirmishes breaking into full-scale melees, it's the melee creeps who prevail.
Massive wins for them, too, because this all started out with the urn initially being taken and ran across the map. Do wins a 1v1 against Rokane, which opens up him taking a walker for free. Really catapulting his soul lead up into the air at 13k souls now. I mean, he is extremely deadly. Then they get more kills off the back of this. But here we go. They get a catch on to Do. Ido's going to be able to help assist. The hyper beam being used, but not necessarily in the right position. And they finish off Do, which is going to be quite troublesome for him, because now the respawn timer is going to start to get long. 33 seconds of no farming for him. Tough times here, for him at least.
Yeah, and also it's this Guardian, right? It's going to get harder and harder to protect. Scout's going to come in and at least try and negotiate from a position of power. In fact, 3 melee creeps players have been called to defend that left side. Fortitude, okay. For the Bebop, that's a nice little spike for him. Yeah, this sort of life drain here. Thought it got nerfed, but still hitting very, very hard. And Famina is in no position to really fight it out. John, of course, with the gun, is able to pop him and get on with business.
See, this is maybe even a last-minute change with the patch for John, because over the last weeks, so initially we would see the Essence Bomb, the 1 max, be the standard on Geist, though it sometimes in EU, or I think it was NA, they went for a 3 max, the Malice. But we saw the last few weeks, it would just be the number 2, the Life Drain, as a max. Yeah. And then you would be able to just constantly keep your health up. It did insane healing, especially with the regen item that you see you're picked up with. The Radiant Regeneration, but a little bit of a change up. And again, I don't know if that's fully due to the patch, though I suspect it slightly does orient towards that. But also, I mean, maxing your 1, if you have a good Singularity hit, you're going to hit multiple people and just do a lot of damage on top of that.
Okay, Hook catches on to the Dynamo here. Scout could be in a spot of bother. Yeah, he's just going to get blown to smithereens. Tries to come back in. Of course, Quantum entanglement to buy himself a little bit of time, but Lowkey will not be denied that pick off. It's a good sign here for FPS Lounge. We're starting to fall behind in the game, but it's going to be traded out. Itane Musan catches onto Erebus, but he's able to at least give a respectful distance to the Apollo up until now, apparently. Nice little uppercut there. That's going to be slightly disruptive for Do, but it's a fight brewing further down the lane. Lycan Curse active here for Ido, and it's a supply drop coming in. Looks like John is on the way, and he means business. Watch out, that Buller Resist Shredder is going to get to work along with that gun. In he comes, Life Drain active here, and everyone is getting slurped down. It's a dangerous place for Snakes to be, and he's trying to back away, but you better believe there's a chase on, and it's Ido at the 4, but he gets parried and melee down. Big pick off there for Snakes, but still a fight that favors melee creeps on aggregate.
And if Snakes doesn't win that 1v1 right there, that could have gone way worse. Keep in mind, they have healing out of Scout. They have healing out of Saya too with the Kutsu connection. Left and Luckily, while all this is happening, I mean, we haven't seen Left in any fights. Keep that in mind. He's been sitting quietly farming his right-hand side at 16,000 souls. So
yeah, that's terrifying.
Very deadly when he gets into these mixes. But the thing is, he needs to start doing it soon, I feel like, because FPS Lounge, they're 8k behind. We're about to get into the next urn that potentially could be picked up. And another fight to break off as well, but I think Lefta will be here this time.
The Toxic Bullets picked up here for the Mina, of course, and very importantly, that Dispel magic in play. Yeah, we see a lot of movement here across this right side. With the urn having been picked up, this might come to a head through the middle part of the map. Tombstone active, and to some degree, Fishcake is defending it. So there's some macro pressure being applied on that part of the map. And for some reason, Johnson doubles back towards that right part of the map. Doesn't really seem to mind too much. It might just be that Sai is going to have this one turned in for free. FPS Lounge are going to try and intervene. It looks like they will be here in time, but Fishcake, of course, will be the vanguard. Try and pave the way here for this urn to be turned in. Deathhead's going nuts here. Cube, rescue beam, all the trimmings being used to try and save the building. And back in Snakes goes. I appreciate it, Jason. He's definitely enthusiastic to dive into the fray, but it ends badly for him.
He used the quantum entanglement too to make sure to get that turn without any interruption from hydration on the viscous. And you mentioned John. He heads back towards the right hand side because he knows a push is going to be coming through here, expecting FPS Lounge not to go for the contest on the urn necessarily. And I think Sai should be able to get here in time to help keep this one alive. Maybe just possibly get a kill on the left because it's already low on HP. Gets silenced up as well. The chase is on here, going up to the extra high ground where he could be shot from the lightning.
Yeah, he is so low. However, headshot there. Of course, Titanic magazine build up here for Saya, but he's not exactly going to be hitting the hardest. Definitely wants to get involved. Mystic expansion obviously invested into. Does finish the job. Leffa chased down eventually. And that's obviously the most farmed player in FPS Lounge. We've not seen him up until this point. And there's the arc fire hitting the infantry for this Ivy. Everything proceeding as planned for Saya.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Leffa didn't use the killing blow to actually get away instead of using the launch pad because he lost a lot of HP from being shot from Sai, hitting the pad at the same time. Good to see the Kutsu connection actually thrown behind the Celeste Force and Lowkey back under the Walker. A big push is going to be coming through because John's going to be joining as well. But there's Leffa on the return hydration there to help defend. This could be actually very bad for melee creeps if they're not careful about this.
Honestly, they are giving it a bit of room. I don't know about John here. Here's the singularity caught up inside a Deuce, having to dive in. Apparently, Scout was essentially on his own there. So a pretty easy pick off. And this is melee creeps despite the lead. 14k souls, by the way. They are down to 4. And they still want to pressure this FPS Lounge Walker by the looks of things. Snakes is down. Dude definitely trying to get more aggressive here. It's Erebus being picked off. A lot of action here in this mid side. There's also a fight brewing on the left-hand side, but for now we're on board with Hydration, who is trying to stave melee creeps off. Half or so of that Walker's health has been taken, but it looks like they've managed to force melee creeps back.
Kind of dirty. Saya did an airdrop with John from the right-hand side. We saw them pushing the Walker. Ended up backing away because they saw 3 players there to defend. He drops him in towards the middle to go for a push into the Walker. And yeah, I mean, they don't net themselves a Walker kill, but they at least keep FPS Lounge honest. And I think that's the important part, realizing they have to rotate quickly. They have to be very careful about how fast Sai can get around the map. I mean, I know the airdrop was nerfed by 20 seconds on its cooldown, but it doesn't seem to play out that way as Sai is about to have it up yet again.
This is Lowkey. Lowkey really was chasing melee creeps earlier there, hoping to have caught someone out. Wasn't the case. Obviously still waiting about a minute for that Shining Wonder cooldown to be back. Maybe melee creeps a little bit concerned about their low walk on the right side.
Don't hate this. So Scout, he ended up going for maxing Quantum Entanglement second, his 2. And when you have that maxed, you cleanse all non-ultimate debuffs. So that means Serrated Blades are gone. It means Love Bites is gone. It means bombs are gone. It can clear a lot of things that FPS Lounge can put up on you, not to mention any like debuffs from items as well. But we see the fight breaking out here. Those Deadheads just really putting a work against Lowkey, forcing him back.
Did I see Echo Shard for the Deadheads? I think I did. There's just a million of them. That is quite annoying. It took me far too long to realize I could just melee those. They got a lot of value against me. After Graves had just come out. Anyway, here's the chase up on the rooftops. Like a curse active. Leffa once again accosted and still doesn't really feel ready to fight. Nor with Ido having been around the map so much. 18k souls, but always a factor in so many of these engagements. Stone there, as you can see. Oh, the cube response, not too shabby at all. And yeah, Ido ends up getting caught out. John might try and make something of this here. He is farmed as heck, 23k on him, and he wants to fight, but he's going to get caught out by the Billy. Dangerous is going to double back here. Radiant Daggers come down, but it's a soul exchange. Dropping into the pit now is Snakes. He knows he has John dead to rise. If he can just follow him through this TP, comes out on the other side, and again, he's still going for it. And there it is. Big kill, big bag drop as well.
You know, we've been talking, yeah, I mean, I've been talking a little bit of smack about Leffa so far on the Shiv, but he did 3,400 damage with Serrated Blades up against Ido. He hit 5 of them, and Ido was just dead. There was no way he could survive that one. Stay in the air a little bit too long, but the grasping hands here against Rokane trying to get aggressive does lock him down and force him to dispel magic. And finally, FPS Lounge get the final guardian of the game on this left-hand lane. So really down, but not out whatsoever. We talked about Leffa being the person who kind of needs to carry things through, and with him able to go toe-to-toe with Ido was honestly a massive win for them.
Yeah, 100%. Fish Cakes there was lingering a little bit too close to the left part of the map, which is little bit scary when you don't really have an escape or all that much mobility. So Owner's going to head across, obviously, with melee creeps down a couple of players. Anything draw your eye here in terms of itemization? A lot of the usual stuff here.
Sorry, hydration just puddle punched Lowkey over here so you can get here quicker before there's any sort of contest. And rescue beat from away too.
Yep. Earn take. 5k is the difference now. That has shrunk considerably. FPS Lounge have managed to stabilize here, and Ido gets caught out yet again. Not ideal. Now, of course, fighting through this elk fire and kudzu bombs is a little bit annoying, but we'll see FPS Lounge try and go around through that veil, chase after the Ivy here. Though, of course, on this right-hand side, this is getting pretty darn messy. Fishcake, of course, still building towards being that very aggressive split damage threat later on in the game. There's a lot of splatters to play through here. Leviathan, though, has gone down. Fishcake hitting hard, of course. It's a 3 max build or nothing for Graves at the moment. And again, against that single target, maybe not always as powerful as you're looking for. Condom Entanglement used, hopefully cleansing some of that off, but Erebus is waiting up on high. The little zappy zap.
And Fishcake was just, he was so aggressive there, going up against hydration, trying to look for that 1v1. I mean, yeah, like you don't really have to aim on Graves, but still, hydration can put out a lot of damage with the max on his 1. As we take a look at some of these builds, we have max Kutsu connection for Saya. So honestly, you're going to want to look for him and John together, because he's going to give such an attack speed and lifesteal amp to John that it's going to be really hard to contest against him, and something that you kind of, I think, will be a threshold that they eventually hit if FPS Lounge can't close the game out quick enough. And I think John is just going to go on a massive tear. One of the best M1s in North America. And when he's supported by an Ivy with a permanent Kutsu connection, yeah, it's going to be tough.
Yeah. Also, I don't know, the lack of move speed penalty while shooting for Ivy just seems really, really good. There's a lot to like about that build. Okay, Raining Dagger's going to be thrown down here. Melee creeps are chomping at the bit to try and get this mid-walker down, but they've got to be careful because on the right-hand side of the map, it looks like a 1v1 is brewing as Melee creeps are trying to defend their own walker in here. It's a supply drop to try and get them over here. How aware is Lefa exactly? Definitely a split pushing threat and scary in his own right, but in a 1 versus 3, this could be a little bit tough, and he knows it. Yep, he's going to give up the ghost here. And as this fight is going on, FPS Lounge don't really get active in the middle part of the map at all, so melee creeps can actually start to apply some pressure there. They're grouping up. I don't know what the dynamo is. Okay, not where you want to be. We'll be honest. Getting out of this one could be a tough ask. Condom Entanglement to try and put some distance between them, but now the rest of melee creeps have arrived. But will this be enough? Singularity popped. Felt like desperation. Lowkey was low for a time, but I don't know if melee creeps are in a position to capitalize here. Lowkey has to get out of the fight. Chase down. Silence Wave also connecting, and there's the Apollo. Really hard to put a distance between yourself and the doors when he has that bloodlust. Nox Nostra in play, briefly silencing John out here, but this is broken up into 2 separate fights. Note that Ido is very low at the moment. He's been able to back away at the very least, but you can't say the same for Fishcake. And Asia's faring well enough here, but this is starting to turn into bona fide walker pressure. Behind him, yeah, we're going to have to deal with Lefa, of course, who's dropped in, and this is now looking dangerous for John, Jason.
I mean, yeah, he gets airdropped away from Saya to safety, coming at the perfect time to make sure John does not go down and maybe even turn it onto a kill too, because this is going to be Snake's very low in HP, and John, he's still half health.
This is FPS Lounge, starting to make something happen here. Melee creeps, can they hold their ground? Big slam, Snire knocked up. John still not really back to health. He actually just got nuked in a matter of seconds. Rokane blew into smithereens. Snakes is down. Ido at least is able to get back into the fight after healing up, and not a moment too soon, might I add, because that could have been the end of Saya had he not turned up. Regardless, as the dust settled, this is FPS Lounge still with 4 players up, and they're looking for more. Ice for Scout now. And you'd think that Celeste would be able to chase that one down, but they have been able to slip away.
Is this mid? Do FPS Lounge want to risk it? Because they have no singularity to worry about.
Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking maybe they want to go for it, but again, it is the best one at the end of the day. And if you make one mistake here at that, it's going to be very tough for you. But escalating exposure picked up for Lowkey. It's going to really help amplify his damage quite a bit here.
I think it's... They don't even go for the melee creeps doubles there either. Like, that is... They're pretty passive after that fight. They don't want to take any risks, especially given where the lane push is right now. Off we go, Lowkey. Looking to tangle here with Idorian. Bowler, though, catching onto the Celeste. Ido wants to chase this one. There's actually a lot more melee creeps here than they might realize. Here's the airdrop. Silence comes in. Stone form. Everything, including the kitchen sink, thrown in. But at least the cube is there and a rescue beam to try and pull this Celeste out. And now there's still a fight to be had. Chain gang being used. Somehow Ido got caught out amidst the entirety of FPS Lounge. And here's that goo ball being thrown in. Insult, injury, disruption all being added, but Dew and Fishcake are able to extract a couple of eliminations of their own, and this puts melee creeps up 2 players. Snakes is down. And now Melee Creeps might be able to make something happen here. The waves aren't necessarily pushed in their favor, but the urn spawns up at a very fortuitous spot.
Yeah, I think they're definitely going to prioritize getting urn. I mean, they do have the opportunity to go for mid here and force a fight. They do have, like, I mean, they have like the white swap up for John. They don't have anything past that though, unfortunately, as the urn's just going to sit here while they go for the mid boss. I mean, FPS Lounge, you have 4 players up. Do you go for the contest is a real question. 4 on 5. It's going to be very tough moving into Fishcake with the grasping hands, but he gets taken down by Roke. He doesn't have a chance, and the Reju is going to be dropping. Both teams going for the contest.
Rokane is deadly right now. 30k souls. That is a big kinetic, though. Oh, my goodness. Reju's going over to Melee Creeps now. Nox Nostra came in over the top, and Rokane's really relevant in this part of the fight. Yes, he gets that first pick, but now FPS Lounge just have to try and extract themselves without getting wiped, and that could be easier said than done. There's the entanglement to send Melee Creeps forward and pop. Ido and John credited with kills, and now Rokane desperately has to try and get away. Rejuve credit used up there as Scout has returned to the fight, and Rokane is not getting away with this. Flawless advance to finish off the kill, and Melee Creeps might have finally broken through here. These walkers are looking awful tasty.
One small upside for FPS Lounge though, Mitch. They did get the left walker from minions, so they get a flex slot unlocked, and they're at 161,000 souls too, so they desperately needed those slots to be opened up for them to have a chance to be able to go toe-to-toe here with Melee Creeps. But as you said, those walkers looking tasty. I think the priority for them right now, get this urn turn in, and then maybe look for those walkers, because that's 7,000 souls that's going to add to your tally, taking over a 10k lead. They do have a decent amount of money to spend. I mean, dude, Silence Wave is so huge considering he can get in so deep, but also not only him and Ido both have Silence Wave, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So when they get in deep, they have 3 Silence Waves. Scout even has one. So when they get on top of you, you're just not going to be able to cast any abilities, and you're going to struggle. In hydration comes at the right time here, dislodges the urn out of the hands of Sai, but it doesn't matter. It's going to get turned in anyways here out of Fishcake, but at least bought some time.
Yeah, importantly, it's FPS Lounge not getting eliminated here in this fight. They want to avoid that. Here's a supply drop. They're going deep. They're going deep, Jason! They're trying to chase Leffa down, but the looks of things, Outfire, Kutsu Bob, everything. Leffa caught in the middle of it. Able to somehow warp away, but he will be chased down. You have to imagine that. In the meantime, Hydration's is not in this fight. He's too low after that first little engagement. He tried to disrupt the Urner, lost most of his health for it. Eventually, Leffa is down. That's the entanglement here, and our eyes are turned towards this mid-walker of FPS Lounges. Ido is going to come in off from the side. You can see the Silence Waves proccing now as they're going to chase straight over towards the base Guardians. Puddle Punch to try and protect FPS Lounge, but Melee Creeps are not going to give up. Chain Gang in play. That's the Unstoppable, of course, here for Snakes as he wants to dive on in. Rising Ram with a knock-up. Looks like, yeah, Ido had to extract himself for a brief time, and that's a nice little 3-piece, but still, Melee Creeps are pushing up. Those walkers are gone. Behind all of this, Rokane is trying to take that right side walker down, but I don't know if he has what it takes to clean that one up. Melee Creeps are dusting the floor with FPS Lounge right in front of their base, and it looks like it might go from bad to worse. Rokane did get this walker. Dude did go down, but the exchange definitely favors Melee Creeps now as Erebus and Lowkey have fallen in front of their base Guardians.
And this is an epic battle breaking out here. A good use out of the Rake too to heal it from the minions going past Saya to make sure to just survive. So they get the Walker, they get all the Rejuves gone, but it did cost the mid lane Walker, the right lane Walker, and not to, actually I think the right lane Walker was down before, but it did cost them about a 20,000 soul gap now between the two teams. With Erebus and Lowkey now down. I mean, also, by the way, Ido. So not only do they have 3 Silence Waves, they also have Ido with max Bola. So you can chain it to 2 other players. So you can hit 3 people with Bola. So you can't use stamina. You can't dash. You can't get away. So they can just catch you and just snowball and run you over. And I think that's kind of one of the game plans. You have Kinetic Pulse max. So you have the extra range on it. So you can knock them up to allow Ido to get a guaranteed Bola. And you kind of set yourself up for this. But one thing I'm sad to not see yet, I want to see that like Saya John combo, man. Like John can pop off on a Geist when you have that extra attack speed.
I mean, I also want to point out, like, FPS Lounge's comp is really kite heavy, right? They are really slippery. The Celeste, the Mina, even the Shiv to a degree. Hard to lock down. These Silence Waves, though, really, new to their ability to sort of create that gap and sort of get out.
You kind of saw that too, because was it, I think Rokane, or no, someone got caught in their own secret shop. Erebus hooks them out, and then Hydration rescue beams them back. So like, in terms of that slipperiness, they definitely have that, and they have the ability to kind of disengage from you really well if Hydration positions himself in a good position. But it's all about that catch of Melee Creeps. And you saw Saya before, when he caught Leffa, he used a Vortex Web to just keep Leffa there so they could close that gap and get the kill onto him.
Also, this Echo Shard Deadhead Graves build, by the way, is extremely degenerate. And you just see these like millions of skulls chasing away those individual players. It's interesting, obviously, like you've got some more of the single target potential, even though if you're playing to your 3 max, you're trying to spread, that inhibitor debuff as much as possible. I digress, though. Into the fight here. John fancies a little bit of it. Lowkey does get pinned down. 4 players from Melee Creeps involved in that pickoff. That's a good start. That came up just as Scout was off respawn. Earn is picked up here by FPS Lounge, but I don't think they necessarily have many chances to have that turned in here.
Yeah.
They've got at least a positive push for them on this left-hand side of the map, Jason, but we're going to start to see a lot of these neutral camps picked up by Melee Creeps in FPS Lounge territory to broaden that lead.
I think that run was picked just to make sure to prevent Melee Creeps from turning it in and extend this lead even further, because we're getting towards that 30k mark. And honestly, right now, I think if you're FPS Lounge, you really have to look towards Erebus to get a good hook to get a kill. I mean, Lowkey, he died basically at Melee Creeps Walker in the mid lane, while the rest of FPS Lounge were nowhere to be seen. I'm not sure exactly how he got into that position. But yeah. FPS Lounge's like time to strike, I don't know, it's kind of falling. Do you even have the damage to kill someone if you hook them in when you have the quantum entanglement to get them away? Then you have the rest of Melee Creeps able to just run straight through at you. But then you also have to stay spread because of the singularity out of Scout. There's so many factors that you have to take into account for these fights for FPS Lounge that it's really so damn difficult to play these out.
If anyone for me who's going to do it, it's going to be the Siphon Bullets Boundless Spirit Mina. Rokane has 41k souls on them right now, and we've seen them just sort of step up and nuke people on occasion. But again, there's a lot of threat. There's a lot of lockdown on this Melee Creeps comp. Some from those abilities. The Ivy is just messed up, obviously, with yeah, if you run out of stamina and you're anywhere near Sire, you are cooked. It looks like FPS Lounge are low-key serious about an earn tone in here, and I feel like Sire just wants to quickly reposition with that airdrop. Erebus picked off in mid. Wait a minute. This isn't ideal at all. Lowmain's also a trouble of sort of suffering the same fate here. Full map control off that pick to Melee Creeps now, and that earn ain't getting turned in. No way. That gets dropped away, and Melee Creeps might be able to just take this themselves. Here's the Stoneform dropped in. Looks like there had to be another cube or rescue being played for hydration to get people out of trouble, but Snakes is the frontliner, and he is so low right now. Earn turned in by Melee Creeps. That was basically delivered into their hands by FPS Lounge. Singularity in play, but Nox Nostra comes in over the top. Rokane desperately trying to make a difference in this fight, but it is too little, too late. Deadheads flying everywhere. Body parts just being thrown around the room, and Rokane can't do anything but run.
Bro, mid boss, it's coming up. This has to be a guarantee take here at Melee Creeps. Then after that, they can push into the bases with the shrines. We did see a little bit of that Kutsu connection action with John, but honestly, most of the kills went towards Fish Cake. As we were talking about catches, I'm actually surprised to see Echo Shard on the Deadheads instead of on the Grasping Hands, the two for Graves, but you can create like a really big zone of denial that you're going to eventually lock them down in. But I guess the damage is definitely doing some work. You can see on the mid boss here, just soloing it as Graves while the rest of the team pushes down towards the base. You gotta be careful here if you do, though. You don't want to go down, but also, to be fair, you don't want to die if you're Rokane or Hydration.
I'm pretty sure that Scout just zipline boosted here to the front door from mid boss to make sure that they were able to help. So Melee Creeps have the numbers here, no doubt about it. And that was, of course, Du going in and doing his thing. Tiny Losan allowing him to secure that pick off. So 3 rejuve credits, of course. The base Guardian's getting slapped in. And yeah, we're going to double back for another crack at this here. Slowing Hex thrown out. Du maybe more so just rattling the saber, pun intended, than actually looking to go in for a real fight. But Erebus does get caught out. Looks like these shrines are about to get some scrutiny now. And they aren't going to last long at all.
This is, I don't know how you come back from this one, because I look at Du and he's at 11,000 souls, and that's before taking shrines, and that's before taking any extra kills here. FPS Lounge, you need a Hail Mary of a play, and honestly, I don't know who it's going to come from. You have to look maybe for the resets for Lefa, so Rokane has to set him up. But again, they have so much healing with Ivy, with the Health Nova, with Scout, with the heal. This is so tough to defend, as the second shrine's going to fall. The first stage patron most likely going to be falling thereafter, and with a 60k deficit, I don't think Melee Creeps really need to leave here.
No, 3 rejuve credits on them, by the way. So these waves are going to be pushing and pushing and pushing. And there's no way FPS Lounge are going to get out of spawn. What do they even have here? Like, there's no like wombo potential on this team whatsoever. They're slippery. They're good skirmishers, Jason, but in the all-in fight, they struggle, especially with 3 silence waves in play against them. They look at them. I mean, this is a Nox Nostra silence, to be fair, but that's basically what most of the players on FPS Lounge are experiencing. No access to those abilities that give them that slipperiness. Yeah, and Lowkey is just getting chunked down. That life drain seems to last forever when it's coming from John. We're now down to the last stage. Hidden King going to be battered down, and Melee Creeps will have their chance at a rematch with Floormen.
Man, I'm not trying to sound BM, but FPS Lounge did put out a tweet saying Night Shift's not ready for us, looking to dominate here in the first appearance of the Night Shift, but they had to go up against the reigning champions of 18 weeks in a row. And those reigning champions once again get that shot to defend their throne, to reclaim it from Floormen, who took it from them last week. It was still a decent showing out of FPS Lounge, I will say. I thought this game was going to be a lot more one-sided considering how things started out, but you got to credit like Lefa was able to turn things around, especially with that kill into Ido. At the end of the day, I mean, melee creeps, they are the best NA team for a reason.
And again, like there were just so many of these situations where they're able to eke out macro advantages at so many points, especially in that early game. For me, like it's Ido feels like he's ever present in this game. All right. He is just, you know, like pretty early on leaving that right side lane, getting involved. You know, I thought that the, you know, the Dynamo was an interesting sort of facet of this. You know, to see that sort of drafted in alongside that Geist lane is super oppressive. It really feels like you can bully in mid, maybe even free up one of those mids to rotate out to those lanes in general. So looks like a pretty nice decomp from the melee creeps. We did get to see the Graves in the end as well. The Apollo from Do was also fantastic.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of great individual moments. I mean, in terms of like tempo, Ido definitely put on the tempo at the start here. You can see he gets a 3 kill from this one with the help of course, Scout on the Dynamo. But you can just see how confident he was playing here. He really set the pace early on for melee creeps to have a strong start, and eventually got to the point where John could be the carry towards the later stages of the game. But then, I mean, a fish cake as well. It was able to put out some like really serious damage. As you point out, the Echo Shard Deadhead was just detrimental to FPS Lounge. And even this play out of Scout, I mean, he survives with like 1 HP here. You can see just a sliver of health. He was even below what you're seeing on the screen right now from that rate coming through, but just knowing his limits. But the weird thing is, I mean, maybe you just couldn't see it from the match so far, but I didn't really feel like the Dynamo really did a ton in the game. Not
in the team fights
whatsoever,
maybe.
but it didn't feel like he did a ton. But it could have been just we weren't looking at him at that time.
No, look, obviously Dynamo can be held back by his immobility. I do also think it's kind of hard to put yourself in the right place for like these magical Christmas land singularities. There were a couple I thought that were pretty impactful, right? But Scout often is like, you know, turning these like, you know, 2v2s into like really favorable scenarios in lane for John, right? We saw what happened. Rokane got caught up in that. And obviously it does, I think, you know, Dynamo's a laning beast, right? You have a really nasty knock up that has a very nice amount of damage early on in the game. You have the Aurora, you know, you have an annoying gun, and then you have a, you know, ultimate when you can actually get it in play. That, I mean, look at this, like that's pretty nasty. Singularity used there. Scout was actually picked up, but you know, despite all the tools that FPS Lounge have to try and protect their Celeste, protect their Mina, there's so much CC. There's a hook there. There's a cube. There's a rescue beam. But again, when 3 silence waves get brought into the game, you don't have access to those tools anymore. That was nice. There we go. Little warp stone into 2-player singularity. I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, he basically did his job there, because again, it's not about those big Christmas singularities we were talking about. It's about just getting 1 or 2 players to get those guaranteed kills. I think for me, Saya really did some serious work in this game, just ever present around the map, had a lightning scroll, vortex web as well. I mean, thinking back to that catch with the Leffa, it's not very often you see Leffa have a bad game. And I'm not saying this is necessarily a horrible game out of him, but it's not the typical Leffa you see. I mean, the standard of Leffa is he carries games pretty much by himself, but he definitely met his match in this one.
I mean, John has over 100k combined healing and damage in this game. And I would just like, just the healing in general that melee creeps are able to put up is pretty disgusting. You know, Saya with a huge amount of that as well. The build obviously was, you know, Vortex Web came a little later in the day. Alk Flask, I guess, pretty, you know, stock standard non-M1 building Ivy, but it looked really good there. I do, I did enjoy that I got to see the Dynamo, but I kind of want to look very quickly over the FPS Lounge side of things, right? Because like Snakes was never really in a position where they were able to take a whole lot of damage. The sort of gun bebop build never really came to fruition, even though at one point I felt like there was a considerable power spike where Erebus gets a capacitor at a pretty reasonable point in the game and looks like it can be a threat, but there's like a lot of like ground-born hyper beams that get cancelled, just awkward positioning in the lane. And Leffa is farming side lanes a lot in this game, trying to get, you know, as many souls as possible, but feels like they're never, you know, we expect to see like a late game hyper carry play style from Leffa. We had the spirit stacking to make those knives really, really nasty, and they do nuke people down, but well, Leffa couldn't stay in these fights long enough to be a real threat.
The thing is, with Spirit Strike out of Erebus and Mystic Vulnerability of Leffa, they do a ton of spirit damage. If you hit a hook and then a knock up from someone out of Bebop, you pair that with Leffa hitting like a dash or serrated blades, and you have Rokane hitting with a rake, someone can pop. But they weren't able to have that happen. I think Erebus got caught a couple of times as we were looking at a fight towards the right hand side of the map. He got caught by middle as melee creeps pushed into him. They weren't really able to get going with that, and that was one of their secret strategies they used in Freak Fest, was having a Mirage and a Bebop together to have the Spirit Strike so Mirage can pop someone. So yeah, not really putting Leffa in a I guess a hero or a position he could carry in with the Shiv, but we got to see some good things out of him at least.
Yeah, I mean, and again, for FPS Lounge, they've already shown what they're capable of. Like, we saw them burst onto the scene, not in this tournament, but in one recently. You know, again, they're going to have to sit on the sidelines here and watch Melee Creeps get to renew their right to challenge Floormen. Let's have a look at MVP. Let's talk about our MVP of this particular game. This is one, Jason, you felt pretty strongly about. So give us the lowdown. Yeah,
I think for me, again, it's easy and hard at the same time to give an MVP to support, but I feel like the global presence Saya had was just fantastic. He knew when he could get aggressive. Multiple times he bailed out John on that right-hand lane and just airdropped him away, or airdropped in the supply drop, as you called it, some teammates in towards these fights. He also had some really great stone forms that was perfect. He had great catch as well with the Vortex Web. He built very well towards his team with BRS and Alchemical Fire. And he was able to like 1v1 in some of these fights. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't able to take down Roke in that one fight towards the Walker where his Walker got pushed, but I mean, he gets hydration. A little bit later, he does the exact same thing, or a little bit earlier than that, he does the exact same thing to Lefa. Here is him supply dropping John in towards a fight. I feel like just all around, he was basically acting like as almost a seventh man, because he didn't need to be there, and he could bring a partner with them, and he would just overwhelm their opponents. Not to mention, he was all over those urns too. I don't know. I feel like Saya just kind of really hit the nail on the head with this game and really played that Ivy really, really well. And considering it's so different than what we would normally see, I would say in NA with the build Xeno was doing with the Echo Shard Stone form. Not really often you see the Kutsu connection max on the 2, but it really did some serious work here.
Yeah, I mean, really, like, you know, we talked about it, setting up John for success, and also, like, you know, bringing a lot of the things that Ivy is, you know, very potent at doing, right, which is like Kutsu bombs and Alk Fire, just making sure, like, you've got a, you know, like a very positive staging ground to actually, like, start these fights. The Mystic expansion's in play, like, just trying to make sure as many people are caught inside of those as possible. So, yeah, big shout out, of course, to Saya there, of course, our MVP in that game. We, of course, around the corner from our money match, Melee Creeps are going to have a chance to take another crack at Floormen here. Last time they played, it was sick game. It went to all 3 games. We saw so much McGuinness and Silver in that game, and it was a historic moment in night shift history as Melee Creeps were finally unseated. How long do they stay off the throne is the question. We're going to find out when we come back with our money match. Welcome, folks, to our championship match here at night shift number 31. Let's get this out of the way first. You guys and your donations have taken our prize pool up to a whopping over $1,600 so far. So thank you so much. And a huge shout out to those of you, who did donate during the NA show so far. We mentioned the $888 donor, which is fantastic. Thank you. So sorry if we skip some of those or we don't catch some of those tips, guys. I really, really appreciate you. Let's move on, Jason, to the matter at hand, because we have a grudge match. It's a rematch. Floormen knocked melee creeps off the podium last week. 18 night shifts in a row. But they're mad there wasn't a bounty for that. But that's fine. It'll be in the future. Now, melee creeps will get a chance to revenge them.
Yeah, one thing I'm looking at in last week's match, I believe the 2 games they won was because League was on McGinnis. So I do wonder, is McGinnis going to be so heavily contested into this with the nerfs to her ultimate, which happened after the match finished, I think a day or 2 after. And then you pointed out as well, Mitch, that DMB played Warden in all 3 games, which is interesting, to say the least.
I get it that like the gun carries were being heavily contested in that series, right? But John's still able to play Geist and Venator like over that series. It feels like maybe the M1 spot was less prioritized by Floormen, and then DMB just picked up the wood. But we saw Warden banned in that previous game, right? We saw that banned away. I don't know if that was like a hydration nod or something else, but clearly, Warden is still considered pretty capable when you need a fallback for the M1 role. So yeah, we saw Ivy, McGinnis, and Warden the entire time from Floormen. And Silver, because Goober just plays Silver now, apparently. That's all they do. So, yeah, and melee creeps was allowing them to get these picks consistently over the course of that series and weren't really looking to target them. So, yeah, I mean, I found them very enjoyable matches to go back over and watch. But, very quickly as well, shout out to our patrons, by the way, who really help keep the lights on for us here. Patreon.com/Deadlock Night Shift, guys. Big shout out to you all here for supporting us. Just keep the lights on. Obviously, like cover those ops costs. This obviously, this goes towards supporting the product, the business, so to speak. Keep the lights on. It's less about the prize pool for the players, but yeah, we appreciate you very much. And I believe we were hoping to do a graveyard shift with peer content, but we had a bit of obviously delay today. Everything's gone a bit later. It's been a longer day, so just waiting on confirmation on that. But obviously we'll try and get that to you guys ASAP. If you want the first look at exclusive interview content with some of the top personalities in the Deadlock scene, patreon.com/Deadlock Night Shift is where you need to be. And of course, big shout out to our $250 board members, Afax Damo, Matthew S, and Tetsuo. Love you guys. Thank you everybody who is on there. Appreciate you allowing us to do this and give back to you guys. Let's talk rosters, Jason. Let's talk Floormen. They've done it. They've gotten themselves in the top spot here. Now, though, in shift 31, it feels like a lot is changing. A lot is moving out here in NA. But suffice to say, we've got some very, very known names from the NA Deadlock world.
Well, first of all, I have to be like, Zeno, why did you choose Abrams as your hero? Because you've been playing nothing but Ivy, son. I mean, maybe we need to change that for him. But yeah, very, very well recognized. I mean, AVG, he's been on the winning Melee Creeps roster before in the past. DMB's been on quite a few different teams as well, but always towards the top. Goober, I mean, he had finally a breakthrough in Sneaky Golem, if you remember that name, which feels like ages ago.
Roke was on that team, yeah.
And then he gets like dropped from the roster and then comes back eventually within Floormen, and he's been putting on a clinic. For me, definitely one of the, I can't even say up and comers. He's definitely one of the top players in the region, I would say, and I would commit to saying that even, you know, weeks, months from now. But then you have Rocker League, like this is a star-studded lineup, and I think the scariest thing about them for me, Uber, how excited they were winning Night Shift last week, because they have been grinding. If you're talking about Leviathan going time and time and time again up against Abrahams and never winning, like pushing a rock up that hill, Floormen finally had that breakthrough last week. And I honestly, I think they definitely have a good chance to defend it here. It's just if they can keep their composure and honestly work with what works for them, most importantly, because Goober, I mean, his silver was great last week.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. A DMB obviously going up against his former team, you know, is a fun narrative to follow here. Rockers Celeste last week in game number 1 was fantastic. This team has definitely got all the makers of champions, and they're finally starting to enjoy that position. So let's see if they can hold on to that, of course, because they are going to be going up against familiar foes at this point, guys. It is a Melee Creeps awaiting them. We just saw Melee Creeps get past FPS Lounge, and honestly what ended up being a pretty comfortable game. Do was on the Apollo looking fantastic. Ido Silver really quite astonishingly good. These guys are here to stay, and they put on a masterclass for it just now.
I think, you know, we can talk about, I think this is probably one of the most interesting drafts actually is going to be this match in particular, because Goober's Viscous is so good that it almost warrants a ban out of Melee Creeps, but then you allow them to pick some of these other high priority heroes. For them, at least when it came to McGinnis, with Ivy, with Silver, I mean, I don't think Warden's gonna be a top 3 pick, to be honest. But then also, I mean, you have to worry about from the other end of that spectrum is Saya playing Kelvin, because he's that good when it comes to Kelvin in particular, that you have to worry about any potential pocket bans. And when Melee Creeps beat them last week in that second map, it came down to having Pocket on their team up against that opposing lineup with that max level affliction, 0 healing done, and allows you to just snowball a fight from there. But yeah, I don't even know who to look at in particular. If you're gonna try to match up 2 players in particular between these 2 teams, I don't even know who I can choose, because it's really, you can just pick a name out of a hat and it works.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. We're going to try and do that though, because it is fun. I do want to see Do show us what his Pocket is capable of. I want to see Saya on the page again. Obviously, just a fantastic facilitator. This guy used to be the pick, you know, player on most of his teams, and then sort of, you know, just found a spot as a support player and was fantastic. Also, does Venator get through here as well? Because that's something that's, you know, has been targeted pretty heavily via bans. Abrams, is he still just as powerful? Obviously, the, you know, the melee damage per boon increases pretty sick. Seismic Slam has become more powerful, but those are all things we can look forward to as we jump into the draft, hopefully pretty soon. We're going to do it now. Plug it. Let's do it live.
It's your power. You can choose when we go to it. You want to take it away, Uber? Do you want to drop the picks and we'll talk some more?
It's your call. Yeah. Okay. I was kind of hoping to do what I did with the bounty thing and just read the screen. Do you know what I mean? But we again, like, so we should expect like Pocket to be looked at pretty closely here. Wow. The Ivy ban is okay. That's pretty spicy, considering that it was Floormen that were abusing the bejesus out of it last time we saw them playing. Xeno was allowed that Ivy to be banned. Okay.
Sorry, my dog's in my room wanting to say hi. Yeah, I thought it would actually be the other way around, that Melee Creeps take it away. So I think it kind of helps that Ivy gets banned in particular. But again, with the Mirage ban coming through, you could see Viscous coming in for Goober in top 3. I don't know if he'll necessarily make it through the turn in the second set of bans as well. But when it comes to first pick here, I mean, where do you go? There's still a lot of options.
Silver is open. Celeste, Silver, both first pickable here, I think. You know, we've kind of gone away from the need for like specifically pick initiator type heroes here. If you leave the Silver open past the first rotation, it could be quite interesting, because I don't think it's going to get past the second phase of bans. Apollo's being pretty highly valued here. Do is going to run it back on the Apollo. Looked pretty sick in that previous game.
Interesting. So do they lock in a Silver here or a Venator for John?
They're leaving Pocket open.
I am the sword of
yes.
Benedict.
Yeah, I think Pocket's necessarily too big of a worry. I think Pocket it generally will be like a response pick to a Kelvin, because you can obviously just eliminate all the healing that he could do, especially if you go towards one of those heavy healing supports. I mean, for Saya right now, there even is a Sinclair as a possible pickup here if we do have a Pocket being grabbed for Floormen, and Saya always can play that in his back pocket.
Yeah, that obviously like that.
I guess Scout would be doing it this time. Not sure. Depends.
Saya has played Sinclair. He played it in the previous series. In fact, both he and Scout played Sinclair in that series last week. So, yeah, it is possible. It's funny. You do open yourself up to getting Sinclair as soon as you pick someone with such a powerful ultimate. Lady Geist here for Floormen. It does feel like they're just snapping up the the next best M1 carry as Venator is off the table, and you don't want to give melee creeps both. That would be a pretty bad idea. So. One more pick here, of course, before we head into our next ban. And okay, Kelvin.
They're gonna ban
Kelvin picked up
here. Ban Pocket. They're gonna ban Pocket. You have to ban Pocket here. There's nowhere to leave Pocket open to Floormen to punish you.
Kelvin picked Pocket ban seems so busted on melee creeps, especially with Ivy off the table. Like you don't have a really healing oriented support left. Yep, there it is. Pocket banned away.
Well, you got Rem, you got Paige. Like Rem can work decently well when you have a heavy frontline team because you just bounce between all of them. And of course, now that the change that your nap time, you become unstoppable in tier 3. That can be quite effective too. You can't be gut shot into a wall, as ZP likes to do to Rems in every single one of his games that he was talking about for us.
It makes it sound so easy. I don't know. It doesn't sound easy at all, but okay. Here's the Shiv banned away by Floormen. I'm starting to see what the spirit stacking can do to Shiv when it comes to those knives, even though Leffa wasn't able to find much success with it in the previous series. All right.
The thing with Floormen, though, they didn't run support in any of their games. Actually, I guess I can't really say that. They didn't run like a healing support. They had Ivy in all their games.
Does McGinnis count?
No. I mean, she does have healing, but you max ult, and then I believe you do max heal after that. It is a lot of healing, to be fair. But I don't know if they're going to lean into it when there's a Kelvin on the enemy side. I mean, your ultimate does last insanely long that I think you outlast the dome. And they do have a lot of protection for them too, so they could actually see the McGinnis.
Yeah. This comp for Floormen is unbelievably hard to pin down. Okay, the Viscous comes out here. All right. How do you feel about it in the previous game? Obviously, it could be a Goober pick, right? Goober could be going back to this.
That's 100% going to be a Goober pick, which means someone else is going to be playing the Silver, but that's kind of what Goober showing Silver last week gives you to their team, because they see Silver and they're like, okay, well, they're probably not going to pick Viscous now, or most likely won't be picking it. But Goober's Viscous is completely different than Hydration. You saw Hydration playing safe, playing passive, using Rescue Beam, cubing people, pulling them away. Goober's like, no, I don't play that support game. I play aggressive. Because he technically can pop Mina if he wants to. But I believe he does go for his like Puddle Punch Max as his initial build, and then his ball. If you didn't see the clips from last week, or was it 2 weeks ago, of him just bouncing on it time and time, against John's rate, that's what it was. Bouncing on him time and time again, full killing him from 100% health to 0. It's a very scary thing.
How does the Drifter fit into this composition for melee creeps? The Rem here to round things out, obviously. You are going to leave that support pick until a little bit later on. We've seen them be quite potent.
Bro, it's dirty.
Give me the lowdown on the Drifter here.
I'm looking at the Eternal Knight, his ultimate. You're never going to see Dynamo coming. He's going to warp stone into you, and he's just going to appear, and then he's going to hit you with a singularity. That is a very scary combo, if I'm honest with you. If you can work around that well, the synergy between that, then you have, again, like Venator, which John goes for the grenade max, not the gut shot max that you likes to go for. So pairing them together, grouping them together with a Nox Nostra, so you can't do anything after you're out of a singularity as well, plus Apollo, the Etani Losan. They have such a strong wombo combo team for melee creeps, but also they have like a decent chase too, because Kelvin can get extremely fast to slow people down. Apollo's going to be in your face. Dynamo, if he gets a knock up on you, it's very hard to go against melee creeps if they get some momentum.
Yeah, there obviously is a lot of lockdown potential. Easy to forget that Etani Losan has that it shuts down healing as well.
It's like a curse mechanic, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You can't, and obviously you get slowed down, right? So yeah, that is pretty brutal to sort of bounce back from. Floormen okay. I feel like, why am I banging the same narrative drum as the previous game? Floormen seem very, very slippery, very hard to catch, but melee creeps, conversely, are playing a composition that any one or two of these heroes can lock you in place and make it impossible. Even like the Kelvin beam, basically every aspect of this comp has elements that can really make it hard for you to slip out of their grasp.
The melee creeps is squishy though. I mean, they do have a lot of healing. You have Dynamo and Kelvin together, so you have to be aware of that. You're gonna need to see some like heal banes coming in, probably out of Geist for them. which is most likely going to be DMB, but they're very squishy. So if you get a catch, I think you can easily snowball a fight against him, maybe use the nap time to set up fights. You're going to see AVG on the Billy. He specifically plays the Billy in a way that he looks for those chain gangs to open up fights for his team. So you're going to have to keep an eye on that, where he's coming from if you're melee creeps. But this is going to be really interesting, man. Like, honestly, Floormen, they had a taste of victory, but I think they want the whole thing, and this is their chance to have it happen yet again.
Shout out Sideshow for the raid, Sideshow who's been addicted heavily to Deadlock recently. Good to see you, mate. Thanks for coming by. It is Floormen versus Melee Creeps now, and it is Melee Creeps looking to reascend to the throne, to take back what is theirs and to start to stack that extra bounty. Let's dive into the Curse app and see how it all plays out. We're going to have the Viscous and Lady Geist for Floormen in mid versus the Venator and the Dynamo. So it always feels like the M1 carry and Dynamo get put together in mid and are a real pain in the neck, constantly trying to chunk you down. We're on the right side here as well. You see the Billy and Rem paired up against the Drifter and Apollo.
So Xeno, I really want to see what he's going to do on his Rem here, because when you play one hero specifically like his Ivy, or in the past like his Yamato, you have to have a second hero ready to go, knowing that you're going to be the focus of bans going forward. But we actually don't see AVG going to be on the Billy this time. I thought he was going to be playing the Billy and League would be on the Silver. So I wonder if Lee's going to play a similar route for him and his team. On the other side, we actually see a switch up as well. Do not going to be on the Apollo. It's actually going to be Ido on the Apollo, and Do taking over the Mina role. So that's actually like a big switch up, because you would normally associate Mina with Ido on this team.
I am struggling with this Drifter still. I think I understand theoretically how it's supposed to form part of the game plan, but telling me that they use the Endless Night to make sure you don't see the Wombo coming seems pretty out of pocket. So I'm very curious to see how this plays out. Obviously, Rocket is on the Celestia again, which he looked fantastic in last week's championship match, game 1. Deathless, 50k souls, you know it. He was basically doing it. So keeping our eyes peeled to see how he performs. Honestly, we're here on the right-hand side of the map here, but this gets a little bit messy. Sigil comes out here, targeting obviously a little bit of extra health. It's really feeling hard at times for the Billy to hang. There is a fair bit of pressure in this lane. Very spammy, very zippy, this little mosquito of Apollo constantly dipping back and sending these slices at you.
You have to be really careful in that lane. That's a lot of damage you're coming your way. With Apollo and Drifter together, you have spirit damage, you have physical damage as well that you'd be very careful about. Obviously, Drifter can do a lot of spirit damage too, especially with that Stalker's Mark. That percent health that it does is something you really have to respect. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Scout actually go for a lot of like early game roams and leave John to his own devices in towards middle.
Yep.
Because obviously, like the Kinetic Pulse, it was like kind of nerfed in the sense that if it's not maxed out, you really don't have big range on it. So it's really hard to be impactful early on unless you can really close that gap. We already see kind of Goober doing a mimic here, spots him out on the rotate here, looking for some boxes, and Goober very, very quick to get around the map. Very, very hard to see his ganks coming.
Essence Bomb there thrown out. Very deep are Floormen. They are looking very confident with that mid lane matchup, which might surprise you considering all the tools that Dynamo brings to the lane. But like you mentioned, John has been left to his own devices for the most part. There's also a rotate here in towards his left side jungle. The Sire is trying to pick up some free farm, and AVG is not too far away. I mean, yeah, talk about the Stalker's Mark, obviously giving you like a virtual Phantom Strike effect. Could be very powerful if you want to, add any debuffs or, have any active items that you obviously need to be in melee range for. So keep an eye out for that. Backstabber picked up, of course, as the rush item, a tier 2 straight away for the Drifter.
Good old Stalker being picked up. I don't know if I don't know if I like Backstabber or Stalker better, but I mean, Stalker kind of fits.
That's so
change the name on it. But it kind of fits Drifter quite well. But one thing I did notice though on the mini map while this was happening, Scout, he went for the box run on his side of the jungle on the right hand side of the map, but DMB was there and DMB pushed him back out to base again. So Scout had to go back to base twice now, sitting at 2.3 thousand souls. Not a big difference compared to the rest of his team, because there is an advantage, the fact that John's at 3.5 and about to hit his Era Domini in just a few moments. So do see potentially dive come in on towards this Guardian, but even being turned around as a retreat, a full retreat coming in.
The AVG low on the left-hand side of the map here. Looks like the chase will be enough to force Ido on out. That was a splatter that did connect, and now, geez, Fishcake's getting shot in the back a hell of a lot. Uber kind of everywhere at once, this guy. Loves himself a bit of a punch build. And he's getting pretty active now, moving across the map, maybe even intervening here through mid, because there's a pretty immense amount of pressure going on underneath that Guardian. On the right-hand side here. Gotta watch out for Ido. Does not have Vitani Lusan at the ready, though. Thank you very much, Mamoru, for the $22 tip. This could be dangerous here for Xeno. Caught out. Fishcake able to close the gap and chase him down.
That's the downside. You're so squishy as Rem. You really depend on your teammate to help you out here. I think that's going to be a kill come in for League, though. Ido, she able to turn this one around with the repos coming through.
That is sick. You got to be very, very careful. This is parry or repost. Apollo can turn those fights on their head. Oh, I don't think I'd want to be here at all if I was Dude. Rock is able to finish the job. Already off to another good start here. Goober eliminated. That's through mid. John would have picked them up. Even been Iradomini involved in that kill, or at least in the lead up to it. But one thing's for sure is that Goober was not getting out of there alive.
Yeah, but I mean, you've already seen like the difference between Goober and Hydration, right? Hydration would sit in lane for the most part. Goober's been rotating around the map. Zada closes things out in a DMB with the Atani Losa. And as that happened, Goober gets a kill on the scout in towards middle at the exact same time. But the pressure's coming to this right-hand lane because we see Ido go for a gang middle. Very smart play to Floormen to just full shove onto this guard and get it down to about half HP.
Ido's going to rotate in, but doesn't really want to take a fight. Like you mentioned, that ultimate is not available here. Might still have to fight for it. Sigil used to try and gain some ground. And Rem poke, pretty annoying. Here's the flawless advance, a little bit of poke damage. This does not signify a full commitment, of course, from the Apollo. Oh, I don't know if John's getting out. He knows it. Yep, Goober turns up, bro. You know he knows how to get it done. Picks off the Venator.
I'm pretty sure John was just seeing goo in his nightmares and his dreams last week after what happened, the punishment he was constantly dealt. Actually, it was 2 weeks ago, I should say.
Yeah, last week it was Silver City for him, for Goober, rather.
Please stop bowling me and biting me, man. It's been tough, I think, for John playing against Goober in particular. But again, that's just the difference in Goober and other Vistas in NA. And I would say even I would even argue that no one in EU plays Viscus like this either. I think DMod may be the closest, but I don't know if teams want to play around a Viscus of this style, or if it just doesn't work in EU because teams know how to play against it. I'm not really sure the answer on that one.
I love it though. It's this Mystic Burst, Arcane Surge, Compressed Cooldown. And again, like Goober's got some pretty fantastic movement. Knows how to get around the map. Chain Gang means that there's no way Drifter's getting out of this. Apparently that was a worthwhile expense there for League. Guardian though is going to be picked up in mid. That is an important little exchange. And it's the first of the game to fall.
And similar as we talked about with a Dynamo, a singularity on one person is going to be worth it. That was a nap time into a chain gang. I think something you'd be happy with because you kind of just stop the rot here in some of these lanes. Keep them a little bit more honest. Keep Ido, maybe supporting this lane a little bit more as they go for the little bit of engage on him. But again, uses the repost to get away. But also the decay picked up for Rem. I mean, it does do some serious work against this team, and it does actually help quite a bit with the amount of healing they have.
Yeah, we're going to keep our eyes on, of course, decay. Pretty important, that healing reduction. It's always something that you want to try and bring. And of course, you're going up against a Kelvin composition, so also, and Dynamo, so happy to bring that in here. Gold Sack, going to be the first tier 3 for John. And he's going to trade that in for some value immediately.
Go for Cultist, so definitely go for the extra size on his grenades. Rocker again. I mean, you talked about Rocker just popping off last week. It was on the Celeste. He's able to do it again so far here at 6.8k. Not quite leading the entire lobby as John's at 9.2. Ridiculous stuff out of him, soaking up every ounce of farm on this map.
That is so nerdy. That is so nerdy. He's obviously been given much of this farm by Scout, who, despite this, is still doing fairly well for himself, all things considered. But 9.5k is that's messed up, bro. All right.
Velocity, close quarters, and recharging rush here for Saya. A little bit of a different build out of Kelvin, actually. So you're not going to have much spirit power just yet. You still haven't quite hit the investment on your gun. But if you remember the good old days of Kelvin, his gun was so damn deadly, though. I expect to see a transition soon here for Saya.
I mean, I think he's really trying to make sure he can consistently get the recharging rush procs off, right? Because you only have 3.5 seconds to do the damage, which is like 200, I want to say. But getting a grenade charge back for that, Jason, might just be worth investing some like tier 1 items into like more like consistently hitting that threshold. I'm not the expert on it. Let's see how it plays out.
I mean, it looks like he is maxing his grenades.
Yeah.
From what I could tell there too. So he definitely wants to have this off as soon as possible, and even maybe rapid recharge to come through. As now John with that 10,000 souls looking to use it for his advantage, but he's against 2 different players. Gets chain gang away, jumps over the rushing Ram, and so comes back over the wall to get back towards his Guardian.
Bro, he's so tanky, man. The Battlefield's doing some serious work there. Again, I don't know if you're going to get... He's, again, just trying to play underneath his Guardian. I think he realizes he might be in trouble, but can he be helped here by Dude? Yes, trade out instantly. League going to fall. AVG here. Still has to respect what the Mina is capable of doing. Do it 7k souls, so still reasonable, even if AVG is stronger.
Just got tired of trying to just dance around that billboard with Dewey. He's like, hey, I'm just gonna shoot your Guardian then and just peace out. So we did see Sai go down. Maybe Scout's gonna fall as well. Goober on the chase yet again here. And Scout
not getting out of here.
should be dying.
Okay, nice little swaggy cube. John trying to reposition Goober, who will puddle punch his way up to relative safety.
Splatter straight into the ground so that John couldn't chase him up that way because he would just take double damage from Splatter.
Yep. Yeah, maybe. For a second, I'm like, that's not puddle punch. That's just splattering. Okay, fair enough. All right. Speaking of puddle punch, it's used obviously to disrupt that urn location. Is the Arctic Beam to try and hold League in place. Okay. Radiant Dagger's also going to be committed to this. Yeah, this is pretty important. Again, we're fighting for the urn take, folks. Dazzling Trickle going to protect Rocker through a little bit of these early salvos now, but do keep an eye on Sire's health bar. He does not have Arctic Shelter ready, but League is going to fall first. Sire eventually goes down, so a trade here. Frontliner, though, lost for Floormen. There's the slam from Scout, and looks like this is a disengage here for Floormen. Oh, no, still where it was in the first place. DMB traded out for Ido. Who's really left here to do damage? AVG and Rock are still in the fight. The Silver is across the map, excuse me. Scout goes down. Goober again. He's going to be the last man standing here. John chased off. This is huge for Floormen.
Yeah, no frontline, no tankiness inherently within their team. And Goober just really not being touched for most of the fight. Rockers will just dancing around the edges of that fight. It allows them to pick up the urn here. If AVG can take this kill against Zoo, or at least force him back, there's a good chance that they can actually take this urn as well. Go straight for the Guardian, realizing there's maybe a chance he won't survive this one. Not to mention the reinforcements going to be here in just a second out of Fish Cake. I don't really see you getting yourself out of this one, AVG.
Yeah, as low as he is, this is going to be a tough ask.
Okay.
Oh, no way.
Myself.
That's wild. Okay, well, bro appears to be out of there. He is home and hosed. Urn also in the meantime heading over towards that right side of the map, and a Guardian taken by Rocker, who again has been so annoying. John there is going to try and stop him, but there's no guarantee that the Venator can do that. Well, I tell you that is curse it completely. Rocker is taken down on that split push.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You made me feel better after saying, you know, AVG doesn't escape this, and then he does.
Yeah, we had to both curse it. I mean, that was 2 curses, very quick succession. I'm quite impressed with us. I digress. Here's a chain gang obviously over on this urn location. Is there a turn in? You better believe it. Goober gets it done. Cubes up instantly. Tagalong getting passed around. Plenty of help here as Fishcake just dies. A Goober managed to get a splatter kill on him. I'm not really sure. Either way, that is going to smart. Frozen Shelter there becomes a little bit too late in the day now, as melee creeps might not have much to fight for anymore here.
At least one advantage for melee creeps is that once Sai gets a couple more levels and starts investing points in a Frozen Shelter, it's going to do a lot of healing. It is going to be quite ridiculous what he can pull off, not to mention cleansing like heal banes off so you can heal your team as well. But we're not really, I mean, John has 16,000 souls. Like, even though it's not been looking good for melee creeps, John has just been farming away. And he, as we saw in the last game on the guys, he can carry these games, especially if he has people play a semi frontline for him, which I think Ido and Saya, even Fishcake, are going to try to do. This game's not over whatsoever. He's just giga farmed at this point.
Gotta respect this, Ido. Eventually he's going to be forced away from this farm. In fairness, he was in enemy territory. Now there might be a collapse over towards mid here, as melee creep still heavily invested in defending that mid Guardian that is still up 13 minutes into the game. John, like you mentioned, when he hits those power spikes, you're going to know about it.
Really, as you pointed out, we're just really heavily investing into keeping this alive and actually getting aggressive to look for these sinners. So Goober come on in with the puddle punch. And again, as you know, you have to be very careful. He has Healing Nova. He does a lot of healing when he attaches to someone. And of course, the decays. I mean, we're seeing multiple decays being picked up, actually. One for Fishcake, one for Xeno. I think there's maybe even one more out there as well. But also, Fishcake has a Spirit Sap on top of this, so he can shred some of the Spirit Resist. Maybe he can go towards Focus Lens later on. But Dude's going to lose the 1v1 against DMB, and that's kind of huge, because that gives him that +1, that man advantage to look for a fight somewhere else, and maybe even push down some damage on towards a Walker.
There's like a ton of extra pressure on that right side. Like eventually someone from melee creeps is going to have to answer this, which means they can't afford to spend as much time lingering in mid. Looks like they feel like they need to make the play here. Either way, League is trying to surge forward. Mindful, though, of Sire's position. Then over the top there's a Frost Grenade to try and slow him down. Ido chomping the bit here to get at League. And eventually the split push on the right is done. Now you see DMB being pulled in towards mid. Floormen, just as invested as melee creeps are in defending that Guardian, Floormen absolutely want to knock it down.
Has Melee Creeps just decided to say, okay, John, we're just going to give you full carry mode? 20k now. I mean, we saw Dude try to hold the right-hand lane. He loses the fight against DMB, which is really not good because they want him to have some extra damage as well. Luckily, they still have Ido for a lot of extra spirit damage. But I honestly, I think you have to kind of ask yourself, when it gets into the late game here, who are you going to start to favor?
Yeah. It's a lot of eggs to put in one basket. A basket that can be chain ganged, that can be goo balled, that can be slapped. There's a number of ways to, you know, shut down the individual, bowler them. Obviously, a lot of decays being brought up as well to really limit that Sire healing effectiveness. We'll see if it pays out for Melee Creeps. You can definitely see where their investment is going. Nox Nostra is in play right now. Looks like, yeah, we saw a nap time come out. Dorian just trying to reposition here a little bit if he possibly can. These silence waves are starting to become a bit of a nuisance here for Melee Creeps. And yeah, that Siren Fish Cake out of the picture. The main source of healing's gone before he could deploy that frozen shelter. And now, as you can imagine, the race for this right side walker is going to be on. Ern picked up behind all of this. Scuba might have been taken down, but there might be an acceptable loss here if you are Floormen, as you were going to try and get that Ern turned in. But this is where Melee Creeps are trying to pressure. They are not going to give this one up for free. Look at John starting to push forward. He wasn't in that previous fight. So, out of the tunnels, we're going to see him come in a moment, I'm quite sure. And that is ridiculous damage. Entanglement is not going to save Scout at all. AVG's picked off. That Ern is still headed over towards the left side. And in the end, John hasn't really looked to intervene whatsoever. It is a walker picked up by Ido, who's on that upper level. Those two are looking dangerous, but is it going to be enough?
24k now. You brought up a really good point here, Uber, is the fact that John's just not really being in these fights. And for Melee Creeps to lose like 1 or 2 players without their main carry there, I don't really think it's not a good trade. But it's not like you're losing 2 players and John was in the fight, and John can be that impactful with what he's currently got built at this 24k mark. And I would assume they need to start bringing in towards some of these fights, especially this Ern. They need to allow Dew to start get some farm to catch up. Use John's power spikes to their advantage. We do see the Ern looking to be actually dunked here in a second by Xeno. He's on the rem here looking for the jump. Frozen Shelter used to deny the area though, and they're going to lose some players. So actually Sire the one to go down. Frozen Shelter's going to lock him out of getting the turn it in. And a Singularity being thrown down just to deny the turn in themselves. They take down Rocker with John, and the Ern finally gets dunked out of Xeno.
Big slam that comes down from League here. Owen does get turned in, and Xeno really bites his time in doing so. Scout is down. They already made use of the Singularity and the Frozen Shelter at the start of the fight. That feels unlike Melee Creeps to take such a big risk in stopping that Ern from being turned in. A relatively close fight now starts to favor Floormen pretty healthily. It's going to be a 4-for-2 exchange. Yes, we do see Dew at least take that right side walker. That does matter because Melee Creeps have a tendency to, even in lost fights, be able to find something of value elsewhere on the map. Floormen, think about this mid-boss for a moment, and if they don't do more here to extract value, they might actually end up losing out in the long run.
They gotta be careful. Waves are pushing this left lane walker for Melee Creeps. You have to be very aware of this when you give up a flex slot for free. I think it was a very smart call for Floormen to say, okay, we're not gonna go for this. We're not gonna go for the actual take. So Frost Grades aren't maxed here for Saya, so I'm assuming he has invested points in his Frozen Shelter. He's got Healing Booster picked up too. But even with that, he still died to League inside that Frozen Shelter, which, I mean, he needs to have another friendly player in there to make sure he can help support him and win out on this one. But the thing is, you can technically Frozen Shelter an enemy team inside of it, and then Quantum Entanglement your own team out of it, so you leave the enemies in the shelter if you ever wanted to, just kind of keep them away.
Which is pretty elaborate. It does feel like Sire was just caught there, really.
It kind of contradicts itself though, right? Because you kind of want to be in the shelter to heal, but also you don't want to be the only one in the shelter on your team when there's like 2 enemies in there, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an invulnerability button, that's for sure. Can definitely swing fights in your favor, but you need people to supply the deeps, and that was not the case. Again, I do feel like it was a bit of a reaction just to stop a premature own turn in. But then the same was from the Singularity. Like, I don't think there was anything set up in order to follow up on that. Was John in position to really intervene? No. I just felt like if you don't have John in the fight, why are you investing these sort of abilities? Maybe there's like a crossing of wires that John also like is supposed to get over there or can't. For whatever reason, either way, this is dangerous here for Dew. A lot is being invested here to try and defend this walker, and it's not looking pretty. They are going to fall. Dew knows that he's basically just considering himself a sacrifice in this case. Right side blue walker pushed down by Floormen. They've recovered. They've gotten busy. What's happening on the left, though? There's something brewing here as well with John, who doesn't really, again, seem to be where the epicenter of action is, but he is up to 28k souls.
Yeah, I kind of want to say, you can't fight that. If you're Floormen, you can't fight into John with having Sai there to support him. He does have max Frozen Shelter now, okay, so he's going to have a ton of healing if you're inside of this. Rapid Recharge picked up as well, so you can put out even more healing during these fights. I'm assuming Scout went with a really similar build with the Kinetic Pulse first, and then eventually into the Quantum Entanglement to max out. So he's not really maxing the Rejuvenating Aura just yet.
Yeah.
I can't, Rejuvenating Aurora.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's
No,
hard.
it feels, yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. Okay, no, he's maxing Kinetic. Oh, sorry, yes, yeah, he's got some points in Aurora, but no, he's left Quantum alone.
Yeah, he went Quantum Max second last game, so I guess he's going into the extra healing that they're going to need in this fight to help sustain and survive. And mostly just keep John alive. Oh my god, you got to be careful here.
Yeah, you don't want to bite off more than you can chew here. Again, like you want to be able to run around and use Aurora, right? You need to get that 3 max on it if you actually want to be useful in a fight. Getting that healing deployed. Floormen spread across.
It gives you a lot of movement speed too to your team. So it's like, it's really good to chase as well, or to help someone escape if you need to. So
yeah,
it's not a bad shout.
You really I feel like you really need to be able to, like you almost need the T3 on Aurora to make use of the T1. Because there's no point giving move speed to everyone when you can't move. you just, yeah, like you want to be able to
use any abilities to help disengage, like your Kinetic Pulse and stuff like that. Yeah, it's definitely troublesome, but also Sai going down is quite troublesome too. And they're being forced to defend a Walker on the left-hand side for melee creeps and defend an Earn Turn at the same time. Though I don't know if you can defend this alone here on the Walker, as Ido will try.
Yeah, Ido, 18k souls is reasonable, but you're not going to see him commit to defending any of these Walkers. He might be able to he sees an opportunity to shove the wave out, and that's because he sees Earn heading towards the right side. So he's kind of correctly assuming that Floormen aren't really invested in pressuring the left anymore. Here's a bit of a fight here underneath mid. Soul Exchange going to be used there. Nap time also catching on. That is not good at all. Fishcake trying to find his fight, placing that fight, and John is always going to be the target, focused down. Kind of sick movement there from Goober. Just quietly gets past that kinetic blast. And he's ready to go to work. But John's out of the fight. Ido now needs to pick up the slack as one of the other Fed players on his team alongside Do. Inside the frozen shelter, though, now Saya has been able to put that together. Tiny Losan in the fight. Cube used, though, to protect AVG. He will emerge and doesn't really want to be the center of attention. The Walker goes down on the left side finally. His Rocker is also building up a pretty impressive soul total himself.
Bro, the fact that AVG dives into a frozen shelter against 2 players, and he gets away with the help of Goober, and they take a walk on the left-hand side. Like, it's such a massive macro win out of Floormen. And that's something I've been saying about them the last few weeks. Their macro has drastically improved. It seemed like every week melee creeps would get double buffs and get Earn and turn it in and just slowly whittle away their opponents. But they're not getting it so free anymore. I feel like teams have started to wise up to it, and Floormen, whatever they change within their team and the comms or how they call macro, it's just complete 180 to how they played a few weeks ago.
I am blatantly stealing this question from chat to ask you, Jason.
Oh, no.
At what point does the drifter pick make sense?
Yeah, soon. Hear my words. You know what?
TM.
I can hear I can see a short video being made of like that question kind of left me saying soon, and then a quick flash forward to 10 minutes later, and a massive Eternal Darkness.
10 minutes later.
Exactly.
You just see the death screen. Yeah, okay. Let's see how it plays out. Still a lot of pressure on melee creeps as they extend into mid and are very quickly bundled on out of there. Floormen are trying to posture potentially for a bait around mid boss here, or at least use this positive lane push on the extremities to go in and take some of these neutral creeps away from melee creeps. And you better believe melee creeps, the macro masters of the past at least, are going to fight for this. Also, it's a mid walker. It is the last walker the melee creeps are defending. It represents a flex slot, all the other good stuff. This is why Floormen want to try and push and fight for this. Rocker doesn't want that smoke, though. Sees the 31k soul John and say, we're even in souls, but I don't want to fight a gun carry like this, so he'll back away.
Been started.
Yeah, someone's going for it. Up on the high ground here, though, are melee creeps. It looks like Floormen a little bit split. Not really sure what to make of this. Okay, decay thrown at the silver. Silence wave, they're going to come back and response. Okay, there it is. The singularity going to be thrown in there by Scout. There's actually now to find a pickoff. Here's the frozen shelter. Good placement here by Saya. Ah, yes. Are we lining up our crosshairs in pause time? Okay, DMB is bugged.
Where's Geist? Oh, he's bugged on the zipline. So they went for a bait on mid boss and were forced in a fight after, and DMB couldn't get out of pit to go assist in this fight. That's unfortunate.
The bad news. You have to just unstick, and you have to
we're in closed alpha. It happens.
Yeah. Can't believe we're still in closed. Yeah, I mean, that's by the by. Okay. Melee creeps look like they're in a pretty decent spot, and I want to just remind you that Floormen were in great shape. Look at this frozen shelter. Looks like it hasn't caught. Okay, League is caught inside of that.
He's for sure inside of it. He was bouncing on someone inside.
League and Goober are both in there. It does look like, yeah, it's a 4v2 inside the frozen shelter. Cube going to be used here, but this feels like a little too late. And it's an inflection point brewing here, Jason. Melee creeps look very, very good in this fight. John, we can't really assess his impact in this engagement so far because we're looking at little circles running around the minimap. But hey, there's the pick on Rocket that he's been looking for. Okay, you can try and chase Amina all you want, but eventually there's a Sanguine retreat that's going to get her back out to safety. Xeno's trying to get away. Goober's going to get caught up. Oh, dear. Oh, no, Jason. It's going to be a Melee Creeps mid-boss at this rate. That is absolutely bloody diabolical. DMB, there is no running from this. Do runs them down, and Melee Creeps might have found the opening. It's now a 4K soul game. And yeah, we're going mid-boss.
Oh, you know, I don't know what to say, man. I feel for them. I feel for something like that happening, especially that was their intention, was to go for a catch, but DMB couldn't get out of this mid-boss room. A parry comes through. Is he gonna get okay. She gets one of the rejuice. I mean, that's like the best case scenario out of that, considering he was the only one alive. But man, that hurts for Floormen. But here's a true test, man, to the grit of the team. Can you let a bug like that not mess with your morale of this game and still keep focused? I mean, yeah, now you're behind in souls, but the game's not over.
Yeah, you are still in this game. The reju credits are going to make the, the prospect of taking a fight here far less desirable. And yeah, I mean, we'll say it like it is. DMB was supposed to be involved in that fight. That 28k soul Lady Geist was supposed to be a factor, and they weren't able to be. And that could have really been a difference changer.
Can we
get
a check on items real quick? I just want to see what DMB leveled. Did he go for Essence Bomb first, or did he go for Life Drain? Because if he went for Essence Bomb, that hurts even more. Because if he was in the frozen shelter with Goober stunning them constantly, okay, so he didn't go max Essence Bomb. I mean, he's still going to do a lot of damage inside, to be fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, that hurts. That hurts, man.
Yeah, it's Life Drain max with the Malice just after that. But yeah, I mean, look, you've got like you're at the point. I mean, looking at the build, looking at the souls, you know this guy is going to be a pretty big impact in the fight. Spell Slinger picked up here, of course. Yeah, Spirit Resilience. It's all happening. Floormen gonna have to bounce back from this. It is going to be a Melee Creep soul earned turn in, though, again, owing to this amount of map control they have. And Floormen know that like their mandate right now is to try and defend this last walker. Keep Melee Creeps off this flex slot now, as they've managed to get pretty comfortably ahead of you in souls. They have really punished that little gaff in the previous fight.
I was gonna say, whoever in chat was asking about when the drift to make sense, it got him turning for the urn at least.
Yeah, I guess so. Saya, they got caught out a little bit overextended. There might be something here from Floormen. Even still, here's the Billy inside the frozen shelter, though. Saya coming back into the fight at the cost of a rejuve credit, and that could be tough for AVG. He is trying to slip away. Here comes Iradomini in play for John, and he is going to be hitting like an absolute truck, trying to chase past this walker. League is not going to get away at this rate. I'd suggest Arctic Beam being used to slow on down. Frost Grenade catching onto 4. Xeno eventually falls, as does the walker. And it's about as bad as it could get for Floormen, if I'm honest, folks. They did burn a rejuve credit, but the damage is already done.
Yeah, I mean, the walker is going to be more than happy with this one. Even if they can turn it into a kill. Scout takes down DMB. 3 players left alive for Floormen. And honestly, if you're Melee Creeps here, you could push the base. I mean, Sai going for a quick reset, going back. They can take down the base Guardians. He's going to be here extremely quickly. I think he has his boost up. And John gets himself another kill on a rocker this time. 41,000 souls for this Venator. And now Idols just diving in for the shrine. This is tough times now for Floormen, man. I don't know if they can bounce back from this.
Fishcake going to be joining them as well. Coming back off the zip line. We've kind of asked questions about what the function of the Drifter was supposed to be in this game. We may not need an answer to it, in fact, because John's looking very good. Do also is fed as heck, this Mina. We talked about this, this more carry-oriented Mina as opposed to just utility. We're going to have a patron knock here. At the very least, Rock is still 22 seconds away from being back in the game. The main soul recipient here on the side of Floormen. They've had their backs broken, but they are still alive. Can Floormen bounce back? But this soul lead has completely blown out of proportion.
Floormen going the chase. No reaches left. They need to get kills here. Singularity coming through. Catches out 4 or 5 players in the enemy team. Here's some massive damage.
Oh, and imagine if there was an endless night, Jason. It could have been a 6-player Singularity. Either way, Scout is going to go down. The Melee Creeps feel like they're in a decent spot. They're low, though, after falling back. Ido and Fishcake aren't in really any position to fight. They're going to fall here. Floormen might be able to punish this, and maybe Hubris was the undoing of Melee Creeps. They saw a chance to re-engage with that Singularity, but so many of them were low. They're on big respawn timers now.
This would be huge. I actually think I pick up some more. I mean, a massive 3 kills to get them back in this one. They're going to take down Sai as well. the biggest downside for them is that there's nothing for them to take right now. Maybe they can full shove down middle. Actually, no, they can full shove down middle. They can get this last walker down for sure. Clean up all these waves on their side lanes as well.
Yeah. Like you've got a good 40 seconds to take like all these sinners away. You can try and push right side and take melee creeps doubles, but it looks like that's where Do is heading pretty quickly. They've got to defend that walker as well. That was a pretty quick shove down mid from Rocker, in all fairness. We know that Celeste can certainly clear waves. Not bad. Floormen have shrunk this down to a 16k soul lead. And we'll see Xeno at least be able to take doubles on the Floormen side.
Thing is, they also now have a window to play in with no singularity. I don't think Scout.
I mean, it looked like it hurt them more than it helped them, Jason.
Yeah, that's the weird thing, right? Because I saw 4 players and instantly in my head, I'm like, okay, this is a one fight. We even saw like a health Nova come down. Oh, try to get the parry onto Geist here while trying to go for the sinners. This actually would be huge cash if they can take down DMB.
Cube is big here. Look at his once more. Cooper getting involved. Okay, Nox Nostra. Do is pretty healthy. That's going to be a lot of damage here. DMB is low, but outside of that, Floormen can fight this. All right, where are we headed? Looks like we're in full scale retreat here. Melee creeps do not want to overstay their welcome here. I think I saw a pretty big cube from Goober inside the singularity in that previous fight earlier, by the way. I'm not sure who it caught on to, but the fact that he's able to do that is a pretty big deal. Now, Own is up. You've got some out control buffs, of course, have just spawned. I don't think Floormen are really going to risk splitting their forces too much to try and go for the casting one on the right side, but it is an option.
This is a very tense urn, actually. 1 minute to go on mid, boss. If you lose a player here, you're not going to be there for mid. So you have to be so careful and so hesitant. As you saw melee creeps, they immediately backed away. They tried to go for the kill on the DMB. They realized they can't have it. So Darkness going to be coming on through here.
Chain Gang's going to force a fight. They do not want to give melee creeps a choice. Okay, John not caught initially there by that Chain Gang. Here comes a frozen shelter to play in. Sire making sure they get set up. Fishcake very, very low. But look at Rocker. Look at DMB. They're struggling. Soul exchange there from DMB to try and keep him in the fight. But Celeste is gone. Big damage dealer. Big soul carrier on Floormen out of the game. Traded for Fishcake. You take that every day of the week. John's looking terrifying. AVG brought down. That's the silver out for 70 seconds. And Goober's also in trouble. Melee creeps might have been able to stick the landing here. DMB dragged down as he tries to escape. Dude doubling down. Goober not able to survive. And now we should be able to thrust straight down mid and be done with this charade.
Yeah, this game's going to be done. I don't think they need to get mid-boss here in 10 seconds. They can just finish the game. You can look at John on the minimap. He's quickly heading in towards the base where minions are already waiting. And melee creeps will come out ahead here in this series at the moment with 1-0.
And John farming for much of the game. Very, very much impactful and relevant. 48k souls on the Venator in a 31-minute game. Pretty impressive stuff. And yes, there will always be the asterisk perhaps on this map about the bug that affected DMB and made it impossible for the Geist to get involved in that mid-boss fight, or rather the fight close to mid-boss, but it may not have made a difference. Melee creeps are able to fight back and close out the game.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't want to linger on that too much because obviously it is a massive effect to the way the game played, massive detriment to your mental in this match as well, because not only do you lose all those players, you lose mid-boss, you lose a large portion of your base, but it was a good turnaround. Like they had a very smart play by going for the chase. They even ran into the singularity, which they somehow survived at the end of. But when it came down to like that final fight there, melee creeps just coming out too strong. John not being punished, but I think the most important decision made in this game was tagging John in and Do out. Do was so far behind in this game for the most part. He lost a 1v1 against D on that right-hand side when he was pushing towards the walker. But John said, okay, you know what? I'll get involved in the fights. Do you go farm? Typically, your Mina will do a good amount of damage in that mid game, so Spirit reliant. Yeah. But with that little swap they pulled off, it allowed Do to catch back up. It allowed John to pick up more kills and be more of a force in these fights to turn things around for them.
I mean, looking back now as well, I felt like Sire on a couple of occasions was getting caught out of position, but there was some very impactful frozen shelters. And I'd suggest that setting up a 4 versus 2 for melee creeps inside that frozen shelter, even with what was happening with DMB, was a huge difference maker. And like, I don't know, like it's kind of funny to look back because we saw the singularity from Scout like towards the end of the game. That felt like that actually was a bad idea as melee creeps tried to turn back into the base and catch that could have thrown it. Also, the drifter from Fishcake as well. Want to get a bit more of a look at the build and like maybe understand what the overarching goal was there, because Endless Night obviously was a factor. It's harder for a spectator to see that it's in effect, right? But evidently melee creeps were able to get both Do and John into more than fighting shape, whereas Floormen again, like, couldn't get the Geist where she was needed. Rocker was in decent shape, but, you know, still feel like League was squishy, and then a 35k sold Billy otherwise should be. Melee Creeps, what a bounce back. I mean, like, it's crazy to remember, like, that in the mid game, the Melee Creeps were struggling. Like, they were losing out a lot of these exchanges. The macro wasn't good. John was not in the fights at all.
Exactly. And I think that swap alone is what kind of brought them back into the game. By the way, extremely dirty gut shot we saw. If you looked at the highlight reel at the very end, the gut shots, I think that was DMB into the ice path from Saya, because there's no terrain near that, and that access terrain. So you kind of get those like guaranteed.
Stuns him up.
Yep. It kind of sets him up for him to knock it down. I mean, still ridiculous stuff. I honestly don't know how that game would have played out in that one crucial fight, because the frozen shelter was down. It seemed like Saya's job with Kelvin in this game was just to lock away one or two players to the enemy team, while like John and Dugo kill players that are outside the frozen shelter, because he never got like a good combo with his team inside with them. The very last fight alone, it was him, I think, versus two, keeping I think it was Xeno on Rem in their lockdown as well, besides League on the Billy. So I don't know, it worked out for him in the end. I think for Floormen, this is really a test, a really big mental test. You're going to be frustrated after that loss. You're going to be frustrated after the bug. But the true test of a champion is being able to bounce back from that and win the next two maps. Like the first one didn't even happen, and come out the victors once again.
Big shout out Fenrir as well for the Prime. Thank you very much. All right, here is your breakdown after game one, in which Melee Creeps on Arch Mother side were able to be victorious. A pretty impressive 38k healing from Sire, of course, on that Kelvin. But again, we can see that John was really able to be a mover and shaker in this game. Can I just point out? I just want to point out Goober's player damage. Just enjoy that for a sec. I don't think. When have I ever seen a Goober Viscous loss? I don't think I see these very often, if at all.
Yeah, you don't really see them often, honestly, and there's a reason it becomes a targeted ban for them. But as you see, like 50k player damage, like he does insane work. There's a reason
so stupid.
It's constantly banned, and there's a reason that I always say not to just glaze him constantly every week I cast him, but he is the best business player in the world. I will say that with guarantee. I think there's, DMOV and EU comes close, but I don't think we see DMOV get set up in a way to like, okay, DMOV play this similar role that Goober does. There's Disco Virtuoso over in Australia, who plays a very effective Viscous as well, though I can't really comment on how effective he is in scrims with it, if his team set him up for a play like that. But not only him, I mean, Rocker had a couple of great individual catches. Like Scout was being punished. He had 7 deaths, like tied for the most on his team. He was being forced out of some of these fights when he wasn't grouped up with the rest of his roster, and Rocker was able to do that.
Well, there you have it, folks. Melee Creeps in the end able to bounce back. It's an even kill game, so that should tell you everything that you need to know. And you can see how the balance of power shifted, but it was that fight before mid-boss, obviously, that caused things to go wrong. But in the lead up to that, you started to see that soul lead, decline a little bit. Melee Creeps felt like they were really starting to make use of John a bit more effectively in those fights. And I think if you're playing an M1 hyper carry, you're very happy with what you got out of your Venator in that game. Game 1 is done. Melee Creeps are up 1-0. Will they regain the throne? We'll find out, of course, as game number 2 of this best of 3 series between Melee Creeps and Floormen will be right after this.
I'm not even warmed up
Welcome back, everybody. The championship match here in Night Shift North America, number 31. Good start from LA Creeps in that first game. Well, actually, winning the game is a good start to the series. They did not have a great start in game one, though. They actually struggled to really get going. It was only as the sort of game wore on and maybe the farm that John and Venator was getting, started to make him relevant. You also mentioned that there was a swap and that dude was able to get some farm on that Mina instead. They made her number one priority. And that's when all of a sudden Melee Creeps were able to flex their muscles. But there was the slight issue of a bug that prevented DMB from participating in a pretty important fight. But there was a frozen shelter and a 4v2. So Melee Creeps definitely were on a pretty good footing, I think, in that engagement.
Speaking of Flexi, Mitch, you haven't been on the show in what feels like 2-3 months. I think we need to see some of these gains you got going on now.
My gains are effed. I've been on the road for 3 weeks. I've just not been training properly. Yeah, I'm actually just kind of chunky, man. That's it. Chunky, But yeah, we've got to get back in the lab, brother. You know what I'm saying? But I'm doing a lot of gallivanting. I was in Santiago and then I was in Copenhagen. So yeah, I've been away for most of the month. So
what time zone are you living on right now? That's my question.
Existential dread.
Nice.
Is the time zone I'm on right now. I'm not really sure, but I'm bloody happy to be here. It is crazy though. I will say, diving back into Deadlock after these short stints away because the game changes so fast, and we have a lot of our viewers. I see you guys there are very plugged in. You guys are very much up with the action, so I appreciate your patience. I think as some of us get our feet under us in this in every new meta that Deadlock ever provides. Let's jump into the draft here, of course. Now we saw in the previous game Pocket sort of banned out and then a Kelvin sort of picked up here. So Melee Creeps were able to make sure that their double healer comp, the Dynamo and Kelvin, were effective and not shut down by that affliction.
Yeah, and I don't really, it's probably going to be really similar bans to what we had before. I mean, you could ban Viscous away from Goober because his early game impact was really strong. He really opened up a lot of kills. He was very aggressive in the beginning. But then you do allow him to potentially play Silver, where he can even have potentially even more impact. But sticking to the same bans, I wouldn't be surprised to see relatively similar picks as well come through. I think Melee Creeps are more inclined to make changes because I don't know if they're going to be allowed to go for the Kelvin pick again unless they set it as number 3 like previous. Yeah. But the real problem for me is the fact that Xeno, his run wasn't bad. He had some good nap times. He opened up a lot of early kills for his team. But it definitely wasn't as effective as his Ivy had been in the past with the double stone form to open up kills.
So Rocket is still going to get the Celeste here, though. That is still treated as number 1 priority for Floormen and looked quite good in that previous series, but felt like there was not enough sort of around to back it up here. Actually, the priority on Apollo today here from Melee Creeps all the way from our Challenger game has been quite curious.
Yeah, and I think this is almost an ego pick out of Ido actually right now.
Hey, it looks good, man.
But also the fact that you're giving Venator to Melee Creeps another time. So if they pick Venator, okay, so for Floormen now, I think you need to see some drastic changes because what they had to get on top of him just didn't work out. I don't think it really was super impactful. They weren't able to close the gap easily enough against him to kill him early enough in these fights because he had a lot of protection with Frozen Shelter, with Dynamo, but also just because he was so far ahead in souls, they couldn't really kill him. They said multiple players. And they go for a Viscous pick as a second choice. Again, most likely to be Goober, but straying away from Silver unless it comes in as number 3. So maybe that's the switch up we're going to see out of Floormen.
Okay, yeah. That is where Viscous is higher up on the pick priority this time around by a Floormen. And still get both of them. Okay, so we are getting that lady guys locked in. This draft is looking identical with the slight exception of pick order here. Now, looking back to the Melee Creeps, I remember they managed to take that Mina relatively early on. And that was due. So they did get the Venator, they got the Apollo, they got the Mina picked up pretty early, but you probably can leave her to the next round here. Silver gonna go to Melee Creeps this time. What's Ido gonna play?
I think it's gonna be Apollo. Actually, I don't know. Probably gonna be Silver.
Silver.
They'll put back on Apollo. But I have a question for all those intricate nerds out there when it comes to this game.
Hanging out with those losers.
If you max strength affliction a Lady Geist before she swaps, does it stop her healing that you get? Because it counts as healing, if I'm not mistaken. In the post-game stat screen, it counts as healing, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it just an exchange of HP? Because if it's healing, then you technically prevent it.
I don't. So the wording, I think, matters, right? You don't heal. You swap health levels.
Okay, yeah. Then never mind. Affliction won't affect that.
Yeah.
That would have been interesting though if it did.
Yeah, that would be pretty good. pretty messed up. Yeah, so it's health received, not healing, which is a really interesting semantic distinction. Okay, Dynamo gets picked up here as well. I do want to see like what the game plan is for Scout. I do want to see these big shock and awe sort of singularities. I don't know if they need to go over towards the Drifter this time around. Nice to the Calico picked up. This was AVG was playing this one. Last time these two teams went head to head. Obviously, just having that omnipresence and relatively good frontlining capability with good like melee procs is something that seems to suit AVG quite well.
I mean, Calico did get buffed as well with the leap and slash. It got kind of like nerfed, and then I think the base damage increased by 10 in this latest update that happened in the middle of the show. I was about to say, where the hell's Billy? And now with Calico, Billy, and Geist, very beefy.
It's insane frontline this team.
The one thing I'm worried about though is that Calico doesn't have a diving partner. You've seen a lot of like Calico Silver as of late, where they can just dive in on someone, especially if you have Phantom Strike and then you bolo them, and then you have an Arctic Blast on the Calico. They can't move and they instantly die. But there's no one to dive with Calico at the moment. So maybe that's gonna be the final pick coming through.
Dude. Oh, the McGinnis. Okay, we are doing it. Okay, we'll talk about that in just a sec, but it does seem like Melee Creeps once again have drafted like a frontliner-less comp, right? But the M1 carry is disgusting. Obviously, these guys put out a ton of damage. Where do you feel like we get Page here to round things out on the Floormen side? So not someone to dive in with Calico at all, but someone that might be able to lend a little bit of assistance to the laning. And of course, having those rallying charges in the fights are going to be pretty important for disruption, and also like the healing that it offers. Where's McGinnis at right now, in your opinion? Because obviously very deprioritized by comparison to last week.
I mean, ult still does a ton of damage. The wall is still insanely good to just separate a team in these fights. If you're Calico and you dive in too deep, you wall them off, or you wall her off, and then you have nowhere to really run. I think Sai is still going to go an ult build, to be honest, for Melee Creeps, because that's the hero he's going to be playing in this one. You have a Dynamo to set you up. You have a Graves to prevent runaway. You have a Silver with Bola, which we've seen, at least Ido, he levels Bola quite early as well to ricochet onto multiple people. You have gut shots into walls for McGinnis. I don't know, man. Like, I think McGinnis does fit the comp quite well. It's also very frustrating to have to deal with turrets and with Graves with the borrow decrees. So there's a lot of like, pressure that can happen. Yeah, and they have double healing again. And the weird thing is, since 2 weeks ago, I think it was, when Abrahams brought out, was it Kelvin Rem? I think they ran. That was like the first instance we've seen of double healing, and it actually did extremely well against Lowkey W. But we're seeing more and more of that happen now with like double healing out of Melee Creeps. I think they've run double healer every game so far today.
Yep. Yeah, we are seeing a ton of it here. And they weren't so much doing it last week, right? They had a bit more of like Page and Sinclair comps that they were trying to run a little bit more. Sinclair maybe because of like the presence of Pocket in many of those games, or even the Warden. But yeah, I feel like this team is going to push lanes very effectively. Obviously, McGinnis got some changes in this like emergency hotfix, but they weren't that significant. It's like an increase on medicinal specters uptime and an increase on the wall, like a half a second.
Yeah.
So nothing too crazy.
It's more of the patch that happened last week on the 21st, which was on, I think, like a Thursday, Friday after the last night shift. They did a nerf over cooldown by 10 seconds. They reduced spirit scaling by 0.03. They reduced the spirit scaling on tier 3 by another 0.4. And then also reduced the damage it does at tier 3 from 22 down to 18. So like heavily hit the nerf, especially when it comes to spirit scaling. But I have a hunch it's still extremely deadly in the hands of Saya.
I'll see how the Page fits into this plan for Floormen. That's something I'm going to be tracking personally quite closely. So it's going to be the Viscous Geist up in mid. Obviously, keeping Lady Geist here is usually a good idea. Calico, my God, Calico Celeste on this left-hand side. So very transient. It's kind of lane. Going to be a lot of in and out from those two. And then the Billy and the Page will be on the right-hand side here for this side of Floormen.
Yeah, pretty standard Billy Page on the right-hand side. I think as you point out the transient combo of Calico and Celeste, it's super high mobility in this combo. Luckily, you do have McGinnis. Again, you have to be very careful about when you fight, but that wall cooldown is still so low, or sorry, so high that it's you just have to bait it out, and then you can go right back in.
All right, well, nice kinetic there on the Goober. Big damage in these early levels. This just has a pretty nice base damage, and now a bunch of free poke at the back of it. Nice little exchange there for Scout. This also And frees Johnson up to continue to try and heal. Oh, I like this. Yeah, the climb into kinetic blast. Like, it is significant damage, you know, in these in these trades. And John gets involved now as well to try and chunk the Lady Geist down a little bit further.
I mean, the funny thing is like that's just Scout creating space for John in that lane. He hits like 2 connect pulses. He knocks up DMB once. He knocks up Goober once. Goober's on low health. DMB's below half HP as well. He's single-handedly controlling and winning this lane. They're gonna get killed right off the bat here. Like, that's the presence and power of what Dynamo can do if he can play cocky and aggressive.
He's so active in this lane. It's crazy. John barely has to lift a finger and he's getting these kills served up for him. Nice stuff from Scout. And I feel like maybe we were a little bit hard on him in the previous game because we just panned over to him when he unfortunately got caught out. He's Dynamo, for God's sake. He's not particularly mobile. He can get caught in moments like that, but that is sick. That's kind of maybe part of the formula, what gets John back to being an oppressive threat in this game as he was in the last.
Also hyperline DMB there too as he returned, or he came back to lane somehow. I don't know how they actually pulled off that hyperline. Maybe it was box running instead. I think for me, the story of this match in particular, this series, I guess, not necessarily focused on the fact that Melee Creeps won the first game. But I'm still, I mean, not to harsh on him, but I'm looking towards Xeno. Like that's how impactful his Ivy was, that I want to see him have another hero in his pool that he can have a similar level of impact. And I understand the last game on his Rem, it did do some good work earlier on, but his Ivy late game presence and pressure that he applied was just creating diamonds for Floormen to win that series.
And I am looking to see what Saya on the McGuinness can do. You mentioned obviously the changes that she's faced, and today's one's not all that sort of considerable. This is coming off the Kelvin pick this time around. There's some Gloom Bombs being handed over here to Saya. Obviously, we know that, yeah, McGuinness is pretty amazing. It's starting to shove down these objectives, and it's very annoying when these turrets are in play. That's something that, you know, AVG has to give up a little bit of health to clear. And meanwhile, Do continues to be a nuisance in this lane.
Yeah, I kind of like the fact that with McGuinness, you have someone who's just going to shove the lane extremely hard against the enemy team, which also allows Do to just harass if he can. So it kind of frees him up. He knows he has the safety of a wall, the safety of the heal as well from McGuinness. And you can see they're already up towards the Guardian here. A lot of souls already being stored here for Sai at 1600. So the intensifying going to be coming momentarily. Look at this Guardian just taking a huge amount of damage. You're almost down to half HP, and Do is just the one zoning everyone else away.
Yeah, and yeah, Do can just back away. Make use of that flawless advance to like poke under the tower. But there's no real chasing this. I mean, that Guardian damage came as a result of one single wave going under the turret. Like, a couple more of these, and like this lane is cooked. Floormen have to make something happen. Maybe look for a fight. Disengaging Sigil here from Do. Now starting to see some pressure coming from AVG. That leaping slash for the base damage increase is going to be a bit more annoying to deal with in these lane trades. But yeah, you've got Healing Spectre, Medicinal Spectre, and Healing Riot, bro. You are going to be back to full health in no time.
Exactly. So all that like poke and harass they do, I mean, luckily for them, not much turned around on towards them. Like AVG's healthy, Rocker's pretty healthy as well, so it's not like they really lost too much on that trade. But the fact is, like, if you did any damage, guess what? It's all been mitigated completely. And again, if another 30 seconds to a minute, they can do it another time.
It's so annoying. To begin into the lane is such a pain. Okay, wait a minute. Celeste's turned up here. Again, I mean, Do and Saya, after just having used the Spectre and Healing Right combo, okay, they're not that bothered, really. They're just going to heal back and continue to shove.
I didn't expect AVG to actually get into the shadows so quickly. He got his ultimate online super fast, probably because Rocker is actually roaming around the map, going for some box running. And we're actually starting to look towards some other lanes here, though. I was honestly like super invested in that left-hand side, but we can take a look at the right-hand side. The Paige Billy combo.
Looking good.
You're not really going to lose this lane as Paige Billy. You shouldn't really lose this lane as Paige and Billy. And they're actually doing pretty much exact same damage on the Guardian on this side of the map compared to their opponents on the left.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of being mirrored in that sense. Just very oppressive. You go up against like a Grave Silver, so definitely feels like this is where Melee Creeps' weaker side is, and they're going to be happy just to try and keep Floormen at bay. They know like the mirror of that is occurring across the map. Yeah, we have Singularity in play here. Scout, pretty aggressive angle to come in from. Takes note of the Billy, a bit of Guardian damage there, maybe more than he otherwise would have bargained for. Underneath the Guardian, there's pressure also coming out from the Graves here. Okay, well, Billy on the lower side now. Xeno here returns to try and defend this. Is there any way to be meaningfully involved in this fight, though? It's unclear. Captivating Re dropped underneath the Guardian. I know, stunned up for a time, but Lycan Curse active, so you do not want to be tangling with the Silver. And a pretty healthy amount of damage taken here to try and allow for more Guardian pressure. So still a 2v2. No one's rotating into this lane right now. And yeah, the Silver and back in humanoid form can really go to work with the gun.
I just realized, so you might not have noticed that Paige had some ability name changes as well. Because I know Paige is Bay for you.
To love Paige,
So, you know, they changed her one from Conjure Dragon to Bookworm.
Bookworm,
W-Y-R-M.
Yeah, I like that.
And their two from Defend and Fight to Plot Armor.
That's so much better, honestly.
So much
Credit to
better.
the writers. Yeah, you guys are killing it. Big fan of that one. The wordplay, always about it. Because Captivating Reed always was like, you know, kind of clever. I'm going to start to sound like Jackie in a second if I keep waxing poetic about some of the minutiae of the game. I'll leave that up to him. Either way, that is a Guardian taking on this right-hand side. So that immense pressure being provided by Floormen gives them that first Guardian. It's going to be traded out right now, but that does mean Floormen are going to be quicker to get to mid. They're going to go for an all-in pile in the middle part of the map. To see how it plays out. Captivating Reed, is there any catch on this? No, they're just happy enough to take the Guardian by the looks of things. Singularity, though, is in play. Floormen, a couple players caught on it, but Scout is just going to get shot at by Rocker and by Xeno. And now, yeah, the rotation comes in from Melee Creeps, but it's just a little too late. Will it be enough still? Here's John. DMB flattened. Iradomini gets himself a kill there. Goober also going to fall. Melee Creeps, despite being 10 to 15 seconds behind on this rotation, are going to get 2 kills out of this. And all of a sudden, they're going to push back onto the Guardian themselves.
They're going to push down this Guardian easily with the Cultist, not to mention intensifying rounds here.
McGinnis!
The McGinnis healing coming in big as well. He has Cultist picked up, which is... I don't think we really saw that in the prior weeks, but I can kind of understand. I mean, maybe we did because the extra ability range,
the grenade
is
range,
very helpful on the ultimate.
Yeah, true. Yeah, Iradomini getting a range increase as well. I was kind of thinking too small, just thinking about the grenade. That is pretty nice. Melee Creeps have been able to stay in step. I will point out that their Guardian is on the lower side here, but look what they were able to do. They got themselves a Guardian advantage here in mid. More souls over to John. Get him fed. Now there's going to be some nice push on the left-hand side. Sinners, of course, are up as of 25 seconds ago. So you're going to start to see them clear. But in the meantime, John is maintaining that pressure, solo farming this left-hand side lane. DMB would hope to do the same, but he is way behind John in souls.
John's really confident that no one's here to gank him.
I will
He's
say,
alone with 3 players on the enemy team around him. He's actually stealing away like a tier 1 camp. He's going to shoot a boost over towards the bridge buff to look for a catch. And it looks like Melee Creeps want to go for a fight. You're like, got shot perfectly timed on a rocker, and he falls at the massive bag. 779 souls, and he picks it up and looks to get away.
that is insane. Goober is just a second too late there. I mean, you got to get up early if you're going to try and fight Venator inside a small rectangular room like that. John is fed as heck, and he was up to 9.8k souls after getting doubles and that kill. Filthy stuff. Kinetic Blast there used maybe to try and just keep AVG off, keep them peeled away from what would have been a pursuit. Buy some time here for Melee Creeps to rotate into mid as well, because the Guardian is getting pressure, but Melee Creeps are more than happy to use that as a carrot to try and keep Floormen interested. They're just catnipping the middle part of the map here and hoping they rotate in and give them some more good fights or more chances to put John's soul lead to work. But I imagine the Venator would like to stack a couple more hundos of souls before he really throws himself in.
The scary thing about this is with John pushing a lane by himself in the left lane, then you have a Graze by Fishcake pushing a lane on the right-hand side with Borrowed Decree. The only real answer for Floormen is either you gank John or you just rush down middle and look for kills with the man advantage. Like, I don't think it's necessarily easy for them to counter this because there's going to be a hard shove on the right-hand lane with the Borrowed Decree, which allows Melee Creeps to get full control of this urn if they want it.
Billy has to go there and attend to it now. That's going to leave Floormen short-handed in this fight. Rocker's going to rotate in late. Wall is in play now. There's Bookworm being thrown over the urn turn in location. And at the moment, John is trying to... I just think he's just trying to avoid fully committing to anything. He's probably looking for Rocker or League, potentially, try and pick them up. Oh, Rocker's been dealt with. There you go. That Cetral did a heck of a lot of damage to Xeno. Petrol's trying to harass down. Here comes the McGinnis ultimate now, which has been quite oppressive in recent times. And it looks like, yeah, Floormen have to give up this fight. They do have an urn. They're trying to take that across the map, but I imagine there's going to be some level of pursuit here as DMB is taken down. This looks really ugly. This is a left side walker that's going to be under intense scrutiny. And what is the answer from Melee Creeps going to be about AVG ferrying this urn across the map? I guess we'll have to wait on the answer to that question. As Melee Creeps do give up on this left side walker, the reinforcements are coming in thick and fast. Watch out for the cut shot inside that corridor. I think Brock has learned his lesson.
Yeah, the thing is, it's a first urn, so it's only 3,000 souls, which really isn't that huge early on. But you don't want to give away the urn and some deaths. Dude's going to fall. Goober cleans that one up. So they get the urn, they get a kill, and they tie things up on the souls. But now, speaking of getting caught, AVG needs to escape this one, and he's got no parry left to use, and he falls to Saya. Another kill added to the tally for him at 9.6 thousand souls. They're gonna get a Guardian. So honestly, like, again, back to the macro. Floormen, they reinforce left-hand walker so it doesn't go down. They get the urn turn, they get a kill, they get a guard on the left-hand side, and they take the soul lead.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all. And melee creeps, they get AVG, but what have they done, you know, in the macro perspective? They've kept League busy on this right side lane, but League clearly wants to farm. He is getting a lot of this priority right now. And I don't know if that's by design, because I imagine maybe DMB or Rocker would be your designated, you know, feed people to get fed. I won't say feeders, that could be misconstrued. But no, it is League obviously at 13k souls, actually in step with John. So now, obviously, that Tombstone's been cleared on right. We're going to be looking at neutral camps for the time being. Buffs are another 3 minutes away. So it's about that lane pressure and maybe creating an opportunity to, yeah, dive down and get some nice walker damage.
You see both teams just kind of either going for box farm in the middle here with Ido or cleaning up jungle. And an engagement, it might be actually happening with John and AVG, just kind of cross pass on the left-hand side jungle. League's there to reinforce. At the same time, Medicus are looking for a push in towards middle. And it's kind of going to just delve into these like 5-on-5 fights, if even that, because you're not going to see Fishcake leave this right-hand side. And I don't imagine DMB will leave either, considering he wants to get farmed up. As you pointed out, he is behind quite far compared to League.
Yeah, League is like, you know, picked up a point blank, so that's fine. But I don't know if like your bang for buck in terms of funneling souls into your Billy is where you want to be. I think it could even have been circumstantial that League was the one that spent so much time on the right side in the end. Okay, now Doom might have bit off more than they could chew here, and I don't know if they realize it, because here comes Calico leaping slash in. All of a sudden the Apollo is getting the heck out of there. Yeah, maybe not today.
Remember that annoying mosquito? Yeah, that's pretty much what he's being here. But because he's had to reinforce this lane with Fishcake getting low from that one-on-one fight against DMB, it does prevent them an opportunity to go for a fight here. Actually, see Scout kind of getting caught out here. Singularity is ready. It's all locked and loaded. But there's just fights kind of breaking out all across the map.
Floor's advanced for some decent poke damage, but obviously Soul Exchange is there for DMB, so this damage doesn't really matter. In fact, it's really just you hurting yourself. The exchange there is pretty mid. I won't lie, from DMB. They're like approximately the same amount of health, and here comes Deuce, says, okay, well, now you've used that ability. I'm going to come after you. Italian Lusan at the ready, should it be required. He's at life drain, but look at these reckless advance. Big damage being put now onto the guys, and you don't have a Soul Exchange. This is very dangerous. Scout did go down. Yeah, very slippery. Frustrating for Do here. Surely cold front, captivating read. Oh man, you lingered too long in that lane, Do. My goodness. Cold front, captivating read. It's lights out. That's a bit of a mistake. Eventually, AVG is taken down, but man, at what cost?
And they keep putting like one step forward and then like one step back. It's such a big kill to happen on Do. I don't know how he missed that Tony Losan up against DMB, but it nets them a massive kill with the reinforcements coming on through. Maybe Goober going to be getting caught out too on very low health, being walled around so he can't actually escape. And Ido hits the flick shot. A little bit of skeet shooting onto the goo ball in the air. So May the Creeps still come out in the end with 2 kills to 1, but still behind by 1,000 souls.
Yeah, again, that's a completely negligible difference at this point. But, you know, I'm looking at like how these exchanges shift the balance of power in terms of like that soul value obtained. Okay, well, this is not ideal for Saya. Wants to try and stand and fight here, but in 1v2, they know they're cooked, and they're not going to buy enough time for those reinforcements. Now, very quickly, though, there are people diving in here. Rocker just needs to trigger that trap. Not the end of the world, but yeah, I don't think we're done on the right-hand side of the map, because, of course, there's an urn, and if an urn spawns, there definitely has to be a fight for it. Here we go. Deadheads everywhere. Double slam here. This is brutal for Fishcake. Doesn't really want to be the object of scrutiny right now, I'd imagine. Captivating Reed would have been effective if there's anybody left to be hit by that ability. Floormen dominating right now. And melee creeps, if they stick around any longer, they are going to be in deep trouble. Urn's taken away from this fight, but it is very little to turn Floormen off the idea of turning melee creeps into pate.
AVG gets the drop, though. He catches out Scout on the retreat with the urn. He at least forced it to reset, potentially, as they see Sag coming in. But they have a barrage, and that's enough to take down AVG, and the urn could be back in their control here in just a few moments. But the mid walker's going down here already. Floormen just going for a big on push.
Yeah, okay. I mean, this is the risk of what melee creeps are doing. They're kind of milling about. They're not contesting any territory here. They're fighting for the urn, sure, but Walker gone. Oh, yeah, you're done. I mean, what are we hanging around like trying to defend this urn? Like so much priority being applied to it. Okay, here comes the Apollo. Dude, can't imagine you're going to stick around for too much longer. Sigil does detonate here, and you can see Guru's been completely ignored. Tiny Lausanne in play. Does John save the day here for Melee Creeps again? This looks pretty messy for them in terms of the whole map movement. But DMB's down. Ern picked up here. They might lose some Walker health. This is going to be Scout rotating in to stop this. Kinetic Blast doesn't quite connect.
Yeah, but the distraction works out. Look at the soul difference now. We're almost at 10k. They get a mid walker, pretty much uncontested, as we saw there. I think DMB did eventually go down as just trying to carry the urn across the map. But honestly, Melee Creeps, they need this urn turn, and they need the bounce back in souls. It's going to go for a straight dunk for Do. Gets pulled into it with the quantum entanglement, and they get the dunk. Massive amount of souls. I mean, look at that. It caught him up to about 4k being behind from almost 10k. If somehow Floormen was able to secure that one, that would have been, you know, like 15 approaching 20k lead, and that's when you're hitting some stat check territory.
Yeah, that's really getting out of hand. The kind of you know, at this point of the game, we're sub 20 minutes. It's just really hard to bounce back from that. Still a ways away from buffs, but yeah, an opportunity here to try and find some of these power spikes. Silence Wave coming into the inventory here for Melee Creeps. Again, Floormen have a very slippery setup, hard to catch out. Silence Waves on multiple of these Melee Creeps players are going to be very fruitful. Maybe not as exciting against like M1 carries, but there actually aren't a ton of them on Floormen's side, and even Lady Geist is more hybrid, so I don't hate that. Then Sacrifice is being picked up here. Melee Creeps, because of the loss of that mid walker, they need like a bodyguard system to make sure that they can be secure without getting picked off. Heads up from them now, as that right side walker is low, and there's something happening on left. I think Do might be in trouble here.
Yeah, I think even Jandra might be in trouble because there's 3 players approaching that right lane walker, and only Sire there to go for the assist. Tiny Lausanne used to just escape here and buy some time, but that doesn't alleviate the pressure on that walker either.
Yeah, this is pretty ugly for Melee Creeps. They are being split into very unfavorable skirmishes trying to defend these walkers. Floormen don't even have to be particularly elegant about the way they go about hitting the map. They're just working the extremities, taking these objectives. It is 3 walkers up for Floormen still to 1 of Melee Creeps. They're getting absolutely trashed, and despite that, the soul lead is not that big. Only 3k for Floormen, despite obviously and a lot of implied map control as a result of those walkers. And it looks like they're collapsing on mid here. I don't know if Ido's going to be ready for this now. Mid boss, of course, is where the action is. Floormen trying to start a fight, no doubt about it. And McGinnis is in play, though, of course. Oh, this is maybe not what you expect. Dazzling Trick Shield's going to be needed here, but Idorian doesn't really care. He just wants to try and blow his way through it. Silence Wave comes in, probably applied there by Do after having just picked it up. And they will be kept out. Plot armor will be applied here to Rocket to keep them in the fight. But here is a rejuve. There's a walled in play. Captivating Reed comes through, rallying in charge also. All right, 1 rejuve credit going to be stolen away. Here comes that singularity in the pit. This is where Melee Creeps want Floormen to be. They're going to be back in the fight, but that's the loss of the rejuve credit now, and the chase is on. Do is down, and Goober is going to get picked off here. This is Melee Creeps essentially 2 for 0 in this fight, and they are chasing for more. Do is back now. Rejuve credit, of course, being made use of. Melee Creeps still have 1. That is important. They still have the buff as they come away from this. They've now gotten into the lead soul-wise. They can start to scrutinize these walkers for real.
And looking for some serious damage. Credit to Rocker, though. He takes down Do to force out one of their rejuve credits to disappear as well. So they're down to just 1 here for Melee Creeps. But finally, they crack the shell of the defense out of Floormen with that mid-boss take. They get themselves the first walker of the game, potentially more league. The most fed player on the side of Floormen goes down. Down for 31 seconds of time. Doesn't seem like the kills are stopping here.
No, they're going to chase for them, even though there's no walker really to justify you being in mid. You notice the side lanes are being worked on slowly but surely. No rejuve credits left, though, for Melee Creeps, so they don't have that sort of statistical or numerical advantage anymore. But man, they're still finding picks. AVG wanted to fight for buffs there. That's not going to work out well at all.
I understand the attempt, but yeah, with Melee Creeps having that many players there, look at the lead they've just gotten from the mid boss, from the walker take. As you pointed out before, they didn't have a single walker. They're up 11, 12k now with the urn in hand too to turn in. And in terms of ultimates, boy, they got 4 up and ready to go. Potentially Era Domini in just a few seconds too. Like this, I don't know if Floormen can even fight into this. Honestly, it is going to be a loss of a fight that's just going to put you so far behind.
So look at this, like Melee Creeps in terms of the like neutral objectives, or at least the Guardians and Walkers are behind, sure. But they have way more kills, and they've been getting these urns pretty consistently, even using like the entanglement to dunk them. So Melee Creeps have stayed instead. Like I treat those walkers on the field still as just like guaranteed souls for Melee Creeps to come and pick up over the next 5 to 10 minutes, and potentially put them even further ahead. Floormen have been losing out in every other like soul gathering aspect. But look at them, they're still trying to posture so aggressively forward because melee creeps do have the issue of not having that map control, of not having these walkers up anymore. So they've got to be careful. They don't want to get caught inside their own half of the map. And they don't want to give up their neutral creeps either.
To be honest, I thought melee creeps were going to force the issue here, considering they have heavy barrage up, they have Itani Losan up, they have Borrowed Decree to throw down in a lane 2. As they get knocked down to Ido, that's going to be the last reju. Actually, there's no rejus left to go here. Ido needs to somehow escape this one, try to do as much damage as possible before he does get taken down. The reinforcements will be here, but he gets caught. He gets stuck on something, 50 health remaining, and a dream, and he gets around the corner in time.
That's crazy. Ido's able to get away. Scout, though, won't be nearly as likely. He definitely doesn't have that same level of mobility. Floormen, though, definitely feel like they're in a bit of a position of power now. Sire also going to go down eventually. Floormen able to catch melee creeps out, of course, without rejuve credits. They are ripe for the pickings. John is fed, healthy enough. We already haven't used Iridomini in this fight. Doesn't want to take any undue risks. Xeno picked up. Okay, earned here, potentially for the turn in. It's so close. Cube has to be used in this fight. Ido down. Do trying to surge forward now. Watch out. We see Goober maybe trying to make a turn in of his own, and he sneaks in the backside. Fishcake removes him there as he tries to paddle punch himself out of the action. Another kill for the Graves is all well and good, but melee creeps have lost Earn, and this soul lead is closed.
Dude is not escaped that. Are you kidding me? Using the repost there to just get away. Fishcake now going to be just completely, I wouldn't say slaughtered here. It's a good word, but he's kind of already dead. He did take down 2 players, though. He took down League and I think Goober after Goober got the turn in. So while all that's done, Goober, it's still pretty much an exactly tied game. I didn't expect melee creeps to get walked over so easily there, but Rocker on 29,000 souls and Side only at 22. It's very hard to get off an effective heavy barrage in that position.
I'm taking a look at Fishcake's build in just a second, but I think it's more along the defensive lines. I think it's like Heroic Aura, Spirit Resilience.
Yeah, so Heroic Aura kind of fits with the Echo Shard Deadheads because you also give them extra fire rate. So they just hit a lot quicker. So it kind of like synchronizes really well and synergizes really well with this kit. But it looks, from what I'm mistaken, it's really reminiscent of what he had in the last game.
Gotcha.
If he was Refresher as well, then it's pretty much exactly spot on.
Yeah, it's just not like a gun-oriented build, really. Okay, that was a singularity. Fishcake gonna be back in the fight in just a second. Here's a chain and it's big connection. Oh, buddy, everyone's gonna get tugged into this here. Divine Barrier, I don't blame you for making use of that one. Nick feels like he's done enough here. Here's the heavy barrage. It's gonna be respected by Floormen. And now, Fishcake is returning to the fight. Full strength melee creeps here, despite John being a little bit on the lower side. Yeah, they want to go for it. Okay, Borrow Decree, active. Gonna shove this one in. I'm glad to see Fishcake so ready to fight upon returning to this lane. And with great single target burst because of these deadheads, you've got to respect what the Graves can do here. Floormen are backing up a little bit, but Ido is caught out. Unclear where he's found. League is looking a little bit low. That's 26k soul Billy there that is being chased down by the deadheads. Looks like he's able to escape. Entanglement now might have gotten Fishcake out of trouble, but the crackback is real. As a ratting in charge flew overhead, but the Graves is able to walk away, and melee groups have decided that enough for now is enough.
Yeah, I mean, they were 6v5 and they still lost a player. And you can see DMB immediately headed towards that left-hand lane, realizing I can take a free walker here. But as melee creeps, they did get the disengage. There's no chase out of Floormen. There's no way for him to actually secure that one. But we're approaching the mid-boss, momentarily. And these death times are starting to really get up here, Uber. That if you die right now, you're not going to be around for mid-boss anymore. So you have to be very respectful of this. Though I think Rocker might have gotten a caught on do. Or he just backs away.
So we'll have the buffs here contested now. Unfortunately, AVG a little bit too late to that one. Only, like I said, a minute away from mid-boss. Obviously, Earn is going to be a factor now as that has spawned in. This time, melee creeps don't want to fight over the Earn pickup, but surely they're going to be in position for the take. And we're going to have a lane pushing, wave pushing pretty effectively for melee creeps in mid. This had to be cleared, I think, by Rocker before he comes and helps on the left-hand side. That Earn is going to make its way there. Floormen have this very mobile composition. They can really sort of be everywhere at once. And they're going to make sure that they are in position to contest these neutral objectives and honestly make use of this soul lead. They've looked good. They were on a 5v6, or at least were able to get a kill out of that here. So Fishcake, I think Ido was not particularly fed soul-wise. And Fishcake, I need to be able to see them sort of convert their souls into big fight impact. That's another Earn that's uncontested.
Well, not contested, but Dude's going to get himself a walker on the right-hand side. So that's going to help quite a bit here. I think Ido just needs to make sure he can escape this one. The movement god himself looking to retreat away.
This is nice.
There you go. Dude will get it for free. I mean, not for free. They lost Urn. But it's all about if the team gets caught. You can see Floormen on the mini-map here. They're going for a full-on fight, knowing that Dude's not here, as well as Fishcake.
Yeah, they call Ida, though. Look at John. He's really looking worse for wear. Okay, there's the drop. ABG trying to get away, but the Calico health bar just disappears. Here we go, though. League is in the mix. John is down. Really hasn't been able to get to that oppressive soul total quite yet. Honestly, most of the emphasis is going to be on what Fishcake can do here, and they want to go for this other walker. This is melee creeps for you. Classic as it gets. They, despite being so far behind earlier, they have managed to take all Floormen's walkers before they lose theirs, but mid-boss might be the exchange. I don't know if that's a price the melee creeps can bear to pay, but they might have no choice.
I mean, you have a Tawny Losa, so you can stop them from actually taking the rejuve here, and you can hear him charging up as well. He's going to throw it across the rejuve. Actually, I guess he didn't. Actually, he must have been interrupted or he canceled it, I guess, because he backed away with an ultimate actually being thrown out across that one. So 3 rejuves picked for Floormen, but they lose the base guards on the right-hand side. They lose Walker on right, Walker on left. They've given up a lot of map control to take that mid-boss. So honestly, it's up to them to make melee creeps pay. You're going to see them shove out the waves and probably look for a fight on this left-hand Walker.
I don't hate that Do is going ahead now while he knows Floormen are doubling back to try and clear his neutral creeps on the melee creeps side of the map. So they're not going to just go to Floormen when they inevitably push these waves in. Again, like the wave pressure for melee creeps has actually given them a little bit of time here to honestly get some free farm, but also make sure it won't be standing there when Floormen eventually turn up. So now it's going to be a question of how much use Floormen can get out of this rejuve time. I will still say though, it's a 9k soul lead. Now, the later in the game goes, the less that matters, but it looks like Floormen have been able to fight much more effectively. Rock is definitely having a great game so far. League's been really tough to crack, and DMB is getting farmed to quite a relevant level.
Yeah, I think it's for Floormen here, it's a bit of mix of quite a few things. It's John not getting so far ahead, but I feel like a lot of that is due to League and the fact that he's been able to soak up a lot of farm himself to kind of be a frontline that they need him to be to chase down John and not let him escape. He's had some good chain gang so far. He's also not really dying too often in these skirmishes. He's not allowing John to have the freedom that he wants to have in these fights. Because again, melee creeps aren't running really a front line. They're not really running a tanky lineup whatsoever. Yeah, you do have double healing, but if you can burst John down within that double healing time, it's not really going to matter much what you can do with heals.
Here's the group up around that left side walker. As expected. Again, even across the map. I don't know what DMB is looking for, but they're about to run into Fishcake. Now, that's quite a compelling 1 versus 1 if it were to come to pass. Meliku's going to give this up, of course. So rejuve buff there. I really don't want to go for this. They end up trading 2 walkers for mid-boss and Urn. So Meliku's probably not too devastated about that, but it's about trying to safely secure farm. That could be the challenge. This is risky business. Wall is not going to be able to stun up DMB, who does have soul exchange right now. This is why there's not a full commit from melee creeps, but the silence waves. League's turned up. Goober's going to roll over the top. Melee creeps are fully committed now. Who is going to be there to help Fishcake? They are the most fed player on their team, and they're swimming with the fishes.
That plated armor pickup out of DMB. Paying dividends, I would say. Just being attacked away at by Fishcake. There's really no way you're going to make him miss those shots. So now with the man advantage, with the rejuve in hand, this is like their time. Look how fast and how much damage DMB is able to do here in these close quarters. ABG not really here. There's a singularity up for Scout, but realistically, I don't see him going in with it, considering the rejuve still have a minute of time left to go. I think Floormen wisely back away, realizing there's a lot of jungle, a lot of sinners to take as well, not to mention buffs and Urn coming up, and you know they're going to be looking for another Urn turn in.
Yeah, as good as melee creeps are, it feels like this is a pretty tough situation to come back from. This Urn is basically going to be uncontestable as far as they're concerned. They have singularity, right? There is a sort of a win condition that involves getting like one of those really powerful old soft, but they're going to be up against it. Goober is in prime form. Rocket just feels like they're not particularly killable now. It doesn't really feel like it's a viable game plan. Obviously, rejuve is about to expire. So if melee creeps have any interest in fighting at all in this game, it's going to be after that is expired. But this Urn turn-in looks like it's probably going to occur within that rejuve window. Melee creeps would be unlikely to try and take too many risks here.
Does Goober have Echo Shard on his cube? Because if so, I could see it. I could see it like obviously being huge in these fights. The fact that you can save 2 people, and there's no curse picked up for melee creeps as far as I can tell. Oh, you can see immediately Scout goes in, dislodges the Urn. He needs to be careful. He needs to not die here. He needs to be able to get the singularity off to pull off a potential chance, a potential Hail Mary in this fight.
These deadheads are doing a lot of damage. Oh my god, the Graves damage? Not a fan of that. Yeah, we are backing out. Guardian Ward there applied, of course, by Xeno. Dude, the Graves did like 2.5k damage. Like unanswered there to League. Guy's out of the fight for the time being. All right, gotta respect that Graves damage. For real. Okay. Calico had a bit of a drive-by there. Enough to get
the urn.
Yeah, that's worked. Leaving Slash here. Pretty decent hit though coming in from the Apollo. Melee creeps just need to be careful not to one-track mind this urn pursuit. They don't want to get dove on.
Left though, and singularity is up for Scout. So again, like 1 or 2 kills here would be all you need. They get a hyperline. Oh no, DB gets hyperlined.
No, yeah,
too frantic from that because nothing happened.
No, fair enough though. That was a little bit surprising. Up onto the line and then knocked on down. Still, Do is gone. Like, at what point are melee creeps gonna just have to give this one up entirely? Urn does basically reset back to its initial location. Oh, bro, like you're fighting with 5 players for a whole minute. Where's the pick supposed to come from here? Melee creeps don't have the kind of composition that can single out those individuals. They want that big fight. They want to fight inside mid-boss pit. Maybe that's what they're playing for. The Graves AoE plus the singularity. Maybe they're just trying to stay in the game until they can contest mid-boss or an urn turn in location and turn that into their favor.
I see the enemy.
Yeah, I think it's kind of unfortunate all on Scout here to look for that opportunity where it might come. I wouldn't hate maybe even like a Veil Walker picked up for him, just so he has the ability to really sneak in for these, because honestly they need a big ultimate out of him to get these kills, to actually like turn these fights around. They're down, you know, approaching 25-30k. Mid bosses respawn back in, so this is like they cannot afford to let this one go. But lightning scroll pickup here for Saya would actually be quite big here. If you can get big stuns in towards pit, set up a singularity to allow Scout to freely get in there, you can really do some massive punishment. They start the mid boss, but realistically they're going to get the scream and they're going to look for a fight. There's no way you fight mid pit against this.
No, Floormen have everyone back. Do has been able to return to the fight. Look at Saya, just dead instantly. Is that what's going to happen here? A chain gang going to be used now. Fish cake in the middle of it as well. Saya's out of the game. There's a lot of deadheads, but where are they going? Some damage on League, but he's doing his job. He is soaking up in this front line. There is a cube that does that interrupt the singularity?
He got lightning scrolled by someone.
Oh, that is crazy. Well, there goes the singularity. At this point, it's impossible to see how melee creeps get back into this game. John blown up. Main source of damage? Yeah, not really a factor now. Silence Wave also catching on towards Do, so he's going to have to back away. And melee creeps slowly but surely are being kicked off the map.
And this is a free mid for them. There's no realistic way melee creeps go for the contest here. They have no ultimates left. If they can get a catch, it would be ideal. And it might actually come on to the face of Rocker. 47,000 souls might be completely mitigated. Here's a great quantum entanglement that pulls away from the Goober stun, but also groups them together for a Goober stun with that goo ball. The Archer Blast comes in and catches onto Ido.
There's nowhere to go.
There's no way he escapes this, surely.
No. He is absolutely caught in goo in front of the base. It looks like Floormen have been able to bounce back beautifully in this game. Everything going right for them right now. Rocker and DMB hitting hard.
They're low HP. There's a world actually. Melee creeps can fight this one. They could potentially get the kill on the AVG. He's below half HP. Everyone on that team is below half, except Xeno. I thought they might go for the contest here because they realistically can get some kills, take away these rejuves. You can't let this one go for free. You have to like look for a fight here. Tiny Losan is up though for Do. He lets it go. Okay.
Yeah, there's just no chance. I think melee creeps have realized that they're out of this game. I think they needed Scout to really get off a nice singularity, but interrupted. And that was that. Now it feels like you're kind of a passenger in this game. Unless you can make something huge happen, but like that macro pressure that Graves can provide, it's not really important. Fishcake isn't really investing in like that ricochet inhibitor type build. So, you know, really like can only have that single target pressure. It feels like the deadheads are good, but like I've watched them chomp down on League, do like 3k damage is great, but Floormen have a serious front line. Melee creeps do not have one to speak of. They are all so squishy. There's nobody on here that can actually tank any of this damage.
Exactly. And I think that's the problem they're running into, is that they didn't get control early enough in the game to prevent this. I mean, you have Rocker on 50k. He's going to be full built relatively soon. At that 50k mark, he's going to have all of his abilities fully leveled up. Another urn going the way of Floormen. I feel like that's the like 4th, 5th urn of the game that they've been able to get. And with 3 rejuves and a 40+k lead, it's really their game to lose. And honestly, again, going back to the mental game for them, considering how unfortunate that first game was with the bug that happened for DMB, it looks like it didn't affect him at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and I tell you what, unbugged lady guys looking pretty bloody good this game. And there's really not much that Melee Creeps can do about this. This is like a very low commitment play style from Floormen. And yeah, Idorian's going to try and come out here and, you know, shake his fist at them, but he's got a 32k soul silver. No one is really going to take him seriously at this point. So Melee Creeps now are banking on another singularity, but it just feels like it's too easy to interrupt at this point.
I mean, he's going to have Leech when DMV backs away. He already has ridiculous healing, ridiculous sustain in these fights. You can see John just like really afraid of this. At 41,000 souls, he can't really contest against a 49k Geist, a 53k Celeste, a 48k Calico, a 45k Billy. Like everyone is stacked on the opposing side, and there's a singularity going off, but there's still rejuice up for Floormen, and there's really not much follow-up here.
No, player got cubed and then rescue beamed out of it, if I'm not mistaken. The Itani Lusan connected onto DMB, silenced him up for a time, and everyone is shrugging him off. Like Melee Creeps are hitting like a wet noodle right now. Floormen are going to be able to bully them out of the game entirely. And honestly, I like how they managed to do it. There was a little bit of choppiness midway through the game, but really this is a very safe and stable way to close things out. Floormen, fantastic job. Now, of course, with the patron knock, they likely will hang around and finish the game.
Yeah, I see no world that he loses this game anymore, man. Like 60k in the lead, still 3 rejuice, no ultimates up. A nice gut shot. Maybe we can actually take away one of these rejuice. But the patron's gone, man. They're just like fully focusing on down. There's minions coming on through as well. Not to mention the rallying charge out of Xeno. And that's going to do it, man. Floormen tied things up here at 1 apiece, completely showing that that first game was not going to put them out of this series. Looking to defend that title here for a second week in a row. The first time they've been able to step up on this throne.
Very convincing win. And I do feel like the way this game ended to some degree exposes Melee Creep's composition, right? I won't use the word greedy, but I definitely felt like there was not a huge amount of regard for getting these strong front lines that had hard to engage potential. You know, Floormen had a combination, I think, of a very highly mobile team, very slippery, very hard to catch team with like some great frontliners in Billy and Calico. And yeah, I suppose you buy a bunch of silence waves and then you proc them on people and they can't use their abilities. You can catch them out, but there's no hard pick potential on Melee Creep's comp. They simply want to fight around like single objectives. But it feels like pitting yourself in a 6v6 against a Floormen that has such a powerful frontline. A frontline, by the way, that just soaks up most of Fishcake and John's damage. It just doesn't feel like it's going to work for you.
Yeah, I think the big problem with their comp is it works when you're ahead, but playing from behind is really difficult to do, especially if the people on the other side that are ahead are their frontline wave. If it was like Goober ahead, you know, maybe Xeno, I mean, maybe just AVG, it wouldn't be as big of a problem. But as you said, the fact that Lee can kind of tank up this damage, you have DMB putting out godly amounts of damage himself. Then you have, of course, Rocker just being annoying, running around the sides of these fights, going in and out, looking to catch John and make him feel uncomfortable. You just can't play from behind. So Melee Creeps, unfortunately, they didn't get the start they needed to in this game to make this composition work. And the thing is, they haven't really shown anything different. They've run double healer all day. They haven't shown to run these front lines. I don't know if they're going to switch things up going into the final game of the night.
I feel like I'm watching a comp that, like, it does feel pretty Melee Creeps, right? In terms of, we have a comp here that gives us really great map pressure. Feels like we can always trade up when it comes to like neutral objectives here. And if we can get that soul lead, like, we're so devastating. Like we saw what Du was able to do in that first game. Obviously, John with a egregious amount of souls. So just to put it in perspective, John was like 8.6k souls when his closest comparison on Floormen in game 1 was at 5k. That's messed up, and you know, it blew out of control really easily. In this game, it wasn't so. It was like 8.5 to like 7, right? Like that gap wasn't nearly as big, like generated through the early game. I think Floormen also had some, you know, really nice laning. I think the Page Billy lane being, you know, such a nuisance, so hard to beat, and giving them like a real strong footing on the right hand side of the map also was a nice adaptation for Floormen.
It was the mirror that you pointed out. It was like the fact you had Sai and Du able to push heavily into that garden while their opposing side was able to do the exact same against them. So it kind of neutralized each other's out. But I would still obviously give it towards the fact that Billy just got so damn far ahead. He got so strong that no one really could take him down. And the fact that you don't have John ahead, you don't have Fishcake ahead, you don't have Du ahead. How are you going to kill anyone? Like, how are you going to sustain the damage? Sai got caught a couple of times. I think AVG was really critical in opening a lot of that up. Like the fact that he can jump in with Ava with Leaping Slash, put down an Arctic Blast, and you keep people there to pick off for the rest of your team to just completely run into them, made it very difficult for them to survive any of these fights.
Yeah, and I wonder like how much melee creeps suffer from the lack of Kelvin in this particular game, right? We sort of see the beginners, and it is sort of fine. But they're not running like that double healer comp that looks so powerful. And if you think back to the start of the game, you could see that initial dip around just before 9:25 when these Guardians started falling. Both teams like side lanes were doing quite well, and melee creeps actually rotate into mid like 10 seconds later. And like they lose a player, but John comes in and gets 2 kills. All of a sudden, it's like, okay, wow. So even though melee creeps were actually slower pushing their side lane, they've been able to come in, they've been able to like, you know, get more value in mid. And then at one point, they're 3 walkers to 1 down. As in, they have 1 walker, your opponents have 3. And they actually end up clearing out all the Floormen's walkers before they lose their last one. So like the macro play is good, but like this all comes at a cost. They end up, to do this, they end up giving up mid boss and earn. So they don't have like the map pressure to defend their last walker to sort of keep them up there. And it feels like they wanted to fight mid boss with this comp. Surely I'm not crazy, right? You have like heavy barrage and singularity. You've got the Graves like AoE abilities. Eternal Lusan, you have a team comp that would want to fight there, I assume, but they were actually in a position to do so because they got picked off a couple times.
I mean, it is scary to play a McGinnis and a composition based around fighting in specific areas against Floormen, because they were, I think, one of the first NA teams to really bring around McGinnis in the night shift. And to play McGinnis, you can't just play in open areas necessarily. You need to keep people like close. You can splash onto multiple people. But as you pointed out, like the mid boss, the walkers, but I think for me, a lot of it was about these urns. Floormen were able to capitalize and get, I think, every one except one where Scout actually used the quantum entanglement to make sure they can dunk that urn in. And the amount of souls you get from that across the entire game, if you're consistently doing this, is ridiculous. And that's where melee creeps would typically get massive leads against their opponents, was around the urn control, but they weren't so able to contest it anymore in this game because of the lack of a lead and obviously the aheadedness. Is that even a word? The aheadedness?
It's not a word, but I know what you're trying to say.
Well,
yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say. For
it's like 6 a.m. for you. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I mean, I also think like having the Calico and the Page also makes it, you've got a comp that contests those urn turn-in locations quite well, right? You can like captivating read down. The Calico also is like never going to give you any sort of freedom. There's always going to be able to like pursue to those objectives and stay in step with you. Regardless, we got the result we were hoping for, folks. We are headed to a game 3 in our championship match for NA, shift number 31. It's Melee Creeps and Floormen are taking us to maximum deadlock today. And so we'll catch you for the exciting conclusion after this.
is almost ready.
Well, folks, it's a blockbuster today. 8 hours and 8 minutes in, and we are still looking for our winner in NA for Deadlock Night Shift number 31. I'm Uber, joined by Jason Kaplan, and we are going all the way in our money match series between Melee Creeps and Floormen, who draft, Jason, almost identical compositions with some slight differences that maybe make all the difference in game 2.
Yeah, we got to see, what was it, McGinnis? We had no Drifter. So clearly
That's
Drifter
true.
wins games. If we're wondering where that Eternal Darkness was, like an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, still
That's
win
crazy.
the game, clearly. Yeah, so obviously the squishy lineup for them, when they fall behind, doesn't work out too well. But I don't expect them to change their draft too much. I don't know why. For some reason, I feel like they're going to stick to it because we've kind of seen like trend towards these like more high damage compositions, especially with some of like vitality changes where you have like more HP now as well, because they kind of increase those. Having more damage means you can kill quicker. But what I'm really surprised at is, we've had one Abrams today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That was in the very first game of the day with Lowkey W up against Abrahams, played by your boy Listic, and he's just disappeared on the map. If you look at our like pick priority over the last ever since we started Night Shift, he's always been in there as one of the most picked or banned heroes. But to see him have a massive fall off now just blows my mind.
Yeah, and is that because of the vitality changes, do you think, or just because like recently he got buffed, or at least he gets extra melee damage per boon, or at least the melee damage per boon was increased, and also his ultimate got better. But bro,
There was a change to something, I can't remember what it was. It had to do with like his gun damage. And his gun damage was like really strong because you pin someone to the wall. You obviously melee them, but you also get like crazy point blank damage. Plus you have like K dash, so you can like shoot even quicker. He would do a lot of gun damage, but they've kind of like tweaked that and nerfed it quite a bit. Though they've increased, I believe his like spirit damage overall, so you can kind of be. I've been hearing like a late game beast as a spirit Abrams, though I don't know if we ever get to that point in these games, and especially when it comes to organized games, if it works out.
Yeah. Tat Gecko, thank you for the 10 gifted, by the way. We see you there in chat. Appreciate you. So we've got the Ivy and Mirage bands basically run back yet again. Neither team want to do this, and this is looking unbelievably familiar with the Celeste locked in straight away. And we know how melee creeps like to respond to this. We'll probably see them try and go for the silver, but I'm starting to see the Apollo. The Apollo first pick from melee creeps yet again. This will be 3 games running.
Lucky to have someone like me fight for them.
Lock it in.
I kind of have a feeling that maybe they try to go Viscous, but I faintly remember seeing Scout try to play it, and it wasn't as good. It
won't be a. Will they try and get the Kelvin early here if they're concerned about a ban?
And the sword of Saint
Honestly, They could pick it as their third to avoid it on the turn being banned away, but I don't want to say, or honestly, I don't want to see them have to rely on a Kelvin to win a game. I want to see them be able to play like some different things.
Dude, against Viscous again. This pesky Spirit Viscous, man.
They went silver as the third pick last time for the melee creep, so
They did.
there's a world where we could see it happen. And for Floormen, stick with what's working, honestly. Like,
Yeah, like,
there's a world they could have won the first game without the bug happening.
Oh, they can't even fight for Geist here either. That's just going to get taken away by DMB again, which really started like the Celeste. Like Floormen have managed to secure the Celeste and Geist that looks so good there in game number 2. Melee creeps. Do they think about a more durable front line here?
You pointed out, I'm going to come back to your question in a second, because you pointed out something before we started this whole thing off. The fact
Kelvin
that Floormen
Reliance.
picked Ivy, Silver, Warden, and was there a third one? Ivy,
the
Silver,
McGinnis.
Warden every single game against melee creeps. They in the games they won, they had McGinnis.
Yeah.
And they're doing it again here with Celeste, Viscous, Geist. They played in every single one of the series, or every single one of the matches so far. And it's working. You're like, why fix it? You're forcing melee creeps to be the one to react to you and change things up if they want to have a chance to shut you down.
Yeah.
No pocket
and Kelvin.
Kelvin's brave.
No, very brave, especially when with Kelvin. They banned the Mina instead. Why are they valuing the Mina ban over Pocket?
I think they're going to pick pocket because Mina kind of shreds pocket.
Oh, they are first pick this time. That's
Yeah.
true. Huh.
I think we might see them take pocket.
It's a good
here.
call.
There's no way you leave pocket open.
Oh, geez, that's a bit scary for Lady Geist, isn't it? Jeez, Pocket's a real problem for her. Okay,
good.
Calico. Okay.
Okay. So maybe they're trying to force Floormen to build in to go for pocket, because I was like, Ido pocket.
What is the
Kinda
punish
sick to be a
then?
Callback.
What is the punish then for a pocket from Floormen?
If melee creeps pick pocket, you mean?
What if Floormen picks Pocket? Is there a way to
I
melee
mean-
creeps and punish this? Because they're almost like they're trying to lead them into it.
I almost wanted to say like GT, because GT is such a good counter to pocket, because
Yeah.
you just blow him up with your charge shots. That I don't think we're gonna see a GT picked up, and maybe Floormen are just not gonna fall into that trap of going for a pocket here against melee creeps.
All right, here's the Billy. So again, that really powerful tanky front line has been picked up, and Floormen have that hyper mobility that Silver offers. So it's going to be Ido on something different this time around. Might get the Apollo. Might get something else. We're going back to the Graves. And again, we saw the build from melee creeps now, that the Deadhead build. I don't think the patch change that occurred today doesn't actually...
It changed something on her. Her grasping hands are 2. It no longer spawns 2 zombies, it spawns 1.
Yeah, it
Which
didn't
is quite a big
change her 3 at all though. So
Yeah.
like that, you can still like try and build like ricochet split shot with like debuffs or like on hits with that. So we have double healer, Kelvin and Dynamo. Calico picked up here by melee creeps instead. So we are sort of veering in a different direction, but yeah, once again, we're going to have like Paige be locked in. Paige looked really good in that previous game for Floormen.
Comp looks familiar for Floormen. -1. So I'm
Yeah.
expecting Ido to be on Calico, just because I think people were saying Calico was weak, and then he played it before she got changed, and he still was able to get wins on it. So
Yes.
I think he likes to play here and kind of do a similar style to what we're going to see at AVG. Honestly, I'm not, for some reason, I'm just not a big fan of the Dynamo.
Why was the Dynamo pilled? Yeah.
It was very impactful in the beginning of the game from this last match. If you think about him and John together, like he was just in their face the whole time, punishing them. But past that, like the singularities weren't really affected, because I think Floormen just played so well around it. And there's a reason we didn't see Dynamo pick too often in Night Shift because of that fact. But the Graves, I was hearing rumors of like a Mercurial Magnum, and there was another item I can't remember that was a part of that actually did a lot of damage for Graves. But I just can't remember for the life of me.
Okay. I mean, what? So like more of a hybrid in like your deadheads and your like M1 damage kind of thing.
You do like a lot. You can do a lot with Mercurial, because you're stealing the weapon damage you need to do damage, and you're also like
Yeah.
weakening your opponent. But also Mercurial, I think, gives you extra spirit damage on top of your M1 as well.
Yeah, but it's based on your spirit power. It's like it's like a 25% of your spirit power. I think it's added onto your base bullet damage. I want to say.
I honestly.
Either way, folks, here it is: melee creeps versus Floormen. Gone all the way to 3, folks. 8 maps of Deadlock today. We're getting our money's worth. That is for sure. Of course, Melee Creeps had to spend a week on the sidelines after having their throne of 18 night shifts consecutively taken away from them. But they're here to ascend once more. And Floormen would have a pretty short time in the sun were that to be the case. But if that last game is anything to go by, Floormen are more than ready to defend their title.
Okay, so we do get Ido on the Calico. Everything else can be pretty much the same here for Melee Creeps. They do going for the swap. And of course, Floormen, since they don't have Calico anymore, ABG going to be back on the silver. I think this is one switch up though. Did we have a Billy in the first game of the series? I didn't actually take note of that, so I can't remember. Oh, we have a channel set up for that, I can see.
Yeah,
oh,
we do. We have the draft screen. Yeah, we did. In that first game, we had
ABG didn't perform
Billy.
too well.
Yep.
He was 29k souls, 4, 6, and 11. And Lee was at 35,000 souls at 6, 6, and 7. But of course, we had John at 48,000 souls, just being a massive factor in that victory.
Yeah, he was very far ahead for that point in the game. Didn't end up going that long in the end. So we have the silver here under some. Oh, the damage came out of absolutely nowhere. Leaping Slash will do that to you. And it looks like a sigil that detonated. So you've got to fear Melee Creeps here between Calico and Apollo. They can. It's hard to trade against them. They can sort of leap at you and do large amounts of damage in a very short window. So you've got to be mindful of your positioning against this comp, especially with that Leaping Slash base damage being increased.
Yeah, I think for Floormen to get a kill, you gotta depend on that bola. Just completely limit their mobility the best you can. But then again, you have to worry about the repost. But it's also a mirror from last game. We're talking about how Saya was able to push this lane so hard with McGinnis and with I can't remember who his partner was actually. I thought it was Du, but either way, on the other side of the map, it's an exact mirror yet again. The Page Billy just getting very aggressive on the right hand side. They get a kill right off the bat over onto I believe that was Saya. So they're already getting some like strong control here in not only the right lane and the left lane now.
Yeah, I mean the left lane collapsed entirely. That's not good at all. As the dust settles, it's Rocker's the only one standing. And yeah, the Billy Page lane is good against anyone, but even the sustain, I guess, of Sire is not enough. I suppose he's too early in the game to have like enough points into Frost Grenade to really, give the Graves like a fighting chance in that lane, but that's not good. Both side lanes, Melee Creeps are really struggling in, and in mid, Floormen are kind of giving it up anyway because we've seen AVG rotating out of like lane quite frequently. Goober also has rotated to the left-hand side now to keep that pressure up. Floormen definitely exuding confidence.
Yeah, and Scout, he went for another early gank on the right-hand side. So again, giving John some early farm. You can see he's at 2.5 compared to the 1.7 of his lane mate. And maybe just going to go for some box running. So it seems like both teams kind of like have set on what they want to do here. Get Rocker fed and get John fed for each respective team. And honestly, it worked really well in the last game. Rocker was able to punish Scout time and time again just by pretty much just jumping into him, hitting with every ability. It's about how it kind of plays out and how both teams kind of adapt here. More importantly for Melee Creeps, how are they going to adapt? You got to look towards Ido and Du in particular. I guess Ido, Du, and Saya, because they're all playing some different heroes here in this game that they played earlier on, except Ido on the Calico, obviously.
Light Eater, of course, going to trigger. We're going to throw some of these advanced stacks in here to try and trade out, but it's looking a little uncomfortable here in lane for Melee Creeps. They just don't want to fully commit. They tend to just flit outside of your effective range for as long as they possibly can. Just like a Leaping Slash for Ido. I want to go for after AVG, but caught inside the daggers there. You've got to respect that. The Mystic Burst is going to be pretty crucial here for trading damage back if you are Du. And here's the right side of the lane. Now, this is what Saya kind of has to do. Yeah. But again, he has to. Like, it's not a good lane. Like, it's rare to see a Kelvin lane that just sort of doesn't win, but they are in a lot of pressure against this classic Page Billy.
And with the high velocity rounds too, it makes it a lot easier to hit these shots so he can play on top of his ice path and just harass, towards the backhand side. So they're not really going to have a lot of sustain in this lane. They don't really have healing, right? They have preventive damage. It's almost 6 a.m. It's like 5 a.m. here. It's not more so healing as what the side of Melee Creeps have in that lane. Preventative. There we go.
Preventative. Yeah, we just saw the Venator and Viscus Dynamo, get booted out of mid. Okay, John really wants to try and come back in, trying to gut shot there for a stun. I respect it, but Goober wasn't born yesterday. Melee Creeps, honestly, like struggling here in the early game. You're going bye-bye, Fishcake, if you linger any longer than that. Arctic Beam has to be used by Saya to try and dissuade any sort of pursuit. Now, though, low as League is, It seems like Sai is feeling like there's an opportunity here, but his lane partner is very, very low. The drift across from John has been spotted out here by DMB, so there's no element of surprise for a potential gank on the right lane.
He did get vitality buff though, so a big win I'd say for John in this lane. Gives him extra sustain, gives him extra, I guess, tankiness in this lane too, even though he does have Scout to help assist him. But he's also at 4.3. He has zero Era Dominate up. But look at the side of Floormen. Every player on their side has ultimates. Melee creeps, only one. It's a pretty big lead so far here for Floormen, and honestly, they have a pretty big window right now to look for fights.
They're winning all of their lanes, Jason. There's no other way of putting it. It's been a very difficult early game indeed. Oh, that was a frost grenade there, like thrown. League able to get short of it. Can this Kelvin Graves lane hold up under this level of scrutiny? Bash down on Sire. He's able to get clear, of course, and now he's in a position to be pretty spammy about that frost grenade. So this is where maybe his right-hand lane can start to sustain through this pressure.
I'm gonna hit you with a fact here, Uber, that I didn't know about until I think it was last week. So the buffs that spawn, the first set you get, the second set has to be the other two buffs. You can't get like repeating buffs. And then after that set, so on set 3, it's randomized, and then set 4, it's the 2 buffs that didn't get chosen in 3. So you can kind of predict what's going to be coming up and where you want to put the emphasis on those second rounds of buffs.
Huh. But you don't know where they will spawn, right?
No, you don't know where.
Up. Yeah.
But you know it's going to be like, for instance, if it's like mobility and gun first, you're going to get vitality and casting next. So maybe you want to put the extra emphasis because like those 2 buffs are more valuable to your team than moving and gun or movement and gun.
So you kind of know if you want to sit out of a buff rotation. Interesting. Ah, damn, that is some nice pressure here going on to Rocker. Here we go. Yeah, Eternal Lusan made use of. Rocker is down, and well, that Guardian is also going to suffer here. Left side of that going quite well for melee creeps all of a sudden. John, though, still getting his ass beat in mid. He's getting his cheeks clapped.
Yeah, I mean, he's at 6K. It's still up on decent farm, but every time you're dead means you're not getting farm for yourself. I mean, Scout kind of needs to take it, though he's on 1 HP. I'm not sure exactly where he is. Well, he's back at farm. I know where he is now. But the sole lead that we did have, it's not as big anymore as we did have waves finally come in, and then of course some tier 1 camps being taken. It's only a 1K difference now.
The mid Guardian matters. Picked up by melee creeps. So probably a big piece of why John is enjoying a nice little soul lead at the moment. He's definitely getting priority, of course, over the Dynamo, as you'd expect. League down on the right-hand side of the map here. Floormen really trying to dig deep and extend for that Guardian because they probably feel the pinch on the other side of the map. Melee creeps in the last 2 minutes have been able to find some really important edges. And if you look over towards the left, you can see just how low that Guardian is. And I don't know what the plan is here for Rocker. Wants to try and come forward, but this Apollo Calico lane is becoming pretty troublesome.
And not only that, the fact that I think melee creeps are also putting extra emphasis on this right lane to keep League from getting out of control like it was last game. It's forced him to rotate like in towards middle, as you see now. It's forced him to kind of play around the map a little bit more, not necessarily be so safe in the farm that he's going to get. But also at the same time, imagine that Floormen did allow him to go for this rotate so he can continue to build up that front line that they need to deal with John. I think more importantly, League needs to be able to survive being in a frozen shelter. If he can force outside to use that and stay alive in the shelter, it's such a big win for Floormen in these skirmishes that they can easily take the series.
Floormen here are going to be undercutting this wave on the right to secure a Guardian pickup. This now puts them into the lead, but again, it is just a exchange of Guardians, really. They are down to 1 Guardian, whereas melee creeps still have 2 in play. We can see now Do is shoving this left side of the map. This ideally to try and draw Floormen back as they're starting to spend some time in their neutral camps on the left side of the map. John is at 9.1k, so doing well, progressing nicely, but DMB is staying in step. So both of the key gun carries here on the map are getting what they need at this stage of the game.
Funny thing is, melee creeps, they first picked Apollo, but in the first game that they won, Do was on Mina, and they ended up banning Mina on their second round of bans. So I think they were maybe expecting Floormen to go towards that route instead. But I'm not sure if they wanted to actually commit, excuse me, for another Mina yet again. League getting dove a bit here by Ido and Co. Q comes in and he's kind of by himself, uses the rising ram to escape, only into the return to shadows out of Ido, and he's going to fall. And oh my God, he wanted the orbs. He wanted the bag.
He's going to be able to get it despite the captivating read because there wasn't really anything behind that. It was just, Paige and a Viscus, the latter who still gets run down by Fishcake. in a decent spot here, close to AK. And now, mid really gets cracked open. Look how quickly Melee Creeps, by the way, drift over towards this left side of the map. They do see AVG perhaps lingering within their purview. And this is buffs are up, by the way, so this is obviously a great opportunity to contest that. Also, snatch up the urn for yourself. 10 minutes, obviously a big inflection point in tempo in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a 3K urn. It's not necessarily the biggest of wins if you dunk this. Well, 3.6. I think it's more about the macro that you lose here and the decisions by the opposing side. Floormen, and you can see they're still overloaded on the left-hand side with 2-to-1 advantage. I mean, they can take down that Guardian, and most likely will be taken down in a second. But if they lose a player here like League in middle, it opens up opportunities for them to go for a dunk. And actually, Sai might be just running straight for the dunk here. You can see John's kind of luring him back towards the urn, turn him. Meantime, you see AVG going for a skirmish here up against Do, and Saya, he's going to make the dunk without any contest here. So overall, a pretty big win, but that Walker is taking damage. And I think Goober's just acting as like a human turret for them to let them know when they're coming back in.
Yeah, a human ward, right? Spots them out. And yeah, that Walker going down to about half hit. Bloody nice parry. Ido is going to get absolutely rolled. Beautifully done there by DMB. But now John, next challenger is going to step up here. I'd still be scared. Iridomini was made use of. Oh, no. There it is. Last bolt will get the job done. Walker still lives. DMB brought down. Some important souls going to John.
Yeah, but the singularity...
Yeah.
Like a wet fart, just absolutely not working out for them.
They kind of have
That's
been,
a big ultimate being down. What's up?
I mean, they kind of have been over the course of the last couple of maps here for Scout. And again, to be fair, like when you have like Cube Rescue Beam, you have like a lot of ways to like pull people out of that. It does feel like Floormen have been pretty invested in like neutralizing the potential effectiveness of that Dynamo ult.
I mean, to be fair, they killed him anyways, and the Walker didn't die, so it's not that big of a deal. But I think this is where, like, with the way Floormen have been playing around it late game, I don't think you're going to get a guaranteed 2, 3, 4-man ultimate. I think those are not going to happen that often.
Dude, they're too mobile.
Yeah, and I think the power of Dynamo is going to be basically on getting these easy kills onto 1, maybe 2 players in this like stage of the game, so you can snowball that into more. And that is a chain game that's not going to save League. Dude just takes him down with a flawless advance. And this Walker, could they actually take it? They have so many players here for melee creeps to actually take this Walker down.
There's only the Sylvie here to stop this. This Walker is going to die. That is crazy. DMB's trying to do the same on the right side of the map. I think chasing John obviously away. That Walker had already been taken down, so a little bit scary for the Venator. But this is starting to become a nice little lead. A tiny little 6K here for Melee Creeps picked up. They had no push on the right side. Definitely losing out in lane pressure there. And that's owing to, you know, DMB soaking up like 15K worth of souls and being someone who's more than happy to fight John like player to player whenever.
I heard a knockdown go down. I mean, so DMB, like, he keeps the pressure on, like you said, kind of keeping John in check, which is, I mean, it's kind of like a reversal. Like, Melee Creeps did a great job of punishing League and not allowing him to get out of control. Floormen have done a great job yet again of not allowing John to get out of control. So, like, both teams are, honestly, I think it's like the most even matchup we have in Deadlock right now is Melee Creeps versus Floormen. It is so close every single time that they're adapting, like, mid-game, mid-drafts to kind of counter each other and figure out what went wrong with the last game. It's such a hard ability to have to figure out what went wrong in a game in such a tight turnaround of match 1, match 2.
Scout gets caught here though. Did not have singularity available to them anyway. That mid Guardian is going to suffer some extreme scrutiny. Can Melee Creeps kick Floormen off this? Floormen are respecting something here from Melee Creeps. Could be the Calico. But it's just, yeah, I don't know. Calico Dynamo in mid. Don't know why they seem to respect that so much. John trying to get active here. Eventually, the aforementioned Calico goes down, but there's enough time here for Scout to return alongside this Kelvin. All right, Apollo. Caught in the chain gang now. This is dangerous. League has been getting farmed. It isn't very tanky just yet. The Essence Bomb also is going to catch on. Big damage. This is very disruptive for you to try and play through if you're the Apollo. And Sigil, though, is going to at least force the Billy back. But League is healthy enough to continue this pursuit.
Really good job by Xeno there. Good knockdown, good rallying charge as well to just completely eliminate any chance of Do to go for a chase. The Rocker's fallen, and I believe it's on the left side of the map. I think he died to Fishcake, if I'm not mistaken, which is a huge victory for Fishcake, to be fair. He's now got a 2K lead, and more importantly, keeps Rocker away from farming.
I kind of
We're
want to
going to hit the urn, and this is for sure where the next battle is going to break out.
I just want to see Fishcake's build, see if we're going sort of more for that deadhead direction again. Okay, we're fighting for these sinners around the urn pickup location. Melee creeps definitely feel like they have the power play right now. And after the last couple of moments, you can hardly blame them. Iridomni at the ready, a frozen shelter also at the ready. Yes, finally does get use. I was concerned about Sire, and he's struggling inside that shelter, but AVG was caught in there with him. That's what you want to see. A 3v1 created in that locality, and there was nothing that the Silver could do.
Uh-oh. They're so far ahead. They're holding off farming. Okay, they're just. I think they might just pick it up. They're trying to hold off farming right now to get this to be a neutral turn. And if they pick it up right now, it's going to be a guaranteed comeback earn for Floormen, and they don't want that. Very heads up play.
But they want Floormen to farm in order to catch up here. Is that enough for them? Okay, well, now there's a fight over it because they've held off on it, but that's probably fine for melee creeps. They do love fighting over these, smaller areas. They want to fight around objectives. Their comp excels at it. And away we go. Goober does not fancy catching over this smoke. Urn's still in place, by the way. Now picked up by League. Oh, Scout, you're killing me with this, right? You are killing me! Another singularity made use of, but it felt like more like the panic variety. Still, Xeno was going to be traded out in response. So that's both teams losing supports. And yes, that is a very comeback earn looking position for Floormen. And a guaranteed earn turn in as a result.
To say they're going to lose a walker for this too. So that was like the worst case scenario. They don't pick up the urn because they're waiting. They let the urn get taken away. They're going to lose a walker, but smartly enough, they push a walker themselves to kind of equalize things. And maybe actually they can defend this left-hand side because we can see Ido and Scout going to be coming in very quickly. And they do, just in the nick of time, keep it alive. So they actually prevent the punishment from going really out of hand. And they're still sporting about a 10k lead right now for melee creeps. I mean, John's on fire, Fishcake's on fire, and so is Do. And in that last little skirmish that we saw, Do did a great job of just being really annoying to Xeno. Xeno was left alone in the back lines. He was just constantly harassing with the flawless advances. He had the exchange up.
I know, silence wave. Silence wave, exactly, yeah. And that's what we're talking about. Melee creeps were stacking, 3 silence waves against this comp because as slippery as it is, it doesn't do anything if they are silenced down and have access to those abilities. The air is thick with deadheads, and melee creeps here kind of baiting a situation where they give up an urn that was going to have a, be deep in enemy territory for a turn in, and they get to trade a walker for it. They're going to lose that now, by the way, on this left-hand side of the map.
Mid-boss, though.
Yeah, mid-boss, exactly. So now they've set things up so that Floormen need to lose mid-boss in order to take this walker. Okay.
What do they have?
This is Melee Creep's macro gameplay shining through again.
I don't have anything to contest. You can see them not even going for it here. I think a walker trade for mid-boss, definitely worth it. They're not quite the 10k lead anymore, but with waves crashing on the left and right lane, but it's so much jungle to take as well. I think this is more of like an advantageous take, not necessarily destined to make a push out of it, but it gives them so much more control now that they force Floormen to really respect them and be very careful about peeking out of their base to farm.
It's also the implied soul difference that having rejuve buff gives, right? So
the implications.
Yeah, so in theory, it's more than a 9k soul lead because of the difference. Like, how much soul is this rejuve buff worth for melee creeps? Probably quite a significant amount. So, yep, bye. Oh, the cute rescue beam. Love to see it. That return to shadows would have done DMB in. A front line though for Floormen.
Prepared for this.
Not yet in this game looking quite durable enough. Whereas John and Fishcake are having a great time. They are getting very fed. And now, obviously, you make use of this rejuve buff to hit this left side walker if you're melee creeps. Easy enough. Bookworm. False advance here for the mobility. Dude does not want to fully commit to this fight. Good damage on AVG though, and this lane pressure is going to start to build. I don't see melee creeps going anywhere in a hurry here.
Such a big difference this match compared to last, considering I want to say the 3 carries for melee creeps are just on fire and looking so much stronger in this game compared to prior. DB's definitely had a tough time though with all these silence waves. I think we have 2 picked up right now, 1 for Ida, 1 for Do. It's very frustrating, very difficult for him to pull off a swap that he pretty much has to invest into Dispel Magic if he's not building it already, if he wants to have that guaranteed swap come off, or he needs to hope that he can survive long enough to actually throw it down.
Yeah, doesn't have it yet, of course. No, pretty standard stuff, right? Spirit Resilience, Radiant Regeneration. All standard stuff. Watch out, this Apollo clearly wants to fight. Oh, Dynamo in your area. Sticking around for a kinetic and then backing out. This Walker's still being defended, so all things considered, Floormen doing a pretty good job of keeping that objective up. But in the meantime, melee creeps are taking a lot of neutral camps here, just knowing they are going to be able to do so unfettered for the next little while. And Erna has, you know, spawned up, buffs active. And what is Rocket doing? Rocket's trying to do some split pushing here. They're going to run into John pretty quickly, who is much stronger than they are. Life Drain active here, but these advances are hitting pretty hard, and running into that kinetic is a little bit scary. Rescue Beam has to be used to pull DMB out of the line of fire.
Bro, this is like old school Deadlock, because there was a point we saw like double rescue beams being picked up, and I want to say this is in the Fight Night era as well. Yep. They have one on Goober, one on Xeno, and every time they get a catch, like you saw before, they got a hyperline on the DMB. Goober rescue beams him away. They had a catch on DMB there. Xeno rescue beams him away. They're making it so difficult to actually turn these like little advantages that they get for melee creeps into actual kills. So you really have to give credit to I think Xeno and Goober in particular, preventing a lot of kills and preventing a lot of situations that could easily turn into big man advantages for melee creeps to take objectives.
And even without that, like I said, you've got like Celeste, you've got Billy, you've got a comp that is pretty good at evading in general. And we're going to have to see that from DMB right here, because they were pretty deep within the enemy territory. It's the Arctic Beam that would slow them down otherwise. They've got themselves out of trouble for now, but it gets harder and harder to defend this Walker when you get yourself out of position because you're worried about getting picked off here. Son! What are you doing? Unfortunate. We're back, of course. Rejuve credit being made use of, and that ultimate's been refunded, so that's nice. Tiny Sun will be usable yet again. We are going to get this Walker. Seems like a fair trade. Rejuve is about to run out, so you're more than happy to give up your life. I get excited about nothing. Frozen Shelter here active. Scout wants to die now if it's going to be at all. Rejuve is just about to expire, but Floormen maybe take this fight, or forced into this fight a little too early.
Really smart use of the Rejuve there for melee creeps. They realized they had, what, like 30 seconds left. They got the Urn turn in, and they transitioned into a Walker take, knowing they had 3 Rejuves to play around with. And now they're sporting, you know, getting close to 30k lead here. This is probably one of the biggest leads we've actually had in this series if the game wasn't already over at that point. Take a look at some of these items. John's got Glass Cannon. I think it's a big switch up from his last game. I don't remember if he had it exactly, but he definitely wasn't 5 and 2 at 31k souls and able to get stacks on it.
Yes, this is another, you know, a game where John is able to play from ahead. And I'll say it came off a pretty difficult start. If you remember, he and Scout were getting pummeled in that mid lane quite consistently. John has been able to well and truly get back into the game. Fishcake's been benefiting from most of the side lane farm, I thought, but we have seen John on that right-hand side of the map a little bit. Fishcake's going to now go and get some. So yeah, despite that exchange working out, the Walker finally being taken, waves are pushing against melee creeps, so there needs to be some housekeeping done here. 2 minutes until buffs, and about that long until mid-boss.
As you were talking about Fishcake here, he just got Refresher.
Okay.
So whether or not they use it to split push or they use it to just force a fight, you can't really like fight into that many zombies. I think it's like 4 zombies at a time if you double Borrow Decree.
Yeah.
He doesn't have Lightning Scroll just yet, but he has Refresher, and he has those Echo Shard on the Deadheads. Like, there's a lot of damage coming out of him, and Floormen can't really push into that. They have to kind of like bait it out and back away. And we'll speak of baiting, they're trying to actually force a fight here against melee creeps right in the mid lane.
Frozen Shelter is the catch good. It looks like there's no one actually in here with Sire. Still though, can force some cooldowns out of DMB, who does not have Soul Exchange quite yet. It's almost available. Shelter comes down. Soul Exchange now active for DMB, just in the nick of time that's become available, and they don't have the opportunity to make use of it. Could have been Silence, could have been something else. Either way, these grenades are coming down thick and fast. You can see how frequently they're coming off cooldown when this gun damage is, you know, returning their charges. All you got to deal with is the ability cooldown. Cube used on League, but low as they are already. They're trying to head for the hills. No one's really been paying Rocket too much attention. They've been able to come into the fight and have good impact, but League now going down means, yeah, even that Guardian Wall being spent on trying to keep Rocket into the game. Arctic Beam means they are not going to be able to escape as nimble as Celeste is. She can't get out.
No, Goober, he tried to cube Rocker, but I think Xeno got in the way, so he cubed Xeno instead. I think he was trying to cube Rescue Beam Rocker out of that one.
I did wonder why Xeno was so healthy. I wasn't sure why they were getting cubed. Rough. Well, here we go. Free Sinners now.
-4.
Well, I guess if it's not your Sinner, I guess it doesn't matter as much, right? Kind of disrespectful. It's like buying a bottle of champagne and pouring it down the drain. And they do that in Switzerland. They do that in Sweden. These Swedes are messed up, man. I get
What,
you
like
all.
shame someone they do that?
No, they do it because they can. Like, they do it because it's just like I don't get it. Like, they just spend. It's just. It was a weird club anyway. I don't know. You Swedes though, you're all freaky. Here, mid boss. Soul Lead is billowing out of control. 25k. John is at 35k himself. He is large and in charge. I do not want to be fighting this Venator.
This is, I mean, you can't really push into this
Stop.
too easy. A chain gang coming through.
The singularity.
Stop him from you. Actually, Warpstone's in the
singularity.
They're on top of it. Huge coming out of Scout. Makes up for all those messed up ultimates before. And it gets him the 3 charges of the rejuve.
Okay, does it make up? Oh, listen, that's beside the point. That looks pretty darn good there. Beautifully done. Oh, we love that rejuvenating Aurora Max. So you just run and heal. Xeno's going to be chased down now. League is going to come back in from a really awkward position. Just not involved in the fight whatsoever. We're knocking on the front door here. This should be enough. Melee creeps might have got themselves back onto the throne. A very short-lived window for Floormen. The Soul Lead is too much to deal with. There's still a walker up for melee creeps, and now they're catching people outside of the base. That is 55-second respawn timer for AVG. The base guardians are falling, and melee creeps know it's basically all done with the crying.
Shrines are going to fall. League, what are you going to do in a 1-on-6? Well, it's technically like a 1-on-9 because of the rejuice up. You have to let these one go. At least the first stage patron should allow the respawns to come through, and May the Creeps will give them another chance. Backing away, they have some side lanes to clean up. They have a lot of sinners on that left-hand side, though I will say keep Sai away from those if you want to get the buffs from them. And a lot of farm. I mean, they are 50k ahead. 6,000 to spend here for Fish Cake. I don't even want to look at how much money everyone else has on the rest of Melee Creeps to use right now.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, I'm curious to see just how much those translate into power spikes. To be honest with folks at home, there isn't really a way for Floormen to comfortably break back into this game. They've got to still deal with the sort of rejuve disparity. John has like an average 12k soul lead over everybody on Floormen, which is, you know, accounting for almost half of their, you know, a third of their net worth in general. So yeah, it's getting to that point where you definitely don't need your healing rights anymore. Colossus. Okay, inhibitor instead. Okay, so we have inhibitor. We do not have ricochet, but still, like, you are still bouncing to another target with your attack, so still seems very worth it. That debuff is great, even if you're not investing ultra heavily in trying to, you know, split that inhibitor effect across an enemy team. You're still going to be
like a win more
devastating.
item for them, because you could just buy more damage for Floormen, but then your damage is being nerfed, and they're just gonna like shut you down even more. I actually really like this pickup right now because you could go more damage, but if you just prevent them from doing more damage, can they really kill you? Especially if you still have to rejuice for their minute and 40 seconds of time. You could just go for the finish, the final blow, the final nail in the coffin of Floormen's reign as the top NA team.
Yeah, inhibitor is such a nasty item in that regard. Reduce what's like a 30% damage, outgoing damage penalty. Devastating. Melee creeps here, slowly sauntering up to the throne that they only recently were forced to vacate last week. They are oozing confidence, and so they should. Patron about to go down here, and there's really not much that Floormen can do about it. They are too far ahead. Into the pit though Floormen go. They do not want to give this title up easily. Soul Exchange made use of there. Oh my goodness. Okay, nice rallying charge. Actually interrupts the singularity. Scout dies. That's fine. Gonna be spawning back on in here. And Melee Creeps should be able to still finish this game. League going down. DMB is traded out for Sire. Okay, Melee Creeps perhaps need to be a little bit careful here. Floormen really fighting doggedly for this. And now John is down. That's 84 seconds.
You need to stay inside the pit, though, to make sure they can't actually take this one down. It's invulnerable while you have 2 players there. You can see Xeno just trying to survive as long as he possibly can. But the last 3 players fall. The GGs are called out here, Mitch. And we do have the Kings returning to the throne once again as Melee Creeps come back here the next week, taking up Floormen 2-1.
You asked the question, Jason, coming into this game. Melee Creeps are used to being on top. How are they going to deal with a loss like this? And now we have our answer, because that wasn't the only loss that Melee Creeps have suffered over the last couple of weeks. They also, you know, at the Freak Fest tournament, they also suffered that. The Freak Fest tournament, they suffered that same kind of loss. So they're getting a taste for it now, and I'm sure it's bitter. But they've come back into this week, with a bit of renewed vigor. And honestly, they've made this composition work for them. It's so funny to me how drastically different over the course of their win and loss games their comp appears to look. They really seem to get off to a much better start in this game number 3. But honestly, their lanes don't go that well for them. At one point, they're losing both their side lanes. And then John and Scout are fighting and actually losing some of these all-in fights in mid. How do they build back from there?
I think there's a couple of like big wins too, because I think Fish Cake took down like D&B in the left-hand side, you know, relatively early into the game, which kind of gave him a big boon in terms of souls, and also kept D&B, more importantly, out of farming, because it's like a win-win, right? You get more souls and they're not getting souls, so it kind of powers you up. This play right here, though, for Melee Creeps, going for the earn delay so they can get it to a neutral turn-in almost costs them quite a bit. Luckily, getting the respawns back in to make sure to defend on that left-hand walker so it didn't go down, eventually saved them, and they came out technically ahead in that exchange. But bro, these silence waves, D&B has to be so annoyed. Constantly.
Shelters from Sire have been fantastic. I'm gonna put it out here. I'm gonna put it out there. The difference between games where Sire is on the Kelvin and Sire is on the beginners in this series is pretty drastic. Now, I'm not saying that correlation is causation, but it does feel like, and I know you said you didn't want Melee Creeps to lean on, you know, Kelvin to win, but it does feel like Sire's able to have so much more impact on this hero.
It's kind of funny too, because I can think back to maybe like 4 months ago when he first played Kelvin again, and I was like, you know what, that was kind of underwhelming. It was like, okay, it was okay, but I expect anyone to be able to play Kelvin at an okay level at this level of play when you're like a player who's a pro. Well, he's definitely improved on his Kelvin quite a bit over time. I think he's definitely like focused it a bit. Obviously, there's people out there who probably say, well, Kelvin's easy, just throw grenades, you frozen shelter. But there's a lot of small things that Saya does on Kelvin that really impress me. The way he uses the ice path to create terrain for John to gut shot into, or to use it to just harass in lane, or to use it to like even body block people later on who are trying to escape. He does a great job of just surviving, being annoying as hell, and obviously does a buttload of healing to boot.
Yeah, I mean, that was, you know, Sire was having to lane up against the Billy and Paige combo, right? Which is brutal at the best of times. And honestly, like, it was a little bit rough early on, but only 2 deaths for the Kelvin. And eventually they were able to prevail. I really do like the build that we're seeing, obviously, from Sire, where like you can return your grenade charges by doing enough gun damage, and you just buy like a couple of, like, you buy the velocity increase, you buy what is it, the sort of the point blank, and so you can make sure you can get that with regularity, and all of a sudden, like, your sustain in lane really skyrockets, and then you're less concerned about like just being chunked down constantly by the Paige Billy combo, and you can actually go back to being unkillable. That was always the thing when Kelvin was at his height. It was like, you don't lose lane. You can't be killed in lane. And it feels like here we're kind of throwing back to that era of just having grenades for days that never run out.
Yeah, and the fact it also heals you at base level. They ended up changing that in their big novel post that they ended up putting out. I think it's also quite a big buff, but also they ended up giving him like bullet resist when you're on your ice path too, so it makes you even more annoying to deal with when it comes to lane. And also like the transcendent cooldown, so you can make sure to have as like many abilities up as possible. And of course the frozen shelter, which is somewhat of a linchpin. The funny thing is that the similarities at a scout, there was no like massive, except was it game 1 or 2 right outside the enemy base, but it was good enough. And what I don't understand about the comp that they're running is, why are they running Dynamo and Kelvin together? Is it the fact that you're knocking up to create opportunities for your team to catch? But then why not just play like a Paradox? You could just swap in, or play like a Bebop, or play like a Holiday, since, you know, Holiday obviously got some buffs with the whole team being able to have the same movement speed while in the air. I would actually be really curious to ask him. Maybe that's something Lisa can do next time she talks to someone from Melee Creeps, because it's very odd, but we've seen it work for them, and we've seen it work for other teams as well, running double supports.
I have to imagine that it was like it was maybe a laning consideration. Maybe if you're like playing your gun carry in the mid lane, you want to try and give them as good a start as possible, and like be really like, you know, it's a pretty effective lane. Like look at the pressure that Scout was putting on early in the game. Like, I forget.
He wasn't even in the lane though. That's the funny thing. He was like gone. So maybe it's more about how he's interacting with other lanes.
Like, he would like mantle onto the bridge and then like kinetic and like get big damage and like set up. So like early on, like, he's pretty active, and then he gives a lot of that farm, I think, over to like John. But I do like how busy he was getting there, you know, and I just feel like, yeah, his impact was felt much more in those early laning moments than maybe later on in the game. Let's talk MVP though here. I'm unarmed about this one a little bit here, but for me, it's John. Yeah, John's being set up for success, but man, like, you've got to give credit to someone who delivers with this level of consistency. Kind of sick to see him, you know, get much more Venator games in. It's either this or Lady Geist for John at the moment. Yeah, really turned up. This guy is pretty scary. This guy was landing some fantastic gut shots. You know, pretty scary for Rocker, who was on the Celeste, to sort of run into Venator. Remember, like, when they were fighting at the doubles? at one point, and like he just gets absolutely sharted on by this pick. So Jonjo looking sick, man. Still looking like one of the gun carries in the region to watch.
Yeah, I think it's easier for people out there to say as well, like, oh, of course, when you're gifted, you know, a ton of farm and you're going to be 7K ahead of your opponents, of course you're going to do well. But honestly, it's really not that easy in pro play. As we saw in game 2, they really did, for Floormen, a great job of preventing him from actually doing what he needed to do to be effective in these games. They shut him down earlier on. But also, it's not necessarily easy to play late game when you could easily be dove on. There's so much position that goes into it. There's no real guarantee escape for Venator. Yeah, you have the gut shot to create some space, and yeah, you have your trap, but you have to walk into the trap, and they also have, you know, other players that your gut shot's not going to hit. So you have to give him credit to positioning well, knowing his limits, but also, I mean, his teammates who creates the space for him too, because like Scout was doing that, Saya was doing that, not to mention Do and Ido. So it's not necessarily just him performing well, but his team allowing him to perform well, and then like kind of bringing out what he can bring into these games. And
you got to trust the process, because he was being a real late game hyper carry in game 1, where John was actually not getting involved in any of like the early Guardian contests in the game, and like that could make you pretty uncomfortable, right? Like you're always like 5v6 in a lot of these fights, or maybe you're 5v5, but you don't have the, you know, the lion's share of your souls like in the fight with you. But it's still later on in the game, like he stays relevant. He comes back and has a fantastic impact. Obviously in game 1 and 3, it looks excellent. So after all this, with all this talk about NA getting shaken up, well, FPS Lounge get ruined in game 1 of the Challenger game, and then Melee Creeps come back and reassume their title here in Night Shift number 31. Floormen, it's a great series. And Jason, to quote you, it is giving some of the closest Deadlock games, especially in this region right now. And it's been an absolute pleasure to watch. But congratulations, of course, to Melee Creeps. And again, obviously, that prize will going to you guys, obviously donated by our fantastic community. So thank you guys also for providing that fantastic incentive for Melee Creeps to get their shit together and come back and get back on top. Let's talk at least about our hero priority over the course of tonight, because I definitely feel like we saw a shift. A lot less McGinnis as opposed to last week. Mirage, Permaband, and the first picks of Apollo and Celeste, respectively.
Sorry, I think I need to get my glasses on to find where Abrams is, man. At one pick, and only in the first game of the day. Just had to point that out really quickly, because it's such a fall from grace for not only him, but also, to be fair, McGinnis, even Mo and Krill in there. But looking towards the top, have we, you know, maybe our producer Solomon can correct me, have we ever had one hero permanently ban the entirety of a night shift? I think he's got to look this one up, because I can't really remember one. I mean, maybe we've had like 6
I reckon
games.
we've had like Kelvin at his height, maybe even Dicta when she was effed up. But yeah, I mean, outside of that, there haven't been too many heroes that have had such a level of notoriety as to be targeted like with that frequency.
And it's crazy that we have like such a solid core as well of heroes, like Mirage, Celeste, Kelvin, Venator. I mean, anyone 6 or up, even 5 or up, I'll give it that. You just have such a solid core of like these heroes are going to be pick banned basically every game, and that's kind of like their impact and how important they are. And like the Page, you only got picked 3 times because Ivy got banned 3 times, so you know, couldn't pick Ivy. Oh, we do have one. We have one from Solomon. You can read it out.
Yeah, so as Solomon points out in Discord, Celeste had a 100% ban rate in Night Shift 25, but that was obviously release week, which was really terrifying. But it's rare. It does not happen often, so there you go. You'll be able to find this on Reddit later on. If you want to double back, you obviously can check it here on the broadcast. This is what you want to be trying to secure in your ranked games.
Bro, it's probably already up on Reddit. As ZP's like, you know what? I want to wait till like a good time to post this on Reddit so it hits like the mass viewers. But there's like someone out there like, I'm gonna screen cap this post on Reddit right away during the show before they even have a chance to like log off.
You know what? I respect the hustle. You guys can definitely do that. Give us that free promo. Now, tomorrow, patrons, Graveyard Shift. We're catching up with Peer Content, coach of FPS Lounge. We've got a lot of questions for them because obviously Hydra Nation have been on hiatus for a long period of time. I want to know what their plans are. I want to know how they went from just like a troll team who wanted scrim content into a legitimate contender, now really pushing the rest of NA forward. And I'm sure, Jason, we're going to hear from him about how he felt about their performance here in Night Shift, because maybe not the explosive debut that they wanted, but we have seen FPS Lounge, at least under the different name, win a tournament since coming out of that period of time. So a lot to talk about there. Make sure you check that out. Patrons. And also thank you everybody for donating to our prize pool. $1,835 being provided. That's awesome. That's all you guys. That's not us at all. Thank you so much for continuing to be generous and supporting the Deadlock community, both in NA and EU. This game and its players and its fans are all the better for it. We are in this together. Thank you so much, guys. We'll see you next week for shift number 32. And I'm sure there's going to be a patch midway through the show and huge upheavals in NA. So stick around for that. We'll see you next time.